https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Sautery.
That
Which
was a
one was
big
it?
flop. That was a huge flop.
The one where you said
we let her-
8 inches per mile squared was a parabola, right? And then
Yeah,
you said you had
that's a
your own
fact.
formula.
That part is true.
Oh no,
And
no, that
so-
one I completely failed on. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
Why it's a
Alright.
different formula and not completely like fucking basic.
So
That's okay.
Sodri, if I do the parabola for a form or for if I do the formula for parabola in a projective geometry on a plane, what does that look like?
If you do a formula for a
If
parabola on a flat plane,
if I drew a in a projective geometry, so what you have is a projection of a parabola onto a plane. What would that look like? As the arms of the parabola extend off into the distance towards the horizon, what would that actually look like?
like those things you used to grab salad with.
It actually looks like an oval.
Well, I mean, if they're going off into the distance, I assume you're talking about the long
Yeah, because things
overarching
can
arms
converge
on
the
them.
distance. Right? You have a parabola, you have the arms of the parabola, right? And it comes to an arc. If the arc is closest to you, as those arms go off into the distance, they're going to converge into the vanishing point, and your parabola is going to look like an oval, an ellipse.
Mhm.
That's just random nonsense, and you can fact check me on that. But anyway, these guys are saying you have a globe proof.
Well, I did link a video there. It's 9 minutes, so I don't assume that you're gonna watch it in one sitting. But
Oh, Dave
That-
McKeegan, that'd be hard not to throw up in my mouth, but
well, I mean, he does say stuff that's pretty accurate, and
makes
he
you
opened
think
up the
what
world
makes
of
you think it's
surveying
accurate?
to me.
What makes you think it's accurate?
Oh, please don't.
Let me hold on, Elijah. What makes you think that I haven't watched the video. What makes you think what he says is accurate?
I mean, he actually shows demonstrations. Plus, he takes
Demonstrations of
pictures
what?
of space and all that.
Space. Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Egan's an opportunist. So this video right here, right? Does Dave McKeegan know how far the horizon is supposed to be in this image here? Does he go over that?
Which one? The
So
sunset
this is
one?
the longest distance photo. This one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he counted for that. Yeah.
Okay. So the horizon in this image is supposed to be in the water. So the horizon from this
Oh,
where they
never
took
mind,
this
never
is
mind.
127 miles. That's in the water.
Wait, what?
So how can you see the far shore if the horizon's in the water? Should be the shoreline, the shore, the seashore.
Are we looking at the same picture?
Yeah, in his
Oh,
thumbnail.
okay.
In his thumbnail. I've seen this image thousands of times.
Mhm.
Thousands. So this was taken by a guy named Mark Brett with a Canon, I think it's a Mark V or something, or maybe it was a EO5. He used an apochromatic telescope. Or that might be the other one. So there's a couple of these. There's more than one, but this one is from like further away. Typically, they take them from a mountain called Canigou in the French Pyrenees, but this one was like a mountain that was actually further back. But if you do the math on this, the horizon is supposed to be in the water, but you can see the land on the other side of the water. You can see the shore. You shouldn't see the shore. That shore should be
Yes.
like 24 feet under the horizon, but it's not under the horizon.
Hmm. Yeah, he goes in detail why you can see it because of the weather conditions.
Oh, okay. So how is this a gold proof if the weather conditions fucked up the observation?
They didn't fuck up the observation. They like made the picture possible.
Okay. That's a
Yes,
cool.
atmospheric refraction accounts for it.
Oh, okay. So what is the evidence for atmospheric refraction picking things up over the horizon? What's
I
the
mean,
empirical testing, the data, the predictive model, like any of those things?
I don't
Is
know
there a
about
model that
prediction,
you
but
can?
I can look at
So
it
it's a
with my eyes.
claim. So let me get this straight. It's a claim that it exists, but there's no model that makes predictions. It sounds just like an ad hoc
I don't know
hypothesis.
if there is.
Well, I know there isn't because unlike Dave McKeegan, I actually looked at the literature, probably going back like 150 years, and I've looked at all the
Mm.
data. That's right, the data where they've actually tested for this atmospheric refraction, right? So they've used the lasers, they've used lidar, they've used just observations of theodolite with using theodolites, and there's no consistent behavior. The only thing consistent that they found is that because of turbulence in the air, things move up and down sporadically, right? Because the air is always it's dynamic, it's in motion, right? So you have these little turbulence bubbles between you and especially a faraway line of sight that I don't want to get too technical because I don't know how this is. I can get like retardedly technical on this, and I don't want to like go too far. Anyway, the easiest way to say it is to say the wavefront of the light gets discontinuous as it goes through. Think about light going through like a foam of beer bubbles, but we don't see like the big bubbles of different air that the light's going through. We only see the light moving some object far in the distance. We see it moving up and down, right? Sometimes it's a little down, sometimes it's a little up. It's scintillating. That's what they call it when it comes to starlight. So this is what we see, right? But when you average this out over time, it amounts to zero refraction. And there's other problems with the claim that there's terrestrial refraction picking things up over the horizon. Number one part of that claim is because refraction is wavelength dependent, so that means different wavelengths refract at different amounts. You should see, especially when you're doing a far distance, when there's supposed to be a lot of refraction picking something up, you should see a rainbow effect. You can see something called dispersion. So that would be the wavelengths of light getting separated in their constituent parts like a rainbow. So the image should appear, any particular image should appear, have like, if you looked at a feature, it will look like what they call chromatic aberration in a photograph. The thing is, the person that took these photographs used an apochromatic telescope. So that can't be the telescope causing any chromatic aberration, and we don't notice any chromatic aberration in the image itself. That means there's no refraction going on because this isn't like an option. Refraction was discovered using dispersion. So Newton, you know Newton, right? So he used a prism to separate the lights in their constituent colors. It's because the optical path for each wavelength is longer it has different lengths through the prism. So it ends up separating the white light into its constituent parts. This is what should be happening going through the air.
Okay, well, you've made like 15 points. Can I like talk at least about one?
Well, I mean, I'm just giving you all the points about why terrestrial refraction, this claim, is bullshit. It doesn't have any basis. It's just something that is said. But there's no actual empirical data, scientific data to support any of it. And all the scientific data, when you look at it, actually does not support it. It actually refutes it. The very fact that there's no existing predictive model refutes it right there. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I'll shut up.
All right. This I actually did this prism experiment while I was in high school, and this can, I mean, from what I saw, this is kind of just with pure white light that you're gonna see a rainbow. Which, I mean, sunsets are not particularly, you know,
Ooh.
most of the light you see is yellow and orange.
it's going to separate the light in that band. Okay, so each wavelength, there is no like, there's no such thing as like a 550 nanometer wavelength. It's not like that, right? We can quantify it. Yes, there's light at 950 nanometers. There's also light at 951 nanometers, and every increment in between there. The light gets spread out. It's called dispersion. Each wavelength has a different path, right? So say I have a okay, let me put it like this. The light that reflects off of an object like a mountain or trees or whatever, the ocean on the other side of this observation, that is not one wavelength of light. It is multiple wavelengths of light, reflected light. So the sun, right, the luminosity of the sun lights up the mountain. That light reflects off the mountain, and then that comes to the camera. And that light has multiple wavelengths inside of it, right? Whatever it is, green, yellow, orange. Each one of those has to separate. They're going to take different optical paths to the camera. They're not going to come on the same line. Blue is not going to come on the same freaking ray as red does, and red is not going to come on the same ray as yellow does, and purple is not going to come on the same ray as any of the other ones, and ultraviolet's not going to come on the same ray as and they're going to be spatially displaced from one another, some colors appearing higher or lower than the others. Jason, Jason, the text chat posted an image. Now, this is chromatic aberration caused by the camera. It's not caused by the air in this particular thing, right? This is a known effect. It's recorded. They actually compensated for in astronomy, right? In some instances, depending on the particular weather conditions for that day. They'll look through the telescope. They'll see red on the top, blue on the bottom. They know they have chromatic aberration, and they add a device to the telescope to make the light converge again so that they can get a good image. This isn't like flat earther nonsense. This is well-known physical properties of light.
Huh.
So, but what I really want to tell you about, like, because listen, I don't mean to like bear down to you. I just hear this terrestrial refraction claim all the time. There's no basis for it. And you get charlatans like, Dave McKeegan, who made one flat earth video, got a bunch of views, and then he just starts making flat earth video after flat earth video after flat earth video, full of straw man's, logical fallacies, and other nonsense, and baseless claims like that this is only possible from curvature because it's refracted up over the horizon. There's no evidence for refraction. And there's another problem. And the problem no one ever actually talks about. So I'm going to show you a diagram that they typically show to support the idea that things get picked up over the horizon, right?
Tonight, I will be implementing a policy known as total nigger death.
Oh, sucks to be you then.
Indio, is there any way you could raise the volume on your mic? I've tried to raise you up way high.
Yeah. My
Whoa!
my mic is kind of floppy, so it's like
you just broke my ears, dude.
At 400, bro. Fucking like Warren first.
Yeah, I'm keeping it at 120,
but I didn't read anybody.
Just to let you know, India, I can hear you totally fine, so I don't really know why anyone else is having problems.
What?
No, you sound fine, Indio.
I noticed something weird. Let me know if anybody else has noticed this. A lot of the people that come in that don't really want a discussion, they just want to kind of gotcha. Their mics tend to be set way too high, like just really loud.
Yeah, it's probably
Word.
And is that what you claim that I'm doing?
So look. I just posted a diagram, and this is a typical diagram to support the idea that things get picked up into the air, right? And we see them over the horizon, right? That there's a mirage or whatever, refraction that bends the light down to the eye and the thing appears picked up. This is actually backwards. The mountain would not appear picked up. It would look like as if you were looking at it from a higher vantage point. Because you agree that light to see a light emanating from an object goes in all directions.
Emanating
Wait,
from
wouldn't
an
this
object?
prove curved Earth?
No, like light reflecting off an object reflects in all directions. Up, down,
Depends on the
sideways, whatever.
material.
Anytime you look at
But
an object, it's reflected light.
oh, in that case, yeah.
Yeah, so like whenever you see a picture in your room, that's the light of the room, the light of your light bulb reflecting off that picture and going into your eye, right? So that light gets, if you try to look at the picture from higher up, you see the picture because the light is being reflected off that in that direction toward a higher up position. Or if you go lower, light is being reflected off in that direction. Light is being reflected into every direction. So when you look at the picture, you can see it from every possible viewpoint because light is being projected into that direction. Now, this mountain that's being picked up, the light that would be reaching their eye would be the light getting projected in the down direction. Now, how would that be possible? Because this diagram is
getting
wrong. The
projected in
diagram
the
is
down reaction.
the down direction. See, like,
yeah,
see how the
direction.
mountain is lifted up? The light that's bending to the eye is light that's being projected down. So to this observer, it would appear to him as if he was looking at the mountain from underneath it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that doesn't. That
that's
graph
not how it
there
goes,
has a
but-
flat baseline.
Yeah, I understand that. This is only for illustrated purposes. It's not to prove the Earth is flat or anything like that. It's just to illustrate the where the mountain is in the path of light relative to this person, right? So the light's constantly curving down, right? So from his viewpoint, it's going to appear as if the mountain was lifted up higher than him, looking up, if this graphic was correct. But that's not how it would actually work. The light that the observer would see would be light that was emitted in an upward direction and then curved down like taking a basketball shot, right? And then came down into his eyesight. And it would appear as if the mountain is deflected up, but he would, that viewpoint would be as if he was looking at from the top down. So it would appear to him, so it would appear to him, instead of the mountain being lifted up 100 feet, it would appear to him as if he was 100 feet higher looking down on the mountain. You understand that? That this graph
Yes, I understand that this graph is exaggerated and probably has another context that you're not telling me.
But what I'm saying is, really, you really gonna do that to me?
I don't know, dude.
Sit here and lie to you?
Oof, but yeah, I mean, it's the internet. You gotta be skeptical.
Well, I'm not like that on the internet or anywhere else, but whatever. The point is that this is how they typically show a graphic. They'll show a globe, and I'll get another graphic, dude. They'll show something like this. And I'll get a globe graphic. They say the sun is pushed up by refraction, and it appears higher in the sky than it normally would be, pushed up over the horizon, just like this graphic. That's not how it would be. It would appear as if you're looking at it from an elevated position. Now, with the sun, the sun's a circle, so you really can't tell. But we're talking about objects, ships, boats, mountains that are you're supposed to be looking at fixed objects on the surface of the Earth that have irregular shapes. They're not like the sun. If the sun's a ball, looking at it from any angle, it'll look the same, looking from top down, sideways, left, right, whatever. But when we're looking at mountains or a ship or whatever, it should appear as if we're looking down on it. That would be the correct viewpoint. Right? You understand? That whole idea that things are getting picked up over the horizon. There's so many things wrong with it. It's not just like one thing. There's tons of things wrong with it. And if you wanted, I could go over the empirical data. Test the United States Air Force did, where they shined 3 lasers from one side of Hawaii to the other, right? And what they were doing is, because they're trying to develop a weapon system, they're trying to quantify how much turbulence there is in the air. So they picked up on the other side using a 3.4 meter telescope. And they shine these 3 lasers all coming out of the exact same spot. They pick it up in the telescope. They separate the wavelengths. And they measure the amount of what they call, it's called speckle. So they measure them, and from that speckle they can tell how much how turbulent the air is, and they try to make a model and quantify it. So they did this experiment. Well, problem is they go back and then they do the terrestrial refraction model, and then realize this experiment should have never worked in the first place. But because of the different frequencies of light they used it, those beams should have been spatially separated by a distance that's larger than the telescope they used. So they should have only been able to pick up 2 of the lasers in the telescope at the same time and not all 3. But the thing is, they did pick up all 3, and they did do this experiment, and it did work. See, you have data like this. There's also other ones where they tested refraction for landslides using LiDAR, and they found that the amount of deflection, and this is the one where they're actually measuring an angle of deflection. Would they measure how much deflection were there? Well, the largest deflection they measured is 0.4 MGON, and MGON is a unit of measure. If you convert it to degrees, 1 MGON equals 0.009 degrees. So over this distance that they measured, like saying 25 miles, the amount of deflection would be 8 feet. But Globers are saying shit's getting picked up 2 miles into the air, not 8 feet. You see, there's all sorts of problems with this shit. And people like Dave McKeegan preys on people like you, and other people that watch his videos that don't know any better, that have never done this research. They don't know the subject matter. They want to believe the Earth's a globe, and they're just going to take what he says at face value. You insinuated that you don't trust me because it's the internet. Why'd you trust him?
Because he showed the math.
Oh, he showed the math. What math was that?
The advanced Earth curvature calculator.
Oh, so Walter Bisglin's a Glover's calculator. Why would you trust him?
Because, I already know because of like a bunch of other factors that the Earth is a globe, like with pictures from the ISS and all that.
Oh, is he the one that told you 8 inches per mile squared came from flat earthers?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he does say that though. That flat earthers made up 8 inches per mile squared, even though it's been in the literature for like 200 years.
Yeah, and actually, if you just Google, it'll tell you. It's like the first link is like, what's the Earth's curvature? And the first link is roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So
yeah, I do remember him saying that.
It says signed the flat earthers.
So forget about Dave.
Jesus,
what do you think about?
Christ.
Yeah, that was like the first time I started speaking. So Jesus fucking relax.
And you started speaking over me.
Well, all right, fine, whatever. Go on.
I do remember him saying that some people were using that estimate and that it was a rough estimate and that there was another formula. But I don't remember him saying that it like flat earthers made that number up or anything.
Okay, now what do you think about what Indio said about the military testing for refraction and it basically being no?
I don't know.
I mean, I can post all that documentation. It's not a problem.
Are you gonna believe? Are you gonna believe the mathematics? It's not even mathematics. The demonstrations and the data from the government over Dave McKeegan.
Yeah, if I'm shown this evidence and I look at it and I'm like, yeah, okay.
I already posted that.
I know it's still going. So
you know what it means, right? You know what it means if you look at the data and you can.
Hold on, Elijah. Hold on. You got to meet her where what she said. She said she would look at the data, and if it's good, then she'd accept it. However, she then said, "But I already know it's a globe." So she just said she would accept the data while simultaneously not rejecting the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
Because there's other factors you could put in, but I've seen raw images from the ISS that show a curvature of the Earth.
That's cognitive dissonance. You haven't seen raw images. First of all, raw images is a misnomer because images aren't pictures. So raw what?
Dude, hold on. Before
raw, as in the format, the codec, format like Canon has CR2, all that shit. That's a raw.
Yeah, let me explain it. Let me explain it for you, since some guys may not have seen that. So Dave McKeegan put out a video claiming to have raw image files.
You can talk.
So Dave McKeegan put out a video relatively recently, I want to say within a couple of weeks, if anybody hasn't seen it, where he alleges to have raw image format, which is a image format, RAW, right? Which has certain information within it, and he explains that information validates that these pictures aren't fraudulent, and they allegedly show images from the ISS showing portions of the Earth with a pronounced curvature. So that's what she's talking about.
Well, first of all, it's not .raw. That doesn't exist. And also, there isn't.
I know, but the point is that that's.
Oh, so why would you lie if you knew?
I'm not lying.
You said .raw.
Yes, .jpg.
.raw is a file format.
.jpeg is not raw.
No, JPEG
No,
is
dude. JPEG is a file format. .raw is a file format.
RAW is not a file format, no.
Yes, it is. It's a file format for Canon cameras. You can go
Canon uses CR2. I shoot on Canon. I shoot on Canon.
Well,
so
then my mistake.
I know this.
Maybe it's Nikon. There is a .raw.
Nikon is ARW, I think.
Yeah, I just looked it up. It says .aw. What is a raw file? How do you open it? And it's got a whole thing on Adobe.com on raw files. So it clearly exists.
Yeah, they clearly exist.
.raw.
So
why'd you lie?
I was sure because I didn't know either.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, let's bring that up for a second. If somebody misspeaks, like let's say the file is .arw, even though it's colloquially referred to as a raw file, that's neither here nor there. Your first reaction shouldn't be, why did you lie? That's entirely the wrong disposition. You should just say,
that wasn't my first reaction.
Oh. What? Yes, it was. You said it doesn't exist. Why did you lie?
Why are you lying now? Now you're lying. Now you're really lying for real, for real.
No, but he was mentioning the Dave fucking...
No,
the Dave
you're
video.
lying for real, for real.
In the Dave video, he mentioned CR2
Whatever.
and ARW.
Look, it doesn't matter.
But yeah, to actually tackle that video, to actually tackle your argument, that video is mostly about the conspiracy that those were faked, which is impossible.
It's not
considering the fact that those raw files. Oh, okay. If you want to talk over me, just fucking talk over me.
No, I stopped. I heard you talk. Go ahead. Well, go finish.
You already fucking threw me way off the rails here. You're gonna have to talk now.
Well, you claimed it's impossible. What's the evidence it's impossible?
I can tell you from the video because I watched it. The claim is that there's thousands of these photos. Hey, you yielded the floor with your butt hurt. Indio then yielded the floor. I took over the floor. So you're saying, oh my God, at this stage is pointless. So if you want to go, just say, oh, can I explain it rather than you? And then I'll yield to you.
I mean, he asked me, not you, but sure.
You yielded the floor,
those
dummy.
time lapses are made up of thousands of images, which are taken every few seconds by the ISS around certain areas, right?
So,
and you can request, which is just like wait a bit and then download raw files from those time lapses, which are made up of those raw files, right?
Okay, cool.
Are these children serious?
And those raw files. Elijah, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking mute you. These raw files.
What?
Right?
I wish you would. You're too young.
All right, so okay, there we go. So these raw files, they contain a lot more information than your average PNG or JPEG. Right.
If you made them, you're going.
And you can just like up the contrast, up the exposure, whatever.
Okay.
I didn't even mute him, by the way. It's just fucking bad.
Don't do that, okay? Thanks.
No, man.
No, I know it's against the rules.
I'd rather she would.
It's gonna cause audio chaos.
I just want her to get through this. So I can talk, please, for the love of God.
I mean, because this is such a.
Just let her finish her fucking selling point, man. She's just trying to pitch her fucking images. Let her pitch it, and then I'm gonna dismantle it.
Okay, go.
There you go. So those images, you can download them yourself, and you can open them and you can edit them, and you're gonna see a lot of detail. Like in the reflections in certain images, you can even see the astronaut behind those images that was taking those images. Like in the reflection of the window which the camera's looking through. And there's also like you can those databases, they have specific time codes when those pictures were taken, and you can look at the pictures themselves and see where they were taken, like what part of Earth they were taken on. And you can check the weather records, and they're going to be perfectly aligned with the clouds seen on the photos. And that's impossible to do on the amount of times they do.
Claim, I've heard Globers make that claim lots of times, that the pictures that they take from space match pictures on Earth. No Glober has ever, to this date, ever demonstrated that at all, ever. Okay? A lot of Globers claim it, no evidence for it. It's a bullshit claim.
Claim what?
Okay? The claim that the pictures that they take from space match something else. Okay? It's a bullshit claim. No one has ever demonstrated that. Ever.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, from the ground? Yeah. From the ground, match the clouds from space. Go for it.
Of course.
Yeah,
So let me grab the links here.
Yeah, from the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Remember what I said? From the ground. The images that they took from the ground match outer space.
That they took from the ground?
Yeah, from the ground. Look, we already know
Okay,
about
so if I pull up the weather records,
the Himawari and all that shit. All the Himawari data and all that stuff is held in an FTP NASA NOAA website. You know what an FTP is? File Transfer Protocol. They have a website. All the website has all the frickin' images of all the cloud covers going out almost frickin' 30 fucking years. We've known this for over 2 years, 3 years. I can give you the links to the FTP site. You can frickin' download them yourself. So how can they predict in the future? This is Himawari, right? These are all the weather satellites, are all pulling their images off the same goddamn NASA website. But the thing is, they have images for the future, not the past. They have the images for the past too, but they have images for the future. They also have a program you can download so you can wrap their textures over a globe.
Pretty sure those are estimates.
So estimates into the future. Well, is it any surprise if they're all using the same source of estimated data that their images are going to match? If they're all from space? That's why I said we need confirmation of the ground with what they say they take from space. So here's the problem.
Instead of the... Okay, hold on. Instead of the weather records, you want me to show you a picture and the exact same time here.
Major problem you really
have
the
ISS
is...
was... Okay, oh my god. Oh my fucking god, I'm losing my mind.
Okay, let me just say what the major problem. I mean, we can just cut to the chase. The major problem that you have is if the images purport to show curvature of the Earth from the ISS, the radius is wrong, and you live on a tiny Earth. Because the International Space Station is nowhere near high enough to see curvature. That's right, people. It's nowhere near high enough to see curvature. 250 miles above a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter is the equivalent of being 2.25 inches above a ball that's 6 feet in diameter. Now, if you think you can take a camera and put it 2 inches above a ball that's 6 feet in diameter and see curve, you're out of your mind. I'd like to see you do that. Dude, it's not for me to say. All I know is that if the image from an ISS purports to show curvature of the Earth, I don't know how they made it. I don't have to know. Rear projection, front projection, I don't know. I know that the ISS has 3 mock-ups, right? So it could have been mock-up in a studio with a rear projection. NASA owns the world's largest green screen. They could have did it there. I don't know. I could sit here and speculate. All I know is it doesn't match the geometry of the globe. And if you go look at China's space station, which purports to be 23 kilometers lower than NASA's space station, because Chinese people can actually do fucking math, right? Unlike in America, right? They can actually do math. It shows a fucking flat Earth. So who's lying? China's lying? Is NASA lying? Who's lying? Yeah, Jace just posted it. That's from the so-called Chinese space station. It's 23 kilometers lower, according to them, 23 kilometers lower than the International Space Station. This is what they show. ISS will show you images of
completely different angles, but sure.
What angle do you think this camera can take where you're going to see a ball?
Oh, holy crap, dude. No, stop right there. Okay, let's pay attention to the nature of the geometry of a ball. If you're off of a ball, right, and you're looking straight down, then the horizon is equidistant from all points, correct? Yes. So there is no other possible angle It's impossible. The vantage point is equidistant. What other position could you take? The ISS isn't going to spontaneously eject itself 100,000 miles to the left or right to get a different angle. It has a fixed viewpoint. The horizon's equidistant. So think about it. If the horizon's equidistant and the angle of declination to the horizon is equidistant, there is no other angle.
They have our youth's mind, yo.
So check this out, okay?
He's gonna fight it to the death.
So you're on the ISS. Let's wait a minute. We're going to a dream world. You're on the ISS. You're looking out at Earth. You're looking at where the Earth terminates and space begins. Every part of that edge of Earth that you can see is 1,400 miles away. To the left, to the right, doesn't matter where you look. Wherever the Earth stops and it meets space, that's 1,400 miles away. Everywhere is also the same angle below your eye level, right? So if I look left, if I look right, the horizon dip is whatever it is, 14 degrees. If I look left, it's 14 degrees if I look right. So no matter what way I look, it's the same dip. How can anything ever possibly look curved from there? If everything's the same distance and everything has the same angle, can't possibly look curved. Now you can come up with your own reason of why it's faked or not faked or whatever, but it can't possibly accurately represent the globe model of 3,959 mile radius because it doesn't fit the geometry that they claim it is. It's pretty simple. You could just take the image at face value. Maybe they'll show you pictures of Jesus someday and you'll believe that. I don't know. Maybe Santa, there's lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, but those are just claims. So why isn't it?
What are just claims?
Well, you're gonna have to show me why it's not possible.
Well, okay. Well, we were gonna show you the whole military thing, and so I don't know.
Yeah, I never got that.
Dre's posted that a while back. He posted it while I was talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go back to that later. But
I saw Flat Earther dies in rocket crash.
To the point about it's funny, right? To the point about only seeing 3% of the Earth from the ISS height or altitude.
Yeah.
Only seeing a flat horizon. You want evidence of that? Can you do the math?
Well, let me give some examples to what Elijah's saying. So I took pictures of a ball really quickly, and I posted them there for you to look at, to where my camera is far enough away from the ball so I get the vantage point of curvature. And I want to ask you, this is inches and inches away from the ball, okay, with my camera, and I want to ask you the equivalence that would be if my camera was away from the Earth. Like, what scale would that be compared to the ISS?
Why use your eyes when you can use something that goes further than that?
Like what?
Like a radar?
What?
Like a radar is going to exceed what you can physically see, and
that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm asking. I'm just
well, that's not.
We're talking about. Yeah, exactly.
You're talking about seeing like the edge of the horizon, right? I mean, like, why leave it up to your eyes?
Dude, friend, don't ask me. Ask the people on the ISS if they have that for you.
Right.
Yeah, so they don't have it. So your point is moot. Let's get back to the point at hand.
They don't have a radar?
My, these points that I'm all going, these people know me. I've been coming here, continuously going through every single point I know, right? And I'm learning a lot, actually, looking stuff up to talk to you guys. That's, it's really cool.
Well, I mean, that's always positive, regardless of where you stand, right? So the typical flat earther, I mean, I would say tried to debunk the globe model. In the process, learned all about it. And because of the lack of tangible evidence, verifiable evidence, and really just faith in the claims of strangers that claim they go to fantastic places like and that where they drop something, nothing falls, contrary to all human experience. You can believe that, or you can go with the objective empirical evidence that you can prove. You can take your choice, believe the TV or believe what's outside.
It's really what it comes down to. It's like you
Hmm?
either trust the authority or you become your own authority. That's it.
Heaven forbid.
I know, right?
Why would you want to do that?
Keep in mind, I don't know if anybody mentioned it particularly. I know we mentioned the principles, and we did post it, but I don't know if we mentioned it in audio that there's two prominent figures, at least one prominent in the common man's experience, and one prominent among flat Earth arguers. One being Neil deGrasse Tyson, and the other being this planetarium director. Because Neil deGrasse Tyson responded to the Red Bull jump when everyone thought they were seeing curvature from Felix Baumgartner's helmet cam. Right? They said, no, this is not curvature of the Earth. This is clearly curvature of the lens or optical curvature, because from that height, you don't have a vantage point sufficient to see this amount of curvature. Now, that's true. And then Mr. Paul Larson, who runs a planetarium, who happens to be a Glober, by the way, he applied that same train of thought that Neil deGrasse Tyson had to images from the ISS. And he gave a lecture and demonstrated the math and said, look, these angles of propagation and reception would preclude you from seeing a defined curvature. Right? You have to be a sufficient distance away from a ball, and this is not sufficient distance. So that's why I posted you those images that I was away from my soccer ball to get some pronounced curvature. It's like, what equivalent scale do you think that would be relevant to the ISS? If Indio told you, right, you're 2.5 inches off a 6-foot diameter ball, how are you going to tilt your camera to see the curvature? Right, and keep in mind you have to scale it down too, because a regular size camera's got a much bigger lens comparatively if you're going to scale it to the Earth. So how are you going to validate that the curvature you're seeing in the ISS is the curvature that you should be seeing?
I mean, I know the lens it was taken with, and it's not a fisheye lens. It doesn't really have any distortion.
That's not what we're saying.
I mean, yeah, because you said like 7 times, like 7 things, at once. But
so there's a mock-up
what
of the
Tyson
ISS.
said, I don't know what he was talking about there.
He said
We're talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, he said. Well, first of all, I posted in the little chat here a GeoGebra construction of where the ISS would be relative to the Earth, its altitude, and the quote from Paul Larson, who is a planetarium director, and him and one of his colleagues made a scale model of so this little white circle in the middle of the blue ball, that is the entire ISS horizon. Now, they are only going to see a tiny little portion of this in this field of view. But even if they could see the whole thing, all these parts, they're going to be dead center of this, and all these parts are going to be equidistant and have the same angle below their line of sight. There's no way from this distance that they claim they can see a sufficient amount of the ball to detect curvature. Period. It's not a question. It's not. See, we use math so we can be objective and things don't have to be about opinions.
Hold on. Point A is the radius, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, point A is the radius.
But that's more than double what the radius is.
It's in kilometers.
Oh, it's in kilometers.
Yes. We got a lot of Europeans. You gotta play the game. They don't like imperial.
There we go.
I do miles. Thank you very much, man. You'll find the miles.
Well, I've never.
I just like throwing curveballs. That's what I do. I was like, I'm gonna switch to metric.
I'm not American. I kind of disproved the whole flat Earth thing by existing. But
Yeah, I'll let you hear the hostile witness.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Mm-hmm. So what is that curvature you said?
Right.
Just the lens effects?
No, dude. We don't know how they did it. Well, we do know that the ISS. If you
No,
like,
I'm asking what Tyson said.
oh, what he said about that was because it was a fisheye lens. At the Baumgartner jump, that's who he was talking about. The Felix
I'd have to see
Baumgartner
which
Red Bull
camera.
jump from 128,000 feet.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, you'd have to believe in Planet New Mexico if you thought it was an actual image of the Earth.
Yeah. What actually happened there was he was asked about Jeff Bezos and Jeff Bezos seeing the Earth curve at that height, and he was like, "No, that's too low for you to be able to see the Earth curve."
And
Can I ask something really quick?
But even Felix Baumgartner himself lied about it and says he did see the fucking curvature.
Yeah.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
Good morning, everybody. I hope all is well with everyone.
Hater. Hi, Wave Mixer from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you don't believe you are living on a spinning water ball and you've seen all of those fake NASA videos, look no farther. You can now learn the truth about where you live right here. We live on a stationary plane, a level, non-rotating Earth that was created especially for you and me. There is no vacuum of space, there were no dinosaurs, and we never went to the moon. The Earth is not spinning 1,000 miles per hour. We're not orbiting the Sun at 66,600 miles per hour. There is no gravity, and we've all been lied to. Welcome to Flat Earth. Come join us in the live chat, where all are welcome. Globers, Flurfs, Flat Curious. All we ask is that you treat everyone with respect. Join us in the VC check-in to get verified. We're here 24/7, and we'll leave the light on for you. We have a special guest joining us on the panel, and please give him a welcome. His name is Neil, and I have a few questions to ask him. Neil, who's measured the diameter, circumference, or radius of the Earth?
Earth's circumference was first accurately measured more than 2,000 years ago by the Greek astronomer Eratosthenes, who at the time lived in the Egyptian city of Alexandria.
So tell me, Neil, how did Eratosthenes measure the Earth 2,000 years ago?
He had heard that in the nearby town of Syene, midday sunlight shines straight down to the bottom of deep wells on the same day each year, indicating that the sun was directly overhead in Syene. In Alexandria, however, sunlight on that date never reached the bottoms of wells, but instead fell upon the sides. Eratosthenes reasoned that the difference in the angle of incoming sunlight was due to the curvature of Earth's surface. And so by measuring this angle, he related the distance between Alexandria and Syene to the total dimension of the globe.
So your only measurement of the Earth was taken 2,000 years ago, before clocks or cell phones were invented, yet Eratosthenes was able to communicate with someone 500 miles away and be able to sync their time to take measurements at the exact same time? I must say that I do find it fascinating that with all the trillions of dollars NASA has received, we have no measurements of the Earth with our modern digital equipment. It leaves me wondering how we know the size of other objects in the sky, if we don't even know the accurate size of the place we live on. Well, surely we've been able to measure the axial rotation of the Earth, haven't we, Neil?
By the mid-19th century, most educated people knew that Earth spins on its axis, completing a rotation once a day. But there was no obvious visual demonstration of the Earth's rotation, only astronomical evidence.
So, Neil, if I get this right, are you saying that there's never been a measurement of the Earth's axial rotation?
No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth.
Thank you for being honest, Neil. I do have one final question for you. Normal atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.6 psi. The vacuum of space is said to be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container?
The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Okay, Neil, let me get this straight. The only measurement of the Earth was done 2,000 years ago with sticks and shadows. The axial rotation of the Earth has never been measured, and space is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You know what, Wave? You are correct. You caught me. The Earth is flat. Is this the part where you snatch my wig? Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Mayhem has been telling you about these 3 points, and you should really be paying attention in class.
Picture, if you will, a place where people believe that they are living on a ball covered with water and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Although nobody has ever measured the size of this ball drop over distance, People of this place have been deceived to believe that 70% of this ball is covered with water that magically curves around the surface of the ball as it is spinning at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, simultaneously circling the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. These people were indoctrinated from an early age as children, where they were placed in a government-mandated educational facility and graded on how well they were able to regurgitate the disinformation they had been programmed with. Children were taught to recite, not to think. After completing the mandatory 12 years of training, they were ready to put their training to the test, a sink or swim test, if you will. Some went to fight in wars. Many died in these wars because they believed they were protecting their freedom. Many of the soldiers that did survive are homeless in the streets, forgotten by the same government that placed them in harm's way. Soldiers that made it back home alive, as well as those not selected to go to war, went to work for a fiat currency in order to provide food and shelter. They all had to pay tribute to the powers that be. All were unknowingly enslaved to the banker's economic system. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. If this sounds to you like something that could happen only in the Twilight Zone, join us for Speculation Sunday here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tell them Rod sent you.
Wait, so why?
So that's a 6%. That's a 6%. That's 6% differential, and you're telling me that that's going to produce that effect?
Is this just from one source, though? I mean, like, it's just one picture.
So you don't believe the Chinese space agencies or NASA?
True, but if you just go to certain search engines and search up ISS live footage, in the thumbnails for the various videos that will appear in the drop downs, you can see right in the thumbnails all kinds of different curvatures. They're not even consistent with the curvature they display from the one thing, let alone different things. So which one are we going to trust?
Probably not China.
Well, of course not, because we're not Chinese. But imagine if we were some loyal Chinese. Then who would we trust?
I'm watching the video that image is associated with, and so this whole thing is CGI.
What?
Like I mean, it's, the Chinese space station video, I'm sorry, I don't mean to assume. Is it not real, or is it or is it just? I'm sorry.
The problem here is
go ahead, friend.
Sure. The problem here is that the Chinese people are pretty good at math, and according to the math, the horizon from that height should be flat.
According to
this is what Neil deGrasse Tyson tells us. This is what Planetarium Director Paul Larson tells us. This is what the math tells us.
Hey, may I just tell you, though, according to the principles of physics, a sufficiently large mass will collapse into a sphere shaped due to gravity. It's because a sphere is the shape that minimizes gravitational potential energy.
Dude, that's an excellent reading of the creation story of the globe religion. So let it be written, so let it be done.
And what about centrifugal force? The Earth's rotation causes a slight oblateness, making the Earth an oblate spheroid rather than a perfect sphere.
Wait.
This
So
aligns with predictions from physics.
Brother, I do have an actual question. Because I've watched like a lot of different flat Earth videos and counter arguments and stuff. And so one of the biggest things that I've remembered was like if you're in the North Pole or the South Pole, like the stars will rotate opposite directions, and like how exactly does a flat Earth it goes along
no problem
with the globe Earth.
Yeah, no problem. But first, let's be clear that they're not actually rotating in opposite directions. They're rotating from east to west. They're just appearing to counter-rotate from your perspective or your point of view.
Yeah.
However, the assumption is made, it's much like when you do a bolt, right? Like, let's say you're fixing a car or your bike. One side of the bike, you have to turn counterclockwise. You go to the other side of the bolt, and in order to tighten it, you have to turn it in the reverse direction. Because you're on the opposite side of an object and it's rotating in the same direction. But your opposite sideness that you put yourself on makes you have to turn it the opposite way to get the same turning effect towards the front of the bike to tighten it. Now, we know that's true. Yeah, go ahead. Did you know that? You get that one? All right, we're
What
just
about
going to assume you
satellite
got
data
it.
that's equipped with like
Hold
sensors?
on, dude. We're just going to assume you got it, right? Now, we know that's true with the bolt because we can see, touch, ascertain, and determine both sides simultaneously from a vantage point that allows us to validate the three-dimensional relationship between all parts, that being the wrench, the nut, and the bolt. That perspective doesn't exist when it comes to the stars. No one's been outside of the reference frame of the Earth to look back through the star field at the Earth and validate the three-dimensional relationship. So, at best, it's an inference or an interpretation. Now, we do know that optical effects can cause things to appear to counter-rotate and all kinds of stuff. So, it's not really a validatable claim that that's actually a proof of the globe.
Yeah, I wasn't using it as proof. Because I could imagine like how a flat Earth model could try to logically because in my interpretation like the flat Earth model seems to be something that you can and so it's kind of there's a lot of unanswered questions. So
yeah, can I give you, since you used the word mystery, I want to give you just a couple factoids about some progress in the flat Earth realm, just because you seem curious.
Yeah.
So there's this guy, and he used to call himself Flat Earth Philosophy. Okay. He changed his YouTube name to Tomb of Illumination, right?
Yeah.
Now, I haven't validated his claims, but supposedly he's like a 240 IQ, certain fields and all of this, right? Yes, exactly. If like a higher order philosopher.
There's no
but
such thing as
he has.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, I know. Whatever. It don't matter, dude. It don't matter. That's not the point. I'm just saying. That's why I said supposedly.
He's exaggerating.
So.
Hey, go on.
Right, and he might even be doing it to troll because there's a lot of people in the flat Earth, globe Earth debates that, in certain debates and stuff, have boasted about their IQs, and so he might be doing it just to like say, oh well, you all claim, like the highest IQ that somebody's ever claimed is like 200 or 180
I don't
or
think.
something.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever reached 200.
No, I'm talking about these people.
Oh yeah,
like in these debates. So he might just be trumping them now. I understand where he's coming from because one time I was in a debate making commentary and someone challenged me on my IQ and they were giving a number and I told them, well, dude, my IQ is measured in colors, so I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. The point is he made some models which are essentially toroidal. So you know like the southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere, and you can imagine that laid out in a circular format like the Azimuthal map, or in other words, the flat map. That's a circle, right?
Yeah.
So he imagines it as he imagines the sky as a toroid or two rings with a center trough. And there's different energy states within the center ring, the outside ring, and the center trough. And the way that the light passes through them causes them to like reflect off each other and then pass back out. So they're actually like inverted images in each section, etc. And that's the crudest way I can explain it. You'd really have to watch his videos. He demonstrates a lot of things with holographics and all of that type of stuff. And it's very interesting. And he supposedly claims to have an undebunkable model of how the stars can work completely fine with the Earth being flat. And so if you're curious, I would check him out.
I mean, I'm definitely probably never going to be convinced, but like I like to.
Yeah, cool. Things. Yeah, but if anybody didn't follow like what I was getting at, so what he basically did is instead of assuming that the stars are a singular star field that move in a uniform manner relative to us, he assumed that they were segmented or separated. and he appeared to have made 3 separations. So in his view, the stars are not one field; they're 3 fields cooperating to give you the final image. Hopefully, that was simple enough.
Yeah, no, I think I got hurt.
So then someone else had the question followed with something different, so they can go ahead. Maybe it was about satellite data or satellite imagery, something. Does that ring a bell?
I mean, I feel like for me, the biggest reason why it'd be so hard to be, it's hard to fathom that all these companies, well, I mean, there's not that many companies, but SpaceX and just NASA and all these different governments that are launching rockets are just like flying. It's not really an argument I'm presenting. It's just my reason. I'm a sheep, I guess,
Well, I mean, it's not entirely unreasonable to say if the logistics were that so many people had to be involved in it and they have to be actively participating in a deception, not only to each other for any compartmentalization, but to the average person and their family, and hiding the true nature of the work that they do, then yeah, I mean, that's kind of impressive. But I would submit to you that a majority of the people actually don't need to know the truth or need to even be involved in things that are even capable of knowing the truth.
Yeah.
They're just, cogs in a wheel of a greater machine that they didn't design in the first place.
Yeah, because there's less than like a percentage of people that are like involved in that stuff.
Exactly.
Even less than 0.1%.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? If you go back to the Manhattan Project, I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure. But the stats were like there were 240,000 people involved, and only 16 of them knew what was actually going on, or something like that.
Yeah, because I mean, the atomic bomb shit was a big deal. Like we did not want the fucking Germans to find out.
Yeah. Yeah, they even built certain parts of the facilities to manufacture parts that the people didn't even know what they were for, and then they were brought to a different place. All kinds of tricks they used.
There's so many fucking spies around that time too. And
Yeah.
if our development fell into the hands of the Germans, it could have been disastrous.
Yeah, I kind of want to watch Oppenheimer now because that's supposed to be about like that.
Is that a new
that
movie?
pacing of that? Yeah, it's about what you just said, like that frenetic rush to beat the Germans and to keep it secret.
I've heard it was good, but I also heard people say it was like.
Dude, imagine if they nuked Israel instead of Japan.
But
they weren't at war with Israel. Yeah, they weren't at war with Israel, brothers. So what's your point?
I think it would have been terrible. I think it's terrible that we don't talk about what happened to the Japanese people, bro. Those were non-combatants. Those were women, children, elderly people. Like, America's the real evil, bro. They're the fucking country.
Hey, dude, you missed the point. You missed the plot, bro. Do you know the decision that the President of the United States had to make before that even came down the pike? Did you ever hear about this?
And we could have chosen way bigger cities too, but we didn't.
Yeah, but bro, do you guys know about that decision? So supposedly the scientists had to brief the president before they did the test that they weren't certain that they were not going to ignite the entire Earth's atmosphere in a chain reaction.
Why would they do that, bro? That's such a big risk.
Well, think about it. Exactly, that's the point. So, like, you think, oh, it's so bad to make a decision to drop bombs on 100,000 people, right? What about the concept of, hey, yo, bro, we're not sure that if we light off this contraption, we're not going to destroy the whole Earth. Should we do it or not? Okay,
Dude,
thumbs up.
Fuck it, YOLO. America.
Wait, what were those tests in the desert called? Like when they went to Vegas and they were, because that would have they would have known from the first test if it was going to ignite the whole atmosphere, right?
Sounds like the type of maniacs that will go to the moon for humanity and then bomb nations and kill millions of people. Sounds like that type of people.
Dude, I just don't understand why we didn't nuke like the military bases. And why the fuck did we nuke like schools and hospitals and libraries? And that's so fucked up, bro. You nuked like two of their largest cities.
No, they were the
with all the children in it. Like,
right, but that's not
evil
the,
as
that's
fuck.
not the whole story, though. That's not the whole
That's
story.
way worse than Pearl Harbor, bro. At least Pearl Harbor was all soldiers. So
Right,
fucked up,
but
man.
you're thinking about an ethos from a Western perspective. Okay, the Asian cultures had an entirely different ethos about war.
But they didn't nuke
Their
us.
ethos, that's fine, but think about it. Their ethos is that men, women, and children are going to fight to defend their homeland. And look, it might not be true. This is just what we were told in history books, right? That they had like this completely different way of thinking. That they were going to die for the emperor, right? So if we had to invade them, we would have had to have killed almost every civilian we came into contact with, theoretically. And so the decision was made, rather than do a manned invasion, we're going to exercise a show of power that will put fear into them and make them quit. So check this out. After they dropped the first bomb, the story goes that the leadership witnessed the power of the first bomb, not knowing how many more of these bombs the United States had, and decided to say, no, that is not enough. We are still going to fight you. And then after the second bomb, that is when they finally said, you know what, we give up.
Dude, but like what I'm saying is, right, if you're fighting a war and it's soldiers versus soldiers, yes, war crimes happen. Yes, civilian casualties happen. Sure, whatever. But on the level of literally nuking a major metropolitan area full of fucking just regular people, that's crazy as fuck. There are so many, you can't argue that there wasn't other ways to end or continue fighting on soil. That argument that the people have the will to fight, like many countries could argue the same thing. If you invaded Texas, if Japan invaded Texas, old people, women, children, they're all getting armed and shooting at them. I'm telling you.
Well,
that's just how it fucking
that's
works.
why, dude. That's why I think it was Emperor Hirohito that has that famous quote where he says, I would never invade the homeland of America because there's a rifle behind every blade of grass.
Yeah, you'd be wise to fucking not invade America. But you'd also be wise to not nuke a country full of innocent people.
Well, if America, if he wouldn't invade, but America would, be constantly attacking, constantly fighting, never giving up, then I'm pretty sure they would also do the same thing. But that's neither here nor there, because you're thinking backwards in time from modern sensibilities. Like, we really don't know the mind state that those people were at, other than stories. But however, we do know. Yes, hold on, friend.
You're kind of defending. You're kind of defending a genocide, because according to the definition of a genocide, those nukes fit it. Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Okay, that's fine, dude. That's fine. What am I supposed to do about it?
Nothing. Agreed that it was a terrible atrocity that should have never happened.
Dude, everyone was committing genocides. So the Japanese people literally before they got bombed killed probably just as many people.
Right.
In the
right, but hold on, friend. Speaking about this, we're talking about Asian cultures, right, and their sensibilities and the way they think about things, right? So we had images from the Chinese space station, right, where they show a flat horizon. Now, there's an interesting alleged experiment done by somebody alleged to have existed in history named Eratosthenes, who supposedly put some sticks in the ground or some wells and measured the shadows and inferred that the Earth was a globe from it. Interestingly enough, the Chinese did the same thing at around the same time. But they came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat. How come you never hear about that?
I mean, there aren't any nations that like recognize that the Earth is.
Well, in the modern day, the official governments maybe not. However, in a subtext, the majority of the religions of the countries of the world, like, have flat Earth cosmologies in the underpinnings, like Hinduism. It's kind of a pseudo flat. Yeah, it's kind of a pseudo flat. Obviously, Abrahamic religions. The cosmology in that is flat, fixed, immovable, etc., etc. But yeah, most governments, nowadays are secular in nature. They're not really theocratic or religious.
Except for a few. A lot of the Middle Eastern ones are still pretty atheist.
Yeah, sure. But I would submit to you that governments that affirm heliocentric Big Bang expanding cosmogony and cosmology are actually perpetrating religion on their people. Okay, it's got a creation story. It's got where we came from. It's got the nature of how we should be morally, and it's got where we're going.
Big Bang isn't a creation. It's a hypothesis of the potential.
How everything came to be. Yeah, how everything came to be.
Yeah, no. So everything up till a fraction of a second before then, we don't know what happened before that point. So the Big Bang doesn't actually say like that's where everything began. That's just as far back as we could see. Like hypothetically, there could have been a universe prior to the Big Bang that just finished.
The Big Bada Boom is a creation story. The Big Bada Boom by a priest. It was invented by a priest.
The Big Bada Boom. Are you talking about the Big Bang?
Yes, the Big Bang was invented by a Catholic priest, Georges Lemaitre.
Yeah, but I was just touching on the idea that...
And the concepts, but the concepts of the Big Bang and other such things like spheres and ideal shapes and divine shapes and all of these things, right? That's from like the Book of Zohar and Kabbalism. Like it's all steeped in religion and religious history and creation stories and mysticism. I'll put it to you this way, friend. The Big Bang and expanding heliocentric cosmogony and all these woo-woo energy states that they need for all their magic to occur, like multiverses and all this crap, it's all mysticism, bro. It's not science. You think alternate universes is science? Think about that. An unvalidatable principle, right? An unvalidatable proposition. Purely speculative as an ad hoc hypothesis that was first proffered to defeat the anthropic principle, right? So to appeal to probability by dismissing probability by appealing to an infinite data set of infinite alternate universes so that we arrive at the universe perfectly designed for life. And you're trying to tell me that's science?
I mean, at that point there would be infinite, for life, right?
Yes, dude. It's purely hypothetical and speculative, and quite frankly, religious.
Paraphrase Hubble. It's an ideology we've got to avoid at all costs, right?
Yeah, the idea that the Earth is the center of the universe and has a special position in the cosmos is unthinkable, intolerable, and horrible. Oh, and don't get me wrong. He also said, and some of the other guys, it's boastful. It's arrogant to think we're the center of the universe.
Well, I mean, it's impossible.
Does that sound like... yes, I know, but does that sound like science to you? Or does that sound like philosophy and personal opinions?
I mean, it sounds like probability, because probabilistically it is really, 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 really improbable that we are, but I mean, not impossible.
Well, yeah, except that when they speculated the idea of the after effects of the Big Bang being a ever-present radiation known as the cosmic microwave background, and they went out and they tried to measure it, they found something interesting that they dubbed the axis of evil. Now, they called it the axis because it is a heat distribution that centers on the Earth. And then they called it evil because it demonstrates we're the center of the universe, and they've already decided that if we're the center of the universe, they don't like it. It's horrible, so it must be evil.
All right, so let me defend this, because the idea in science would be that no matter where you are in the universe, it would be the center, because light is traveling at the speed of light from all directions. So if
that's not what the axis of evil is, though.
Yeah, but do you hear what I'm saying?
I understand that position, but the axis of evil is something different.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
It's very important, dude, in the cosmogony history of the heliocentric paradigm.
Well, AI, he said he doesn't agree with that, but is that an agree or disagree argument that the axis of evil has an actual meaning, a definition of what it is? And he's saying, I don't agree with the definition of that. I mean,
Well, no,
I don't think so.
I didn't say I didn't. I don't know what. I didn't say I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know what the axis of. I was just
Well, friend,
talking about.
friend, would you be willing to spend 90 minutes of your life finding out what it's about, with a very entertaining history of this type of thing put forth in a nice documentary format that's actually quite not boring? It's called. I'll give you the name of it. I'll tell you.
Brother, I can be honest with you.
I'll tell you that.
And say like I could watch it, but like my attention span, like I'll try to watch something for hours, and then like I end up just watching something else and then closing out.
Yeah, that's fair. I understand, but you could breeze through it and just find the points that you find interesting. It's essential. So let me explain it to you.
I'm here.
The name of the documentary is called The Principle. The Principle, and it's based on a thing called the. Let me think. What is that called, guys? It's not the heliocentric principle. It's named after Copernican principle. The Copernican principle is that the Earth cannot be at the center of the universe. It's a philosophical assertion, right? Because of different reasons based on these different models that these people's created in the past and the metaphysical implications, right? And it shows you the history and why they made the decisions that they made. Now, this documentary is trying to proffer the idea that the universe is geocentric. It's not about flat Earth, okay? It's just about the Earth being in the center of the universe. And so they show you the history of why people made the decisions about interpreting the data. And they have these different people who are experts in those fields come on and give their little testimonies or explanations of these things. And in there, the guy talks about the axis of evil. It's quite compelling. But that's not the only place, because obviously that physicist does work other places, and other people have done work with that concept.
Narrated by Kate Mulgrew, if you like Star Trek.
So I mean,
yeah, it's narrated by Captain Janeway. If you didn't know who Mulgrew is.
I mean, so I mean, like from my understanding, we have the observable universe, and then there is the unobservable universe as well. So like I feel like it would be theoretically impossible to like ever precisely determine where the center of the universe is. You can't observe the entire universe.
They present a lot of interesting evidence and a lot of interesting points where men who try to claim it's not the center of the universe made philosophical decisions rather than scientific decisions. Because like a lot of what you're saying is based on these principles that these men helped formulate, and their bias is expressed in their own words.
Yeah, like I mean, because I'm not entirely sure how you could reason that or not. I mean, other than like the probability is like so low that it would be zero. There's still like obviously the
chance of what?
The chance that we are the center of the universe. But like I can't rule out that we aren't.
Based on what though?
But
it's based on all of these things.
Sorry. So like based on the idea that like the universe as we know it, our universe it has been expanding since Big Bang. Like it's possible to know what like
right, dude. What I'm telling you, yes, fair. But what I'm telling you, what I'm trying to tell you, is that this concept from where you get this idea that these things are expanding in that manner is based on flawed reasoning that's rife with philosophical bias in the past of the men who created all of this stuff.
Look, it looks like it's expanding. The cosmological axis of evil is because it looks like it's expanding in that it started at Earth. Okay, so that's the problem. Because it's uniform in every direction where it should be like more clumpy in other directions, right? If we were like in some direction from wherever the center was, there'd be what's called an anisotropic. And this is a hard word to say.
Anisotropic?
Yes, anisotropic preference to the data, a direction to the data. Where there'd be more temperature in one direction and in some other direction.
If you believe in the flat Earth, you're a pedophile.
Takes one to
goodness,
know
wow,
one. Takes
bro.
one to know one. Are you the expert? I think someone touched his no spot. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, no, I would just argue like obviously that no matter where you are in the universe would be as it is, because like the speed of light travels the same speed from all directions. I mean, I kind of feel like we're just on like.
No, they measure the temperature, right? And it's like clumpy, so it's not like if you ever seen the CMB map, it's kind of clumpy. There's like preferred directions, right? So like it's not like a uniform distribution of the energy, but the energy should have a preferential direction. Where there's more energy in one direction than some other direction, because that's where the Big Bang started from, right? That's where all the matter and everything, the cosmic microwave background, which is supposed to be the echo from the Big Bang, where that came from, that should have a direction. But these maps of the CMB, they have no preferred direction. It looks like it's coming everywhere uniformly, identically.
Yeah, it's coming over uniformly, identically, like the same way that like a light bulb
Isotropic
spreads light like uniformly and identically around, like spherical light bulb that illuminates.
Yeah, but it looks like we're in the center. That's the problem.
Yeah. And what I'm saying is, if we move to a different galaxy, like in a different quadrant of the universe, it would appear as if that point is also the center of the way that light travels.
Well, then, how is there a Big Bang if it's uniform?
So the Big Bang, sorry, I'm stuttering on my words. Yeah, but like the Big Bang isn't like an ultimate like beginning of the universe, because like I said, the Big Bang only accounts for like a fraction, like a fraction of a second before like the actual like we don't know what happened in that fraction of a second before like the cosmic radiation background.
Yeah. So I'm aware of all of Hawking's nonsense that he's published, Brief History in Time. I read that when I was like 19 years old, which is freaking 3 decades ago at least. So, yeah. So in his book, A Brief History of Time, Stephen Hawking wrote that the universe was condensed into a zero-dimensional point mass of infinite mass density and infinite energy density. And it was a single location. In the femtoseconds after the Big Bang, physics break down and they don't know what really happened. But after that, they claim that they can model it to a certain point in time, right? So the point is, it still has a central location.
Yeah,
it's not like it was spread across all space and it like material, like, what would you call it? Just like materialized into existence everywhere all at once.
So I guess what I should have said is like to really know like for sure not is we'd have to have like a data point, like we'd have to be able to measure from like a pretty like far distance away from where we are now and see if that also would look like it's the center of the universe. And since we're only on Earth, we can't really like have more than just one data point.
I understand what you're saying, and that's a valid point, but it could just be wrong.
Yeah.
The whole idea, the whole foundation of the heliocentric model, the Copernican principle, that Earth does not have a special place in the cosmos, universe, whatever you want to call it, that could just be wrong. Because all our information so far that we've had from looking at the universe, even if you take everything to be true, the Lambda CDM model, that's the Big Bang model. That's, I guess, they say, well, it's the one that's taught in university, let's put it that way, even though no one believes it anymore in university. So if you could take all this stuff as true, right? There's nowhere that we've looked out and peered in the universe and the trillions of stars and planets or whatever you think is out there that seems to be like Earth.
Well, when you say like Earth, what do you mean?
Well, we also had
like Earth, has any properties similar to what you observe on Earth?
What kind of properties? Like
Any
you're being
property.
Okay. What about like within the Goldilocks zone of a solar system? Do you think that there are no? Okay,
That's
so I would
a
argue.
conceptual idea, right? That's an idea that maybe somewhere out there, there's some Goldilocks zone where there's a planet like Earth. That has not been observed, has it?
So Indio, you're saying that there is no.
Has that been observed or not? Yes or no?
Wait. So you're
yes
saying,
or no?
Indio, I'm asking you to clarify your claim. Of course, there have been planets that have been observed to be within the Goldilocks zone of a solar system. What are you talking about?
Okay, knowing the Goldilocks zone is a theoretical concept, but no planet has been observed. The only way to know if there is a Goldilocks zone would be to observe an Earth-like planet within it. Then you would know, hey, this Goldilocks zone concept, this thing is actually valid because we found a planet that's like Earth within it. But that's never been found. Nothing Earth-like has ever been found in the cosmos.
Okay, however, we have now shown that these two planets, Kepler 138c and D, are quite different in nature and that they are a big fraction of their entire volume is likely composed of water. It is the best evidence yet for water worlds, a type of planet that was theorized by astronomers to exist for a long time.
Yeah,
these
great.
two planets are made of water, NASA says. Now,
Do
here's
you know
where you
how
say
they
that
come to
all
those
here's where you say that all the evidence is fake.
No, hold on.
Hold on a second.
No, hold on. Don't straw man me. I don't say anything's fake. First of all, you didn't present any data to support your claim. You didn't present any. No, listen. So there's evidence in that. If I hit that, I'm going to see graphs. I'm going to see the actual data, right? That's what I'm going to see in that link. Oh, it's CNN. So no, I'm not going to see it. I'm going to see a bunch of claims, right?
Do you want me to get you an article regarding these two planets?
Yeah, I already know how they claim to do this, right? They measure the intensity. Do you know how I know this? There's an astrophysicist PhD student in our Discord server.
Okay.
Okay, so I know how they do this, even though I didn't need to beat him to know because I already knew.
So how do they do it?
They measure the changing brightness of a star, and then from that they infer that there's some planet there.
Sorry.
Okay.
And depending on the frequency, they'll guess at the size, distance, and the composition, and all that of the planet.
Yeah, they'll guess. And when you say things like likely water, what does that mean?
It means
can you quantify the likely? How did they quantify the likely? What statistical method did they apply?
That's a different question. Your original claim
it's a claim,
was that
so
there are no planets with any properties like that of Earth. That was your original claim.
I said they've never been observed.
What do you mean by observed?
Observed.
Like you mean we haven't been to other planets?
Dude, what are you confused about? They've never been observed.
You're saying okay. So your original claim was that there are no planets with any discernible properties like that of Earth. An absurd claim, considering that Earth is a rocky planet, and we have other rocky planets within our solar system. So obviously, So obviously, I'm taking
that's
this
covered
to
in
mean
70% water at the surface. So it seems super rocky.
Holy shit, dude! You do realize that geologically speaking, melted water is lava because like ice is considered like a geological
water
rock.
is lava.
Like
That's
India,
a new one.
like India, you do realize that like molten rock, right, is considered lava, right?
Really need to change your name.
Okay, you're just not engaging because you can't. That's fine.
No, because you're confused. Melted water is not melted rock. Okay, Earth is not a quote unquote rocky planet. It's not a planet at all.
It's not. Okay.
No, it's not a planet at all.
Oh, so when you said that there are no planets that are like Earth, you're saying that there are no other planets
even
that are flat.
within
that's what you're saying.
There's no such thing as a flat planet because a planet is defined as a wandering star. That's where the word comes from. And Earth is not a wandering star, is it?
So Mars is not a planet?
It's a wandering star. It's what we call a wandering star.
So
yes,
planet.
That's what we call it. That's how we defined it.
So
we made up the word
planet. From the Oxford definition, a celestial body moving in an elliptical orbit around a star. The second definition is literally the Earth. So Earth is by definition a planet.
Oh, so that's how you prove the Earth is a planet. You just defined Earth as planet.
You just defined it as a wandering star. What the fuck are you talking
Look
about?
up the etymology of the word planet and where that word originates.
Brother,
Well, I'm looking it up in the dictionary because that's how it works.
Is that look up the etymology of the word, dude?
You didn't make the claim about the etymology of the word. You made a claim about how the word is defined right now. You said that right now the word is defined as a wandering star.
I said the word planet. The word planet comes from the definition wandering star.
Right, and so you're saying there is no planet like Earth because Earth isn't a planet? That wasn't your original claim. Your original claim.
Damn right it wasn't, and I never said it was.
Wait, so I have a real quick question. So because it's talking about planets, like we can observe like Saturn, like with a like you can get a telescope. And see Saturn, right? Doesn't it appear like spherical with like the rings? And stuff?
No, you can't see a sphere through a binocular. That's idiotic.
But yeah, but I mean, I don't mean to like.
I'm just saying you. Okay. To see a 3D object, you need stereoscopic vision. You can't have stereoscopic vision through a single eyepiece. And then even if you had stereoscopic vision, the eyes, right, the two optics need to be far enough apart so you can create a 3D image. That means you need parallax. You need a large enough separation between the eyepieces. In the heliocentric model, the planets are too far away, and even the moon is too far away to have parallax and have stereoscopic vision. So no, they don't look like spheres. They look like circles. Objectively, that's what they look like.
Well,
now you can use your pareidolia and say, "Hey, it looks like a sphere to me," because I've been staring at them in books and in movies and everything. They keep saying this is what a sphere looks like, but if you encounter a sphere in real life, the planets don't look like a real life sphere.
Have you ever seen a sphere look anything other than a circle when it's projected on a 2D plane?
No. Why would I?
Right. Okay. So if we see things in the sky that always look like circles, no matter which angle we're checking them out from, then it's reasonable to infer that they are spheres, right?
Is it reasonable? It's reasonable to infer that. Okay. But inference is not a proof of anything.
I understand. It is very rare to say that science is proof
you don't
of
actually.
anything because I'm still talking about. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
But you're admitting that whichever perspective we're looking at, it always looks
no. That's
like
not what I'm
a
admitting,
circle.
and that's why I was trying to interrupt you because I knew what you're going to try. I knew what you were going to attempt next.
So if you're saying it's not a sphere,
I did not
then what is the shape?
I did not concede. We're looking at it from different angles. Okay, that was your claim which coincidentally has no evidence.
Okay, so if I give you so would you agree that if I'm looking at Mars from two different places on Earth, that those are necessarily two different angles? Very small angles.
They're not. You can't actually,
angles.
but you can't actually measure the different angles. Right. So if you go to those two places on Earth and look through a telescope, Mars is going to look. Hey, stop talking. I'm talking, right? So if you go to these two places on Earth, no matter how far apart you are, Mars is going to look identical. It's not going to appear shifted, and it's not going to appear like you're looking at Mars from one side versus the other.
So, Indio, if I'm in two separate places and I'm looking at the same object, necessarily that would entail that I'm looking at it from a different angle, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's what you would think, right?
When you say, hold on. So when you say we've never seen Mars from two different angles, and literally I can step to the left and observe Mars from a different angle. That is quite literally one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking heard.
Does it look different or look the same?
What?
Does it look different or does it look the same? When you step to the left when you step to the left 1 foot, does it look like you've changed position and you're looking at Mars from a different angle?
That's not what your claim was. You said that you wasn't looking at from different angles.
I'm sick of you not answering questions. Okay, these questions are made to make you look stupid. Okay,
but you're kind of failing at that because when you step to the left, it looks pretty similar. Yeah,
it looks the same. What if I go 1,000 miles to the now? Listen, if I go 1,000 miles to the left.
Yeah, you're making my argument for me. You're saying that no matter what, it always looks like a circle.
It looks. Listen,
There's
no
never
matter
been an
where you
instance in
go,
which you take a picture of Mars and it looks like a football, right? So why would we assume
no,
that?
you just tried to, first of all, you just tried to straw man me and obfuscate. That shit ain't gonna
I'm
work,
not saying you're saying it looks
No.
like a football. I'm not saying you
No.
said that. I'm saying
Listen.
that there's no other reason to think that there's no reason.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You know you're about to get fucking pinned to the deck. So, real simple. And I didn't mute you, by the way. Whoever muted him, thank you. So, check this out. You said we're looking at it from a different angle. Objectively, you can't tell that. You can move around. You can go all over the place. You can go from one side of the earth to the other. And if you make the simultaneous observation and snap a photo, Mars is going to look the same from each angle.
It doesn't matter what it
So you
looks
have no
like,
3D
dude.
information, dude. You have no stereoscopy. You have no 3D information.
India, but like if
Even though you
let's say-
should, because it's two different
Okay.
angles. Now it's not two plane. That's not one plane. It's two planes, right? You got two projection planes, and you should have parallax, and you should be able to measure the distance using this parallax because you have two different angles.
It's
But when you go out into the
completely
real
different
world and do this, what you think should happen don't happen. Now, why is that?
India, but you're saying we can't view this from two different angles, right? But even though you
It does
just
not
admit,
appear,
India,
dude. It does not
buddy,
appear
buddy,
to
buddy,
be
buddy, it
from
doesn't
two different
matter.
angles.
Answer his question. Why
Yeah,
is that?
Neon is just trying to obfuscate. He's trying
Right,
to
right.
conflate angle of elevation
God.
and the angle
I never
change
said angle of
relative to the
elevation.
horizon, and not the angle
told
that
you
you're
mental
looking at
illness
the
in this
ball
chat.
from. He's just
Yeah,
being
go
retarded.
harder.
Yeah, there is mental illness in this chat. Quit bringing it here unless you're going to answer his question.
He didn't ask a question. He just said, "No, you don't
Yes.
have spectroscopy."
What?
Wait, hold-
I
okay,
never
actually,
even
hold on,
mentioned
hold
the
on,
word
hold on.
spectroscopy.
I want. This is what I wanted to have. Yes, you did. You didn't.
Oh, you're going to set the terms now? No, he has a question on the table.
When did I
Fucking answer.
mention the word spectroscopy? Rewind the tape. When did I say that word?
said
Yeah, you
don't
didn't.
have spectroscopy.
No, you
No,
didn't.
no,
He
no,
didn't
no,
say
I
that.
said
You
don't
were
have
hallucinating.
I said you don't have stereoscopy.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's fine.
Stereoscopic vision. You know what that is? Why am I talking to you? You don't fucking
Okay.
know anything.
Indio, buddy.
Shut up. Tell you stereoscopic vision. So when we look out into the world, we have two eyes. We have depth cues because we have stereoscopic vision. That's why you can throw a frickin' football and hit someone in the chest since you want to bring back up footballs, because you have depth cues to figure out how far away they are. But when we look into the night sky, none of these depth cues exist. Of course you're gonna leave because you don't want to hear it. This for everybody else. None of these depth cues exist, right? We don't have a ground, so we can't tell based upon experience like how far something is away, because we don't have a ramping up surface, right, to judge what the distance is. And then when we look, and then we go to different places on Earth, it appears as if there's no angle change, even though, I guess, objectively, there is an angle change because you're looking at it from two different angles. But if you snap a picture, you can't see that change in angle. You can't see that parallax shift. Why is that? But you're going to claim they're spheres. There's no objective evidence they're spheres. You're just using one piece of data, right? The piece of data, like in the real world, if I have a sphere and I put it 20 freaking miles away from me, and then I move 500 feet to the left and right, I can see the sphere from different sides, but it still looks like a circle, but you're still seeing it from different sides.
Yeah. So,
But then
so
you're
if we-
taking, but listen, but
Oh
then
my
you're
God,
taking
he's
that,
just never gonna stop.
dude. Then you're taking that idea and you're sticking it into the sky and doing the same procedure, but not getting the same result, but saying it's the same thing.
Wait.
That
What
is
do you mean? What do you mean
illogical,
we're not getting the same
irrational.
results? You're
When
saying
you
we're
ship-
not looking. You're saying we're not looking at a planet or some kind of celestial body in the sky. We're saying we're not looking at it and seeing that it's also a circle. Like, I'm
You
really
even
confused. Are you
listen to-
like?
I know you're
Are you
confused.
saying
That's
that Mars
obvious.
is? Are you saying that Mars is not a sphere, or that
Now,
it is a sphere?
are you saying that? Inevitably, a straw
Is
man
Mars
falls.
a sphere?
Now I
or
remember
not?
you.
Is Mars a sphere or not?
Objectively, you cannot tell.
Okay. Do we have reasonable inference to suggest that Mars is a sphere? Yes or no?
Yes
No.
and no.
Yes
So have
and
to-
no.
it-
So those are
have-
mutually
listen.
incompatible. It can be only be
No,
one or the other.
listen. It depends on the evidence you look at. Okay, because it doesn't make sense from our terrestrial viewpoint, and that's what the thing you don't understand. Because we extend our terrestrial viewpoint.
What doesn't make sense?
Dude, are you gonna let me fucking answer, or are you gonna talk over me? Look, we have a terrestrial viewpoint, right? If we see a sphere in the real world, if I take a little toy globe and I stick it out across the room, right, and I move around the room, I look at the globe from different angles, it still looks like
a circle.
Okay, yeah, it's always going to be a circle, but I'm also going to see the globe from different sides, right?
Okay, so
right,
okay, so,
but when we do, right, so when we do that to the celestial bodies like planets, and we move around the Earth, we don't see the other sides when we move around. We only see the same base all the time when we see a circle. Why is that? That's the question I asked you. Why is that?
So you're saying that it could be an entirely different shape on the other side of it that we haven't seen
Oh
yet.
my fucking Lord. You didn't listen to a fucking thing I said.
I directly applied what you said, and you said that we
Why
only
when
see
we move
one
around
side.
we don't see the planets from the sides?
From what side? What are you talking about?
From any side. Right, we still see them as
we do see the planet from one side, right? I mean, we can see the planet. We see that it's there, right?
yeah,
We see the
and if I-
moon. We only
and if
see
I'm-
one side of the moon at any given time,
Okay,
right?
so why?
Well, I mean, with
Why
the moon,
if I move around do I don't see the
with
side of the
with
moon
moon-
because
with
my
the moon-
angle shifted?
With the moon specifically, it's because it's a tidally locked with the Earth in its orbit, and with Mars, it's because we're in different orbits, so we're only going to see like
Okay, so check it out.
Bulk portion of it.
So you're not understanding. I have a classroom globe. Okay, I'm gonna center on the frickin' Mid-Atlantic Ridge.
I just
and-
answered your question.
And,
You're not
no,
gonna
you
say
didn't.
anything about it?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You're an
You
idiot.
just asked me
So
why
we're gonna
didn't we
take, we're
see
gonna take
all of
North
Mars at the
America
same
and we're
time?
gonna stick it on the left, and we're gonna take frickin' Europe and Africa. We're gonna stick it on the right of the globe, and we're staring center at right down the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Now I'm gonna move to the left. When I move to the left, now America appears to be in the center of the globe, and then when I move to the right, now Africa appears to be in the center of the globe, right?
But it still looks like a
my
sphere,
angle,
right? You're ignoring that.
Yeah. My angle shifted, and now I see it from the side. This is
Okay,
what was on the
do you
side
have-
now.
do you
Shut
have
the fuck
any
up, dude? Shut the
instance-
fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Seriously, shut the fuck
You're
up.
not addressing the
I
point.
am addressing it.
No, you're not.
And you're trying to cock block, dude. It ain't working. Now, I just told you, when I shifted, now I see the globe from the sides. When we do that
Just
on
gonna
Earth
fuck
and
that
look at the
globe.
planets, that don't happen. That don't happen to the moon. That don't happen to the planets. Why?
What doesn't happen with the moon or the planets?
Oh
That the,
my
that
God.
the orientation of the landmarks on those planets changes as the orbit
They
progresses.
don't. No, I'm not
Yes,
talking about
they
fucking
do.
orbits. I'm talking about making simultaneous observations from two places that are far
I said
apart.
orientation, not orbit.
Listen. If we look at, say I'm in Africa, say I'm in North America, and I look at Mars at the same time, I'm looking at Mars from different angles. I am not seeing different images of Mars. I'm not seeing one side of Mars and the other side of Mars at the same time.
Okay, so
I'm
you're
seeing
saying
the
that because we
identical
haven't seen
image.
the other side, oh my God,
Dude,
okay.
you don't understand. You don't understand. Are you
Don't get it.
spatially retarded?
Do you need
Okay,
an English
so-
to English
so-
translator,
so
Neon?
just-
I mean, it should be
just to
pretty
be
clear.
clear.
By now.
No, I'm
Yeah,
asking you.
all
You
the
like literally
cheerleaders coming in.
spatially
All the
retarded.
cheerleaders coming in being
I
fucking
don't need
idiots.
cheerleaders. I don't listen.
Well, I know you
You're
don't.
embarrassing
you don't-
yourself.
You don't, yeah, okay. So just to be clear, you're saying that because we can't see the other side of Mars, it could very well not be a sphere, right?
Yo, I'm saying.
Oh
the
my God,
observation-
dude! Like you're not like
But it could be a sphere?
I'm trying to
I-
engage, and you're just like
No,
not.
no.
You're,
No, you're
Okay,
not. You're
okay,
trying
then
to
what are you
straw man
saying
me.
then?
You're saying. So you're
How's that a
saying.
straw man? What do you?
Because before you said your words, you said, so you're saying. No, I said what I said. I said you cannot objectively tell the planets are spheres from observation. Objectively. Period. Sorry. What they appear as is circles, and you can move around and look at it from different angles, and they look like the same fucking circle. I can be in Africa, I can be in North America, I can be in Asia, and look at a planet at Mars at the exact same time, and it looks identical from every vantage point, no matter how far I am apart, and no matter how my angle is supposed to change. You taking your terrestrial observations of what you experience with a sphere on Earth and say, oh, but when I look at it as a circle, I look at a sphere, It always looks like a circle from every angle. It also, from every angle, it looks like you're looking at it from a different orientation. You just pretend that that's not a problem when you look in the sky. I don't have to see different orientations.
Can you demonstrate visually why it having a different orientation would necessarily make it not a sphere?
Because what?
Like, draw it out for me. What if something is a sphere and I'm looking at it from two different orientations?
You don't even need to use a
Why would
sphere.
Why would I not see a sphere?
You don't even need to use a sphere. You could use a tree.
Who said you would
You can
not
use a
see a sphere?
basketball. You can use anything. Like,
Who said you would not see a sphere? Nobody said that. Imagine if you were looking at a sphere from your positions are 90 degrees to the sphere. So one guy is looking at it.
Wait, what?
From
90
the
degrees
direction.
to a sphere?
Okay. No. Say we 90 degrees. The two observers are 90 degrees from each other. The sphere is in the center, right? So one person, say, looking from the east. The other person's looking at the sphere from the south. And they both see the identical surface features. Now, does that make sense?
No.
Okay, but that's what we see in the fucking sky.
We're not. We're not
But
90.
that's what we see in the
We're not
sky.
90 degrees in orientation from the center of the. No, you're very confused. Okay, so no, we are not 90.
No, I
when
used
two
to,
people
listen,
look at-
I never
when two
said we
people
were
look at
90 years
Mars-
degrees. I use an extreme example because you're spatially retarded. Okay? I use an extreme example.
Okay, so what
No,
is the
two
actual
people on
de-
Earth
so
are-
what is the actual degree difference then? Probably going to be less than
Zero.
a degree. That's probably going to be less than a degree. It's going to be very,
zero.
very small, right?
It's zero.
It's not zero. It's obviously not zero because
If
there's
there's
two
no
different
parallax, we
Wait,
could measure.
India.
Dude, we could measure the parallax.
Oh my
you
God.
can measure the angle change, right? And then you know how far
India.
away it is.
India,
That's
buddy.
how we determine
It's
through
obviously
parallax
not-
how far away something is. What don't you fucking understand, dude? How do you use parallax to get a distance?
Holy shit, India! It's not zero. The angle change is obviously not zero because you're viewing it to the same thing.
What
from
you're
two
gonna measure
different
is zero.
locations.
What you're gonna measure is zero. Yes,
Is
dude.
there-
That's
is
what I'm
there
trying
any-
to tell you.
Sorry, is it above zero or is it very close to zero? Is it zero or very close to
There's
zero?
no measurable difference.
Okay, so you're saying it is in fact zero and not very close to zero, right?
There's no measurable difference.
India.
Stop saying so. You're
Holy
saying.
shit.
There's no measurable
Yeah,
difference.
for-
You're
heaven
not going to
forbid I
put
try to
words in my mouth.
contextualize your argument.
Like,
Yes.
no, you know you're not. You're trying to straw man. You've done it like 95 times. That's why I muted you the last time I talked to you. You're a one-trick pony.
Okay.
A one fucking trick pony, dude.
So let's say
You don't
we
know what
have-
you're talking about. It's pretty simple.
Okay. So let's say we have an object that's very, very far away, right? And we have two different people looking at that object, but they're in two different locations. Then necessarily the angle that's going to be between them is going to be greater than zero, right? It can be very, very, very small, but it will be greater than zero, right?
Look, we know there's going to be an angle
I'm sorry,
difference
can you not answer
because-
that question? It's a very simple yes or no.
Look, how far away is
It's a
very
yes
far
or
away?
no.
Well, theoretically, yes, there could be a small angle difference, but
No,
that's
there
not what we're observing.
necessarily will be an angle difference if you're looking at something from two different
Yes.
locations.
Listen, terrestrially,
Great. So when
yes.
you say that the angle is zero, that is wrong, right?
That's what is measured, stupid fuck.
Okay. So is
That's
it
what
a
is
very
measured in
small
fucking
angle,
reality.
or
see,
is it
I'm
zero?
talking about what's measured is fucking zero.
Okay, so it's zero, like 0 degrees. It's not 0.000001. It is zero.
Look, okay, let's put it this way. I take a picture of
I
Mars.
would just like a
I'm
number. I
1,000
would like a specific
but
number.
I gave you a number. Zero. The fuck don't you understand?
Okay, this is what I don't understand. Here, let me.
Yeah, math.
Let me draw it out. This is what I don't understand.
Listen, I go out into the world.
Here,
I make
here.
an observation. One person is standing on the African coast.
Okay, so
No, dude. Let me finish. One person standing on the African coast, one person standing on the North American coast. They're both looking up at Mars. They both snap a picture. They overlay the pictures, right? To see how
overlay
much
them.
yeah, you can overlay them, like making a transparency, right? You overlay them. And then you can measure how much of a shift there is
right? In the orientation. And then you can count pixels. In the old days, they would use a micro frickin' meter and count the actual fucking spacing on the frame. So when you actually do this in reality, there's no visible difference between each image, even though
Is there no difference, or is it very tiny?
there's no visible difference. There's no
Okay,
measurable,
great.
perceivable difference with the human fucking eyes, dude, or with fucking machines. There's no difference.
Okay, so this is my problem with the explanation that you're having. This is if you're having two observers, and you have an object, and the object is very far away, right?
Yeah.
You're saying there's no discernible difference, and that which would mean that this angle right here would have to be 0.
Listen, there should be if the heliocentric model was correct. There should be, but there ain't. And I know it's hard to wrap your fucking head around that the heliocentric model is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah,
I know
but you're
hurts
saying
you
this angle
inside
right here.
deeply.
This doesn't have anything to do with heliocentrism, my guy. This just has to do with basic perspective, right? Like you're saying right here. You're saying right here that this angle right here is 0.
Brother, stop talking for a second, okay? We need to advance this conversation. So, what he's telling you is that when they go out with their instruments, they measure 0. Now, that's contrary to what you think should be, and that's anomalous. The problem is when
Which
they want to
experiment are you
actually
referring
measure...
to?
All right, dude, stop talking.
You can only do it
Okay?
yourself.
You can critique whatever I say when I'm done. If you interrupt me, I'm just going to mute you and continue. Okay? It's pointless and fruitless.
Are
So
you
that
done?
being said, no.
Oh God.
How could I possibly be done,
Oh,
dude?
can you hurry the fuck up? Jesus Christ.
No, I'm going to take longer now, actually. So I posted an image in the chat there, which describes how they do these advanced parallaxes. Because they can't get enough differential angle with different locations on the Earth, what they do is they quote-unquote wait to take the other measurement at a different time of the year because they're assuming that the Earth is orbiting around the sun, and they're getting the distances from the Earth to the sun, from the sun to the next position of the Earth, and that is where they make up the extra angle that they need before they do their math.
The angles, whenever
Wait,
these distances.
I was going to be allowed to respond when he was done. Are you done?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yes, I'm done. Sorry.
Great. So this is the problem, because he wasn't talking about like the parallax angle. He was talking about looking at an object from two different locations, and he said that when you look at like Mars, for example, that the angle difference between the object that you're looking at is 0. I haven't seen him post any evidence of that. It doesn't really jibe with basic trigonometry, especially when you have two observers right here in definitionally different locations, right? There's going to have to be an angle. He used the example.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
He used the example of like of like two different observers looking at something from 90 degrees apart, right? So you have O1 and O2 right here, and he's saying that it wouldn't make sense for them to see the same thing. I agree, but then when I asked him, okay, well, what is the actual angle? He said 0, which would mean that they were in the same location when they're simultaneously in two different locations.
You
that
don't
doesn't
say.
make any sense.
No shit, Sherlock. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That doesn't. No, this breaks your argument, dude. Because
No,
you're
it
saying that
breaks
they
it.
measured.
Listen,
You're saying that they
breaks your
measured a
claim
0
that
angle.
you know that they are spheres. Because if they were spheres, when you looked at them from different angles, they would have a different orientation.
What do you mean by orientation?
You would see one from one side, and one observer would see it from another side. And they would take different pictures.
Because the Earth doesn't extend
now
to
it's
both sides of the object.
Okay, so Neon, let's just say, right, you're going with the assumption it's a globe, right? Let's just say that the Earth is flat, whatever. It doesn't really matter. You're talking about stuff in the sky right now, right? So what he's saying is,
But even if we assume that the Earth is flat, it doesn't make any sense either.
No, just listen to this. If those so-called planets in the sky are indeed spheres, then you would actually see those angles that you're asking for. But if they are something of a different shape, perhaps I don't know, right? Could be a little bit like a pancake. Could be a little bit like a dreidel that's a little bit squished down. You're gonna see the same thing, and why is that?
Because they're spheres. You're
Dude.
seeing circles in the sky because they're spheres.
Okay, you agreed. Okay, we both agree. You can look at the Mars from different angles.
Okay,
Right.
so if we agree to that, then you saying that the observational angle is not
But it
is
doesn't
zero
appear.
is
but
wrong.
They don't appear. No, listen. What is measured is zero. Are you dense or something? I've said that like 19 times.
So
now.
what? So right here, when you're saying what is measured is zero, are you talking about this angle right here?
Not looking at your stream, man.
Okay, this is Mars,
When they take
right?
listen,
They're looking at it from very far away, but they're on the flat Earth, right? This is a very, very far distance.
Yeah,
You're saying that the angle right here is zero, right?
yeah, because
That doesn't.
when
That would
each of
mean
the-
that they're in the same location, dude. That doesn't
no
make any sense.
shit, sure, no shit. That's what we're trying to tell you that you're not getting. Because you're
Okay.
taking your idea of a terrestrial object, right? So there's this fundamental premise to celestial observations that celestial observations should be identical to terrestrial observations, that it's all the same. But it's never been all the same. Ever. In the history of fucking astronomy. It's never been the same.
Great.
Can't see the
So-
side of the moon. Can't see the sides of the planets. Right? The Earth looks like a disc. The moon looks like a disc. They don't look like fucking spheres.
But they
There's
look
other
like
problems. They
but
look like they're forever away.
Oh my
They
God.
didn't get
It's
the
gift
distance to
galloping.
listen, they didn't get the I'm going to give you a fucking list of
Yeah,
problems.
it's gift galloping.
in-
Yeah.
okay, so you don't care. Fine.
No, I care. I just want to take these points one at a time so I can meaningfully engage
Well,
with all the points.
I'm undermining the central premise that terrestrial observations and celestial observations should behave the same
Well, why wouldn't they behave the same?
because they don't.
Why not?
Good question. Tell me when you figure it out.
Like, why are you, what's your basis to say that they aren't behaving the same?
The observation.
Sure. What observations are you citing? What
How
data?
far away do the stars look?
Which star you're talking about?
Any star. How far away does it look when you look at it? Does one star look farther than the other?
You're going to use the parallax angle for that.
Okay, but if you just look up into the sky and you just look at the stars, does one star look farther than the other?
I mean, not to the naked eye, no. But the fact that
Does with a
hold
telescope.
on. But okay, but the fact that certain like the things don't look different to the naked eye is not an argument that they are like all the same distance.
Does it look different with a telescope?
Does it
No,
look
we're
different
talking
to the
about what does
yeah.
it look like,
Yeah,
right?
the parallax
Is that what
angle
we're
looks
talking
different with the
about?
telescope.
Are we talking about what things look like?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, you said doesn't look far away. Yes.
No.
And,
Hold
and
on,
also
John.
and also the distance that they are away from us has nothing to do with their shape. Their shape remains the same. The angular resolution is going to the field of view is going to change, right? But that has nothing to do with the distance. You're talking about two different things.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Like,
I'm
just
talking about how something appears. The point is you're
Yeah, yeah.
missing you're
And
missing the point.
You're talking,
When
you're
you look
talking
in
about
the sky,
distance versus shape, and those are two different things.
if you look at
Doesn't
if you look
nobody
at
knows what
hold
the
on,
fuck-
Elijah. Let's get to the point. If you look at something on Earth, can you estimate the distance?
Yeah, because they're
Can you tell if it's far away?
Because that
But you
comports to the
can't look
naked
in the
eye.
sky. You
Yes,
can't tell when you look in the sky.
Oh my God, because
You
that's
asked
not,
what was
because
different.
that's
I
not
just
how
gave you an
vision works.
example.
We
I
didn't,
gave
we
you what you
didn't
wanted.
evolve. We didn't evolve with the
Oh,
necessary
God.
features
So
to
you're
see
arguing that
stars.
this is like appeal to evolution, dude? Like is that like a
We
new
didn't
logical
evolve with
fallacy?
the necessary tools to see stars, dude. We see stars in the night sky, but we don't need to judge how
So if
far
we
away they
evolve,
are.
if we
would
evolve
need
longer,
to hold on, but we do need to judge how far away a predator is. So it would make sense that we are able to accurately gauge the distance of predators. But I don't see why we would need to, with the naked eye, be able to see how far away a star is.
I
And
sure
we
fucking
do see
hope
how
that was
far away
just
stars are
recorded.
when
That
we
is
add
awesome.
instruments to them.
Yeah, it's recorded.
It's fucking awesome. That is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life.
What did I
dude.
say exactly, India? That's what I thought. That's
Dude,
what I
you
thought.
don't even know what you said. Listen.
I can tell you what I said,
listen,
but you don't know what I said.
You
That's why I'm
came up
asking
with
you.
a rationalization on the fly using evolution. That shows you how much of pseudoscience evolution is that you can come up with a rationalization on the fly why you can't tell the distance to stars
and you're
versus when
saying
you
that
can tell terrestrial distance.
because we
You just
can't
told
tell
a
how
bullshit
stars
story.
are far
There's
away.
not a shred of evidence for anything you fucking said about
Right, even though
evolution.
another flat earther in here posted how we do things with the parallax angle, but that's fine. Like we can talk about that if you want. But you're conflating
asked
two
what was
things.
different.
You're
No, you
conflating
asked what was
shape.
different.
You're
You
conflating Indio. You're conflating shape with distance. Okay.
Okay.
How
He's
far
not.
away something looks doesn't necessarily
not
have
talking
anything
about
to
that.
do with his shape.
No. You asked what was different. You asked for examples. I gave one example. Would you like more? Because
Yes,
I got more.
I would like an example in which two people standing in different locations would look at Mars, for example, or any celestial body, and the angle between them would be 0. That I would like that evidence.
That is what they're gonna measure.
Okay, I would like evidence that they would measure that the angle would be 0 between the two people standing at different locations.
Okay. If they take a picture of Mars from any different place, right? I'm here. You're 20 feet over there. That's a different angle, right?
Necessarily, yes.
And if we take a picture, those pictures are gonna look identical, right?
They're going to look very, very, very similar, but they will not look identical. No.
Okay, so
that is fucking utter nonsense.
Hold on. Let me draw it to. I obviously can't draw it to scale, right?
Neon.
But if we have an object right here,
Hold on.
we have an object right here, and we have
Neon, I have a question.
two very far away observers.
I'm about to post it in the chat, so get ready
So
to be
Neon,
embarrassed.
I think I don't know if you're being disingenuous or if it's confusing. Okay, so they're saying if
can't
you are
comprehend it,
assuming
that's
it's
the
a
problem.
sphere and you're seeing what is actually a two-dimensional shape, and you're in two different locations that do have angles. If you're assuming it's a sphere and overlay those images of what you're seeing from those two different places, it's not gonna make sense. It's gonna be like, oh, there's a 0 angle, or they in the same spot. No, the assumption that there's spheres is making you assume something that isn't actually observable.
Yeah, and you have severe
That's
cognitive
what they're saying.
dissonance.
So
Yes,
then the
exactly.
assumption
like
then-
you're gonna
the
have the
assumption
same
then that this
2D
is
image from
actually-
both viewpoints.
Great, so
You
then the
understand
assumption
that.
then that this is actually a
Hold
flat
on, hold
disk
on.
would mean that the
Hold
disk
on.
is always oriented towards us.
First of all, who the fuck thinks the Earth is a disc, retard?
I didn't say
You've been
the
talking
Earth.
to
No, not the Earth. Other celestial bodies in the sky.
Who said that they were discs?
Hello,
Okay,
excuse me. Hello.
Also, whoever's
Read what I
streaming,
just
that's not how you
posted.
triangulate
Read what I
this
just
position.
posted
I hope
in
you
the
know
chat
that.
out loud, please.
What?
Read what I just posted in the chat, please.
It may be a bit confusing for beginner. Where's this from? For beginners to imagine the celestial equator and the related declination. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. The platform is the size of the Earth's equator and the axis is the polar axis. Even when moving the telescope to any place on the disk, the declination of the object will always be the same. The famous Andromeda Galaxy can, for
there.
example, always be found at Dec 4116. This is independent if we observe it from New York, Los Angeles, or Munich. Yeah, what's wrong with this?
Dude, are you trolling?
What does this have to do with the point?
Wow.
Like- Like,
do you
again-
agree?
again, if
Munich
if
and New York are different angles, right?
What?
Munich and New York are different angles, right?
Sure.
Are they see the same thing as if they're in the same spot?
Because it's very, very far away.
Oh,
now-
how do
so
you know
now-
that? How do
so
you
now you're
listen? Hold on,
admitting-
Elijah. How do you know it's far away?
Because of the parallax angle.
That we just talked about. You just said that you can't see the difference because it's very far away. Then you said the reason we know it's very far away is the angle that you can't see the difference of.
You're talking about a different angle, dude.
No, that's what a parallax angle is. Okay, that's it.
No, the parallax angle relates
you're,
to the north.
You're a retard. We're done. We're done here. No more. I've had enough. No,
Okay.
Shut down
can't do it.
I mean, that's fine. If you don't know how to engage
No,
with that,
no, you're no, dude. It's over your head or something.
You're proving my point.
The method they use to get the distance is what you said you don't have. You understand? How do we get the distance? We measure the parallax angle. Well, why does it look the same in Munich and New York? In the sense, oh, it's very far away. How do you know it's very far away? The parallax angle. We don't have a parallax angle. You have no angle. You said, oh, it's a sphere, and the only way it can be a sphere is if it's very far away, because the observation doesn't make sense when compared to terrestrial observations. And I'm going to assume that terrestrial observations are identical to celestial observations. So there, that's your logic. Then when I said this, you said, what's your evidence that terrestrial observations and celestial observations are different and not the same? Then when I gave that, you accused me of changing the subject. It's a bunch of horse shit. Game playing, dude. Which is why I'm irritated, because I want to have a normal, honest discussion instead of somebody that's quote unquote trying to win with his globe champion tag, whatever the fuck that was. Anyway, Elijah.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for posting that shit, man. I've never said that before, man.
So guys,
he just completely just destroyed his argument, then tried to. I don't know what that was. I was like, yo.
His argument was just not understanding what was being said for like an hour.
So I keep trying to look for the radius that supposedly exists on the Earth, right? And I keep going to this guy from Greece, and then there's satellites, and there's nothing in between. How'd they launch rockets if they had to go around the planet? They don't know the radius.
I heard NASA's building solar system sized calipers, and they're going to measure the diameter of the Earth using those or something.
Well, I can't wait.
I can't wait either, because
I was using a different.
They'll be building that.
I was using a different approach in the chat about explaining how you view lights, like light that's far enough away. Doesn't matter what shape it is, it'll look like a circle to you if it's far enough away. Even if it's a cylinder of light that emits light, but it's a cylinder, from far enough away, it's going to look like a circle.
Yeah, that's actually correct, man. It could be a square, it could be whatever. Far enough away, it's just a circle.
You know what it kind of reminds me of? Did you ever play those old like 3D shooting games where the sprites are always facing you head on? Like you don't see them from other angles. You can't because it's just like one drawing.
Oh yeah,
it's kind of like that.
Kind of like paper. Well, I thought this was funny. He was like, "Well, what do you think the planets are? Discs?" He was so stuck in the idea that what's in the sky is what the Earth is, that in order for the Earth to be flat, the planets have to be space discs, constantly orientated towards Earth, no matter what direction you look at them.
Yeah, he hasn't taken the time to understand what he's arguing with here at all.
He's lucky he did it here, because other servers, I mean, with the globe people, they would have, man, they do not treat globe liability kindly.
Globe liability, that's funny.
Yeah, they got a bunch of terms for it that I don't even like saying, But they'll basically bully you off the server if they think you're a liability to the globe model. Like if you don't parrot exactly the same pseudoscience nonsense. Like if he's got his ideas here and wasn't really able to engage. Yeah, they would not have taken that light. Yeah, he's lucky he did it here, not some other globe server.
Well, I mean, the frustrating part is he didn't want to understand. He didn't want to listen. He wanted to try and construct a flat Earth that he could debunk in his head, and a whole cosmology that he could debunk, right? So CB talks about this all the time. It's like they construct this flat Earth in their head of what they think flat Earth is, and then they ask us to explain their twisted version of flat Earth.
Yeah, pawning off their shitty ideas. This ain't no pawn shop. Take your crap elsewhere.
Actually called cartoon earthers mentality. They want to have the cartoon globe in their minds, and then they're going to replace the globe with another cartoon to debunk. It's just cartoon earthers.
It's just so funny because we all can understand this from many different types of viewpoints and understand it logically, but they always have some sort of stupid explanation for everything, and they don't realize how logically unsound they are, you know?
You say freaking water is frozen or melted lava or something? It's crazy, dude.
He said it was lava was melted water.
You get that clip too?
Oh yeah, it's all recorded.
Okay, that reminds me of was that guy Dallas Dave like water gas?
Yeah, water gas. Got water gas.
No one's been able to explain to me how the atmosphere is filled with water gas.
Did you like my contribution to the cosmic microwave background, Indio?
Oh yeah, yeah. But, I mean, it's not like he looked at it. I mean, like those guys are just—they don't want to know. And they're like, well, this don't work. Yeah, we know it don't work. That's why we're talking about it. Like, that's the point.
This is why it's really hard to dive into the heliocentric model with them because they really don't know it at all. They don't know anything about it. You like ask them just very simple questions like, where is Venus in your model? Where Copernicus presented how many planets when he in his first model? None of this stuff. They don't even know the basics. They scratch the surface. They'll get these, like that. Who's that guy who's just recent? Oh, Brian Keegan, or Kagan, or whatever. He just straight out said in the video that the moon is like 270,000 miles away. I go, dude, that's not even right. If you think the moon, like, where do you get that number from? You just misspoke.
Dude, whatever comes up on Google, the first thing that's at the top on Google. So if some website that's popular, because how Google search engine works and how you get to the top, if it's not like something that's paid ads, some website can be popular, put down the wrong information, and then everyone or 50% of the people in America will run around parroting that number that's wrong. And say, frickin' call you a science denier because they're quoting the wrong number.
Yeah, they don't even know it. Like, how'd you figure that out? They read from this website. Well, that website has a misprint. Now you have to change your full worldview because it was all based on a misprint.
What are they going to do when ChatGPT starts disagreeing with Google?
Oh, it's going to cause, yeah.
They won't know what to think.
Yeah, some serious cognitive dissonance going on there. They'll have one page open and ChatGPT tells them X, and Google says, like Y, and they'll just ping pong back and forth, and then until their head explodes. But ChatGPT is science. But Google's all the information of humanity. Well, just go back and forth until they can't square that. Or let's say just accept the the contradiction.
Google linked me to CNN with some people that say that there's likely other planets out there somewhere with water on them, and maybe they might be like Earth. Yeah, there's too many maybes for me, buddy. What was their data? Data? What the fuck's that? I don't need no data. I got CNN.
I love the discussion you guys bring about the flat Earth and the globe Earth and all that. But my very favorite is actually those planets they discover in supposedly other solar systems. The best resolution pictures of them are like 12 pixels large. Like it's the deviation of gravity of a star behind that star they think they're
Oh, I thought it was
looking at.
1 to 9 pixels, not 12. You're overshooting it right
Yeah,
now.
well,
Well,
they're,
the
they're
12
seeing the
pixels is the
deviation of light
star.
they expect to see, right?
Yeah, the 12 pixels is the star. The planet is like a differently shaded pixel within that.
And very often, the scientists will find out later, no, we were actually off. This is actually in a galaxy, so it can't be a planet. It's galaxy size, not the solar system size.
It's so funny to see the images that they conjure up, that they only look at like a few pixels, and then conjure up an image of a spherical exoplanet very far away in another galaxy. And they were only looking at like a few pixels. How did they derive that from that?
Yeah, and then there's like assumptions based on the average EM spectrum that comes out of that direction. They'll say, okay, so there's probably more hydrogen here, so this planet probably has water.
Yeah, so they're
None of
using
this stuff makes sense, really.
they're using false, like they're not using real spectroscopy, but what they do when they use spectroscopy, they somehow like translate that to what they're looking at in the sky instead of in a controlled
Sorry.
environment with the containment of individual gases, and they're deriving that from how things, well, even not even just light, some everything kind of emits light. So if you look at something like land, that it'll emit, like if through a certain device it'll emit some sort of light. So that's the kind of thing that they're doing to conjure up these images.
That's crazy. What is what Indy?
Yeah, man. That's an amazing pixel, man. 100%. Definitely just like Earth, that pixel. If you were where that pixel was and took a picture back at Earth, its pixel would just look like exactly like that pixel.
It's pixel perfect. Checkmate, flat earthers.
It's so crazy the things that we
You
have
turn
to.
it diagonally and color it red, it'd be like the Mario sign. You guys don't know.
Look, I mean, they just yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Mario Brothers? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
These guys would say Minecraft because they're square in Minecraft. Sun and the moon. They're big square.
Yep.
We could say,
I
you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say that
believe-
proves flat Earth because it's a square sun. That's
I can't believe though that he literally read that out loud. Like, cause the last dude that the second to last dude I asked to read that out loud, he literally omitted the entire sentence where it says a really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere, the Earth, with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. He skipped that whole line. So this dude read the whole thing and still was like, "Yeah, I don't get what you're saying."
yeah. No, he said like, how's that a problem or something?
Like, dude, you were just arguing that. I don't
His argument is, you are looking at it from different angles, and it would always look like a circle, and that's fine. The problem is that it shouldn't look like you're looking at it from two different angles from the same viewpoint. Which he said doesn't make any sense. Which you're right. It doesn't make any sense because that's not what should happen. But if it's very far away, it would happen. Someone must have DM'd him that because I find it hard to believe he argued, for 40 minutes and didn't think of the distance thing. But the thing is, they get the distance from
Right.
that parallax that they don't observe. So the distance of Mars was, worked out using the theory of orbits and something called proper motion, and that was worked out by Cassini. So it wasn't made from measuring parallax, in case anybody wants to know. Nothing was made from measuring parallax. They're all constructed out of the heliocentric theory, right? They're not like, oh, we got the distance, we're going to guess the distance of Venus and Sun, and then they build the whole thing. Well, if the Sun is this far away, and then Mercury should be this far away, they had a whole law, it was called the Titus-Bode law, and they constructed the entire solar system, all the distances and the sizes from that. Then, that got broken by Neptune, which wasn't supposed to exist. and Globers try to use that as evidence for the evidence for the heliocentric model. Look, or Newton or gravity. Look, they found Neptune using the inverse square law or whatever. Like, no, they didn't. It actually falsified their previous model, which was the Titus Bode law, which said nothing should be there, but there was something there. Anyway, the evolution thing, that was the craziest shit I ever heard, man.
Mm-hmm. I was like, what a weird flex.
What, like, no, it's for real. It shows, like, you can take evolution and construct any possible story in your imagination and justify it using, well, this only happened because, you know, nature wanted it to happen, because if nature didn't want it to happen, it would have never happened.
He
Hey,
has zero
bro.
humility.
My favorite evolution story is why chicks have boobs. It's hilarious.
Oh God, do I want to hear this?
The real question is, does the
Does it
audience want
involve
to hear
Leah
it?
Thompson?
Well, does she have boobs though?
I want to hear the boobs evolution story.
Maybe. That's a definite maybe.
That is a definite maybe.
Where's
You
proof
gotta
of
remember what
curvature?
server
Where's the
we're
proof
on.
of curvature?
Everything is maybe here. Everything is maybe on that topic.
Proof of curvature is not boobies.
All right. So since there's a lady present, do you want to hear?
I don't know. I'll go with it's a hard maybe.
All right. So everyone knows that maybe means yes and no means no, except when no means yes. And if you don't know when no means yes, then you don't know.
Nice.
So the story goes, right, that we used to be primates on all fours, and we mated from the reverse position, just like primates, right? And you know how some of these monkeys have big rumps, which indicates that they're fertile, right? So they have like butts that are quite round and voluptuous butts, right? And so for some reason, the monkey ladies wanted the men to mate with them face to face. So they started to develop breasts to look like butts, so that when guys saw their chest butts, they would be turned on to come at them from the front rather than from behind. Yes, my friend.
Yo.
That is how it
No.
happens.
No.
And I didn't make that up. I did not make that up. I read that from some stupid, retarded evolution retard.
I think I heard that shit before too. That not exactly. It wasn't that much detail. Is that they just evolved that feature because it resembled that form because it resembles the derriere, let's call it, right? Their butts. So the butts became sexually attractive, and then to become more sexually attractive, you grew bigger boobs, right? So now you have two butts, which are better than one butt, obviously, if you're sexually attracted to butts.
Yeah, and this has actually been experimentally validated through memology. So if you study memology, you'll find many memes that show a very attractive set of boobs, but then they zoom out and it's actually a guy's butt.
Actually, being attracted sexually to butts is a parasitic infection based on the life cycle of the parasites trying to complete the life cycle.
Whatever, dude. Whatever.
The next host.
Well, dude, hold on a second, friend. You
That
could
makes
make an
more sense
argument.
than what the other guy said.
Right, but you could make a social argument that being attracted to a woman at all is being attracted to a parasite.
Whoa, snap.
Fucking ouch, man. Shots fired.
Hey, I didn't say that.
I'm just kidding, of course.
Sure
Yeah,
you are.
okay. Just kidding. Sign this prenup.
So you guys, you know how Globers will DM folks sometimes, and you don't know why, because all they want to do is DM you and be mean.
Yeah.
Like Professor Phil, though.
Like, Based Shapiro, he sent me today. He was like, "Is that you in the photo? What a dork!" And I sent him my poor dorky face. And what's funny is that his about me is treat others the way you would like to be treated.
Wow.
Yeah, tell them to fix
Yeah,
it. Add accept flat earthers.
I guarantee you, if you gave him a
What?
spoof OnlyFans, he'd subscribe.
Oh,
And
no
pay
doubt.
like the top dollar.
Yeah, no doubt.
These
Wait, if what?
hypocrites.
If you had an OnlyFans, he'd subscribe to it.
Oh, no, hold on. I said spoof OnlyFans. So basically, you have to pay to get behind the paywall, and when you get behind, it's just Rickroll. Boop a doop boop a doop a doop.
There you go.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
Hey, Ice Shapiro is my friend. He told me that he likes, out of all the flat earther retards in all walks of life, all races, all countries, you are the only Latin flat earth schizo. Yeah.
So listen, I am going to refute the double butt evolution theory with my own evolutionary hypothesis. So here it is. Now, people that have missionary position sex are more likely to be killed by wild animals and other, hazards because they're facing each other. But if you're doing it from behind, you can both look around while you're doing it and look out for danger. So there's no way missionary could evolve faster than doggy style.
I don't know, dude. I think doggy style seems more intuitive to me, bro. I mean, dogs do it like, and they have like the knowledge of like, they do it, bro, without thinking, bro. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like an
I mean,
instinct.
did you hear about the chest butt thing that we were talking about? Did you hear all that?
No.
Oh, okay. So evolutionary theory is that women evolved breasts because they look like a butt, right? And that's how people supposedly used to mate from behind. So women evolved breasts that look like a butt so that they could mate from the front.
What difference would that make?
Well, because AI is the one who read it, man, not me.
Because as
Not
as
dude.
pair
What about a
bonding,
woman with small tits, bro? Like that doesn't look like a butt, dude. It looks like a goddamn peck. Do men develop pecs because they're it's like a butt?
dude,
I don't
that's
get it.
the point. Listen, friend. The whole point of this exercise is that evolutionists can just make up any story about how anything happened. That's the point.
No, they can make a reasonable prediction. I mean, we obviously don't know why. Like the reason why we evolved, or we like certain traits like this got picked over like over time.
That's a post-diction. That's not a prediction. Your prediction where you would like predict something to happen in the future, but making up a story to explain something in the past, that's a post-diction.
But yeah, but
you can make up any story to explain anything that happened, right? And say, this is evolutionary more favorable. Well, how do you know that? Because it happened.
Well, I think you're getting caught up with like evolutionists talking about like development of certain traits, like for like stupid fucking like traits that don't even, I don't know why people are even like discussing. Like some people think that the reason why people from the Middle East develop thicker eyebrows is because it helps you keep the sand out. I mean,
oh yeah, that's a good example. Dumb shit like that. There's no evidence for any of that crap, man. It's really sad. The reason we're talking about because dude came in here and I asked him why do the stars look like they're infinitely far away and they look like there's not infinitely far away. What I said was you can't tell the distance by looking at them, but when you look at terrestrial objects, you can. And he appealed to evolution to explain that. It was the craziest shit I ever heard.
Really?
Yeah, really.
What do you say? Like, how would he appeal to evolution?
He said,
on Earth?
we didn't evolve to look at the stars. We evolved to look out for dangers in the terrestrial world because we need to know the distance because we're chucking spears. So we're not throwing spears at the stars. But I'm actually being sarcastic. It's not identically to what he said.
Like 70-80% of exactly that, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like adding a little spice to it. He didn't mention any spears.
Hey, I got a question. Is there any optic that's organic that actually creates a resolved image that has a non-angular field of view?
Excuse me. Say that again.
It's not possible. Talking about not angular field of view.
That's what I was thinking.
No, say that again.
Caveat at the end had me because I was going to answer, but then he said that at the end.
Oh, brother, check it out. So, in theory, this is the way it goes. So eyes. I'm answering your question, bud. I'm answering your question. Okay. So I parsed it out the way I did because there are quote unquote optical sensors that are like they don't resolve an image. They just send certain types of light, right, to inform the creature. Like they call it like a, I don't know, like a, let's just say a vision dot or something. So a sensitive part of the skin that can sense changes in light, right? But it doesn't resolve an image for the creature to see anything. It just says bright light, and he goes, "Oh, I run away," or whatever. And so supposedly these little light sensitive spots on the skin over time developed into
an eyeball,
like the most advanced optic with angular field of view and all these RGB sensors and rods and cones and the ability to formulate images and to flip them upside down and all these advanced optical techniques.
Yeah.
However, we have an angular field of view. Most optics do, but you can create an optic that can resolve an image with a non-angular field of view. So, for example, they have these in manufacturing. So they have these optical scanners that create what essentially looks like a photograph, but all the light comes in collimated. So it takes a near perfect non-perspective image of the object so it can measure it in a sense and then know how it's coming along in the manufacturing process. But the final image looks just like a photograph without perspective.
Please
It looks like an orthographic diagram. That's what they look like.
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Can I see this? Do you have
I can't remember the name of the lens. Are they called confocal lenses or something like that?
It's something like that. It's
Hold on, I'll try and find it.
We used to post it all the time because back in the day.
Flat?
Yes, it is. So we used to post that all the time.
Have you been outside before?
70%.
I've been outside.
Yeah, have you?
Everybody's been out. Everybody's been outside. I think.
Was it
right?
flat out there or was it curving?
Was it flat? You're right. It was flat. I agree. Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Okay. Then there you go. What else do you need to know? I'm muted anyway. Okay.
Oh man, poor guy. So we used to post these all the time because the Pizzle used to have this globe-proof flat Earth killing argument, which is all the light of the sun comes in parallel. And if I had one of these types of cameras, I could take a photo of the sun and prove that it comes in parallel because I'd have the sun in this orthographic photo. The problem with his claim, which I'm sure everyone in here who's intelligent and quick understands, is that in order to take a picture of the sun with a non-angular field of view, you would have to have a camera equal to the size of the sun.
Yeah, that's right. I remember all that, dude. You reminded me. Yeah, the lens has to be at least the size of the part to take the pic. Like in the machine,
Correct.
in the machine scenario, the lens has to be the size of the part.
Yeah. So for Elijah's benefit, the error he was making. So I actually have a lens in my hand right now that I just picked up, which you can't see, but it's approximately 1.5 inches wide, right? So if I had this type of lens and I was looking at something, I could only see an exact immediate representation of 1.5 inches. So I'm looking at my soup can. My soup can's 5 inches tall. So I wouldn't be able to see the whole soup can. I'd only be able to see the top or the bottom. I'd have to choose one or the other. Now, the benefit of actually using angular field of view is that I can have a small lens and I can have a wide field of view. So, for example, I'm looking through the small lens right now, and the soup can is actually smaller in angular size than the width of the lens. So it's very efficient to get the most amount of visual information of your surrounding environment to have a small lens with a wide field of view, right? So the question I had is, like, why is there no creature that has a non-angular field of view? You'd think there'd be at least one. Because you could imagine an evolutionary process where the creature darts its eye around to scan the environment. And some creatures actually do that even with an angular field of view. They dart their eyes around. For example, that's one of the reasons why chickens move their heads to get stereoscopic vision, because their eyes can't, like, they have a dead zone in the ankle, so they have to move their head side to side, and that's what gives them the ability to swing their field of view to create a continuous image. In
Wait,
principle,
is that a
so
joke about them sticking cameras on chickens' heads now to get like that stabilized image?
No, dude, the chicken does it, bro.
Wow.
Auto gimbal.
Yeah. It's, by the way, I found it's a telecentric lens. I posted a diagram.
Yeah, I got rid of my gimbal. When I go snowboarding, I usually just sit a chicken on my helmet, glue his feet to the top, and we're good.
Yeah. So I want to focus again on the error that our friend LaFizzle was making, which is this. He was thinking that he could get one of these lenses, which all the light comes in parallel, and then take a picture of the entire sun, which would require perspective, which requires an angular field of view. So that is literally how confused that kid was. And for some reason, he thought he was going to marry Pumpkin. But I will submit this to the audience.
There's a joke in there somewhere. I know there is.
Well, here's the joke. Pumpkin disappeared. LaPizzle disappeared approximately the same time. We've
Did the
never
sun
heard from them
disappear?
again. But maybe they're happily married somewhere.
Maybe, but Pumpkin came back. Pumpkin was she was under a new name. She was running some, right? Was that Pumpkin? Yeah, that wasn't Pumpkin. Maybe I was just confused.
We're gonna see them on a like the documentary with their heads in the shade, like those old style documentaries. So, how long have you guys been together? 20 years. We have to hide in the shadows because I'm a globe earther and she's a flat earther, and if people hate us.
Who runs the Quranic Truthers Discord? I thought Pumpkin ran that.
No, that is a girl named Pumpkin, but that is a white girl, and Pumpkin is most clearly a black girl.
Oh, I didn't know that at all. Hard to tell there's someone's color over the internet.
Sounds like they didn't make it
Yes.
home before midnight.
Fucking hate that Chinese motherfucker, Elijah. That picture, your profile picture's fake, man. I know you're Chinese. Now I sound like Shekel. Shekel, there's no way he's from frickin' Iraq, man. He's the whitest dude on our server. Have you seen him? Have you seen pictures of Shekel?
I don't think I have.
Dude, he's like if you went into the whitest white town, like Larry Bird would be like, damn, you white boy.
Oh snap!
Yeah, he's white. And he looks like a white boy, right? Like if you went to any normal suburban town and saw a kid riding their bike up the street, just some random white kid, that's what Shekel looks like. That's why he always calls me Chinese, because he's mad that he's the whitest Arab in the world. No, there was a little action, little fireworks.
Oh, I got some action for you, brother. If you want some action, you want some? I'll give you some.
Kind of action.
Getting weird.
Yes, it's the kind of it's let's just call it a little in-house critique. How about that? So
critique.
yeah, so there's this old meme and way of arguing that flat earthers used to have, and some other people that aren't flat earthers, but it basically is about debunking dinosaurs. And the claim goes like this: look at dinosaurs, bro. Look at their limbs, and then how in the world did they do it? Therefore, they didn't exist. And then they take these little dinosaur models and they say, look at this. This ain't going to work. This is retarded. But I would submit to you that there's many ways that a organism can mate with its female counterpart or its male counterpart, right? That don't involve traditional methods that we think of today. But even some today actually decry this thing. So, for example, if you take a turtle, right? You look at turtles and you're like, wait a minute, how do they do it? Well, I'll submit to you, if you ever want to be scared and have nightmares, go ahead and look up what a turtle's bazinga looks like, and be warned, it's like straight out of the movie Aliens.
Imagine what a Bronchiosaurus Zinga looks like. Gotcha, bitch.
So here's the thing that's, I was just, now that you bring it up, like dinosaur sex. You know, I've watched animals, you know, do their thing. So if you watch animals, like what do they do? Like from the time the sun comes up to the time the sun comes down, they're just fucking around doing their thing and like. What did a dinosaur like do all day? And like, what did it do? Because they had dinosaur eggs, right? So say I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex. So what do most reptiles do and lizards do with their eggs, right? They dig a hole in the sand and then they bury them, right? Because they can't incubate them. They don't incubate them like birds. I can't see a dinosaur building a nest and like sitting on a bunch of eggs. But I also can't see it digging a hole in the ground and throwing its eggs in it. So what the hell is going on with that? They didn't give live birth, so how does any of that work? Got a paleontologist in here?
Dude.
You need to hear the
It's
lore.
Spoiler.
It's obvious.
It doesn't.
It's obvious. It's called the protostork.
The protostork. This is a family program. It was the protostork.
I'm still waiting for one viable hypothesis from paleontology.
Good luck.
I have a viable hypothesis. You ready? Oh no, I need you to be ready.
I'm ready.
Yes.
It's going to be the
I
sound of the toilet flushing.
fumbling over the mute button. My bad.
No, hold on. If paleontology, therefore funding.
That's right. That checks out.
Yeah, that does.
If paleontology, therefore globe.
That's wrong.
Well, most so-called science is supported by the public, right? So whatever that science happens to be needs to have some popular appeal. So if you really like, this is for all the wannabe scientists in the chat that want to be wealthy and famous off of their scientific endeavors. You need to popularize it. You need to get out there. You need to write some books, write some fiction, make it imaginative. You know, so that like you really want to get it into schools so that the kids think it's kind of fascinating. I mean, because everybody's fascinated by dragons. So like, you know, let's change that to dinosaurs. And people will demand more research. When the public demands more research, then Congress is going to allocate more money to the universities. And the universities are going to give it out to the people that promote the frickin' narrative, right? That sells more books, right? And it's a big frickin' loop of economic churn that has literally no purpose to humanity. Well, think about it. Even if everything they said about dinosaurs is true, what purpose does it serve? What good is it? Oh, now that we know that the dinosaurs were killed by asteroids, we need to find asteroids in space and figure out how to blow them up. So now we need even more money because we don't want to die from an asteroid like the dinosaurs. Jesus Christ, dude. Scam. It's a grift, dude.
You just like hit the nail on the head for real.
And now imagine that NASA is nothing more than the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex.
That's a good description.
All I'm thinking about is what I can dig up and it's gonna hit us from space.
Are you telling me they weren't wiped out by disease?
Yeah,
Oh.
the Europeans came.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dinosaurs.
Oh no, brother. Hold on, man. You're mistaken. That is hemorrhoids, not asteroids.
Right.
See, the dinosaurs died because they didn't have you know, the thing to stab into them. And if they had dinosaur doctors, they'd still all be here.
Yeah, I know why the dinosaurs all died out. It's because they didn't trust the science.
They didn't have a Tyrannosaurus Rex Fauci. Fucking poor dinosaurs. They're missing out, man.
The problem is that they didn't do enough deworming. They probably died of parasites, all of them.
You never fail, Jimsy.
Dude, like, listen, there's a lot of parasites in reptiles, man. They're nasty things.
If Fauci was a dinosaur, wouldn't he be the one with like the neck that pops out like an umbrella that spit the shit in the fat guy's face in Jurassic Park? You and Lies. Is there any artists in here that could draw that for me?
Probably. You could just have an AI do it for you. But also, that old show, Dinosaurs, man, that was one of the best shows.
Not the Mama?
Yeah,
Not the
not
Mama,
the
yeah.
Mama.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one of the worst shows, Dinosaur Train. That what a horrible, like, bad CGI, bad writing. Everything was horrible. Maybe you guys like. It's a kid show that was
Yeah.
on PBS. It's just
I had to
so
watch that with
horrible.
my son as well. They mixed up all their Cretaceous and things like that. Mixed them all up into one. Those things are just made up anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, just from a cinematic viewpoint, the thing was just horrible. The writing, the voice acting, the graphics, story. Like, no story even made sense or had a moral to it. It's dumb.
Jurassic, Triassic, Cretaceous.
Ugh, don't do it. they'd sing that shit, right? They'd sing it on the train.
Well, your
They
girl
literally-
started out. Your girl started out singing the "I Love You, You Love Me" Barney tune, and now I'm singing "Lovesick Blues." So
Close enough. How many kids do you think watch Dinosaur Train and eventually become paleontologists because they were into?
I kind of wonder if I became a flat earther because I was so influenced by Star Trek. Seriously. I was such a nerd, just still am a space nerd. I mean, look at what video games I play.
Yeah, the first movie I ever saw was Star Wars. Original Star Wars. I was like 5 years old. That was the very first movie I ever saw. And like back then, like, so we're talking about the late 70s. So back then there was a lot of space stuff. So there was the 600-Hour Man. There was Apollo freaking propaganda everywhere on TV. There
Lost in
was
Space.
Space 1999, Battlestar Galactica, fucking. I mean, I guess they had time travel too, like Land of the Lost, but that's
Buck
like
Rogers.
dinosaurs. Yeah, Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon, like in all the movies too. So it's like
Black hole.
Black hole, dude, with the freaking crazy robot. Remember? Like the
Right,
red
the
robot.
R2D2 ripoff. Yeah.
Yeah, the R2D2 rip up, dude. They made toys of that shit. I used to think that they were so cool. Like, remember they had like the busted one, the one that got all damaged and stuff. Like you could buy that as a toy, and it had like a broken leg on it, like a broken whatever that thing was.
I wish I had that. That would have been cool.
Bro, you messed up the instructions, dude. You're supposed to tell the AI to make me a picture of Fauci that looks like a dinosaur, not how do dinosaurs mate.
I gotta see what you're talking about. Weird.
You know, so occasionally when I walk around, you know, I'm in a city, I see lots of people all the time. Occasionally, you know, I see like, you know, maybe once or twice a week, I'll see somebody wearing a NASA t-shirt, and never once have those people been in physically good shape, been buff, looked like they had anything going on, clean, combed hair. They always look like the most disheveled Cheeto munchers that you'll ever see. So pay money to buy a NASA t-shirt.
Dumb people trying to look smart.
Bingo.
Look how smart I am. Like, there's all these like scientists, and there's like these astrobiologists.
I actually seen a dude with a NASA jacket. So it was like dude, the jacket probably cost like $200. Like, there's something wrong with you. And like I said, they didn't look like they had their shit together. So it's not like they're rich and they're just like, I'm at the NASA place. I'm just gonna buy a t-shirt. I'm a millionaire anyway, right? They don't look like that. They look like every last penny they had went into buying whatever NASA gear they're wearing.
That's funny, Indio. I took a photo of a guy in a 7-Eleven about a month ago and posted it on 24/7. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, did he look like what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the bomber jacket. Yeah.
Man, that's somebody that goes out of their way.
Yeah, exactly. If you gotta that's like you're such a nutcase, right? Like your girlfriend, if you have one, the one you pay, or your mom or something buys that for you, or they buy that for you for like Christmas, and because you can't afford to buy it yourself. I mean, buying $250 freaking NASA jacket.
You know, a lot of people that I see wearing NASA where I live here in Alabama are not chunky,
You're
slobbering
near the
looking.
Huntsville stuff. Isn't there like a rocket thing there or something?
Yeah. I just posted it in the. I just posted the photo I took of this guy. I just snuck a photo. I was standing right next to him.
Oh my god, dude! You know how much that cost? He might have put the patch on himself. What a wannabe! Why are you wearing that?
He was
I'm
waiting
gonna
in
be an
line for
astronaut someday.
a
I'm going to
$1 coffee.
He thinks he's going to space, man. I guarantee it. This
Look
guy's
what
trying to
the-
be an astronaut.
Look what the tag says on the side. Remove before flight or something. That red tag.
Wow,
Like a
that's
ripped
the Air
cord or
that's
something.
the Air Force insignia too, like right at the beginning.
Yeah, well, he's got an American flag on his shoulder. You're in Australia. Like what?
Yeah.
So think about it being in Alabama, people having NASA T-shirts in Alabama because you guys have like a tourist center there. I remember,
Yeah, we
like,
do.
yeah, when
Yeah.
I lived in Georgia when I was a kid, they did a couple field trips there. I didn't go. I don't know why I didn't go. It's kind of
Yeah.
weird.
It's like the uh space and aeronautics like center or something like that.
Yeah, they take all the kids there to brainwash them, but I never went there, which is kind of weird because because our whole class went twice, if I remember right. Um, but you know, there's got to be like tons of T-shirts that say NASA on it in Alabama that come out of that place, right?
Yeah, but there's also NASA t-shirts at Walmart. I mean,
Oh yeah, that's right. But I'm just saying, you know, extra. They're like, oh, these are all our old ones from last year. Let's just give these away and throw them. Like we'll bring them to the Salvation Army or something, right? Down the street, and then they'll circulate through the whole state. People are like, oh, that's cool. Oh, my boyfriend's got a NASA T-shirt. Like when I leave him, I'm gonna steal it, and then they just fucking end up everywhere.
well, a lot of the times I get clothes from like my close friends. Like when they want to get rid of their clothes, they ask all of us if we want to, look through them, thumb through the clothes, and uh, pick what we want out or whatever. Or sometimes they'll just give us a bag of clothes and be like, "Here, if you don't want the rest, just send it to Goodwill or whatever." And one of my friends gave me such bag of clothes, and it had a NASA T-shirt in it, and I didn't do anything but throw that bitch away in the garbage.
You know, people do that same thing here with the clothes, and here when people do it, they're not actually trying to help you. They're just trying to avoid having to take care of it themselves, and they're trying to get you to do it. Oh yeah, here, just look through these clothes. Take them to the Salvation Army if you don't want them. No, dude, you take them to the Salvation Army because whenever the clothes that they give you are shit. Like, you know
Well,
what I mean?
yeah. Well, also my friend that did that gave me that bag of clothes. She's always talking about how she'll never wear the same thing twice or
Oh, one of those,
more
yeah.
than twice. Yeah, I'm like, are you kidding me? I wear the same thing like all week. Like I rotate the same things every week.
Especially here, there was a place called I don't know if it got shut down because of COVID. That shit was business room. Something like the clothing warehouse, and they sell clothing by the pound. So it's like a Salvation Army, right? So you can go there, you can sell your clothes, you can buy clothes. But they also have like the clothes that don't sell. They like throw it into a big fucking pile in this middle of the huge room, and you pay for it by the pound. So you buy and this is a college area. So like when they move out and they go back to California or wherever they're from, they just throw everything they freaking owned onto the fucking street. They're only bringing a suitcase, and so there's just like junk everywhere. Whenever the college ends or the semester changes, or it's constantly like this. So like clothes, like could clothes is the one thing they're not running out around here anytime soon.
I don't know. If we went to war with China, I think we'd run out of underwear and socks real fast.
Well,
You
come
know
to
what's
Cambridge.
funny
We
is
got piles of them.
those the NASA shirt that my friend had put in that bag of clothes. It's one of those shirts that you could easily tear. It's really thin.
Yeah, all the new clothes. Like I guess, like on eBay, like people sell like vintage '80s T-shirts just because they're better made, right? The sticker cloth. It's not like T-shirts now, man. You could like take one hand and just rip them off your body. The stitching's cheap. The freaking cloth is cheap. Everything's cheap. It's like almost
Yeah,
like single-use clothing.
yeah. This T-shirt, a strip of Scotch tape could have messed up the threading. I mean, it was so thin.
Oh wow. Yeah, they don't make them like they used. They say. But I heard about 5 years ago that there was some trend going around that like people, because of the cheap quality of the clothing, the inferior quality, that people were trying to like go to Salvation Armies, Goodwills, eBay, Craigslist, looking for t-shirts, especially like t-shirts and blue jeans that were made like in the late 90s or early 90s, 80s, even the 70s, because the quality of them was so much better. Back when we used to have textile mills in America before we sent them all over to, the East, Africa, and wherever we sent.
Everything is just meant to make more money than you spend creating whatever you're selling. And to a degree that they would make paper thin clothes and sell them and be able to make them trendy. Trends don't happen organically.
Well,
Just
I
like a
mean,
lot of things that people think doesn't happen organically.
it's like you brought what you just brought up. Like companies don't want a secondhand market because then people don't buy the new thing, right? So if you make it so the thing gets destroyed from use, then they have to buy a new T-shirt that you can sell them, and somebody at a lower level can't sell a used T-shirt for half the price, right? Because that's a sale that you're not going to get as the T-shirt company. If I sell one person a T-shirt, right, and when they don't want that T-shirt no more, they just sell it to somebody for half the price. Now, I can sell that person that T-shirt, but the second person that needed a T-shirt, they're not buying a new T-shirt. So I didn't instead of selling two T-shirts, I sold one. So they don't like that. So have you heard this before? Did you know that car seats expire?
Yes.
Baby car seats.
Yep.
Now listen to this. It's actually not a law that car seats expire. They tried to pass it as a law, but the Federal Trade Commission said that that's a bunch of bullshit. They don't expire. They're not food, right? But their argument was that the plastic gets weak from being in the sun, and the babies weren't risked, even though there was no evidence for any of that shit. They just claimed it, and they did this so to eliminate a secondhand market. So if the car seat expires after 3 years, then you can't resell it to somebody else, right? Because now you have an expired car seat, and you typically, new mothers are very paranoid, and nobody's going to go look into whether this expired car seat thing is bullshit or not. So they're just going to say, well, this car seat's expired. I don't want to buy that one. I'll just buy this one, or I'll buy a new one, right? They'll buy a used one from somebody else, and they'll buy a new one. They did this to eliminate the secondhand car seat market because people were just, a car seat would last forever. You could sell the same car seat. 20 people, 30 people could use the same car seat. Right?
Yeah.
Your baby's not an infant forever, right? It's an infant for 2 years. You give it to somebody else, or not an infant, right? But like your kid's in a car seat for 18 months, then it's in a booster seat or something, right? At 2 years, they're in a booster seat. Is it 4 years?
Well, it's 4
It
to
goes
5.
by weight. It
depending
goes
on
by
how
weight or
small
something
your
now, right?
child is.
Yeah.
Well, I bought okay, we had a car seat that we bought initially for my baby when he was first born, that the bottom of it like would hook into the seat, and you would just snap, and then the car seat into that. That's the first one that I had, and the second one we didn't care about like expiration or anything like that. We cared more about a car seat that would expand and grow with my son growing.
Yeah.
That you could
Adjustable, right?
Yeah, adjustable to his differing height over time.
Same thing with motorcycle helmets; they expire too. And I was always like, all I need the motorcycle helmet to do is, that 6 foot drop.
Yeah, hard hats also. Hard hats expire apparently.
The question is there any justification for this? Like, I
Probably
can
not.
see maybe like a 20-year expiration date. I don't know. I just don't know if there's any justification. For a hard hat, I could probably see that because of the condition you're using it in. You are constantly exposed to elements, and the plastic is relatively thin, and it has an inner webbing, and that webbing has attachment points which could get worn or fucked up. So that I could see. Motorcycle helmet, I don't know about that. But a car seat, definitely not. There's a fucking baby sitting in it. Like, dude, when nothing happened to that thing. The only thing that's gonna happen to that car seat is gonna get thrown up in and shit in. That's it.
So true. Oh my gosh, so true. You just have to wash all of the fabric and wipe everything down.
Dude, my oldest son, man, whenever we took him somewhere in the freaking car, man, he'd be fine the entire time to we're about a block away from the house, and then he'd throw up everywhere. It's fucking pissed me off, dude. It's like, we made it. We made it in like a 6-hour trip. He didn't throw up. Blah.
Yeah, but my son was the opposite though. It would be just right after we left, he would.
Oh
and
God.
nothing we could do about it.
She had to suffer for 8 hours.
Yes. Actually, it was 15 hours.
Wow.
Because we drove to Miami from where I live.
I would have turned around. I would have like, I'll take the extra 45 minutes an hour, man. I'll just turn around, man.
Man, it really it was messed up, man.
Especially depending on what they eat at that age. Like if they're really young, if they're like on formula
He was
like curd.
well, he was on he was kind of on formula. I had to quit breastfeeding because I broke my back, sternum, and rib in a car accident 8 months after I had him. So I had to quit breastfeeding after 8 months. So yeah, he was on formula after that.
But I mean, a lot of people they'll supplement breastfeeding, so they're like, like they'll wean them. Like people shouldn't say a lot. My experience is breastfeed for like 12 months and then start weaning off because you're not actually even producing enough fucking breast milk to feed the kid. You know what I mean? Because kids get freaking hungry, man. A lot of women can't even produce enough breast milk. Like as they get older, right, and they weigh more and they have to consume more. A lot of women can't produce enough breast milk to keep up with the kid's appetite. So you
Yeah, I
supplement it
didn't have
with
that
formula.
problem.
Yeah, I'm just saying sometimes that happens. Some women can't even create breast milk. Quite honestly, some women have just problems with it.
I didn't have any problems. It was nice. It was a blessing, honestly. I hated that we had to stop.
Yeah, I mean, well, what I was getting to is depending on what if the kid's on breast milk and throws up, that's not so bad. But formula curdles fast. If the kid throws it up, it's gonna start smelling like a freaking cheese factory in there in like 45 minutes. Especially in Alabama with the heat, man. Oh my God, you must have been dying.
Yeah, and it wasn't. I don't. It was like nearing the end of summer, but once we got to Florida, that didn't matter because it was just really hot in Florida, especially Miami. But I thought the weather out there was just wonderful. Yeah. But yeah, it was a nightmare because as soon as we got to our Airbnb, I mean, we were very fortunate that they had a washer and dryer there, so we were able to wash it and dry everything in the car seat and wipe it down. But we had to drive that way with, yeah, the smell of that in the car. It was awful. But we had brought towels stuff, so we just lined everything down with towels. and tried to clean it up as best as we could because we were far enough away from home that we couldn't go back, but we also, if we, man, it would have been like a 2-hour setback had we gone back.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how bad it is, right?
Yeah. It was
'Cause
bad.
it depends on when it clean. I can't believe I'm talking about this. Depends on the car seat, right? If it's an upright car seat, like not one that lays back, and they throw up, and the throw up gets into the crack, and it goes like down into where the car seat connects to everything, like in the belt, and like all the freaking grooves and cracks, and it's like stuck in there. You're just fucked. You're just you're just screwed because you can't get that out, dude. You literally have to take the whole car seat apart and like hose it off.
Yep, that's what we had to do. We had to wash the lining, and we didn't hose it off, but I had to wipe it down really good in the grooves and like.
Yeah, it's like pain, man. It's like not made to be cleaned. Like, because you know how the buckle, like the seatbelt, will come into the car seat and go underneath the in some of them, so it'll go underneath the cushion, the padding, like where that opening is. The vomit like gets in there, then it's all under in between the freaking seatbelt and the freaking car seat, and freaking goes in the cracks of the car. Then it's in like where the seatbelt attachment attaches to the freaking car. It's just God. Yeah, I'm honestly horrified because that shit hasn't happened to me in like freaking 20 years. Still
Well,
horrifying.
it was it was a while back now, so I've gotten over the trauma. It's all good
Yeah,
now.
I'm not. I'm still there. I need to see a therapist.
Yeah, I'm over the trauma of childbirth, and I had complications and everything, so.
Gemsy said, "Go to the car wash." Yeah, you probably go to like you probably just roll down the windows, go to the automated car wash, leave the kid in the seat, you clean the seat, the kid, yourself, and the inside of the car all at the same time.
Once a week.
Old parenthood, it's a treat, huh? It really is.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the payoff, man.
I get it every day, man. My son makes me laugh. He's so funny.
Yeah, there's like, yeah, I guess there's. I mean, we'll see.
You're
I'm not.
looking for some larger return income.
I don't know. Yeah, man. Come on. I mean, when did like you have one child?
Yeah, I've bore one child.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, my husband has a little girl, and I
Oh, okay.
love her like she's
I
mine.
thought you were talking about your husband.
Well, it's not too far off, but no. No, he has a little girl that she was 2 when he and I, kind of met and got together. So
How old is she?
she's 9.
Got a couple more years left till the sass comes. God
She's
bless
already
her.
got the sass. She seems a lot. I mean,
No, I
not.
mean the sass that can actually get her in trouble.
She
You know what I
already
mean?
does that. Yes, I'm telling you, she already does that. She, I don't necessarily want to like give too much away, but her mother lets her have a TikTok, and I'm totally against it because I don't even have a TikTok. I mean, come on. But she, you know that
Why?
Ford commercial? I don't
Does she
know.
got a cell? Does she own a cell phone?
I don't
At
know
9?
if she has one. I don't know if she has one at home actually. She has like other devices that she can get on there with though,
Yeah, yeah. I
like
guess that
an
don't matter.
iPad, I guess. Um, she doesn't have one here, especially now.
No,
But
TikTok
she
terms
got
of
on
service
there.
are 14. Not to cut you off, but it's 14, not 9. You know
Yeah,
what I
that's.
mean?
I agree, but I can't. It's not really something that I can just be like, no, you can't do
Yeah,
that because she's got
yeah.
a whole ass other. Her mother can raise her how she sees fit. I mean, we do our best. She's really good when she's here, but there was one thing that she did on that stinking
Oh,
TikTok.
so he don't have primary custody, she does?
Yeah, but I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
yeah, that's just the way it goes. But we had her and she did this TikTok of that Ford commercial of what it's got some really nasty things in there. It's got the F word, and she just lipped the F word with the Ford commercial like layover or audio over. What is it called? I don't know. I'm not very good at this or even
Yeah,
describing.
yeah, I know what you're talking about though, right? They just lip sync basically, right?
Yeah, but it was like a talking
Voiceover or
a
something.
voiceover. That's it. That's it. She flipped the whole voiceover, and it had some really a really bad line, and posted that on her TikTok. Man, let me tell you, that was the quickest way that she will not ever be able to get on any device here while she's here with us now because of that. But I get her dad let her do it. My husband, he let her do it because she's able to do it while she's at home with her mom. And I was just like, I don't like it. Think that she should, but there's nothing really I can do. Now we can because she really messed up. But anyways, I don't think that 9-year-old
Yeah,
should
I mean,
have
I mean,
access.
yeah, she's gonna. I don't have any girls, so it's hard for me to evaluate raising a girl. So, because I haven't done it, raised a few boys, so it's a different problem. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
don't think. Yeah, I don't think melting it is so bad per se. I mean, it could become that. I don't think once is not a trend, as they say. But like, it's testing in a way. She's trying to see what y'all are tolerate.
well, that wasn't one of the things we tolerate. You had
Well,
to
that's
pay
that's
dearly
good
for
then.
it.
Yeah, then that's good then.
I
Because they
just
look like girls mature faster than boys, so boys don't really look for their boundaries until they're like in 11 or 12. I think girls start looking at for the boundaries, right? What they can get away with at a much younger age. You know what I mean? The kind of like fuckery they can get along with.
Flat Earth Professor Dude asked me to ask you guys if you could come back to the server.
Yeah, why we hanging out here, this ghetto? I'm on.
Okay, that was fast.
So we're here on the Flat Earth Hour. Please call in, Globers, with your best arguments.
Okay. Guys, I'm from Vlad.
surely you can coax out one of the flat earthers by, stating facts. Sorry, I might have been a bit far from my mic. I said you can probably coax out one of the flat earthers.
Coax out. Are you?
Oh, you said it was quiet when a bunch of people left. I thought you were coming in to speak because you were looking to talk to flat earthers after a bunch of them left. Are you a flat earther yourself?
Are you?
Was that a snore? Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're a Glover.
Sure.
What makes
Probably my way by which I approach finding truth in the world.
which way is that?
Largely experimentally.
Wait. What experiment that?
I spent many years doing fundamental physics experiments to understand kind of building blocks of physics and then into mechanical engineering.
Oh, mechanical engineering, bro. Okay, so laser. Wait, there's a straight line bend. Mechanical.
I mean, definitionally, if a straight line is a non-bending line, so that's kind of
All right. About lasers, do lasers bend?
they don't bend so much as they can be refracted.
Ho. Are we gonna get into refractive indexes and stuff? Or
We really don't have to, because I doubt it'll be a productive conversation.
No, how do you mean? You just brought it up, bro. What do you brought up the refraction?
You said, "Can they bend?" And I said, "They don't bend so much as they can be refracted." It's obvious that lasers can be refracted. All light can be refracted. We know this.
You can use a mirror and fucking shit bouncing off a mirror is
That's
refraction.
reflected.
Okay.
That's a different thing. Reflection and refraction are not the same.
Whatever. Something's fucking bouncing off of something. Doesn't matter. Listen. What I'm trying to tell you, right? If you want to get into refraction, you're gonna have to get into the refractive indexes of shit, right?
Sure.
What is the refractive index at sea level? Yeah, of the atmosphere.
The atmosphere is heterogeneous. It's not going to have just like one
There is a
refractive index.
refractive index of the atmosphere.
Yeah, if you know all of the qualities of the atmosphere at the time and place you're talking about, then yes, there would be a refractive index, or at least an approximate refractive index that you could be calculated. But the atmosphere as a whole does not have a singular refractive index.
I understand it's dynamic. You don't know what the refractive, the average or the standard. There's a standard refractive index, right, at sea level. Hold a number.
Not off the top of my head. It's not something I need to use on a day-to-day basis.
Like 0.0003, like that. Yeah, so it's very insignificant. Multiplier is so fucking small, it ain't shit. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the refraction, if there is any refraction, right, in this atmosphere, and it's only one medium, because what refraction actually, you see the effects of refraction when light is passing from one medium to the next medium, right? There's a bending of the light and a certain angle depending on what kind of medium, et cetera, et cetera. We all understand this, right? But we're looking through one fucking medium. Yeah, it's a little bit, it's mostly homogeneous, right? It's like particulates of air would be in the atmosphere, whatever. But it's if anything, it's gonna increase. It's gonna, what do you call it? Attenuate the light. It's not gonna refract the light, right? So the more shit in the atmosphere, chances are it's going to attenuate the light because of scattering, absorptions, et cetera, right? So, but what I'm trying to tell you is, I'm not fucking adding anything into the atmosphere. Go look it up on Google right now. The refractive index at fucking sea level, 0.0003. Right, so chance it's very fucking insignificant. It barely fucking does anything to the light. That's why for all you fucking globe heads, right? I can see shit way too fucking far. Nothing is bending anything over no goddamn fucking curve because there's zero fucking refraction through one fucking homogeneous fucking atmosphere. Thank you very much. And then that's why lasers
Okay,
go
sorry.
straight.
Let me know when you're done.
Hold on. That's why lasers go fucking straight, right? Right, from one point to another, it's gonna be straight, and there's no curving, and that's why we have like fucking instances of like over 40 kilometers, lasers hitting fucking from one target to the next. That's one. That's fucking amateur people. That's amateur hour 40-kilometer laser targeting, right? And if we get into military targeting systems, then that fucking completely destroys your fucking globe. Sorry to say, Mr. Mechanical Engineer. Okay, you can talk now.
You sure? There's nothing else you want to add on there? You went for a while.
I mean, I can, but I'm done.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me the rest. What are the rest of your thoughts?
Well, what's the rest of my thoughts? What else is there to add? I just fucking destroyed the globe. There's nothing else to add.
Wait, oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you're fucking. No, you're not starting. So go ahead. I'm giving you the chance right now. Start.
Hard to start. Every time I tried to talk, you needed to add a little bit more and wander a little bit farther from the initial point that I wanted to address.
No, the point still stands. The line doesn't bend. It's fucking the horizon's flat and level, and that's it. What the fuck?
So you said, oh no, sorry. Okay, keep going.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I mean, you said that a lot of times, but then every time I try to start talking, you keep going.
Well, you're telling me I said a lot of fucking things, and you're gonna start putting words in my mouth?
Yeah, that was part of the problem. Are you
gonna try and put words in my mouth? No, because whenever you say fucking I said, then I'm gonna say something on top of what you're trying to fucking put words in my mouth. So start fucking the conversation properly, fucking Glober. I don't need your fucking dumb shit.
Just for clarity. Hey, you don't want me to refer to... No, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, listen.
Bro, you're a New Yorker. Calm down.
Hey, no, I'm a Russian. Don't worry. How do you know me? I don't even live in New York.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm a Soviet, bitch.
No, я говорю... А ты говоришь по-русски или нет?
Я разговариваю по-русскому, да.
Да хуй там говоришь.
Пошел ты нахуй,
А вот чего у тебя такой акцент, бля? Откуда у тебя такой акцент? Ты, бля, татар какой-то, не русский, бля.
Не, я белорус, блин, я в Америке. Ты нахуй
Видишь, я говорю, что ты не русский, ты сам, ты говоришь, я русский, а я тебе говорю, что ты не русский, я же слышу по твоему акценту, что ты, блядь, не русский, а ты белорус.
Да, я слышу, что по твоему акценту ты нахуй долбоеб россиец какой-то, дурак. I'm still fucking American, bitch. Fuck you, I got a passport and you don't.
Buddy, I live in America too. Relax. You have a passport, buddy. I can get a passport tomorrow. It's not even a fucking issue, bro. Don't worry.
Yo, why do you sound like you straight from like Brooklyn?
Why are you so fucking retarded? Why are you so fucking stupid about your passport? How long have you lived in Canada for? I mean, how long have you lived in America for? Why are you tripping out, man? You gotta relax.
Jesus, calm down.
Oh, you're a glober. That's why you're a fucking glober.
I mean, you have no degree, I guarantee you. You're making fun of the mechanical engineer.
Yes, I am. Because I can.
So what degree do you have in?
Oh, do you really want to know?
No, I don't give a fuck because it's dumb degree.
Asked. No, trust me. If you're telling me I'm shitting on a fucking mechanical engineer, what do you think I fucking have? Dumb fuck.
Nothing.
Долбоёб, блядь.
Trust me,
I'm a fucking electrical engineer, you stupid shit stain.
Electrical? Okay, you know AC/DC. Good for you.
No, I don't know. AC/DC is nothing. That's fucking electrical engineering.
Dumb,
motherfucker. I fucking been in fucking Intel 8088 processing. I fucking built a whole motherboard fucking together, you dumb fuck, from scratch. Suck my dick.
Thank you.
Stupid fuck. The amount of fucking debugging I fucking done. You're crazy. But you're nobody. Hey, listen, you're fucking stupid as fuck, though. I guarantee you that.
So
What degree do you have? Hey,
you're
buddy,
not stupid
what
as
degree do you have? Hey, listen, buddy,
equally
what degree do
stupid.
you have? What degree do you have, buddy?
You
You
sound
want to
like
compare?
you're a young
What
child
degree?
watching on the fucking
Hey,
Discord.
listen, you're the one that came in here, started screaming like you're fucking somebody.
I didn't scream
Right? So I'm putting.
anything.
Yeah, you did.
I
Hey,
just
buddy,
I
I have.
just
Hey,
came in. I
hey,
came into
hey,
this
hey, shit
conversation.
stain.
I'm
Hey,
sorry,
shit
and I'm
stain.
out.
Hey, shit
I don't
stain.
fucking talk to
I have it.
retards.
I have it fucking recorded. Don't worry. Everything's recorded. You can go back and check. You fucking shit stain started
Yeah,
yelling
that's
like
how
a
that's
fucking
how I know
retard.
you're a fucking loser. Were you sitting there with
You're a
terabytes of
trash
cards
bag.
recording Discord channels? The
No,
fuck is wrong
I'm
with
not. I'm streaming my game while I'm listening. You know what I mean? You can go check it out. You're a fucking retard, by the way. It's okay. You're a loser. You have nothing else to do. Screaming on Discord.
Oh no, I was going to sleep, but the idiocracy that was happening, I had to actually chime in.
Idiocracy. Then why are you on Discord trying to fall asleep?
Because I use
Glober, that's
people like
why.
you as my ASMR,
You're
so I can fall
fucking
asleep
Glober,
and hear
guy. That's why
the
you're a
idiocy.
fucking
I
Glober.
can slowly learn from
You're
people like
fucking
you.
Glober, bro. See,
Fucking
Globers have this
bro.
cognitive dissonance issue, right? Why do you guys come in here, right? If you think the Earth being flat is something so fucking stupid, right? And it's only retards know this shit, right? Why even be around people like us, right?
You want to know why? All I had to say was refraction exists, and you've been flying off the handle for 15 minutes.
Nope. I never denied refraction, you stupid fuck. I told you everything about
Bro,
the
you've been
refractive
talking
index.
for the
I
last
gave you the
30
fucking
minutes
refractive index number, stupid fuck. Now you have anything else to say? See, Globers, they like to lie and put shit in people's mouths. You know? Good try though. Like I said, I have this fucking recorded, dumb fucks.
I could
Bro,
go
the
back
only
and
thing that you
listen.
put in your mouth is dick, bro.
I never denied refraction. You just told me I was denying refraction. You
I said,
idiot.
no, I didn't say that. I said,
you
I
did.
said refraction exists and you've been flying off the handle for 15 minutes. I haven't said anything else because every time I say something, you start flying off the handle again. I haven't even completed another sentence until just
Refraction
now.
exists. How when you just see the way you fucking worded it, you stupid shit. I mentioned refraction exists and you've been flying off the handles. Nobody's been flying off the handles. I'm very fucking calm.
Oh,
Actually, I'm
sorry.
cooking dinner
I
and
was
shit.
mistaken. This is
It's just
totally
the way I
normal, calm
talk.
behavior.
Yes, actually. In my life, this is exactly fucking normal and calm. That's what you don't understand. See, little beta cuck bitches.
What did I say that was objectionable to you?
Nothing objectionable. Go fuck yourself. That's what you said. I don't need nothing from you. Objectionable.
That's fine. I'm not
Go
trying to
fuck
give you
yourself.
anything.
Trying to give me. I'm not trying to give. Yes, listen, buddy. You started talking, bro. Talking.
You seemed to want somebody to talk to. So I thought I would start, but what you wanted was someone to tip you off so you could really just run with it. I didn't even really need me to say anything.
What happened? Yes, Frost. Yo, the funny thing is what happened. The funny thing is what happened was you thought I was a Glober, right? In the beginning too. That's why I was like, I try to play you too. That was funny as fuck. You thought I was a Glober, and you try to set everything up. You need Glover.
What did I try to set up?
Argue for you, buddy. I have it all recorded.
What did I try to set? Then tell me. What did I try to set up? Go back. Watch. Listen to the tape. Hey, go back, Frost. Frost, go back. Listen to the tape. Tell me. Play my voice back to me. Play it back to me. Go ahead. You have the recording. Don't just make something up. Go back and play it. Bring it. Bring the fucking receipts. Bring them.
You want to hear your own recording?
Yeah. Bring the receipts. You gonna say shit like that? Bring receipts.
Don't trip.
He's a troll, bro. Don't even waste your breath.
Don't trip. Let me fucking rewind it. Don't trip. Hold on.
Go for it.
You fucker. Trip. I gotta turn on the speaker and everything. It's not that easy.
No rush. I'm not going anywhere.
2 seconds. You know what? Twitch is faster. Oh, 2 seconds. Hear that?
Yeah, I can hear the echo.
2 seconds. No, I got fucking 8 streams going. I got all kinds of recordings. Don't worry.
You get all the time in the world to figure this out.
Don't worry. Not the buddy. Use my streams. I just fucking show. Buddy, the actual stream. My stream's actually live on my fucking Linktree. If you really don't believe me, go on my Linktree and everything's there.
What is he spouting about?
I'm not doubting anything.
You were just doubting me, bro. Prove it.
What is he?
Prove it. Prove you're recording this. Prove that I'm a fucking dumb fucking Glober.
Who are you
Yeah.
talking to? I didn't say any of that.
So what is he accusing you of saying?
I don't even know. I'm curious if you can play it back to me so I can hear what it is that I said that he finds so objectionable.
This is funny as shit.
Hey, who's
I'm
talking
having a
shit?
laugh for sure.
I'm talking.
Oh, you're
Your
that
best, the
sodomite.
best
You're the
Glober
sodomite.
you'll ever know.
Yeah, no, listen, all Globers are pure sodomites. That's all. Nothing good about you. You stand on lies that stand on good.
Keep
Shit,
talking
looks like
about
Gemsy
yourself.
is getting
fine.
second-hand mauled over there in the text chat.
Yeah, I don't know.
You guys are
I'm surprised you're not a mod in here yet, Rust.
I don't need.
But you don't need mod. You would just mute everybody in the room, dude.
I wouldn't actually. I like freedom. I like when I'm not a dumb bitch. You know?
Doesn't seem like you need other people to yell. You're happy to take that whole job by yourself.
Well, in my line of work, buddy, I have to discipline people with my voice. You know? No other way. No other way to discipline people in reality, right? You can't hit people. You can't do anything physically, take people's money away. No. The only way you can discipline people is with your voice. You got to learn how to do it, and trust me, I learned how to fuck.
Yeah, you're proving that so well right now.
It's not over Discord's a little bit harder because the physical presence needs to be there, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, being physically intimidating. That's right. That's the
No.
best way to do
It's
things.
not the physical intimidation. What do you call it? When you're trying to fucking like not really yell at somebody or like psychology of the thing, right? On Discord, you're protected from with the screen, right? Like it's not the aggression of being hit by something. It's just a person being next to you, being angry and feeling that energy is completely different than somebody being angry on Discord. Like,
Well, I have no way of proving to you, but I am just as calm and sarcastic in person as I am on Discord.
trust me, you wouldn't be fucking talking. I promise you.
I've had a lot of people tell me that.
No. A lot of people tell
On
me what
Discord.
you say. No, well, hey, listen. It's not even that. Listen, people usually quiet up. I promise you, it's not even that. It's not, I'm not even a fighter. I don't fight. Like I try not to fight. Period. I used to fight a lot, but I don't fight. The last thing. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, it's
a little
just
extra funny to me that you try to tough guy me when I tell you that I'm just calm and sarcastic in person.
I'm not trying to tough guy you at all.
You wouldn't do that in person.
No,
That's
I'm just
trying
saying
to
you wouldn't
fucking
talk
that's internet
shit.
tough guy 101.
No, that you wouldn't talk shit.
I talk shit to everyone I
Look
know.
at me, yeah, I buddy. Whatever. You see, the thing is I am an open book, and you can check out everything about me, right? You're a hiding little girl behind some fucking icon. You know? There's a difference between.
I'm a hiding little girl behind an icon.
Well, what is that little icon? And you sound like a little
It's
bitch.
a little bit of art that I enjoy from a game I like.
Oh yeah, exactly. Those
So
kind of games. Those kind.
Oh yeah, what kind of games?
I don't know. Sodomite games.
Oh, sodomite games. That's right.
Well, I mean, you sound like one.
It's because everyone who likes FromSoft is gay. Good one.
I don't listen. I don't. What is the best game that FromSoft came up with?
I mean, I'm a huge fan of the original Dark Souls, but there's a bunch of their games I haven't had time to play recently.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, okay. That's fucking your jam, but
Single player games.
they're fun. I don't know why would you play any games because they're fun.
I play multiplayer games for competition. The what do you call it? The challenge of another player, like another person, you know, because computers are easy to beat. Like once you learn the pattern, it's pretty much always win. When you're playing against other people, the pattern is never the same. People adapt, they change, and that's why it's always exciting and fucking awesome. And then you have to always think quick on your feet. Multiplayer games. We're talking either strategy games or first person, right? These are the most important ones to play. If you want to be good at anything, I mean, first person shooters or strategy like StarCraft. Essentially, other like the only other strategy game that would be just as good as StarCraft, that would be Age of Empires, right? The rest of the strategy games are not that great. Like there's only two, or chess. Literally, you got 3 games out there. It's either chess, StarCraft 1 or 2, right? Plus all the expansions, or Age of Empires 2. Right? Not all the and not any other Age of Empires. Age of Empires 2, high definition, the new one with all the expansions, but that has to be the 2. The 4, the 5, and all that's trash. We're talking real RPG. I mean, RTS is fucking the best RTS.
I mean, great. I'm happy for you that you like those games. I don't think any of those games are bad games. I tend to like different strategy games, but
It's not bad.
Best strategy game ever.
Best games
The
ever.
best strategy game ever made is Heroes 3. There you go. That's
No. Heroes of Might and Magic 3?
3, yeah.
That's again, like I said, mine was, and that's my personal preface at this point, obviously. Multiplayer, non-turn-based. I forget to emphasize, I don't like turn-based games unless it's like card games and chess games. Not like fucking Heroes of Might and Magic, whatever.
What are you talking about? It's an immersive strategy game with so many options, right? From units to spells and everything. And also, the Earth is flat in that game. It's not a globe.
It doesn't matter. To me, that's irrelevant. Like, that's gives a shit. That's like so completely.
You don't support your. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Listen, support. Listen, you support my balls? Good.
No, you're big enough to support them yourself.
Right. So listen, these words. I mean, liberal words you guys use. You're leftist communist talking about something.
Leftist communist? What are you talking about?
Like it. You sound like
it's hard to tell what he's talking about. He's just
like
going off on
retarded,
crazy
bro.
tangents anytime a word is said.
These are not crazy tangents. It's what you guys are, bro. I don't know.
No, bro, you sound retarded.
You still
what are you
looking for
talking
that recording of me putting words in your mouth? Still looking for that?
Yes.
Are you looking for the recording of you putting his, your dick in his mouth?
There's a recording of
I
that?
don't really want any part of that.
Damn.
Okay, listen.
No, he's being
You're gonna have to
rude.
get your jollies off in different ways, Oigberg.
You globers are retarded, bro. First of all, you asked me to prove whether I was recording it. Not whether
No, I
to go
didn't.
find that specific thing. Yes.
Hold on.
I
I don't think you can actually hear the words I'm saying. I think you just hear that I'm talking, make up a different set of words, and then respond to that different set of words. That's why there's been no conversation here.
No, that's exactly how globers are, man. I'm just telling you, guys are retarded, bro.
I at no point asked if you're recording this. You said I was putting words in your mouth, and I said play it back, which implies that I do know that you're recording it, and prove that I'm trying to put words in your mouth with anything that I've said. That's what I told you. What you heard was clearly something totally different.
You like to manipulate something I was saying. Good.
I haven't attempted to manipulate anything you're saying. I've barely even talked. It's mostly been you arguing with yourself making up arguments you
Go
think
and
that I'm
watch the
making.
streams yourself. Go find whatever the fuck you want to find. It's
It's
all
not
there. I'll
my
unlink.
job to break through your delusions, man.
I don't need you to fucking what delusions? That's the thing. You're the one
You're
that's fucking
making up
delusional.
things that you think
Nope.
I'm saying.
No, that's Globers are making shit up
what are
like
we going
curvature
on
of
that one?
Earth. You know, that's the
Sorry,
funny
guys.
thing. I'm gonna fucking believe Globers. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Oh, grab that thing,
You
Glober
believe in
don't
the flat
understand.
Earth? Yet you refuse to
No,
play a game that has the flat Earth in it.
there is no such thing as believing in the flat Earth, my guys. It's either you know the Earth is flat or you don't.
Or whatever, you know what I mean.
No, because when you say stupid shit like that, that upsets me.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize.
Okay. No, apology
See,
accepted. I mean, as
you're
long
one
as
of
you
those flat
understand.
earthers that doesn't like to work with definitions as everyone understands them.
Listen, I'm one of those flat earthers, right? That speaks 3 languages, right? And definitions and stuff is all gravy, right?
Which language? Which languages do you speak? Do you speak Alphabet Hybride?
Non, je parle français, ça
Tu
c'est la
parles,
3e
tu
langue.
parles
Non,
italiano?
non.
Ah, okay.
Écoute-moi.
Говорю по-русски.
Я говорю по-русски. Это мой первый язык, который я знаю, это мой русский, right?
Ah. Аз съм от България.
English is my second language. Okay?
Oh, okay. English is my fourth language.
Et le 3e langue que je connais, français. Listen, if we're talking about yo trata habla español, you know what I mean? Yo trata
I speak Italian, Hebrew, Bulgarian, Spanish, and Russian, and Serb.
Italian, Spanish. Say something in Spanish. Okay, please. Talk to me in Spanish. Talk to me in Italian. I mean, saying a couple words, because I just tried to tell you. Yo trata de aprender habla español un poquito. What the fuck did I just say?
You're able to understand and speak a little bit of Spanish.
Oh.
Happy?
See, yo penso.
You heard him.
Sorry, was that not what you said?
No, I said that. You're right.
Okay.
But
my Spanish is incredibly rusty. I haven't used Spanish in more than a decade, so my Spanish, I would not say I speak it
You
anymore.
were close, but yes.
Like I said, I haven't spoken Spanish in more than a decade.
Understood the meaning
it's rusty
of
as
what
hell.
I was saying, yes, but this
I used to have
doesn't.
like decent conversational Spanish and like pretty good conversational German, but neither of which have I used in a decade, so I can't really. I can understand it okay sometimes. I don't know what this has to do with anything.
So back to what you were saying is about definitions and how everybody needs to get on the same level. Blah blah blah. Understanding stuff.
Level. Was that a pun?
Are you Bulgarian?
No, I don't think he thought that far ahead.
I'm Bulgarian Jewish.
Okay, no wonder. You can just mute yourself because your microphone sucks. Anyways.
What? Why?
Picks up too much noise. Now you got background noise. You gotta fix it, man. You gotta do something. I don't want to keep hearing your fucking TV or whatever's in the background. That's why. Okay. Number 1. Number 2. Back to your thing, Mr. Glober. Definitions and shit, right? Fuck. It's.
Yeah, I believe in you.
Define the word "duh." You know what I mean?
Define the word "duh."
Like
sort of a colloquialism for it. That's obvious.
Well, no, I'm just saying because like there's certain things, right, that everybody should always understand, and it's like fucking second nature, right? When people are talking about certain things, right? And I'm just gonna be in general things if you can understand what I'm saying in it. This is like Glober tactics, right? We'll be saying something, right? Specific as fuck, right? And everybody understands the definition of this thing and how everything is all about it, right? But a Glober manages to fucking not just obfuscate, but completely derail the point in the same time fucking bending the fucking meaning of what's going on. Like what, you know what I mean? Like the meaning itself of what the guy's trying to say, right? You Globers are fucking come in there, fucking try and derail, and at the same time bend the meaning of what the guy was trying to say. You get what I'm saying?
Except when we go with something simple like belief, which is just if you believe a thing, you accept it to be true. That's all that means. And then you turn around and say something silly like, no, I don't believe it. It's a fact. So you're saying you don't accept it to be true, but it is objectively true, which
Okay, listen.
doesn't make sense. It's a
Belief-
nonsense statement.
Belief and knowledge, completely different. Okay, to know something and to believe into something is two completely different things. You understand that, right?
But you would believe the things you know. Because
No.
to believe is only to accept that it's true.
No. I know things, but I don't believe them.
So you have
There are
in
things
your
that I
head.
know.
Let me
For
just ask
example,
this question is
let
really
me
critical.
know-
I
let me
understand what you
finish this.
said. I need to ask a
You're
question
trying to
related
interrupt
to
here.
it.
No, hold on.
Okay, go on your
hold on.
rant. Give me a call when you're
It's
done.
not a rant. It's not
It's
a
okay.
rant.
No, cool. Do what you want.
Point.
5-10 minutes.
Really
I'll come
quick.
back.
I'm very brief. See, if you're not gonna listen, what's the point? Very brief.
Why would I listen
2
if you don't
seconds.
want
What
me
do
to
you
take
mean?
part in the conversation?
You're gonna take part after just specify a little bit more
Yeah.
because
Okay, fine. Specify for 5 or 10 more minutes. Go for it. I know what you're gonna say, but go for it. Go for it. It's all
What am I
you.
gonna say?
Floor is yours.
What am I gonna say? What am I gonna say?
That knowing and believing is different. You can know a thing that you don't believe because once you know it, it doesn't require belief. Pretty close?
No, I wasn't going that. I was actually gonna go to the opposite one. I was gonna destroy the belief side of it. But I mean, what you just said, repeat it again, but a little bit slower. And I want you to
Sorry,
understand it.
I'll
No,
slow
I
it
want you to.
down for you
No.
so
You
you
don't
can
have to.
understand me clearly. It seems to me that your thought process is that if you know a thing, then you no longer need to believe it because knowing is something above believing. But generally, when we use the word knowing, what we mean is it's a justified true belief, something that is objectively true. But typically, if it is in your head, you have the knowledge of that thing, and it is your knowledge is that it's true, and it is also actually objectively true, you would still believe it, which is just the statement that you personally find it to be true.
Thank you for saying that. Justified true belief is very important when it comes to like the difference between knowledge and belief.
Well, that's the problem.
I
With
was about to say that in philosophy, justified true belief is what equals knowledge.
Oh, completely garbage.
So when you say you
So you are
know the
throwing
Earth is
away-
flat, what you're saying is
we are
you
throwing
have a
away
okay, go ahead.
4,000 years of philosophy as garbage. By
Exactly.
what mental?
Nobody's talking to you. Me and him are talking. Shut the fuck up. mute
Добре,
yourself.
приятелю. Добре.
Nothing he said has been wrong.
Lloydberg, mute your mic. It's shit.
It's picky.
Thank you. All right, listen. I like this whole belief, knowledge. It's like an argument because Globers, flat earthers, always on opposite sides of this, right? All flat earthers will tell you, I know, right? All these fucking Globers are all in the la la land of belief, right? Faith.
Knowledge is a belief
No, it's not.
for which you have justification,
Is faith.
and it is true.
No, that's what you're trying to define it as, but I do not agree with that.
That's
stupid
how those
fucking
words
definition.
are defined.
That's literally the definition of
Bullshit.
knowledge.
Nobody disagrees about it. actually.
Well, fucking Frost disagrees about this.
There's a rich history of
I disagree with everything, my guy. Usually,
there's a rich history of Christian theology that talks exactly about this, and Ellipsis can back me up. Justified belief, right, or knowledge of God.
Yep, you have to. It's justified true belief. Like, yeah. This is like a common way to refer to that. Like, this is not a controversy.
The way Christian tradition has worked so far in terms of knowing God through a revelatory action. No, I'm just giving you an example. Right, where it's used. God's revelatory action, right, is that you know that God exists because God has revealed Himself through this, this, and this, and this.
Yeah,
You have a justified true belief in God.
Look up Alvin Plantinga, right? He's
Plantinga. That's a good philosopher. I like that.
Right. Yeah, he's a very prominent Christian apologist and philosopher, and so he's done a lot of work in this area. So, not a controversial.
What is work when they just fucking sit there and ponder all day?
They write. What are you talking about? They write thesis upon thesis.
Amazing. How many words can they write down on a fucking paper that make any sense?
Well, thinking is still work, bro. Like, what do you mean?
No, thinking, doing that shit is not. Trust me. Most of these people
You are
think they're on a fucking
thinking at your
globe.
job, right? You are thinking at your job. You have to do stuff, and when you do stuff, you think how to do that stuff. You're thinking at your job.
Right, mastering something, right? It becomes a loop, and it doesn't take much anymore.
What?
Are you saying that your brain is on autopilot when you do your job? That's crazy to me.
No, what I'm trying to say is there's always a limit to everything, my guy. There's only a certain limit of how much you can get to. So how much these
What are you
motherfuckers
talking
can get to? Limit to everything, my guy. You can only jump so high. You know what I mean?
Well,
you
you're
can run
saying
only so
philosophy
fast.
The only true
philosophy is
limit you
shit.
have. The only true limit you have.
What are you doing right now?
Shit. What
are you doing right now?
What do you mean?
Okay.
What am I doing?
Like doing
I'm eating
philosophy
right
is
now.
something like talking about like epistemology, like how you know something and how you know that something is relates to the shape of the earth. That's philosophy, dude. It is. It actually is. I'm not like it's not.
Depending on how you look at it, that's what I'm saying.
No.
I don't like to categorize it as philosophy, man. I'm not philosophizing. I'm not fucking pondering. Bro.
Know who the first
I'm
people
telling
to
you, I'm
talk about
educating
that we have in recorded history to talk about like the shape of the earth are, but being like philosophers. Actually,
Philosophers.
Yeah. So it's actually super relevant.
Right.
The first people who tried to describe the natural phenomena or the laws of nature or the laws of logic by which the universe functions are philosophers.
All these ponderers and thinkers got us into a conundrum now here, you know?
What is the conundrum?
The problem of
People
philosophy
think
is
it's
a real
fucking
thing.
wrong.
You're free to think the way
conundrum is these philosophers. Listen to me. I'm fucking giving you what the conundrum is, and you're interrupting my conundrum. The conundrum is all these fucking philosophers philosophized all this fucking time, and still the earth is still a fucking ball in most people's heads. You know what I mean? So these philosophers can eat dick.
What are you talking about, dude?
What, so the philosophers brainwashed the masses? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, if you guys look at it that way, it could have been.
No, if they don't, if they have globe brain, they're basically your brains are mush. Apparently.
Well, that's what Zoidberg is, man. You're talking to a glober, bro.
Zoidberg is not an idiot, you know. He's a
Zoidberg's
pretty
fucking
smart guy.
stupid. I don't know if you think so.
Well, but I don't. First of all, you don't even know what I believe. Second of all, you don't even know the certainty of my beliefs. Like, I don't know why you make these statements like. Sure, I can make statements like, you like to eat ice cream naked. There you go. I know this for sure. It's basically the same thing.
I love to eat ice cream naked, bro.
And no, here's the
it's
crazy thing.
It's even better. I was right. It's even better.
Fucking
right?
the most amazing, especially in the summer, bro. When the balls are extra sweaty, you just let them hang. Fucking
amazing. Can we not talk about your balls?
You just said it.
But
I just gave it to you.
But don't you know that like a lot of the language we're using to talk about this stuff, like flat Earth and all that stuff, comes from like philosophy. A lot of their ideas are so permeated, like how we talk and have discourse, is like we're kind of not really conscious of it. You know, like we're talking about epistemology. Like sometimes people talk about things they don't know the words for them, but that's what basically a lot of guys talk about all the time here.
Zoidberg, your mic is on again. Zoidberg,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm,
please, your
I'm
mic
new
is
near a truck. Give me a second, bro.
Wait, come mute yourself, man.
He's riding his bike or something. Traveling.
He's Bulgarian. You gotta excuse Bulgarian.
You know, like, and you know, some of those guys are pretty smart.
Well, I don't know how smart are they.
I don't know. Well, you know,
I mean, what's your definition of smart? You know, I have a certain definition. I only hold
Oh,
certain
man.
people up to a certain regard of like intellectual prowess, right? Like philosophers, I find them bottom of my fucking barrel. You know what I mean? They're like bottom of everything.
Why? Okay, why? Because why?
Why? Because I'm an engineer, and the people when I do like binary logic and stuff, and I know base number systems, I know
Do
how
you
to
know?
count and all that shit. Listen, let me. And all these people trying to do definitions and philosophizing, never built a single fucking thing in their life, buddy. Trust me, that's nothing to me, man.
I wouldn't say that. I know
No,
lots of
all these
engineers and
philosophers that never
programmers that are
built
really
nothing.
into philosophy, actually.
I'm not. No, I'm talking about the
'Cause-
real philosophers that are not engineers. Engineers can do whatever the fuck they want. You know what I
You
mean?
know, but you know, okay, you think about philosophers as
like straight
just
up
like
that
kinda,
don't know fuck all. Come on.
well, you have to logically construct like arguments currently.
That's
know,
what
like,
engineering's all about is logic. You know, like electrical engineering. Like if you understand like truth tables, K maps, you know, and all that stuff, that's pure binary logic. You know what I mean? And I love that shit. I fucking built fucking robots on that shit. You know what I mean? I was in memory dumps. You know what a memory dump is? You go into like memory location, like the physical memory location of data, and you're like looking at fucking pure hex numbers on a black screen, you know, decoding, encoding, all that shit. I mean, that level of fucking mathematics, you know, that level of fucking brain power, right?
you know,
Compared to fucking philosophers, bro. Come on.
do you know who Pythagoras was?
Yeah. The guy with the right angle triangle. What up? Who cares?
Yeah, he was a philosopher, and we can thank a lot of the other Greek philosophers for
Okay, listen.
like our
Listen,
geometry
let me stop you
and
here
our
really
math.
quick. And this is where it's always getting fucked up.
So, I mean, like
Listen
you
to me
say
very
they're
carefully. Hold on,
bunk,
let me
but
interrupt
like
you.
they're-
No, hold on.
Hey, you're
Give me a sec,
benefiting a
give me a
lot
sec.
in electrical engineering. You
Hold on.
wouldn't have electrical engineering if you didn't have the Greek philosophers.
You're gonna go into history now,
You wouldn't.
right? You're giving me history right now, history lessons. When you know what happens to these history books? They get fucking burnt a lot. You know, I'm from the Soviet Union. I was born in the Soviet Union. I can
You
tell
were
you
born.
that my
How old are you?
I'm almost 40.
Okay, so you were born. You were
Listen.
like a little kid in the end at the
Yes.
end of the Soviet
But
Union.
listen.
I'm married.
To me.
My wife's Russian, dude. I know the whole deal.
Cool. Amazing. So, do you know that there was a lot of
shut the
book
door.
burning?
Okay. What?
And do you know what? There was a lot. Hold on. Do you know there was a lot of book burning happening, right? You know what book burning is?
Okay, but you know,
Right. So
documents.
what I'm trying to tell you,
documents,
what I'm trying to tell you is the history that you think you know is actually flawed. You know, you think you know all these people from history because the educational system, which is fucking funded by the fucking Rockefellers, right? So the educational system that is funded by the Freemasons that want you to be a fucking cheap slave, 9 to 5, right? So you learn all their history, right? The history that they fucking wrote. You know what I mean?
you're ranting, dude.
No, it's not a rant.
But here's the
I'm
thing:
just-
you can
I'm
look
just
at
telling you
source
that. I'm
doc.
just telling that
It's
all these
history's not a
documents-
secret.
That's,
Like
it's
of
written
course.
by fucking winners.
Okay. So history is not necessarily a secret, right? We don't have everything from the past, but you can like look at source documents and stuff. Unless you're saying everything is fabricated, then
Yes.
you know we can't know
Yes.
anything. Is everything
only thing-
fabricated?
Yes, and this is
Everything's a
what I tell
lie?
you. Everything's a fucking lie. And let me tell you, the
Wow.
only thing, and this is what I
How do
go
you
to.
how do you live in the world?
Everything's a lie, and it's
Exactly.
the fault of the Jews, dude.
Everything's a lie.
Okay, so let me tell you exactly what it is and how I live my life now, right? I know two things that are a fact. Everything's a lie except two things, right? One,
They
right?
happen to be the things that
One,
you believe in.
one, there's no belief, man. I know these two things for a fact. The rest, I don't know nothing. Number one
That's
is
pretty convenient.
the Earth is flat, 100%. There's no
How do you know
fucking
that's not a
curvature.
lie?
because I've seen it myself. I
Wait,
know.
wait,
I
wait,
did
wait,
it my
wait,
own.
wait.
Listen,
We
no, no,
may
no, no,
perceive,
no.
you may
No,
see
you
it
don't.
that way.
You haven't seen it for yourself. You're
You-
just
Measured it myself,
you're just
You may
buddy.
see
regurgitating
it
a
that
different
way.
I live on the
propaganda.
Great Lakes. Don't you?
What if,
buddy?
what
You're
if something just is,
regurgitating a different propaganda by
No,
different puppet
no.
masters.
I did it myself. Did it myself.
That's all.
okay,
No, you didn't. You didn't do shit
Yeah.
yourself.
but
The
how are you
horizon
able to
never
trust,
curved.
like, you like, again, it could
Light
appear like
travels
that,
straight.
and you could be
No, light travels
interacting with
straight. Light is
propaganda that's trying
no.
to convince you like that it is flat,
Light.
actually. How do
You
you
want
know?
you want me to tell you? I live on the Great fucking
I don't
Lakes,
even think you
right?
know.
Shut up. I live on the Great fucking
Yeah, me
Lakes,
too.
right? So right across these fucking Great Lakes, right? There's cities, right? So I live in one city, and every fucking day I could almost, like, depending on how the atmospheric conditions are, right? I can fucking literally put my eye down on the fucking sandy beach and still see the buildings across. Thank you very much. And you know how big the fucking thing is? It's over 30 fucking miles. And not only that, that's the fucking y-axis, right? The fucking, from my point
Can
of,
you, how far down the buildings
X,
can you see?
the x-axis is even worse, because that's like a over fucking
doesn't
70-mile
know.
expanse. It's a 70-mile expanse of pure fucking flatness. Thank you very
This
much.
dude's
If
a
your Earth,
retard.
if your
No
Earth,
idea.
if your Earth was curving at 8 inches per mile fucking squared, all that shit would not be fucking visible, because there'd be a big hump of fucking
That's the
water.
two
Thank you
things
very
you're
much.
the most certain about.
That's number one is the Earth is flat, and because the Earth is flat with the firmament above us, because we have to have fucking a container in order to hold all this fucking pressure.
How do you know?
Right? You need to.
Oh my
Trust me.
God,
I'm an
dude.
engineer, and if you
Regurgitating
want to
the
fucking debate
propaganda
me
he
on
saw on
that
YouTube.
shit, go fuck yourself.
I mean,
Listen,
it could
if you don't
be
know
a
this
completely
shit, hey,
different
You're just
configuration if it's all
regurgitating
aligned.
propaganda you saw on
and there
YouTube,
is
and that's all you fucking know. You don't actually know jack
That's what
shit.
you think.
You
That's what
sound
you
really
think.
retarded, actually.
That's what you think. Hey, what's the radius of your ball Earth, buddy? If you want to start this, let's go, Mister.
The radius of my balls
Propaganda.
are bigger than yours, that's for sure.
Okay, exactly, right. So you believe the propaganda on TV about your ball Earth, right? You still don't know the radius of it, which they already
Bro,
fucking
you're just
told you.
swallowing a different propaganda and sitting here telling us it's the Mason, it's the Masonic group and the Jews
I'm not
and the
swallowing no
Rockefellers.
goddamn
That's who
propaganda.
it is.
You're the one that's swallowing. Hey, I bet you wore a mask for 3 fucking years. I bet you're that guy. Yeah.
years?
Bro,
What?
you're
Three
talking about
fucking-
laying your
No, wait,
eyes
hold on.
in fucking
Hold on,
sand
hold
and
on.
looking
You're
at the horizon.
still, yeah, I
You
bet you're
sound like a
sitting there
retard,
behind
bro.
your screen with a fucking mask. I bet that's what you are.
Yeah, I'm sitting behind my screen with the mask right out.
I know you are. That's exactly.
You
You're
fucking, you sound
retarded,
like a
bro.
worm.
You're
You sound like a
fucking
retarded worm who got his information
Yeah,
from YouTube,
well,
and now you're
yeah,
sitting over here
that's
going,
what you,
"It's the
that's what you
Masons.
think.
That's who it is."
That's what you think, hey buddy. That's what you.
I mean, that's what I know. I know you're retarded. You sound
When
like
did he ever
No.
say anything about the Masons?
Right? He just
Well,
made
the
that
he
conclusion.
mentioned
said
the
it earlier,
Rockefellers.
about a minute ago.
and
What do you
stuff.
mean?
Oh,
When
I
you
just
say it?
said. I just
He's
said
sitting here
one
not know
blaming.
about
I don't know
He's
anything
blaming.
because
You not
He's
know
talking
about
about
big
Rockefellers
oil?
historical
that
evidence
have
on
No.
Rockefeller.
history.
Bro,
Hold
just
on,
say
guys.
you hate
Guys.
the Jews and be over with it, bro.
Well, okay.
Dude,
Okay,
shut
Hank, I want
up,
to
Jeez
destroy
bro.
these
Okay,
fucking globers,
cool
man.
your jets a little.
Yeah, chill out with the Jew stuff, man.
Yeah.
Jesus, that gets old.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
he's trying to
he's all but
incite
saying it.
some
Sure.
anti-Semitism. Cut that shit out, man.
You don't have to go all the way there.
Yeah,
Just relax.
Jesus. Okay, so
All I gotta
if
say
you
is
don't know
Rockefeller.
about Rockefeller, right, you're unaware of what he did to the educational system
Oh, I'm
in the
aware.
United States, and if you're not aware of like big oil, I don't know if you've been living under a
Oh no,
rock or
yeah.
anything.
So right, but like you're saying that they have the power to
Everything's a lie.
over all
Who said
media.
that?
But well,
Who
no.
said that?
Mr. Linktree. Sorry, Decan.
You literally did.
He
All
said that.
media? Like
Yeah.
even
All
this
history
media
is
right now?
all
Everything
history's a
but the
lie.
truth.
All
I
the
said
know,
truth.
everything's a lie. Yeah. That's what I said. I said everything's
Yeah.
a fucking lie.
Everything
that-
except for the two things that he happens to know, which is really convenient,
Yes.
is a lie. That's
But
called the
what are
fucking
those, wait,
bubble,
what
and
are
that's
those
called
two things?
psychosis
Hey, what are
and
those
mental
two
illness.
things? What are those two things that I said that are 100% fact?
It's called mental illness. Was what you said,
The
buddy.
Earth is flat,
That's
and
number
that
one. And
there's
what's
a
number
dome above
No.
the Earth.
two? No.
Well, those are two
God
things now you
exists.
mentioned.
God exists. No.
Okay.
God, the
God
existence
exists
of
and the
God.
Earth is
Yeah.
flat.
That's 100% facts.
Okay.
The container, I don't know nothing about the dome. I don't know the shape
So-
of the container. I don't know nothing about no
What-
goddamn dome.
You just said that there has to be a
You have to
container.
have a container.
that part is
Yeah, I
true.
don't know about no fucking dome. A container is to
At
contain
least,
the
at
air
least that part
pressure.
is true. I
I
mean,
don't
you
know the
already
shape of
expressed that
it.
you don't have any clue.
I don't know no fucking shape of no goddamn container.
But how do you, okay, so
How do you know? Because you need air. In order for fucking air pressure to exist, there has to be containment. If you don't have any containment, you have no fucking air pressure.
well, you've not seen the edge, so how do you know for yourself?
What edge? What fucking
I
edge?
don't
I
know.
never said no fucking edge.
Go sail to the edge.
What fucking edge?
Oh, so is okay? Does air go all the way up,
Fuck
or
am I
is it?
supposed to? No, listen. It's because of just because you. Okay, it wasn't you. You're not the physics fucking guy, but just basic things,
no,
right? Basic things. You're not a physics guy, right? So things,
No,
basic things. So, okay, fill up
I
a
can't check
fucking
your math or
balloon with. No, there's no math here. Fill up a balloon with air, right?
Uh-huh.
Now there's pressure in that balloon, right?
Yeah.
What happens if you pop a hole in the balloon? What happens to that pressure?
It goes away.
Right. So what happens? You need the container in order to create that pressure, right?
But how do you know that's how it works up there?
Well, I know
Because it happens to a balloon, dude. Come on.
No.
I would figure that
What do you mean?
the
How
entire
how else would you have pressure without a container?
well, shoot,
If you
dude,
can find me this, if you can find me
I would
this, then I
figure
will be. Listen to me very carefully. If you can find me air pressure without a container, I will look at it. Please go ahead. I'll wait.
or air pressure without a container. Well, okay.
Yeah, but go do his
you
homework
have-
for him, and then
you
he'll
have
just reject it
different
anyway.
pressures in the atmosphere at all times, really. Like
That's a pressure gradient.
yeah.
Okay, what
So
about
there
it?
are different pressures in those
I
different
can create
regions.
different pressure gradients in my fucking oven. Who cares?
Okay. You open a jar and you close it and leave it at sea level. There's
Listen,
no
what you're doing is you're comparing apples and oranges, right?
It's the
Our
same
sys-
like with our atmosphere. It's like
Our
like
system
there's not like
is
a
massive.
cutoff point.
No,
There's just no more.
our system is
Yeah, look-
massive. We live
That
in a
goes from a
big
ton to
fucking
another.
system, right?
So
The-
do you
the
do
only
you trust
heat source-
anybody else?
The only
in,
heat.
in
No,
how
I don't
they...
trust nobody. No.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
Listen.
So I want like that. Okay. So
Listen
is
to me
that the
very
reason
carefully.
why you can't?
Listen to me
you
very
don't- can't know
carefully.
anybody
No, I'm
because
trying to
you
explain
can't
to
know
you.
anything because you
No.
can't trust anybody
I
else.
can't know anybody. No, I know a lot. Trust me. I just know
okay.
enough not to know nothing.
But do you know everything
Listen to me
there
very
is to know?
carefully.
Oh, I mean, I
No,
can't go
I
get
don't know
along without
nothing.
other people.
I don't.
You
Like
know?
I told you, I only know two things: Earth is flat and God exists. The rest, I don't know
Well,
nothing.
do you
I already
trust your
told you
friends and
this.
family?
Definitely not. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Okay.
God damn.
Do you go to church?
Are you out of your fucking mind?
Okay. Then I'm not
does my
sure.
symbol
'cause
show
if you
you
believe
that
God
I go to
exists
church? I
and
know.
that
I
Jesus
know
Christ
God
rose from the
exists.
grave,
There's
then
no.
you should be going to church every Sunday. You should.
That's Christianity here, buddy. I said
Yeah,
nothing
well,
about
that's what the
religion.
Bible teaches. But
I said nothing about
again,
religion
you can't.
here.
Okay, so
You're fucking putting shit
but the Bible
where
says
shit
that.
should be put. I don't.
Do you believe what the
I don't.
Bible
Oh my
says?
god. No, I never fucking said anything. It's another man-made fucking construct.
Okay.
Just like your fucking books in the educational system, just like
My
your
brain is
Torah, just like your Quran. You know what I mean? These are
Nothing. You
man-made
trust
constructs.
nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. Wow. I mean, that I can't defeat that. I guess if you have zero trust for anything outside of your own experience.
Yes.
Man, hey, that's rough.
I'm a soul buddy. If you've seen my life,
Is it
you'll
rough to
understand
be an
why.
empiricist?
No, I'm not saying
I'm
you
a
have to
nihilist.
be an
He's-
empiricist.
he's
I
a
believe you can trust your senses, right?
No.
But having empirical data is useful for knowing the reality of things. But you don't need like empirical data to know that. Well, you don't need to justify something empirically per se. Like
What? This is what's crazy. Is like a lot of don't like, bro. This is the
What?
problem, man.
just
The
put my
problem
cards on the
here.
table.
I understand that, bro. It's just man, it's just hard to explain. You know what I mean? To get to this
Sure.
point, it's really fucking hard to explain this because a lot of people would not understand because it's a really hard fucking path. You know what I mean? To get to this point.
Well, I figured, dude, man, I know. I mean, it would be hard to go all alone.
You don't understand how alone I am, bro. You don't understand, bro.
Man,
Fuck.
that's
You don't
tough.
understand. You don't understand how tough it is. I fucking called. Listen, this is a fucking crazy story right now that's going on, right? And it's the only thing. I'm having surgery. I have a hernia popping out, right? I have to fucking, because I overtrained my abdominal muscle, and right in the middle of my fucking abs, right, there's a big bulge like ripping right through my muscles, right? Right. So I have to go get surgery in about a month and a half, right? The only person I can call to help me with anything is my fucking mother. And I asked her for help. Guess what she fucking told me? I explained the whole situation too about surgery. I can't fucking walk right after surgery. I literally need some help for a bit, right? That's what she told me.
What?
Told me to go fuck myself.
Damn!
Well, I mean, it is
Sorry,
what
dude.
it is.
That's fucked
No,
up.
but
man.
but it's. I'm just saying. Like, to me, I don't even cry about this shit. It is what it is. It just made me, because I'm not a young guy now. You know what I mean? But it just.
Yeah, I
How
mean,
can
like,
I
I'm not a
trust? How can I trust
teenager.
anybody if I can't trust my own fucking family, right? And there you go. That's your answer. That's your answer.
Yeah, man.
And I've been
Dude,
living.
What do you
Hold
mean?
on, but
That shit happened to me. My father and my mother-in-law went to court against me during custody battles. I understand.
Well, you know,
exactly. Family's fucked up.
well, you know, in Christ,
Well,
you
it's
can
our.
have.
It's honestly, I'll say this. This is a fact. It's our Soviet family fucked up.
You know why
Yeah.
Soviet families are
What?
fucked up? Do you know why? You know why Soviet families are fucked up? Is because communism was brought in and they destroyed the fucking nuclear family from the inside. And the Soviet fucking the Russian nuclear family in the past was so fucking strong. It was fucking crazy. That's why it was a Russian empire.
Well, you know, there's lots of brutality in the Soviet Union, but brutality is like, is goes far back in Russian history, right?
I know.
Yeah, dude.
No,
So
what I'll
really
what I'll
brutal
say
people.
what I'll say is that like I'm assuming he said he's almost 40. I'm 34. So our parents like got to live in the golden age of the Soviet Union, and their parents fucked them up because they're the ones that all fucking lived and survived through World War.
Well, no,
Like I'm assuming
right, but just after
like,
World War
I'm assuming
II,
just like me, Linktree probably doesn't have much family because almost everyone died in the fucking war. I
Well-
got like a mother, a father, a grandmother, a
Hold on.
grandfather, and an uncle.
more
and a
people
cousin.
died, like
That's it.
by Stalin's command.
It's true.
Than
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I've compared the numbers, like how
Buddy,
between
the
like
there's
Russian
so
deaths
many
for in World War II
huge-
versus like just Russian deaths due to like
Dude, in
famine
1917, when the Bolsheviks
Yeah.
took over, they fucking murdered
30
almost
million
everybody.
easy. 30 million easy.
It's
yeah,
insane.
they fucking murdered almost everybody, and then we sacrificed. Well, I mean, I'm Jewish. I'm from the Eastern Bloc, so I'm Ashkenazi, but I'm an atheist. I don't believe in it. So, like, yeah, 6 million Jews died, cool, but 22 more million Russians died in the fucking war.
Right. No, and the Soviets did ethnic cleansing too. Right? They just
Yes.
ethnically cleansed everybody. There were a bunch of expatriate like black Marxists that emigrated to the Soviet Union. Majority of them were gone or disappeared within like 7 years.
Yeah, that
Jews
probably.
were
I don't know that much
hated
about
and-
history. I just
yeah,
know a little
well,
bit.
Michael Mellis, he wrote The White Pill about the rise and fall of the Soviet Union. Really good, actually. He goes into a lot of detail about that.
But
Highly
here's another
recommend
one
it.
for you guys. Here's another one for you. The Russian history is so fucking crazy, right? Where do you think the word Slav comes from, right?
Yeah, it comes from.
It's a slave.
Well, slave comes from. Slav.
Slave
yeah,
comes
yeah.
from Slav, right? Exactly. I messed it up a bit, but anyways, the crazy part is if you go through history, right? How many fucking Slavic slaves were there in history? It was insane, right? That's the fucked up part is when I hear like all these people screaming about
There was
reparations, about
way more
slavery.
Russians enslaved by ourselves than black people were slaves ever.
Exactly, and this is my point. And you don't hear a single fucking Russian scream about reparations.
Well,
Isn't that crazy?
It's
I didn't
well,
enslave any Russians.
It's more. It's
Right, no
people
Russian, no
people
white
here are
Russian ever
concerned with
enslaved anybody. We were the slaves. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say. And
we
they're
never
trying to
had black
understand.
slaves. We hated
But-
each other more.
But
Harry.
But it's closer. It's more of an important thing for people here because it happened. This is something that happened here, in like the last 200 years. So
No, I understand. No, but the problem is there's so much anti-white propaganda. It doesn't matter what nationality you are. It's pure anti-white propaganda, right? And this is what these guys have to understand. Like, most people are stupid as fuck, and when they hear all this shit, they're like, yeah, kill whitey, kill whitey. But they gotta understand that there's so many different white cultures, right? And the number one fucking enslaved culture was the white fucking race, which was Russians. You know what I mean? And nobody fucking knows this.
That's you hit the key word right there. Nobody now understands culture.
Right, but and even using
just
racism-
slavery everywhere though. It's ubiquitous across cultures.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Everybody
Slavery was
did it.
everywhere. Right. So why are all these? You know why? It's because the Democrats, the evil fucking people, the communists that are in the fucking politics right now, are doing the same thing, mind controlling people, pushing fucking propaganda, and then making people fucking hate each other because of just to cause that fucking
Well-
problem, and then take over from the inside. You know what I
Well,
mean?
you know,
That's
the
what they do.
Republicans aren't so hot either.
No, they're all the same. It's the fucking. It's what do you call it?
But
The
it's the
two heads of the same fucking snake.
Yeah,
Right.
well,
One's
in a
just
lot of
controlled
ways.
opposition. One's
Well, it's not
controlled
necessarily
opposition.
okay. I'm not sure it's organized as like just puppets.
It's very much organized.
It's
I'm
more-
gonna agree with him on this aspect.
I mean, they're
It's all
controlled,
thea-
but like not
theatrics.
in the way you think.
Yeah, I think
No,
they're.
they're
I think
controlled.
they're definitely there are ulterior motives. Right, like
I bet you George Soros fucking funds all of them.
But it's
You
not
know
like
what I
a.
mean?
It's not
no,
like
but
a
he
group of people
does.
who like plan it all.
He
out.
does fund campaigns for like local DAs and stuff like that.
All
He
of
does
them, bro,
do
I'm
that
telling you.
all over the world, and he does fund political campaigns. It's true. He does contribute to those things. But you know, a lot of this stuff's institutional, like teachers' unions, the public union, and then the union takes dues to contribute to political parties. So it's just incestuous. Whichever politician.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
But
We don't care.
It's an incestuous relationship that the teachers' unions have.
You know why
with
you
the
believe
government.
that? Teachers unions. That's why you believe they're not paying enough.
Oh no, dang, you got me. But so don't you think that's weird? That it's a public employees unionized to label to lobby their boss for.
Just pause that real quick, man. That is painful to listen to. Is this what Globies talk about when they're bored? They never get
swear,
down
bro.
to business, man. They never want to get down to the. You know, we say we let's get to the money. You know what I mean? That's something they don't do. They'd rather beat around the bush, talk about all this random stuff than what the whole thing is all about. You know, so you know what we do here. We get to that money, Kenshi, right?
Straight to it. Yeah, I think the dude that was kind of cursing everybody out and a little bit emotional, he wasn't really controlled with his points, but he made a lot of great points that the Globers just kind of shied away from.
I missed a lot of the conversation. I jumped in just a few minutes ago, but I mean, what they were getting into was interesting, you know, history and all that. I'm sure some people are really interested in history. Not my cup of tea. It's not my bag. But I don't really hear these guys getting on the mic and like making a case, trying to educate their people. You know, when we're in here, at least when I'm on the mic, when I'm hosting the show, I try to not only appeal to the people in the panel, shout out to Sydney, Johannes, and Kenshi, but also the people who potentially could be listening. So, you know, we do a little bit of educational stuff here, pro tips, things to look out for. You know, we played some clips on, hey, look, this is the type of stuff you'll run into. Be aware of that type of thing. So I'm not hearing that type of thing. And don't let me, you know, I don't want to criticize all Globe Earthers. I'm sure they're not all the same. And I don't think that. But, man, I rarely hear them, you know, get to the money type of thing. They just, I don't know, man, beat around the bush. But I do have a question for the day. Yesterday's question was, is there anything that FE gets right? And someone messaged me in the panel today. You know what, I'm going to go ahead and stop this recording. Shout out to Wave Mixer for DJ Wave Mixer. I'm going to stop this because people will hopefully see that it's just us. Yeah, what's up, Johannes? Sometimes when the bot is hanging out, they're like, "Oh well, it's just a bot playing. We'll wait." So, um, so hopefully we'll get a little bit of attention. Let's let it be noted. How did he get Flat Earther and Silver Tag? Truth, that's what I'm asking too. I'm wondering the same thing, dude. So yeah, today's question was, is there anything that GE gets correct? And our friend, maybe not our friend, JC23 says the Earth is demonstrably not stationary.
What the hell did you just say?
Yeah, I don't know about that. So I did send him a message to say, hopefully he will rephrase that, or maybe he'll clarify his position. Because yeah, I don't agree with that. So we'll see. Maybe he'll clarify. Yep. Shout out to Johannes. I saw you. I see you in the chat. Shout out to Truth FE in the chat. Let me just go and check the YouTube real quick. I want to make sure my mic sounds good. Yesterday it was sounding rough. Nobody told me. So let me just double check that. I'll be right back. Okay, cool. Thanks for the feedback. I'm just going to double check it on YouTube real quick. Yeah, I just think I need to back off from the mic a little bit. Buh, in the chat. I don't know what that means. Daniel Jesse. I know who that is. Who that is.
Huh? Oh my god! Come on, buddy, you can't be serious. With your power level?
Yeah, dude. I mean, yeah, I don't know, bro. Not today. Must be bored, homie. Let's see, buh. Oh, rude. I don't think we've spoke. I don't know if he's listening on YouTube, but Loke UH. Welcome to join the panel. Yeah, so again, yesterday's question was, is there anything FE gets right? And I got one genuine answer to that, and oh my god. And it was today, actually, this morning. He says that the world presents as flat from our frame of reference. The horizon is flat. That's correct. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And you'll find some genuine folks that are on the G side that will admit that, and so that's good. And another thing you'll notice is how folks will say, "Oh, you know, all these FE guys they have mixed, they don't agree on the same things. They have different ideas." Don't let them fool you with that type of those types of statements, because really it's the other way around. Let's take a look at this guy's answer. He says, well, the world presents itself as flat from our frame of reference. The horizon flat. Well, if you took like a random sample of 10 people and asked them if that was true, do you really think all 10 of them would agree with that? They can hardly say that F word. So, yeah, don't let them fool you. I'm going to respond in the chat. Just going to mark that we started with 5 members in the panel. Yesterday we started with like 2 or 3 and jumped up to like 20 plus. So that's usually how it goes. Someone's going to come in and start cooking, and then You know, get the party started. So hopefully, we'll get a few more people jump in, have a nice conversation. Yesterday was good. We had 4 or 5 Globe Earthers stop by. Seemed fairly genuine. They had good questions. So maybe we'll get a repeat today. Yeah. So does anyone else want to answer the question of the day? Is there anything that GE gets correct? Anyone can chime in from the chat or from the panel here. Kenchi, Johannes, Sydney. Not Daniel.
Yeah, I think one of the things that they get correct and they don't even know that they're getting it correct, because if you say it, they'll be like, what the hell? But then if you actually explain it, it makes more sense. The closer you get to the sun, the colder it gets, right? We see the tops of mountains are snowy, all that type of stuff. That's in the flat earth theory and the globe earth theory. And the reason I say it's in the globe earth theory is because isn't it supposedly cold in space? So if you get on a rocket ship from Earth to space, you're getting closer to the sun, I would think, and it's colder. So, I think that's something that they get right. And if you actually tell them that, they don't even realize it.
That's actually a really well thought out answer. I hadn't really considered that. And you know what's interesting is we were in the politics server, and there was a gentleman who would like he basically said the same thing, but he's like, oh well, if you guys if it was flat, then when you get closer, it would get hotter. It's like, dude, I that's like one of my biggest pet peeves is how people they just literally make up some new position. Like, oh well, if it was flat, it would be like this. It's like, no, dude. It's like they can't understand that we we think the Earth is flat the way it is. But like, think of it like we're in our camp, they're in their camp. We're both pointing at the Earth and saying it's this way. They think it's curved, we think it's not. Then for some weird reason, they're like, well, if it was flat, I'd see to China, this, that, and the other. Whose position is that? Nobody's. So it made me think last night. I was like thinking about this. Maybe we need to like serve them back a little bit of their own medicine. Start saying things like, "Well, if it was a globe, I should be able to see the back of my own head," because they'd be like, "No, that's not possible." Okay. Yeah. So, like, honestly, if I had like one magic wish, it would not be just like, "Oh, I wish everyone knew it was flat." It would be more like, I wish they would understand that it's the same Earth. It's not a different Earth. Like, flat Earth is the exact same Earth as it is now. It has always will be. Or always, yeah, it's always has been and always will be. It's never going to change. The only thing that changes is your approach to it, not the Earth. It doesn't shift and morph into something else. We really have a tough time with this. We are flat earthers because we see the Earth as flat, the current way it is. But they come out of the woodworks. They're like, no, well, if it was flat, you'd see to China, you'd see all the stars, you'd see. Then why are we flat earthers right now if none of those things are happening? It doesn't make any sense to me why they do this, and a lot of it I think comes from kind of these mainstream articles. You'll see these articles that say, well, if it was flat, you'd see infinitely, and all these crazy ideas. You go up to a flat earther and ask them if that's their position. No one's going to agree with that. So that's a huge pet peeve of mine. But yeah, Kenchi's answer was brilliant. As you get, quote, closer to the sun, it gets colder. Yeah, so I thought that was really good. Good answer. I'm going to write that in the chat. Yeah, so for that phenomenon where people try to like come up with a new position for you, I made this joke that's like, this isn't a pawn shop. And that's what they try to do is they treat it like a pawn shop. They come in with this idea that has no value. We're not buying it at this point. Even if it was a pawn shop, we're not buying that idea. Okay, they try to pawn it off and say, "Well, here, take this idea that you should see to China." Nope, sorry, no value. We're not buying. Sorry, get out of here. That's not our position. Or maybe you're familiar with the idea of like pin the tail on the donkey. You know, like this isn't pin the tail on the donkey where you bring your sloppy idea and try to pin it onto me. And that's something I noticed that happened a lot in the politics server. They're like, oh, well, here's this idea that I came up with in my head. You defend it. Like, hell no.
Hell no!
Why the hell would I defend your sloppy idea that you just came up with on the fly? No. That's ridiculous. So, these guys are weird, man. They will never, well, let me not say never, but they barely recognize our position for what it is. So maybe one day it'll click. Not today. I haven't seen it in a while. Shout out to Kenshi. That was a good answer. About Johannes, Sydney, you guys have an answer? No worries if you're busy. Just if you want to throw it in the chat, I can read it out for you. Otherwise, I got some other sauce for the panel today. I was a big fan of the show called Avatar: The Last Airbender. You guys might be familiar. They have an episode, and I'll try to actually get a like a video for you guys here. I'll pull it up. Here's a link to the wiki, but they call it the Planetary Calendar Room. And this is in An Shi Tong's library. Oh, we got some people joining. Let me just double check the panel. Beast is here. Nice.
Yo, that was weird. I joined and then it just kicked me out. Dude, Discord is having some issues, man. What's up though?
Hey, are you sure it was Discord that kicked you out?
Oh, was that you?
I was gonna play a soundboard. Nah, you're good.
Okay.
I'm just joking, dude.
I just wanted to actually just stop and say hi before I'll go to sleep. I've been up.
What?
Yeah, I've been up all night.
Man, you need to get some sleep, dog. Wait, you haven't gone to bed since last night? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Get this man.
Get this man a blanket.
Yeah, seriously.
But I just saw you guys in there. I just wanted to say hi.
Cool, man.
Everyone's in the politics live stream.
real?
But you know what though? There was a really good moment in there about terrestrial refraction and stuff like that. Because it was Sasha too that put him on the ropes, where it's just like, okay, you have the physical obstruction of the Earth curve, yet you're saying that, oh, we see too far. What we're actually seeing is terrestrial refraction. It's an optical effect. So are you conceding the fact that what the obstruction is caused by the curve? Like, just keep it simple. And it's just like, and it just went crazy. And they showed me the gradient index cube thing that they put in this lab to demonstrate how refraction. It just didn't. I just literally was like, okay. So you're saying that this is gradient index refraction. Here's an example. I'm like, okay, what the hell does that cube have to do with air? Like, what is that? So you're telling me that you're showing me an example of what light could do. Cool, awesome. What the hell does that have to do with air?
Right.
Like, so this is only an example in a controlled laboratory environment. Why are you showing me this example?
Right.
Like, I'm a layman. I really don't understand the arguments quite yet, but I can completely see the sophistry for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Yo, they do this a lot. It's
It's
that's
literally,
why we
they have to be paid. They have to be. They have to be, dude. It's so robotic and like monotonous, you know? And quote unquote polite. Sorry, go ahead though. Damn, man, you sound sick, man. You alright?
I'm getting over. I'm feeling so much better now. Yeah, I definitely had a few days where I was feeling rough. But yeah, I'm feeling
Spit
better.
it out.
But
Don't swallow that
no,
mucus.
never. No, I'm
Just
good.
spit that
I'm really
out,
good
bro.
about that. I'm not like the others. All right, so.
Yeah, we don't
But
talk about them. But go ahead, sorry.
no, like they do this a lot. I don't know if it's like a sleight of hand magician type
It
of
is.
thing. Yeah, it's like a parlor tricks. They're like, well, they try to sell you one idea to sell another idea, and I don't know why they expect people to fall for that because I don't.
Well, you do get kind of sucked in. You do. Because it is fascinating.
Oh my.
No, but it is fascinating. You know, just interesting topics about like the propagation of light through different mediums. You know, like I mean that's nerdy to me. I get it. But the thing is, it is a sleight of hand. It's like a magician's trick in terms of like, look over here now.
Yeah.
Don't remember what you just observed and demonstrated.
Right.
And
Yep.
yeah, I think the easiest way is like, because honestly, like even us sometimes it's hard to follow them. You know, it's like just to keep it simple. It's like, all right, you got to go back in time to the first original claim.
Yep.
And I'm really glad I'm learning it. But anyway, I digress, brother.
Yep. They do this with lots of things. If you have to go, yeah, don't worry. Don't let me keep you. Somebody needs
Nah,
to get some rest.
I mean, hey, look, if I'm gonna stay up all night, right? I got 10, 15 minutes from a homie, right?
Right. Cool.
Fair.
You can help me cook, and then maybe the panel will fill up. We can get back our FE boys from the politics server. Yeah, man, they do this with all types of stuff. Like even Cavendish, they'll be like, "Well, so there's this thing called gravity, and it pulls things down. Okay, prove it. Well, we have these two balls and a rod." And it's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Those ideas don't connect. That's not the same. That's not what you're trying to prove. Even in the Cavendish thing, they're talking about like the density of the entire Earth or something. Like
What kind of shit is that?
like what? Y'all are talking about measuring the whole Earth? That's so weird. Number one.
You know what's funny about that? My mind immediately went to, well, how big's the scale that you're weighing it on?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
It's like, well, we have a shed with two balls and a rod that goes twisty twist. It's like
can't be any denser than someone that believes that shit.
I know, dude. That's another example of the parlor trick. So I'm really glad you brought that up.
What?
Just you know how they try to
Earlier
compensate
example.
things with other
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
No, dude, it's wild. It's really wild, but like, man, I love listen, I get it. Like, it does kind of feel like, oh crap, this stream is dying. It's not. It's not, bro. I think it's about to be like, telling you what they're building up over there. It's pretty wild, man. Number 4 now, by the way.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But no, dude, what's going on over there, right? Is I think now after that is super important. Super important, because it's not about like it's not like conscription, right? or conversion, like you're trying to convert somebody. That's not why it's important. Why is it important is because the average layman is getting introduced to these topics.
Correct.
Period. Like, it's so fascinating. Like, even for me, I'm absorbed, man. I've been up all night because it's like, wow, we're going over some extremely dense, what would you call it? Information heavy, things that are just theoretical concepts and just like intellectual, just, you know what I mean, like circle jerk in a sense with all these astrophysics. Like you're going into some crazy topics that don't really apply to your daily life at all. But what is interesting to watch, and I can imagine someone who's never been part of that, part of this conversation, like, wait, what are they talking about? They're challenging. Wait, how could this be a contention? Wait, why is it popular? And then therein adds more people to the mix. It's so crazy, and it's like with the right moderation, it keeps there's like all different types of levels of conversation too, and the longer you stay in there, right, the more you can see when someone's a novice or not, and it's just like, and so the average person that's been watching the show, so to speak, right, they're on season 9. Come on, I know you got that.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
Right, and now the average layman is also saying, like, dude, stop disrupting the conversation. We have already seen this 3 days ago, 4 days ago. Do you get what I mean? So it's just like, even the layman's just like, wait, let these guys talk. This is some high level shit, like wizards going at it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. The Overton window shifting, like normalizing.
Thank you for simplifying my whole speech there. God.
No, you're good. That's what we're here for. But like, yeah, I mean, it's normalizing the conversation because, people. There's a lot of taboo subjects. We're taking this out of the taboo box. People like to lump all these things into a box and label it crazy. So our job is to take it out of the crazy box, out of the conspiracy box,
out of the fringe
box, and we're gonna normalize it. And yeah, like you said, laymen, they're gonna hear more and more about the topic, and they're gonna be less afraid to talk about it. And obviously, the more we're just making them more comfortable with the topic. So yeah, I think that's a good thing. Even if they don't know too much about it, it's like we got to get the conversation going. So I'm glad to hear it.
This is the cooking. This
Yep.
is it, bro. Well, actually, no. This is like the food prep. You know what I mean? We're
Right.
cutting some carrots right now. We're just cutting them up, right? And then we're the stew. This live stream. This is the stew.
Sure.
And it's like, I get it. You don't want to have stew every day, especially if you've been eating stew for the past 8 years. I get it. But it's mom's favorite.
True. If you ever need to take a break from the home cooking, you can always hit up our sponsor, Spacey.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Yeah.
Spacey's.
That was a nice alley-oop there. Thank you.
That was great. Yep. To be honest, I'm like throwing the ball blind though, but you're always dunking it, so appreciate
Yeah,
it.
Hey, that's my job, bro. That's what I do. That's what I do.
Yeah, man. Who popped in? I saw someone pop in. Plague Man. Oh, and Sydney's in here. What's up, Sydney? If you guys want to talk or not, that's cool.
Yep. Shout out to Plague Man. Shout out to Sydney. Shout out to Johannes. Anybody listening on the YouTubes? Shout out to everybody, man. Glad to have you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just dealing with all this life stuff before the move, so just listening in, enjoying myself. But there's so many boxes to tick. It's like unbelievable.
Don't be afraid to take a break too.
Yeah, I think I might go get the worst thing possible for breakfast. Don't judge me, but I'll probably be listening as I go.
Already judging. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I just don't care when there's all these things to do. It's like, I can ignore the processed food, but don't tell anybody. Well, now everybody knows, it doesn't matter.
Nah, you're good. We all have our little guilty pleasures in one way or another.
McGriddles! It's a double!
When's the last time you had a McGriddle Creation Bear?
Oh man, I don't even know.
Same.
You know what? I have a sound clip for that.
We don't do that here.
What's up, Blackman? I see you've been trying to chime in. What's up, dude?
Oh, I'm just repiping this home, listening in, hanging out.
Oh my!
You're the
And
football player.
I'm really like trying not to do any grocery shopping besides like bread and eggs, you know? Because it's like, I don't want to have to throw out a bunch of food. I've already thrown out a whole bunch, given a lot to the neighbors. It's like, what am I to do? Oh, the devil. Anyway, sorry. I'm not really.
You could just
no,
order
you're
from our
good.
sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Hey, CB.
What up, play?
That voice was perfect.
Hey, bro, I have a question, business proposition. So, I don't know if you guys follow Coach Prime and the Buffaloes. Really, Coach Prime and his interviews. But his first interview after the first game over my squad, TCU, when he won, he asked one of the reporters who was hating on him. He said, "Do you believe now?" And he was trying to talk, and he was like, and the guy wasn't really like trying to give Coach Prime his props. And Coach Prime was like, he cut him off and said, "No, no, no. Do you believe?" He kept saying like, "Do you believe? Do you believe?" And I thought about, when you make your little your sound bites, to take that and play it over somebody when we beat them with the truth. We play that, and like, do you believe now? I just thought that would be funny.
That's a good
What's his
idea.
name? Coach
I'll go do
Prime?
that right now. I will go do that right now. That's
Yeah, he if you go back like when they played TCU the opening week.
Yep, that was a great.
After that game, some reporters was hating on him, saying like, he shouldn't do the type of transfers and the type of coaching he's doing. And he kept
won.
He kept receipts.
He's like, "Do you believe? Do you?"
Yeah, yeah. Do you believe? Do you believe?
That is good. That does sound like a good.
And I was like,
soundbite.
bro, if CB could just take this and cut it up, bro,
Oh,
that
he's
would
going
be
for it, bro.
A1, bro.
He's on the hunt.
That's an easy request. I can do that for sure. I'll do that today.
You do.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna inbox you. I was like, nah, I'm gonna chop it up with CB when I actually get him on real person.
For sure, brother. I remember you were the football player, right?
Yeah, I play some ball, man. Yeah, that's me.
We
I
were
do
talking
more,
about
but
it
like
in
I'm
Texas,
repiping your house right now. But
right?
yeah,
And how
Yeah,
you were
in
thinking. I'm
Texas.
thinking. You were talking about how you were bringing up flat Earth to your kids, and how like they were even out. Yeah, they were like pointing out like, "Oh, look, another globe. What is that?" Like that. I remember that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Yeah, you were one of the first people stories I heard when I got in the server. Sorry, I haven't seen you since. Oh.
Yeah, man. I had twins, dude. So my life has been really busy, and
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you. So between that, I train athletes and I do plumbing. So right now I'm taking a little 10-minute break. I've been underneath this house for quite a while, and yeah, man. So my life is pretty full. But anytime I get a chance to come in and join my flat Earth family, man, I'm with it, because you guys are definitely joy and bright light in my life, man. Whenever life gets mundane, I chime in and just listen to the conversations, man, and it gives me another breath, and then realize that, hey, you know, while we're
Not
so
alone,
busy,
bro.
there's
Not
another.
alone.
yeah, there's other people out here trying to lie to the world, and it just kind of makes me zero back in on reality, you know. So, yeah,
Oh,
man,
dude, you're
feels good to be
good.
here too.
Are you under the house right now?
No, I'm in my work van, just
Chilling. Gotcha.
listening. But yeah, there was some cats. I think it's a dead cat underneath this house, and I smell them, but I haven't seen them, so I'll get to them eventually.
Dang.
Yeah.
But so when's the last time were you hanging out? Recently? Have you heard about this like politics server that's going on?
Nuh-uh.
Okay. No, yeah, I was just telling CB about the thank you for simplifying it, CB. The Overton window is growing. It's awesome. Where like more of the laymen, like normies, are basically getting introduced to these topics, and it's, you know, I can see, like, I put myself in their shoes, because I'm in those shoes in a sense, because I'm still learning the arguments, you know, like I don't know everything, and the Overton window is growing because the people that have been watching this, right, the laymen that have been actually in the chat, like, for 3-4 days, right, they're seeing the arguments over and over, and then when we get to a high level argument like the one that just happened, even the laymen's, even the normies are just like, okay, listen, shut up, don't interrupt the conversation. They're excited, they're on season 9, you know what I mean, like they're keeping it going.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
So it's just a good thing to see. It's a good thing. Sufi, welcome back, yo. Sufi. Oh, and if you can't chat or unmute, that's okay. You can use the voice text. Sufi is one of those rare few was raised as a flat earther.
That's awesome.
I know,
So
right?
that's
Sorry.
Hey,
My
there you are.
awesome.
my audio wasn't working. Sorry. Hi everybody.
What's up? How you been?
Good, good. I'm doing well. How are you guys? I thought I'd pop in.
Yeah. Perfect. Perfect timing. Now I'm definitely not gonna go to sleep. That's for sure. But yeah, we were just kicking it, talking about the. Oh, look at that! People are popping in. Is this the first time you've been back since we first talked?
Kind of. I popped in last night, but it was only for about 10 seconds or so because my battery immediately died and I wasn't really bothered to recharge my phone. So that was that.
Gotcha. Yeah. So how
What are you guys up to tonight?
Oh, it's 9 in the morning for me. Yeah.
Oh, pardon me.
No, it's okay.
Sorry. I'm in Australia, so it's evening. Well, actually, really late. But I've been thinking about eclipses. I popped in because I have a question about eclipses, if that's all right.
Is that a British accent in Australia?
Yeah, so like I'm from Britain, but since I moved to Australia, I have slightly
hear that.
developed an Australian accent. So yeah,
no, you haven't.
yeah, I know my
You're
R's are
still so posh,
rolling.
my dear.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
real quick, Sufi.
I've been thinking about
abound.
eclipses.
This
Sorry?
is Rick Guy. He is in Australia for sure. And Rick Sky, this is Sufi. She's one of the rare few who were raised as a flat earther. Just before you go and attack her, just in case, because you don't have roles, Sufi. You know what I mean?
Whoa. I don't attack people. What are you
I'm
trying to
not.
say? What
I'm
are you
not
setting up here, my man?
that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just prefacing. I'm just, you know.
Wait, did you say Australia?
Yeah, you're framing
the
it.
bleeding hell! We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene!
We get it! You're from Space Australia!
You're right. I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't mean it that way. I wasn't saying like, oh, you're the attack. Like, I didn't mean it that way.
Right, you just I get it, man. I get it.
I'm sorry. But anyway,
we're here now.
Sufi, she has a question about solar eclipses,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. So in the globe Earth model, they've taught us how eclipses occur, solar eclipses and also total eclipses. I'd like to know how the flat Earth model explains that phenomena.
Gotcha. Okay. So one thing to remember, there is no flat Earth model. Truly. Remember I was telling you about that? There is no... If someone tells you they know the shape of the Earth in its entirety, they're lying to you. Because we don't know.
This is a new way of thinking about the thing. Okay.
But it's true, though. Because we can't independently verify it for ourselves. Do you get what I mean?
Okay, so we don't have a model. I think... Okay, so in the form of like architecture, I'm just going to go back to school for a sec. We have archetypes. So we have a typology, and there is a morphology to it.
Okay, true. There's a cosmology, a flat Earth cosmology that's apparent in...
There's a morphology to it as well. That's the material sort of...
But model
I think
specifically, like a globe model, like, you know what I mean? Like, because
so-
the reason why, because it's because people use quote unquote flat Earth models and make ridiculous memes and stuff with them, trying to obfuscate, to make it look silly. Essentially, that's all.
I'm aware. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. But I was gonna say, so.
But there are certain rules within an archetype that we subscribe to, but we may sort of differ at the edges, you might say. Yeah?
Sure.
You say edge?
Yeah.
Sure.
Kidding. Please continue.
But I get that. But I'm just saying model specifically. Because then people will be like looking, oh, let me see your model. Do you get what I mean? I'm just prefacing the answer to your question. Right. So
Sure.
when you so what do you mean, how does it work in our morphology? I'm just going to use it.
Yeah, like, so in, like, I'll use the word theory because I think we've come to like we're sort of getting into semantics now, but in the flat Earth theory or the flat Earth model or archetype, how does a solar eclipse or even a lunar eclipse work if the Earth and the Moon are sort of like like tailing each other over a plane? When we see that phenomena in the sky, what's the explanation for that under this model or theory?
Okay. I'd like to have a crack at it, but...
Go for it.
Beast, go for it.
No, you go for it. I'm finding the video. You're good.
Yeah, there's a good video. There's a couple of good things. So I'm still trying to get my head a little bit around what causes them like lunar phases. Not to say that they're... Okay, so the sun and the moon are so as far as like I'm sort of conceptualizing in my mind are a reflective phenomenon. They're immaterial and they're actually a projection from an activity that is occurring at the center.
Well,
and
we gotta be careful
you
with
want to take off from there?
speculations. No. We gotta be careful with speculations.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Well,
in terms
can I
of the
say that I'm
theory.
speculating?
Yes, there you
and
go.
just like roll with it?
There you go.
Yeah, well, I kind of did say that I was like, according to me and my sort of what I'm sort of conceptualizing what's going on at the moment. Like, I'm still trying to come to terms with it all, and I really need to look at that
Yeah.
A little bit more of what's it? The Tomb of Illumination. YouTube. What like beyond that, like formally, it's sort of there is something going on. From which the luminaries are emerging. There's an activity. There's I don't know. It's this sort of there's an bunch of energy fields that are interacting within the central like toroidal field, and it's going to be really hard to sort of describe this without using like actually like an image that I can put in front of us.
I know, that's what I'm trying to find it. Is it called selenium eclipses?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
well,
yeah, but when
in
you
terms
say
of
that,
like where you see the shadow of the Earth
but
coming down
selenium,
from above the
sure,
moon.
Yeah, but the point is though that I feel like she's asking more about like what causes the selenium. Like we can say that we observe the selenium, but what's actually the causation? Because on the globe model, they just say it's the sort of like one thing blocking another.
Right. But that's why I'm just gonna try and find that just to.
Wait a second. Is that Tarek from Clubhouse also on Discord? You following me, man? What's
Who's
up?
that?
This is Kenchi, man, from Flat Earth Gang on Clubhouse.
Hey, dude. Yeah,
That's
what's going
crazy.
on?
I've been trying to get the boys over here, man. Clubhouse is dying.
Clubhouse is screwed.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
So
go
here's
ahead.
the thing, Rick Sky. The thing is, like, I say she was raised as a flat earther, but
Mhm.
not to go too deep into the story without I don't want to explain your story for you, Sufi, but she's coming back to flat Earth after kind of like the rebellious phase against your parents about like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. What about physics, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to
Fascinating. Okay, cool. Yep.
So I'm trying to like keep it
grounded.
Yes. For now,
Gotcha.
we can get into that. Sure, no problem. But
Okay, right. Yeah. So like, yeah, cool. I'll turn it down a little bit.
Yeah, you're good, bro.
I
Because I'm with you
tend
on
to
the
go
Tomb
off
of
into the
Illumination. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like I go into the speculative side of things because I'm always trying to push like what I know a little bit. But yeah, I mean, basically, when it comes down to it, the solar eclipse, like the eclipse itself, does not work on the globe model because you've got this selenium eclipse, which is just happening upside down. Like it's happening in reverse of what the globe model predicts.
Exactly.
Thus we can assume, therefore, like that whatever's being claimed about, we can basically say it's bunk.
Yeah, well,
Therefore,
would you
we
be
must sort of
sufficed with that, Sufi? Like us just debunking the claim, like showing you why it can be debunked? Because to be honest, like the causation is still in contention, if that makes sense.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Okay, we can show you how we can show you with an observable event, where it was a lunar eclipse or solar eclipse. I can't remember which one it was. I'm trying to find it right now.
Lunar.
It was a lunar. Okay,
Yeah,
that's where the Earth.
eclipse. Yeah,
that's where the Earth casts a shadow on the moon. Correct.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay, so based
So
on where this event was. No, you're good. You can explain. I'm still trying to find it.
Okay,
You explain
you
that
find
event?
it. Basically, where like the globe would predict that the moon would be shadowed from the bottom to the top. Oh wait up, am I inverting it? It actually happens in the opposite way. I'm sorry, I got to be really careful
That's
here.
correct, though. No, yeah. It was from the. It's supposed to be bottom up.
Yeah, but it actually happens around the other way.
And again, this is better with a visual. Hang tight, though. I thought I can go back in the politics messages. But
I put a visual in the chat for you if you want.
Yeah, I think if
It's
you got one
thank
ready,
you,
I think I got
meme
one.
that I made, but it's probably not that helpful. But yeah, it's just for a lunar eclipse.
I'm pretty sure I got something like in my YouTube barrel somewhere.
Also, really quickly, I don't know if you're saying it quickly or maybe I'm mishearing you, but I think you're referring to a selenilian eclipse.
Selenilian. Thank
What did I
you.
say? Did I say selenimally?
Well, no, there's a supplement called Jesus, I can't even say it.
Selenilian?
Yes.
Selenium.
Yeah, selenium is the supplement.
Yeah, I take that too. So selenilian is
I was wondering why I couldn't find anything. I kept typing selenium.
yeah, it's okay.
My
though.
bad.
It's a tough one.
No,
to
you're good.
Yeah.
Check it
But,
out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Boom.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you see that, Sufi?
Give me a second. Where
In
do
the
I need
live
to select?
stream voice text.
Live? Oh no.
Right above.
Pardon me. I've selected the little speech bubble in the chat. I can
Not that
see.
one.
Not that
But
one.
the one, like, it's
Right above it.
right above us. Like, you see us speaking. It's like the little hashtag live stream voice text right
I
above.
can actually tag it in that chat bubble so you can find it easier if it's hard.
Sorry, I'm literally dumb when it comes to this app. Pardon me.
So, if you look where it shows us talking, you see us talking in the live stream.
Yeah. So I did go into there. There's a TikTok of a lady with very long legs.
Yeah, click.
And click the link.
Yeah, click that.
Oh yeah,
stream
live stream voice text. Thank you.
It'll take you right to where we're at.
Okay, creation bear. Are you a bear?
I am.
Might be a confusing question, but you've answered it very simply, so you must be a bear.
Yes, ma'am. I'm guessing you are too. It's been a long time.
I
haven't
freaking
really
knew
hung
it.
out with the bears in a long time.
I wanted to ask too, bro, but like because of Sufi, because she told me what a bear was. Owen Benjamin.
I
That's
just
so
never
crazy.
changed my name. It's been a long time. But yeah, don't let me interrupt, please.
No,
Okay,
dude, please interrupt if you know more, because
No.
this is not my wheelhouse. Honestly.
Okay, so I can see the image. It says, oops, here goes. Wait, let me scroll back up. Okay, so a selenilian eclipse. What you saw, what you should have seen.
Thank you.
Why is there a difference between what we see and what we should have seen?
So, have you seen the globe model or explanations?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
For an eclipse, yes, yeah. But for a lunar eclipse, yeah.
Right.
And for a solar eclipse, yeah.
Which means the Earth would have to be in front of the sun, or in front of the moon, blocking the sun to the moon, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Right. So
that's when a lunar eclipse is occurring, correct?
yes.
That's like
now,
when yeah.
So they call this a selenilian or selenilian. Occurs when both the sun and moon can be observed at the same time above the horizon, and the occultation, basically the shadow, occurs from the top down, demonstrating it's not from a globe Earth shadow. So to kind of break that down, right? The sun and the moon are both visible, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why it would have to be from the bottom up, like if it's on the horizon, right, and the sun's setting, right, setting in the west. Sets in the west, and the moon, like this one right here. Oh, here's the video. Thank you, dude. This is so wild. So if you look at this, so this kind of gives you a brief explanation.
Okay, hold on. Let me just save this.
Yeah, definitely save that. But just to kind of help you picture it, right? If the sun is setting, right, it's going past the horizon line, and the moon's still in your field of view, then the shadow that would be casting on the moon would have to be bottom up, because it's going past your horizon, in a sense, like behind you, on the right, or on the west. And the way the moon was, basically in the field of view on the left, right? It was the shadow it came top down.
I'm trying to follow, but I don't really know how.
So
this
imagine
explains.
you're seeing the horizon. Let's say you're at the beach, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then the beach you're facing east. You're facing the east. So the sun
The sun is setting, right?
is it
If I'm
rises in the
facing.
east, sets in the west? I'm
Oh,
so
sorry.
tired.
Oh, sorry.
Can
No,
I-
no, no.
can I
The
have a-
sun actually rises from the east. Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
And it sets in the west, yeah. So
Right.
I'm facing the east, and the sun is rising.
Yeah, well, just you're facing the east, just so you know. That's where the sun is rising from, right?
Mhm.
And behind you, right, is where it's going to set. Now, in
Okay.
front of you is the moon, still in your
Right.
horizon view. You can see both, and you can see the sun setting. As the shadow occultates or starts to appear on the moon, right? It should be going bottom up because the sun is behind you setting. Do you get what I mean? Because of your perspective.
But why would it be behind me setting if,
Because you're facing
like,
east.
Can I have a quick crack?
hold on. I've seen these GIFs right online that explain how the sun and the moon sort of like circulate a level plane, and they are directly opposite each other, and they seem to spin around at at a 180 degree sort of like separation line between them, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And they're completely like opposite each other. So if I close my eyes and imagine that we're on a flat plane, I wouldn't assume that the sun is sort of like behind me setting. I would assume that it's sort of like curving away from the land area that I'm at, and that's what's
you're
causing the
facing
darkness.
east. You're facing east, right? You're facing pure east. For some, we don't know why, but it's just the case. The sun always rises in the east and sets in the west. That's just how it is. It's going around, no matter where you are, right? So the reason why I'm trying to get you to picture this way is because the sun and the moon are both visible, right? In the sky, which means they're above that horizon, like your field of view. So what I'm saying is this selenium that was filmed, what's behind this guy that's filming the selenium is the sun. Can't see it. He's just filming the moon, but that's where the sun is setting. Behind him, because behind him is west, right?
Can I have a quick crack at simplifying this real quick, just like in a 3D spatial sort of explanation?
Sure.
Okay, you've got three objects. The middle object is the Earth. That is you as the observer. Behind you is the sun. You're not looking at the sun, you're looking at the moon. The moon is the third object. So you got 1, 2, 3, you're in the middle. Behind you is the sun. The moon is the thing that you're looking at. As the moon goes down and you're observing the moon, you would expect the moon shadow to be going from the bottom to the top, but what you actually observe is the shadow, so-called, of the Earth casting upon the moon, going from the top to the bottom.
Hold on. Hold on. When you say there are three objects and the Earth is in the middle, why is it in the middle? Isn't that more in line with like a heliocentric model? If the Earth is in the middle.
Sure, but the premise is that we're trying to disprove what the globe is suggesting as. I'm not trying to prove what's going on the flat Earth. I'm just merely trying to disprove what's going on the globe to show that it's actually so this eclipse is actually referred to as the impossible eclipse. I shared that video. You'll see a reference to that, and you can go find some links. You can even look up the impossible eclipse. This is why they refer. This is why they tell us that it's impossible.
And is that the lunar or the solar? Sorry.
The Selenilian or Selenilian, right?
Selenilian eclipse, yes, but it's a lunar eclipse. So it's a lunar eclipse. It's a lunar Selenilian eclipse.
Right.
Cool. I just
You see
wanted
the
to sort
drawing,
of
by the way?
abbreviate it like that, but you're welcome to go on. If you
No, I
need
just
anything
wanted
cleared up, let me know.
I wanted just her to see Creation Bear's drawing. He says it's dog shit, but it's perfect. It's great. I like it. To give you a visual. Right? You're facing the sun, right?
It's cute.
But the
Okay.
reason why he made it curved, right? That's the globe claim. We're on a globe still, right? But this is we've seen this impossible eclipse occur, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if the sun is behind you,
That's right. Mm-hmm.
and the moon is in front of you, do you see how he drew the shadow on the bottom? Because the sun is quote unquote setting behind you.
Yep.
And then the earth would be casting the shadow bottom up, right?
That's right.
Right, but that's not what we see with the Selenilian eclipse. It's coming from the top down. It's very strange. We don't know why exactly. It's just it completely there's no real explanation except for refraction. Like that's what they're saying. They're saying
Bruh.
yeah. They don't even know what type of refraction either, but they're saying that it's bending. I can't even explain it because it's ludicrous, but their excuse was refraction, essentially. I don't know if you know the excuse, Creation Bear, if anyone wants to explain how it works.
We do have a guest celebrity, Andrew, in the house. If you want to chime in, if you're busy, that's no problem. But if you want to chime in and let us know, you draw the refraction. I actually don't know, so maybe if you want to detail it for us,
Perfect. He's a globe earther.
I can draw it as you detail it for us. But I don't know how. I don't have the mental gymnastics capacity to do that. So I'm sorry.
If you want to unmute it, oh, you can't. Okay, he's at work. So, no worries, dude. So have you heard of the Selenilian eclipse or the impossible eclipse?
I've never heard of it before. No, this is the first time. I had a look at the.
You're good. I'm talking about Andrew. I just want to know if he has an explanation.
Yeah, he knows. He said the explanation is refraction.
I'm gonna drop out real quick. Pardon me, guys. I think my daughter is waking up. I'll be back.
Okay, no worries.
I'll just drop out.
Yeah, the Selenilian eclipse is actually super weird. And don't worry, Rick's got I totally understand where you were going with it. By the way, I'm with you there. It's just yeah, I just kind of wanted to show her
No,
first.
for sure. Yeah,
you know what
I didn't know what I was walking into for sure.
It's like she's fresh to the flat Earth, kind of. Was raised it from a religious perspective.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So now she's trying to understand it again, coming back to it after seeing the lies with the Coco,
Oh yeah, little steps.
Right.
What was that? Like the staircase of disbelief.
Yeah.
You can't go from 1 to 100. You need to sort of step through. Yeah, for sure. That video though that I posted is I've sort of got it going in the background and it looks pretty sort of, how would you say, it diagrammatically lays it all out and explains why it doesn't work.
Yeah, what's the weird part of the impossible eclipse, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that it's it's counterintuitive already that the shadow's not coming from bottom up. But the weird part is that it's coming from the top left. You know what I mean? It's not exactly the opposite. It's not exactly coming down from the top up either, or top down. You see what I'm saying?
I don't. I need it. So I'm just gonna.
If you look at the
gonna get my head around it a little bit.
It's not the exact opposite of what we should have seen, if that makes sense.
Well, okay. the only reason I've got a slight problem with it's like we can't see where the light is emitting from. All we know is that we've got these objects. So, but it's still like, I mean, obviously it's inverted, like it's the wrong way around. But
it's inverted and at a slight angle to the left. Do you get what I mean when I'm saying that?
What's the significance of the slight angle to the left?
Exactly. That's my question. I'm like, what? That's peculiar. You know what I mean? Like, how come it's not?
I find it less like, are you saying it should be directly from top down?
I'm not saying it should be anything. I just find it peculiar that it's not it's not a completely inverted claim compared to what we observed. If that makes like it's.
So Dave Weiss's videos where he shows the sun setting in the distance, and even like just the arc that the sun scribes across the sky is as a curved linear form. So yeah, like the fact that it's coming from like the top left, it sort of it kind of how would I say, like it marries up rather well with the idea that the thing's circling above. Yeah.
Right. Oh, someone popped in and out. Oh well. Plagueman, kind of want to bring you in this because I know you only have limited time to chill. What do you think about the Selenian eclipse? If you can see it in the live stream, since we're on topic. Or not. I know you're probably busy, bro. No worries. Acid Rain's in here too. What's up, dude? How's the book coming along?
Hey man, I've been working on the circle of the Earth.
Still? Writer's block?
Yeah. But I finally found but I'd have to go to the Greek and the translation of the Old Testament into the Septuagint.
Gotcha. But yeah, what do you think about the Selenian eclipse since I have you off mute?
Well, it's just an eclipse, but I mean, or argue eclipses in the fact that the shadow of the shadow that's cast upon the moon is like the ratio shadow to size of the moon is too small to be that of the Earth. Like the ratio doesn't match the claimed size of the Earth.
Yeah, right.
It's too small.
Way too small.
It's like 26% too small to be the Earth.
Yeah, it would be a line mostly because of how big the Earth should be, right? In a sense, it shouldn't be curving that much. It shouldn't have that. Yeah. Gotcha. I didn't even think about that, but that makes sense. But no, yeah. What do you think in terms of like what causes that? Or you would speculate, you know, like just because it's interesting.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it could be the same thing that causes the. I mean, it's lunar eclipse, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that it could be the same stuff that eclipses the moon totally during a total lunar eclipse. But at the same time, we don't know how much of. I mean, there could be one, and there could be more. So we don't, it might be the same, might not be the same, but it doesn't have anything to do whatsoever with the shape of the ground. I mean, I'm just saying that because
you're right.
NASA uses the Saros cycle to predict quote unquote their eclipses, but Saros cycle was formulated by the Babylonians, and the funny thing is the Babylonians were flat earthers, right? With like the Earth was flat for them with a dome above, but funny thing is they completely separated their astronomical observations from their cosmology. So when they observed eclipses and stuff, they never formulated the cause of them having anything to do whatsoever with the ground below. They completely separated both, and so the cause they ascribed for eclipses was gods or demons. Well, basically celestial objects that they thought were gods or demons. But the point is that even them, I mean, if these guys who formulated first I mean, it's all about patterns. You're just observing patterns of what happens in the sky, which has nothing to do with the ground below. If even them who first formulated the solar cycle, from which NASA even uses today, because there's no other, right? Even if them didn't mix, right, the patterns with the shape of the ground below, then on what grounds do Globers who use the same solar cycle, right, have under which authority do they think that it's fine to then ascribe what happens in the sky, right, to the shape of the ground below, when the first
Period.
guys who formulated the stuff didn't do it?
Right. No, I got you. Right. So you're saying yes, like I'm agreeing with you too. Actually, now the Selenium eclipse is fascinating, and trying to find out what the heck is that, and we can speculate. That's great, but what you're saying is, yeah, it's cool and all, but it still doesn't help us determine the shape of the Earth, or not the shape of the Earth, but determine.
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't help with that case, and I get that. See,
But
the problem.
Mm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, there was just that point though before that was raised that the shape of the shadow doesn't, like, there should be parallel lines coming from the sun, and the Earth casting the shadow upon the moon should not be so curved. It should be parallel. So it's bringing into dispute the shape of the Earth as a consequence. So it does kind of relate back then down to the ground, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah.
It's
true.
a disproof. It's not a proof of something. It's a disproof of something else, though.
Right.
Way to frame it.
Yeah.
That is a good point. The thing is refraction, right? It's literally just like what Andrew said here. Immediately refraction. You know what I mean? It's still like
So what is that the light bouncing through the atmosphere of the Earth is causing the curvilinear shape that we see? Like that 2 mil, that 1 mil on the surface of a cue ball is causing the light to bend so much? That's a good one.
What kind of shit is that?
it sucks because he has to type, but I'd really like to hear him respond. Ask your boss for a mic. Just kidding. Joking.
Yeah, what's funny is even if I give you that the Earth is a globe, then has to be 25% less big than what it's claimed. So either way, even refraction doesn't account for the Earth appearing 25% too small on the moon. I mean, what kind of that will be the wildest ad hoc hypothesis that will ever be seen by mankind. How the hell does the Earth cast a shadow that's 25% too small? It's not even too big; it's too small.
Yeah, it looks too big while we sit on the Earth, but it's too small when it comes to the moon. So they want it bigger on the Earth, and they want it smaller on the moon.
Yeah. What causes that? Like dark matter? Just take a wild guess.
Cake and eat it too territory.
I gotta go do some delivery driving, and I will be back in a little bit or listen on my phone. Take care, guys.
Au revoir.
Yeah, so CB, I promised. Oh wait, Andrew typed. I'm curious what numbers you're using. I remember trying to calculate the size of the shadow as a kid using moon distances, and reported the Earth size, and they matched very closely. I remember trying to calculate. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I'm just. Oh wait, yeah. No, it's just comparing the shadow. I mean, to get the ratio, you just have to do you take the shadow of the cast shadow, and you just draw a circle with the size of the Earth, and then you compare both. But you get the ratio. I mean, you can calculate it by pixels on the screen, which gives you the same ratio basically. Because I can't like if you have a method to measure the full shadow of what's cast up on the moon, then provide me with one because I mean unless you've got a wide space ruler, I don't think you can do that. But I'll just give you the picture. Give me a second.
Yeah, because what the lines of light should be absolutely like just doesn't make sense. It's more to do the curvilinear form suits the size of the moon, and yet you're saying that the Earth casts that shadow.
Yeah. Yeah, so it always goes back to the same stuff that you have to assume that it's the Earth, right? You can't say oh yeah it's the Earth if you haven't validated the Earth to be a globe first, and also you have to validate every other parameter, that the sun is far away, that the sun has the claimed size, distance, position to the Earth, that the moon has the claimed size, distance to the Earth. It's all I mean. Because it's easy to say, oh yeah, it's the Earth, but I mean, when you look at all the parameters that you have to validate before to be able to claim it's the Earth, then good luck. I have the. Oh no, it's not this one. Wait. I posted it in live stream, Andrew. That's one image of one lunar eclipse, but you can take all of them. They all won't match. But yeah, I promised Creation Bird that I will share my what's it called? Yeah, my observation of seeing too far on this Earth to be a globe. Actually, it wasn't. It was before I came to Flat Earth, not after. When I was like during a trip to Canada, I was like 16 years old at the time. I didn't take any pictures because, of course, like I I wasn't in the mindset of let's take a picture of how far I can see in order for me to be able to back up the fact that you're seeing the globe 6 years later when I'll be a fly earther. But I'll just give you guys the location and pictures to back up the location so that you guys at least know where the observation took place. And if you got friends that are in Canada, you can ask them when they are free in their free time to go there. So your observation basically was over the Saint Lawrence River, and 137 kilometers wide. It was at the mouth of the river. Let me see.
Can't even go to sleep yet, by the way. Let's go help my dad with something. I will catch you guys later. CB, feel better, brother. Get some fresh air, get some sun.
We'll do. Maybe I need to get a Selenilian eclipse or something. But no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you have a good night, dude.
Yeah, definitely, brother. I should come back in here more often. I'm in chill chat too much. Plague Man, pleasure, man. Good luck at work. Andrew, good luck with Globe. Acid Rain, Wave Mixer. Oh, I just saw you popped in. He's definitely though. You guys have a blessed day.
Yeah, brother.
Later.
Later.
Okay, so I'm sharing the location. Where is it? Live stream. Yeah. Okay, I have it. Okay, so this is the location. I'll just make it a bit wider.
Cool. I'll pull this up on Google Maps on my end too.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so this is the view that's taken from higher up. The town is Sept-Îles. It's the one with the little red square. All right, Andrew. I'll just go with the. I mean, I'll come back to the eclipse right after. Just want to post the.
I'm not sure. Oh no, I don't think I'm getting the right. Sept-Îles. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so the last picture I posted in live stream is it's not the actual peaks, mountains. It's just both islands that are at the left of the. It's just as a witness to the location.
Okay.
It's just showing the island, the Ile d'Anticosti
Yeah,
on the
I see
left.
it. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Okay. So then I'll just share the topography of the shore that's in front of. It's like a national park, if I'm not mistaken, where you can do hike and stuff. Uh, Give me a sec.
Damn, 84 miles to that island. Sheesh.
Yeah, it's wild. And like people that go there, they see that stuff all the time. Like on a clear day, they tell you, yeah, you can do that. Like you can see that stuff.
That's crazy though. 85 miles is nuts.
So yeah. I'll just give you guys the okay. So first I'll give you the name of the peaks, and then I'll give you the topography of the shore. First is
I'll post some screenshots for anyone that's following along. And I also see Mr. Raw Pantera has joined the panel. Welcome. You want to chime in real quick? We can hook you up with a VC pass. If you pop out, it'll put you back on server mute, so just keep that in mind. But if you chime in, I'll give you a VC pass, and you can pop in and out as you'd like. Come and go, and you'll be in control of your own microphone. So. And he's gone. Yeah, I've got Google Earth Pro pulled up, so yeah, let me know if you need any more screenshots or whatever. Yeah, pretty much, Johannes, exactly. Must be a lot of refraction to see 85 miles.
yep. Okay, so I just posted the mounts of the opposite shore. I'll share the topography so that you guys can check.
See, Mr. Logical has joined the panel. Welcome. We're just going through some observations up in Canada. I mean, this is crazy, dude. Those distances enough to make a Glober faint.
Yeah. Okay, and the last stuff is the topographical map of the region. So you guys can enter the mounts. I posted like there's the location of the town Setil, and then you have you can look for the mounts that I gave and check for yourself how much target hidden, how much of the mountain should be hidden. For example, if we take the first one I posted, which is where is it? Yeah, okay, Mont Fortin, distance 139 kilometers. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so the stuff should be hidden behind basically, okay, almost, yeah, 300 meters of curvature. And then we can repeat for all the others. For example, for the Mont Xalibu, you should have, well, it's 1,000 meters, so it's basically pretty much the same. For all the others, it should be 200 meters hidden behind the curvature. So that's the stuff. If you know anyone who lives near that location, or if you're going on vacation to Canada someday, then take some time to go out there because it's a nice city actually. Even if you don't see, apart from the observation you can make, it's a good city. If you guys have any questions, I'm all ears.
Very nicely done. Well done. Well, I don't know if you noticed, Acid, but be sure to check your rolls, my friend.
Oh yeah. Thanks. I just saw while doing the little presentation. Thanks, CB. I appreciate it, man.
We appreciate you, Dan. I've been noticing some good work on your end, so keep up the good work.
Just want to know what kind of car that is in your avatar. Is that a Vet? Citroen?
No, it's Ferrari.
All right, okay. Nice.
Yeah, it's not mine, unfortunately, but one day, hopefully, lol.
Nice. JC in the chat, I think he finally tried it. He said, you asked if there's anything the globe gets right. The globe is correct that the Earth isn't stationary. Unfortunately for the globe, the kind of motion the Earth demonstrates also makes it impossible for the Earth to be a globe.
What the hell did you just say?
Anyway, yeah, well, look, he just presented 85 freaking miles. Glovers, 85 miles. You believe now?
What's up, boss? You believe that? Of all the hold on. Oh no. Do you believe that? Huh?
Who said I didn't believe before?
No. I read through that bull junk you wrote. I read through that. I sifted through all
What did
that.
I write?
Yeah.
What did I write?
Oh, no. Come
Can
on.
I ask my question?
Do you believe?
In what?
You don't believe.
I do believe.
You just answered it. You don't believe. Next question.
CB.
Yeah, that's the instant classic right there. Instant classic.
Bro, that was perfect, bro. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate that.
Hey, yeah. My suggestion box is
You don't
always.
believe?
No.
You don't believe? You don't believe? No.
Yeah. Gotta love Prime, man. I wish him all the best.
Yeah, man.
Good. There's gonna be more chances to use that one in the future, so I can't wait. So y'all heard it now. Go ahead and all I need is a good alley-oop every now and again. So feel free to serve it up. I got y'all. Let's see. We got Zen Al. Zen Al has joined the panel. Welcome, sir. Globe Skeptic, unplugged from the Matrix. Nice. No Matrix attacks around here. And we are also rejoined by Kenji. Welcome. So, yeah, I mean, a little downtime, but we can pick things back up here in just a moment. Let me see what I got in the hopper for y'all. I did have a question of the day. We already started with this, but if anyone wants to throw their answer in, I see Cars in the panel, and Zen, Andrew even, Acid. So the question of yesterday was, is there anything, this was directed towards our opponents / our friends on the other side of the fence. It was, is there anything that Effie gets correct? And today's question is the opposite, right? We don't want to have double standards. So today's question would be, is there anything that GE gets correct? And I had a couple answers submitted, but if anyone else wants to chime in, love to hear it. In the meantime, oh my gosh, the lobby's popping off with a goofball up there.
Well, just to add another point, since nobody else is going, some GE, because this is all very perspective based. Some people don't realize this world has been going on way before they got here, and it's going to go on way after. But some GE come to the realization that the flat Earth has been an idea way longer than the globe Earth. So some GE understand that.
True. And I appreciate the ones that are genuine like that. There's obviously a lot of mixed signals out there. Folks who say that, oh, you can see curve from an airplane. Well, I mean, we know that's not true. Not because we don't like it. It's just mathematically incorrect. But then you do get some folks that do understand that that's not true, even if they believe in that position. So, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. You don't always find the genuine folks that, truly believe in the globe that will honestly admit, okay, well, yes, flat Earth isn't some type of like new conspiracy theory, as Kenji just pointed out. It's been around a lot longer. That's a good point. Kenji's on fire today. But yeah, some of them also have honest positions like, yeah, well, you can't see curvature. Another answer, the answer I gave was, yeah, some of them admit, yeah, we don't see curve. So that's true. Let's let me see what else I have in the hopper for you guys. We can get some content going. Okay, I got something. Let me just pull up an image. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Zen, welcome.
Hey. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm noticing. The main question most people ask, first question, is why would they lie? That's the one I get over and over again.
Classic. Yep.
But I've just shared the link on Facebook because I was in a debate with someone, but it seemed all right, so I just shared the link. So we'll see if it comes.
Yeah, why would they lie? That's an instant classic right there. I mean, I really wish these folks would put themselves in the shoes of an investigator, a detective. You arrive to a crime scene. Well, the first thing you do is gather evidence. You don't arrive to a crime scene and go, well, I see a dead body, I see the blood, I see bullet shells on the ground, but I just can't think of why this would happen.
So therefore, it didn't happen, even though I can see it.
Yeah, let's just walk away. We don't need to know what. It's just ridiculous. You may eventually end up with some type of motive, but you don't necessarily start. You don't need to start with the motive. You need to start with evidence. I think that's a big thing that these people, I don't know, it hasn't quite clicked for them yet. Like, well, I need a motive. No, you don't. Sometimes you might have all the evidence you need to make a conviction, and you may never have a motive. What do? Just dismiss the case? No. Submit it to a judge, and a sound judge can make, again, a clear-cut conviction based off of the evidence. So, motive isn't necessarily required.
Yeah, the first person I heard, give that reasoning that you've just given, is Dr. Judy Wood. You know, the Where Did the Towers Go lady. She was the first person who kind of laid that out. Says you've all got it the wrong way around. It's first you've got to establish what happened, then you establish how it happened, and only then, when you've got those things in place, do you need to go on to why it happened.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. You start with the what, and it seems like our opponents or our friends on the other side of the fence, they come in like, well, why, how could this have? There's no way this could have happened. Why would this happen? Well, do you even know what happened? Well, who did it? Who? Well, again, do you even know what happened? So I think that's what we spend most of our time on is, well, here's the evidence. Let's start with that. And they start in reverse. So it's strange.
Yeah, it's one of the ways the mind stops itself from looking at things because it's just another defense of the mind. It's a very common defense, but it's very interesting that you see it all the time.
And there's so many examples that you can put it into a lot of different frames of reference for people to understand. I think a lot of people can understand, like, well, if you have a partner, and say like your partner cheats on you, and you're like, maybe your buddy comes up like, look, man, I've got the evidence. Here's the evidence that they cheated. And they're like, but why this has happened? Well, you honestly shouldn't necessarily be so worried with the why, but the what. Once you know the what, all you need to do is, I don't know, kick them to the curb.
She belongs to the streets.
The why doesn't necessarily matter. What are you going to do? And
Yeah, why would you do that?
it's like, well, it doesn't matter why she did it. It's like she did it. That's it. End of story for me, at least. So, if I know why she cheated, then no, like she cheated. It's over. It belongs to the streets.
She belongs to the streets.
I mean, we have a perfect example of a gentleman named Pagus comes along and, well, maybe she cheated because it was actually a robot and he wasn't actually cheating because it was a mechanical robot and she tripped and fell into some robo pee-pee. It's like, bro, what?
As to the why question that's seen in movies all the time. Why? Well, was that not good enough? Oh, yeah. If he's so good for you, yeah, go and find your soulmate. You know, I'm clearly not good enough.
Right. Yeah, shout out to Tiki Bird. Welcome to the panel. I see you've been here not too long, maybe a week, a little bit over a week. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I was on last night discussing flat Earth. This seems to be a little bit more of a fringe topic. It's sort of, I guess it leans on sort of the psychology of flat Earth and well, quote unquote.
Well, I think they want to turn it into a psychoanalysis, but for me, I think what we've been doing lately is normalizing the conversation. It's 2023. It's not a taboo subject anymore.
Like the state, it's not, but people treat it as such. It's difficult to bring it up. But yeah, I guess if you try and convince somebody of flat Earth, that's the wrong way, or like the wrong method of them learning about flat Earth. Like you can't just force somebody rather than somebody finding it. Yeah.
Yeah, well said. You were cutting out there just a little bit at the end, but I heard what you had to say, and I completely agree. I've been using the example of like a courtroom. I kind of look at myself like a lawyer, and my client is FE, right? And our opponents or our friends on the other side of the fence, they're lawyers for their client, GE. And so when you're in a courtroom, I'm the plaintiff. I am not there to convince the defendant. Nope. I mean, they're irrelevant to my case in terms of I'm not making my case to them. I'm pleading my case to the judge and the jury. What the defendant thinks of me or their opinion of me or whatever. I'm not trying to recruit them. It's completely.
Well, it would be nice to recruit them in one fell swoop, though. It would be nice to have them on your side, but I guess the point you're making is that that's not the end goal. It's that it's best to try and show as many quote unquote facts and evidence as you can, even though they might not interpret it as such. But yeah.
Yeah, and I agree. There's a lot of metaphors that you could use. The whole like leading a horse to water. We can do that all day, but we're not gonna like shove their head down in the water and be like, drink it. You better drink this or not.
Yeah.
Or else. I also used the analogy of like maybe if you're like dating someone for the first time, you start slow. You don't just like love bomb someone right when you meet them. Or maybe you have a dance partner. You guys are on the dance floor. Well, maybe you start slow. You rock side to side for a bit. You don't shove your dance partner across the dance floor. So you do sort of. I agree with you that you're not necessarily like.
Like what modern education tries to do.
Yeah.
It's very effective at doing it. Whether or not people gain anything from it is another story. But obviously it used to be, commonplace. You would just go through the education system, and then that's you, a fully fledged person, somebody who knows everything about the entire universe, and that's that. And then, if anybody had any question or any doubts about the current GE model, then they're outcasted. Pretty much. They're made, hermits of themselves. Yeah, you dare talk about Flat Earth to just about anybody, they'll think you're fringe.
Yeah.
They'll think you're a charlatan.
Well, that's why a lot of people believed it was a psyop in the early days, because what it did, it stigmatized anyone who questioned it. And because I questioned it in 2015, 16, and then kind of went off it, but everyone remembered that I was asking those questions. So that stigma was applied to me,
Mm-hmm. Did you get some redemption? Did you get some redemption?
Well, no, because any other question I answered, what I got back was, well, you think the Earth's flat. So
Yeah, that's terrible. That's a terrible thing to do to somebody, to if they voice their opinion and then use that against them later in conversation, just like that. Those types, like those closed-minded, arrogant individuals, don't even belong in any sort of debate. They'll just cut you off right then and there. They'll say, "Oh, well, you thought the Earth was flat." Well, it doesn't matter, because I could have thought, it was any other shape but a globe, and now you disagree with me, and now you're using it against me. That's unfair.
Yeah, exactly. But now I'd kind of go, well, I'd actually join, debate them and ask them questions. But a year or so ago, yeah, it used to stop me because I was like, oh,
I guess it's more of a discomfort, or it's just uncomfortable for them in general, because they would rather just not be bothered, or just not want to step outside their little box. But yeah, I was asking if you had any redemption, if there were people who said, oh, maybe this guy was onto something in 2015, 2016, and they would have been like, oh, maybe Flat Earth is probable, maybe there's something to that,
I just wish I'd found the people on here back then, because I never kind of came across anyone. I was just kind of on my own with it. I had one other friend, and I made the mistake of kind of going up against a whole server of kind of people who opposed me, and I tried to argue the point with I don't know, 20, 30 people.
I think you did the right thing.
Ripped to shreds.
I think you did the right thing. Whether or not that was the most appropriate place to do it is another story. That obviously they'll tear you apart. But yeah,
they did.
Yeah. Well, Discords can be clicky like that anyway. I mean, that's just a property of a Discord server. But yeah.
But I'll tell you what I found at that time when I did that, and it wasn't a voice chat, it was just on a text forum. But and I was what I found was the resistance and the anger it provoked in people. That was my first sign that I was onto something properly, because if it just was anything else, I mean, why is it making people so insanely angry? And then I learned about cognitive dissonance, and I learned what that was, and I learned what it did to people, and then it's now where I am. I understand the whole psychology of it.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the goals maybe of Flat Earth is to sort of break that cognitive dissonance. Like you have to constantly attack it from all angles. That's why, obviously, I mean, yesterday I actually joined the discussion, and they're asking me questions like, where do you feel least confident in FB? And I brought up a bunch of different stuff. First off being photographs, and then the next being like gravity, and obviously just the education system as a whole. But yeah, you're always trying to attack it from multiple vectors. And obviously somebody, when they're trying to prove the globe model, will eventually come to the conclusion that Flat Earth is more plausible. But yeah, it's just, that's how you break it down. Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance is like the mind's defense system, or whatever. But yeah, I mean that's a good question actually. What parts of flat Earth do you feel you're weakest on? It's good to look at that and consider it.
Or the most like the
question.
Yeah, like the most outright issues or glaring issues with globe Earth.
I mean, I listen to these guys debating. I mean, these guys are experts, on this server. They're pretty impressive, some of the stuff
Yeah, some
they're able to.
numerical values that they attach to certain models are very impressive, like the speed of the Earth, rotation, axial rotation. Things that are discussed in that sort of nature are very impressive. Whether or not the numbers line up all the time is another story, because we don't have like mathematical models to represent that. It's all fringe. It's all theoretical.
Well, they have the models. The Globers have the models, and they have the kind of fake science, and then they can kind of what they try to do is they try to bamboozle you with your mathematics and the fake science. And if you're not kind of confident, you can feel out of your depth when people blast you with that. But I've noticed that these guys are able to stay on point all the time, and it's good to listen to them actually.
Because they have baseline numerical values that to them are Bible or biblical, so they can't be questioned.
Yeah.
I'll have to be back.
That's been a good conversation so far. Does anyone want to help me with this?
Andrew.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say, Andrew, I just took the picture you posted, and and I did the same thing, comparing the ratios, and it doesn't match. Again, the red circle is the Earth. The blue circle is the Moon, and the green one is the shadow. So it's again too small.
Acid rain on fire today. Well done. I was just gonna ask. Well, so we got some more clarification from our friend JC20. Today's question of the day, and honestly, I'm gonna remember. I think Zenel said, "What's your weakest point?" Let me write that down so I don't forget. If you want to clarify your question, I'm definitely gonna use that. Maybe we can ask that to the panel. But your weakest argument or weakest FE strength or something like that.
Yeah, what's the point that you feel you least confident in arguing?
Okay, you feel it. I'm gonna write that down because that was a great. Today I asked, well, yesterday's question was, what is something that, or is there anything that FE gets correct? And this was aimed at our friends on the other side of the fence. And I only got one genuine response. It's that back to the, I think they said something about observing, observing a flat Earth, essentially. Okay, that's good. And that essentially led me in today's question as well. What is there anything that GE gets correct? And this is for us. And our friend JC said he said that the Earth is demonstrably not stationary. I'm like, huh? Wait, not stationary? Do you want to clarify? And he says, let me get the answer here. That you asked if there's anything the globe gets correct. The globe is correct that the Earth is not stationary. Unfortunately for the globe, the kind of motion that the Earth demonstrates also makes it impossible for the Earth to be a globe. I'm like, okay, well, what motion are you talking about? Is the motion that the directional orientation of your weight indicates.
What kind of shit is that?
The motion that no measurable downward acceleration indicates. It's just physics. I don't know what that means. Does anyone want to clarify? Or does anyone understand that better than I do? Maybe this is my weak point, then. I'll put it back in the chat.
I mean, it just sounds completely theoretical. It doesn't sound like anything that's self-evident. I mean, there's no motion at all that's self-evident. So he must be talking about some concept.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. The motion that the directional orientation of your weight indicates. Directional orientation of your... Like, my weight indicates that the Earth...
What the hell did you just say?
The only direction your weight points to is downwards. I don't know if that's true though.
We got Zal's just joined. Let me unmute you. And he says the motion that no measurable downward acceleration indicates. Just physics. I don't understand that at all. So if anyone understands that better, maybe Andrew or somebody chime in. Yeah, I don't know. Because I've been saying that this place ain't going nowhere. So, like, what motion? But yeah, if I'm wrong, whatever, let me know.
Maybe the Flat Earth Society, where they think we're on a pancake moving upwards.
Bruh. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. You know what? There actually are some genuine folks out there. Well, I know one person out there that does say that, Dell. I'm not too familiar with Dell, but I know some people do like him. Oh. Power just went out where I'm at. Crazy. Still on, baby. Still live.
Oh my.
That was weird though. The power just flickered out. Luckily, my computer's still on here. All good, guys. Power or not, show goes on.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
Honestly, anytime I get a chance to play that clip, I'm playing it. It was one of my favorites. Yeah. So I see Zal join the panel. Zal, welcome. I don't think we've spoke before. So feel free to chime in. Yeah. You were muted, I'm probably sure. You're probably just hot micing or something. But,
Nope. Nope.
oh, do you know why you're muted then?
Yes.
Oh, what's that for?
I just made a joke with Indio, and that guy wants to power flex on me, so. Well, it was relevant to what he was talking about, but I guess he got upset.
You better put some respect on Uncle Indio's name.
What?
That's the homie.
I'm just telling you, that's what happened.
No, it's all good. No, it's all good. Hopefully Indio joins. I haven't heard from him in a while. We also have Erdabear. Erdabear. Let me unmute you real quick. If you want to chime in, you can say hello. I'll probably give you, maybe a minute or minute to chime in. If not, I pop you back on mute just to safety reasons. If you do leave the call, you'll just be automatically put back on the mute.
Wait, so I don't understand the question. The motion that the directional orientation of your weight indicates, the motion that no measurable downward acceleration indicates.
What kind of shit is that?
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
It needs to be broken down. It's too tightly packed right now. I don't know what the heck it's.
Yeah.
Is the guy here?
No, he's been in the chat only today. Man, it's so quiet in here right now. Motion that the question was like about the earth moving or whatever. He says, well, the motion that your weight indicates. How does my weight indicate? I don't know. Maybe
You know,
I'm stupid.
is he talking about the way your weight goes downwards or some shit? I don't fucking know, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, like when I read it, I was thinking about like, like when you like spin a freaking orange in a bag, well, the weight of the orange is like pushing against the walls of the bag, I guess, when you're spinning it.
Yeah, maybe he'll clarify. Did I message him last? No, I didn't. I'm gonna ask him to clarify. But I'd also love to hear like someone, like maybe like Andrew or someone when you're not busy. Maybe you could chime in and maybe give your take on that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
And at the end, he says it's just physics.
Yeah, it's like, bro, come on, man. What?
Bruh.
Don't say that around here. We look like Globers around here. That was what I heard when I was in like first time I heard about this topic. 2017. I'm like, whoa, okay, this is interesting. I had a friend that was like a pilot or training to be a pilot. I'd go to, and like flight routes and stuff, and those kind of things were really popular back then. So I'd go up to him and be like, yeah, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? My other friends at work, and like that was like the only thing I heard in response. They'd be like, oh, it's just physics, bro. It's just physics. I'm like, what are you even saying? Like,
What kind of shit is that?
it's like that's not really a rebuttal or a response. It's just physics.
Or they bring up like school. Oh, did you even go to school? Or
Yeah,
like,
bruh. Yeah, I know, right? Like, yeah, I went to the same schools as you did. I got indoctrinated by the same stuff as you did. It's not like you learned other things than I did. It's
yeah.
dishonest. Oh, we have
And then
Leon
they'd
Bag as
ask you
well.
why'd you decide to be a flat earther? Like one day we just woke up and decided, yeah, sure.
I know.
Picked our beliefs. I'd like to believe that the Earth is flat now.
No, right? I think they want it to be like that. They want it to be like that we fell off a truck and just like hit your head and forgot. Like, no, sorry, not the case. Old Hoss, shout out to Old Hoss on the panel. I see you. It's also Leon Bag 93. If you want to chime in and maybe try to clarify what JC23 was talking about, because I have no clue. Also, maybe you guys could answer Zen's question. He says, what's the point you feel the least confident in arguing for FE? That's a very good question.
The least confident?
Yeah, do you want to go first? Go ahead.
Let's see here. When we talk about the moon, it's usually about the moon that I feel least confident about because they're like they see shadows in the craters of the moon. The moon's real. That's how they talk.
Yeah.
Moon's real. There's shadows on it. Moon's real. I'm like, I'm not saying the moon's not real. I'm just saying we never landed on it and we don't exactly know what substance it is.
Yeah, facts. Completely agree. Yeah, I don't like really getting into that type of stuff either because they don't like hearing that those things are unknowns. They take a lot of those things for granted. Oh, it's a rock for sure. Like, no, probably not. Well, definitely not. But yeah, they don't want to hear that. So I don't typically like getting into the stuff in the sky either. Not my bag.
It's really just the moon, nothing else.
Everyone knows it's made of cream cheese.
Cream cheese. I don't know, man. I never seen cream cheese with craters, therefore it's not the moon.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen
That's
glowing.
how they talk to me, man. They just bring in like weird ass logic to it.
Yeah. Oh, so you think it's fake? It's like, no, I'm not saying the moon is fake. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that.
exactly. I'm just saying it's not what they're telling you it is. That's literally all we're saying. And then they're gonna bring up, "Are birds fake too?"
Oh my god. Yeah. Heard that a million times. Yeah, it's like what I often tell people is, look, we all see the same thing. So I look at the moon. You look at the moon. You have a story attached to it. You know, you can like make an email and attach a file. So you guys have attached this file with a freaking bedtime story, and we're just saying that story is cap. Period. We all
That's
see
a
the
good
same
way of
thing.
putting it.
Yeah. And they do that with stars, they do that with the sun, they do that with the moon.
And then sometimes it's like, but what about telescopes? I'm like, what about telescopes?
You know, I have a response to that, Zal. So here, this is a CB original right here. Telescopes do not whisper in your ear. I see Leon Bag just chimed in. You want to chime in? What do you think, brother? Oh, and we got Drace in the panel.
What's up? What's up?
Drace needs a Don DeMarco in this joint. Hold up.
Don DeMarco.
Yeah, but that's an original CB line right there. Telescopes do not whisper in your ear because they'll look through the telescope and see the same thing as everyone else. But then they start adding all these details that the telescope did not provide. Oh, no, the telescope didn't whisper that in your ear. That's a rock. That's a shadow. Like, no, dude, sorry. That's not what happened. So you heard it here first. You're welcome to use that if you want.
Probably
But,
just some, demon whispering in their ear, projecting bullshit into their thoughts.
That's funny. But Leon, I saw you on mute. Do you want to chime in, or what do you think about the conversation?
Can you hear me?
Yep, got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to put the mic on, but I had some problems with this. No, I heard your question about if I understood what I don't even remember who was said that thing about the the direction of the weight and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess what he meant was the, upwards acceleration and the reason why he said that that is not right with a global Earth is probably because if weight is if weight is a consequence of an upward acceleration, obviously people on the southern hemisphere wouldn't have weight. I guess that is how I understand that argument. I don't know if it's actually right.
Okay, I think I'm following. So, because is this like the thing where they say like if you drop an apple, not only does the apple kind of go towards the surface, but the surface is going towards the apple? Isn't that kind of what they say? Or am I getting that wrong?
I have no idea. I've never heard about that, but I guess that's it.
I've never heard that before.
I can help you guys out with this. This is the difference between Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity. In Newtonian gravity, the object that is stationary or on the ground, not moving, is in the inertial reference frame. In Einsteinian conceptions, the object on the ground is accelerating upwards, and because it's like the ground is accelerating upwards in all directions.
So yeah,
That's why
like
it's not a force. It's the bending and warping of space-time. And in that conception, the only inertial reference frame is the object in free fall.
That's just a bunch of. This just sounds like nonsense,
I was gonna
man.
say.
I mean, like it's like saying both are true. It's like saying because we attach the camera onto the freaking apple and it looks like the Earth is going towards the apple instead of the apple falling to the Earth, it might be possible that the Earth is actually going towards the apple. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, well, that's Einstein for you.
So
I'm just saying, though.
ChatGPT says this is a common misconception. In reality, the apple falls towards the Earth due to gravity. The Earth does not rise up to meet the apple. The reason why the Earth's motion is not noticeable is that it is very large and massive, so it takes a lot of force to move it. Also, the force of gravity is the same in all directions, and we are on the surface, so it feels like we are not moving.
Yes. Is or so.
Go ahead.
Nothing. It's throwing the concept of gravity in the trash isn't exactly easy. And I mean, gravity just as itself. I mean, isn't that just the same as having more dense objects fall lower than less dense objects? Or, for example, just take the ball in air. So how come we don't just call that gravity? Because that technically is gravity if it goes downwards, because it has more density.
Yeah,
Isn't
the
that
thing
just
is,
gravity?
the problem is there's been some confusion and especially amongst the laymen because they seem to think the fall is called gravity and the cause is called gravity, and they confuse the two in a circular loop. When the fall is something we, of course, all see, and we can quantify its relationship with the medium and control the medium to make it not fall or rise. And so that's called specific gravity, and we have that scientifically validated. However, the cause of specific gravity is unknown. Specific gravity used to be called relative density, and before that, Archimedes' principle. So we've understood that things fall and how they fall for a long time. That's how we make boats.
Yeah. So relativity or relative gravity can just be shown by how fast things fall, essentially, compared to their
Oh,
mass.
no. Relative gravity has nothing to do with relativity. Relativity, special relativity is Einsteinian gravity.
I meant relative gravity. So if you just take two objects, one larger than the other, it has more mass. It's heavier, right? It falls more because according to gravity, that it just basically explains it because
It should be more
otherwise
attracted to the mass because it has more mass, and then the mass should attract to itself because it
Well,
has
no,
more mass.
that's Newton, which was superseded by Einstein. In Einstein, it's the mass is just following curved space-time.
Yeah, I know.
So was Einstein a flat earther?
No,
No,
Einstein was
no.
just making
He
up
was there to
nonsense because
patch the
gravity doesn't work.
holes.
Yeah.
He was there to patch the holes because when all the scientists were trying to use Newtonian mechanics, and by the way, Newton didn't even believe in Newtonian gravity. He said, "Do not ascribe that stuff to me. Any man who has I believe any man who has a competent faculty of thinking would never fall into this." So he didn't believe anyone was dumb enough to believe that gravity, as he postulated it on commission for his secret society friends and told not to publish it under his name, was like, he didn't like that stuff because he was basing it off Epicurus, and he didn't believe that there was any way for a force to act upon another body through no mediation of anything else in between them. He didn't understand or believe that was possible because he believed in cause and effect. It was just a magic force to him.
It's unscientific.
Yeah.
It's unscientific.
Yeah, but what he
you
didn't
can't really
count
observe
on, what he didn't count on was brainwash and indoctrination from a young age can cause a generation to just believe nonsense.
They didn't count on. They gave him all these accolades throughout life because he did a lot of work for the secret societies, and then he wrote this thing for them, and then suddenly dies to mercury poisoning. And they say, "Oh well, he was crazy. He was an alchemist, but he was also the most genius mathematician. And here's his work on gravity." And they just fucked him. If he could turn in his grave, he would be spinning like forever, and we could just use him for infinite energy because this is not what he wanted. He didn't want this.
He's rotating like the Earth around the sun.
That's funny, Drace. That was good. Yeah, and that's part of the mixed signals that they often offer. Oh, he's crazy. He drank mercury and blah blah blah.
What
Oh
about
no, he's a genius.
what about Nikola Tesla? He also would have sent mixed signals, but he was he wasn't amongst the scientific establishment. He obviously opposed it, and he said that there's free energy everywhere. Was he like textbook flat Earth, or did he sort of just make shit up or make up lies such as free energy? Because according to modern science, free energy shouldn't exist. So was he a charlatan, or was he onto something?
Well,
you know, the higher you go, the more what was it? There's more like electrical activity up on the layers.
You
That's
gotta think,
apparently it's apparently meant to be like
you
that,
got
but
you can't really call Tesla a charlatan because a lot of our modern technology is based on things that he discovered first, and then his contemporaries modified and then took credit for, and then they marketed that to the world.
yeah, AC.
Yeah.
I mean AC, but
AC, radio control, like a whole bunch of other stuff, man.
well, the Tesla coil, but you can't really apply that to any other things besides obviously
You
the
mean
concept of free energy. Well, Tesla coil, yeah, obviously
induction, bro. Tesla coil is induction. Induction is used in a lot of other things. He patented fuck. I forgot my Tesla stuff. Anyway,
well, the transistors, like maybe very basic transistors.
Yeah,
I mean
and vacuum tubes and all
Doesn't
sorts
he
of
have
cool
like
stuff.
a disk energy hydrogen? I forgot what it's called. Like he has like a water electricity.
Yeah, you
generator.
can. He can
But,
generate
it will-
water.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
no,
also not. It's not that it's free energy. It's more like he's tapping into energy that's already there that we couldn't tap into before.
Mm-hmm. And he's probably saying it's free because it's so abundant. It's so like prevalent. And
Well, even like you couldn't put a price on it because it's so prevalent or exists so much that there's no point to doing that. Like
to Tesla,
you
I
can't
bet
market
energy
it.
was like air.
Yeah,
You
he
just
also
gotta harness it.
he also said he wanted to give it for free to the world, and that's one of the reasons that they
That's
were
a
so much
no-no.
against him.
That's a no-no. That's also why like they theorized that nuclear energy was gonna be all free and stuff like
But-
that. But now there's like huge stigma around it.
It would like not only bring so much of a benefit to society. I don't see how governments could ever not or censor that. Because free energy would be so useful. I mean, you could profit off of other things.
Well,
Like-
you gotta think about you got listen to them talk about overpopulation, and then you'll understand.
They don't want life to be easy, bro. And besides, there needs to be a factor of like fear into it, so the demons can have something to munch on.
Mhm.
But that's just me. It's all about the fear. It's all about the worry. I mean, like, what do you think? Like every other week, an asteroid's gonna come fly by close to Earth. Oh, I'm so scared.
Somebody's going to toss a nuclear bomb our way.
The
Oh, yeah,
poles could
that too.
shift tomorrow. You could get a
Solar
Arctic
flare. Don't forget the
storm.
solar flares.
Yeah. The
Solar
sun could
flare.
decide to
Couple
fart.
BBG.
The sun could decide to fart
Yeah.
and blow up the Earth.
I think we should make a diaper for the sun.
Yeah, exactly. You
block
make
it
a-
out.
Just don't feed it beans, man.
NASA
Don't-
keeps telling
That'd be
us
some hot. That'd be some hot
Na-
shit.
NASA keeps telling us Texas-sized asteroid, which is like 1,000 llamas or whatever, because they always use stupid metrics, and then say that, oh yeah, it barely missed Earth, and then you look at their graphics and you're like, yeah, not really, but the fear is there to create this panic so that you buy into the latest narrative.
Yep, and people wonder like, why does it matter? Why should you know about this stuff? Well, dude, like,
Yeah, why
they're
does it matter,
selling
bro?
you these ridiculous ideas that like, the sky is falling and stuff. Like, dude, if you think this is a joke, listen to this clip. This is an actual advertisement from an insurance company. They're willing to insure your vehicle from freaking space junk.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls. even meteorites.
Bro, wasn't there like
meteorite-
an accident in Spain here like some years ago? There was like this frozen feces that fell from an airplane or whatever, and it solidified on its way down and hit a car and destroyed like most of the car. Like, if you want insurance for that.
That seems like a lie. It seems like a conspiracy theory because technically we shouldn't even have that type of atmosphere where your shit solidifies. Technically, we shouldn't even
You don't
have
know-
that in the globe model because it would be sucked out into the vacuum
Maybe it
of
was
space.
Maybe it was an Iceman shit. I don't know. Maybe they have their own airplanes. I don't know.
No, it's because of the temperature gradient. The air exhibits less pressure when it's very, very cold, and so the poop is not when you're really high up. It's gonna freeze.
The atomic
on the way
structure of the
down.
poop crystallizes, forming ice poopsicles.
Yeah.
I mean, this makes this sound clip even more perfect.
What kind of shit is that?
Literally.
Frozen shit, bro.
So, I mean, again,
Ask a globe earther how a poopsicle forms.
that's funny. Yeah,
What
It's
about
because
poop-
it's because when the
pooplectites?
poop is falling, it's too far away from the sun to get any heat, so it freezes.
You have stalagmites and stalactites, and in sewer systems, from a lot of years of corrosion and poop dripping, you get
Wait, you talk about like poop stalactites and stalagmites?
poopstictites.
No.
Whatever that would be
Oh
called. Yeah.
Remember,
Stalactites?
stalactites are the
Yeah,
ones
we
that
can
go
get-
upwards.
we can
Stalagmites
get
are the
off
ones that go
poop,
downward.
guys.
Wait, what?
Wasn't it the other way around?
No, stalactites go up. Like they're the ones at the bottom. Stalagmites are the ones at the top.
Stalagmites. Yeah.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Dude, this is the kind of stuff I'd get banned for freaking talking.
Yeah,
It's okay. It's not even. It's respectful at least.
If anybody gonna get banned, it's gonna
that's
be
why
me.
you're
I
supposed to
started.
drop it when we say to drop it. It's okay to pivot off and then go off it.
That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
We're
Should I
pivoting.
drop it from an airplane?
No, the thing is, it wasn't even like that. I was just making a tiny joke with Indio based
Let's-
on what he was talking about, and
let's-
bam, he just fucking got pissed.
Let's
That's a
drop other
badge of-
things from airplanes.
Badge of honor, man.
Let's drop.
So yeah, that is a bit of a badge of honor. Y'all better put some respect on Indio's
I
name.
have a calendar with the day with
What do you mean
with an
respect?
X.
He's just another guy.
Hey, listen, I fuck with Indio, all right. So that's the homie.
So? Doesn't mean that you
Oh.
can't joke around the guy. Doesn't
Yeah.
mean I have to like act like he's fucking god because he has mod fucking powers, do I?
He's
No one's asking you to act like that. Don't
That's
act
what
all
you guys are
butthurt.
fucking telling me to do, actually.
I never said that.
No.
I said, hey, put some respect on homie's name. That's it. You know? I didn't say you gotta
I
bow down
didn't
to this guy.
disrespect him in any fucking way.
Whoa.
This is why flat Earth is important.
You need some orbit, man. You got that dirty mouth.
This is what they want, guys.
I'm
It's
just saying,
because
man,
we're
like
the-
whoever's
we're
playing
the
those fucking
younglings, man. They're old
soundboards there,
OG.
is that disrespect to the conversation? Is it?
Oh man, it just when your grandma comes in, you turn
Yeah.
Pornhub off.
Your big belly, big titty grandma just
Oh.
waltzes in, and she wants to know what's up. She's got some fresh
Ooh,
cookies for you, fresh
some heavy
right out of
bass.
the oven.
All right, it's getting full
That's,
Glober up in here, so I might need to. I need something better to talk about.
Yeah, we're not gonna talk about why are her tits hanging because of gravity.
Okay, that was funny. Actually,
It's
That'd be a
density,
ban
bro.
if Indio was talking about it.
It's the electromagnetic
a
force.
little bit sour about the India thing.
It's not only India, man. It's just that some of the old older dudes,
Yeah,
OG ones. They
guys,
just have different sense of humor.
Stop. This place is not to talk about other members of the server or cry about your feelings. If you want to discuss the shape of the Earth or talk about flat Earth, you are willing. This is the place to do so.
So okay, so if we take the current model as it stands, the semi or hemisphere, right?
Ooh,
That
wait, the
that's in
what?
flat Earth. Flat Earth hemisphere, right? Yeah. You've got. I mean, we don't know what it is because we don't have anything better to represent a hemisphere, but it's a hemisphere. Because I mean, if we take the atmosphere into account, that's what the model looks like.
Oh, that's it. Well, hold
That's
on.
what I was
Well,
referring to.
well, the thing is, like, your vision is kind of like a radius or cone type of vision. You know what I'm saying?
Can we just like, because there's one thing that this server in particular is really, you'll come to realize is that like we use words really, really carefully. That word model, I think we might need to throw that one out because there really is no model, and so like there's like
Dude,
that
we need.
idea of like a hemisphere above some type of circular plane.
Yeah.
That's an idea for new people. Like, let me grab an image from Google here.
But why do we have to throw it out? It's a great representation. I'm not
Because
saying
it's
that the
so
Earth is a
great.
hemisphere. I'm just saying that that's what it looks like now.
That's
I'm ready
all
to
it is.
accept it.
But
Because we
Yes.
don't have a model, and that's mostly like flat Earth society stuff, and we avoid that.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh
think
yeah,
of it like a body for them to dissect. If you get
Yes.
anything wrong, they'll scrutinize you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Zhao. Is like there's people like literally lurking. They're waiting for you to basically blow up these like like you have a clown at a birthday party and he'll like blow up little balloon figures and stuff. There's people like waiting around for you to blow up little figures for them. So if you're like, well, here's our model, they're gonna take that and run with it and say, oh well, look, this is what they said. They think it's a disc. Blah 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 blah. So the way I like you said it's a representation. That's true. In the same way that this baby mobile that you can put
Okay, I see. I
is a
see.
representation. It's a new idea. It's an idea for new minds that haven't quite got an understanding of maybe what we're talking about. You can present them with something like that to say, well, here's something to think about, but it's not the Earth. It's not a model of the Earth. I would say there is no Hot Wheels of the Earth. So that we have to be careful with saying like, well, here's our model. Don't have one.
I was in a conversation with a friend of mine, and the conversation we were talking about some topic, and yeah, that's outrageous. It's like people thinking the Earth is flat, and I just told him straight up because we were talking about intellectual stuff. I represented my intelligence, and then I wanted to see his reaction, and when I
Bro,
was talking
come
about
over
it,
here. Come over here.
are
Bro.
you talking to me?
Oh no, not you, sorry.
I was saying because I was translating all the info. I usually speak I speak Spanish, and I was saying we. So we whatever we believe or we don't have a mother, and he's like, why do you say we, man? It sounds like you're in a sect or something. Just because I was saying.
What'd you say? We don't have a what? We don't have a what?
A model.
Oh, a model.
Yes.
Well, okay, that's fair.
We don't know if there's an edge. We don't know what the firmament is, but if we want to call it that, what's made out, what is made out of, we can't see. We're limited to.
Maybe there's a better way of representing it though than the hemisphere that we don't use. Because I think there is.
I don't think there is actually, because there's no way to view the whole thing to say, well, okay, well, here's a little Hot Wheels version of all of it.
I mean, we could do it like empty space here, empty space here. Here's what we know here. But obviously, you can't go below 60 degrees south in real life.
We want to keep it. If we want to,
you can make better.
Scientific, we shouldn't. Then we can go to the Vedas and metaphysical, spiritual concepts of what it is and reality is and whatever. But we don't.
This is what I was saying yesterday, but it was being dismissed, sort of, in a way. It said that we already have all the interpretations that we need, but I think there's a lot missing, especially when you bring in the metaphysical as well. The, like, quote unquote, spiritual
Yeah, but that's a slippery slope, right? Because we can prove when you're trying to prove no curvature, and then you go into metaphysics, then you're opening the door for being dismissed in so many ways, right?
Yeah.
So you guys
Yeah.
don't go into metaphysical stuff at all, period?
Oh, we do. We talk about it. It's just that we like I personally, when it's a topic, we can talk and speculate about it, but none of us really know at all. We just have each one of us has their own concept and metaphysics in their head, and
Yeah.
some of them are, you know,
It's risky and it's hard to reproduce.
No,
So it's
I'm just saying,
unscientific.
We
so
allow
is
everybody to have their own beliefs, and we just come in here and try to focus on what we can verify and
I'm
help
just
each
saying though,
other
but like,
prove.
can I say something?
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
like, is this the reason why, when people ask the why question, you guys can't answer it?
Why what?
Why they're doing all this?
Well, that would be just speculative, right? Well,
Yeah, it
why
would
did
be
this liar lie to
speculative.
you? Well, I think he lied because of this. Why don't you go ask them? Ask the liar, not
Yeah,
me.
yeah, I get
Yeah.
it, but I'm just saying, I have my own reasons to not tell them why, but
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm just saying, is this most of the time your like the reason why you guys can't
Well, Grace
answer
said
it?
it perfectly. We try to like you should stick to things that you can back up, like you can support. If I'm like, well, I think they lied because this. Well, how do you know that? Well, it's just what I think. Like, well, do we look like a bunch of Globers up in here, just like making stuff up? No, we try not to do that. So that's why we don't get into the metaphysics as much. On Sundays, we'll go into speculative type of stuff. We call it Speculation Sunday, where you can let loose and, well, I think this, and what do you guys think? But typically, we try to stick to things. This is what I know. This is how I can prove it. This is how you verify it. Boom, easy.
Doesn't mean we don't talk about it. We go to chill chat. Sometimes the topic comes up, but this server is oriented for people to come and learn about the factual evidence. So it's kind of
So-
so it's a problem because we can start talking. Yeah, because the Vedas say there's 4 pillars and 4 monkeys, and we're on top of a tortoise.
Hey,
And,
you should
know,
not dismiss that. You should not. We have
I'm
to
not
take that into
dismissing or
account. Yeah, that I would even
No.
say that's not even speculative at this point because that's documented, that's written, and I can give you a number of examples, but that's already documented. So
Lose that seem sincere role.
whether or not you believe in it, that's your interpretation.
It's not about belief here. That's the problem. It's about knowledge. I had this woman, the good friend of a friend of mine, and she's really spiritual. I was kind of a hippie and a metaphysical guy, and I'm still am into alchemy and all that stuff. And I opened the topic about flat Earth, and she said, "No, it's a sphere because when I went into astral projection, I saw it." Yeah, that's fucking cool, right? Is that your proof?
You did, yeah. Well, that's great proof because number one, you were hallucinating, technically.
It's proof you got high on your own supply. That's the only proof there is.
What's happening, dude?
Hey, Spake.
I'm glad to see you busy VC boys.
You're welcome, Spec. You're welcome.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so I was literally coming over here just to fucking kick it off and start talking to myself till some people joined.
Don't do it.
Welcome. I had a follow-up question, sort of. So essentially, if we're saying that the Earth is flat and that's the only answer, and does that mean that there's only one dimension, or do we still believe that there are multiple dimensions? Because if there are, or do you think that's a bunch of baloney? Because if there are multiple dimensions, that means that there's a dimension where the Earth is a sphere.
We're not talking about like parallel dimensions. We're talking about like are you
Different
talking about
realms.
like another dimension, like fuck, where there's another copy of you somewhere?
Yo, like that
do you
just,
know what I mean, like
just
a
mental
different
diarrhea,
realm?
man.
No, it's not. Do you
Look,
flat earthers believe
no,
in multiple
bro.
dimensions or one dimension? That's what
No,
my
but bro,
question was.
Do you mean that beyond this place that we live, is there another place? Like, do you mean like when you die, is there another place or
No,
other
it's
entities
an
reside?
alternative,
multiple universes like a
alternative
multiverse.
periodic
A multiverse.
table and
The question
universal
is more
forces, right?
formed. The question is more formed because we do not make a replacement cosmology with different universes or whatever. You're allowed to have a belief in what you want outside of what we can test and verify.
Well, can you
Flat Earth
test
is
and
just what you
verify
can
that
test and
you're?
verify.
Can you test and verify that you're in one universe, one dimension right now? Yes.
Well, you can't prove the string
There's already
theory
a
yet.
thought.
So.
There's already a thought experiment to prove that. So,
thought
if you
experiment.
believe there's one dimension, do you believe that there are more, or do you believe it's just the one?
I don't believe that I exist in other places doing fucking different and the same things. I used to believe that when I was a glober. I used to believe in the fucking infinite places out there in the cosmos, that every single possibility of every single thing happening was happening everywhere infinitely. I used to believe that 100%. But that's globe fucking splaining, man.
Yeah, and for string theory, which is not proven yet, still they're up to like 13, 14 dimensions now. 10 years ago it was 11. What the fuck does that mean? How many axes? What does it mean? You know?
The funny thing about
fantasy, man.
if you look into string theory, it's a really interesting thing to look at because they've been leading science astray for the last 30 years using string theory, and they always said after 10 years we'll have the evidence we need to prove our theories, and then
We
with the
need another
particle
10 years.
colliders, they're showing more and more that their theories just keep on failing, and so after
Add
30
more.
years they're realizing we actually don't have the golden bullet that we thought we had. We need to go back to the drawing board and find quantum gravity, ether gravity, or modified Newtonian dynamics, or something else to try to make things work. Because what we have currently doesn't.
Icky Bird, just apply to go to CERN, man. See if they can open the fucking demon portal. I don't know, like.
Bro, I remember reading, you know, at the back, I don't know if any of you read New Scientist magazine. I've not for fucking a long time, but at the very back, they would have like quirky sort of things, and they had an announcement from CERN, and they even says that they had to put it on their website that they are not opening a portal to another dimension. And they had a
Yeah,
picture.
just 5 years ago, like
Bro,
there was this big
bro, there was
conspiracy
a
about CERN. Yeah, sorry.
Bro, there was a little cartoon, like somebody had done a drawing beside it, like, and they had like an artist's impression. It had CERN, and it had like a fucking, what do you call it? A triangle, not a triangle, a pyramid with the all-seeing eye in the middle of it, man, mocking people, man.
Do you know why
There you go.
there was this conspiracy theories around CERN?
Well, people were saying that that's what they were trying to do, open it to some kind of deity, some kind of god that they worship. They were trying to open a portal to it.
I know, but the basis for it was because they held this grand opening ceremony that just looked super satanic, like throughout the whole thing.
Oh yeah, was it Kali? Their symbol is Kali, and it was all related when I was going to the rabbit hole about how all big events like artists, like their concerts are kind of ritualistic and all that stuff, and it was into that.
And why do they even have what was it, Shiva?
I think it was Kali.
Yeah, and then they had
Maybe it was
fucking people
Shiva.
dancing around with like goat legs, like what you fucking the stereotypical
Yeah,
goat
they
legs
have
that you see satanic worshippers.
They have the statue in front of CERN. I don't know if it was Kali or
No, that's
I think it
Shiva.
was Kali, not Shiva. Was it
Yeah,
Shiva?
the
Shiva.
destroyer or something. Shiva the destroyer.
The dancing, yeah, yeah, with the ring
With
around.
all the
That's Shiva.
hand.
Yeah, that's from the Bhagavad Gita, right? From the
Kali
movie.
also has multiple
No.
hands, but she usually has her tongue sticking out. Shiva's usually depicted dancing.
Yeah, there's a lot of to unpack there if we go that rabbit hole. I remember researching a bit, and we'll come back. But
Crazy
the tongue
shit.
sticking out, yeah, and the multiple hands, and I have
Yeah,
become
yeah.
death, the destroyer of worlds. Wasn't that in the new movie
No.
about the atomic bomb?
Yeah, yeah,
Wasn't
that was in it's now it wasn't a movie, it was a broadcast done by Oppenheimer back then.
Yeah, Oppenheimer.
When
Yeah, that's
when he was fake crying on TV, you know, when he was
Yeah.
feeling bad about building a super duper bomb. That's
Yeah.
literally what it was. I
Yeah,
feel
I
so
remember
bad.
seeing the original footage. It's just that I was reminded from the movie Oppenheimer. Yeah.
Would you feel bad about making a super duper bomb?
The Soviets didn't,
I've,
but they
I've not
had
seen
to.
that movie. Is that a decent movie, that Oppenheimer film?
Supposedly, yes. I haven't watched it yet. I'm
Right.
still I'm still watching Barbie.
Are you a Barbie girl, bro?
I'm just kidding, man.
I suffered through most of Barbie with Karma. It was It was horrible. We hated it.
Welcome to the woke agenda, right? I don't want to see more of that. Superhero women. They changed the white. What was it? Snow White. They made a lot of dwarf actors lose their job because they didn't want to. They wanted to be politically correct and not use real dwarves. and all the real actor dwarves were like, "Hey, we want to act. This is okay for us." So
Remember-
Snow White and the Seven.
Remember Peter Dinklage saying that it was insensitive to dwarves or people with dwarfism, we should say.
And that was said by people that are not dwarves.
It's kind of
Because they don't
unfair
really
to
care.
people with dwarfism because they would have had movie roles.
Yeah, exactly. They were protesting that a lot of dwarf actors are not getting jobs anymore just because of this woke, politically correct stuff, whatever.
No, they're maybe trying to force like they should get to play the part of like a big person. Like how can they say that? Oh, it's not fair. We're not getting to play those parts. I mean, if it's a part in a
Yeah.
fucking movie, it's not real. It's not real life. So how the fuck can they do that, man? The situation we're in just now is fucked up with the
What
with
about
the kids and
what
stuff
about
like that. I
the
don't know where we're going
Caucasian Caucasian women that didn't play Snow White because it was like this Latin actress. Like they
what?
lost her all.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Her name is Snow White because her skin is white as snow. Oh my god.
Yeah,
and
and
they-
she
they-
also
they
hates
included-
Snow White, and they wanted to have the story changed because she didn't like that. Like, there
Yeah,
was
she
this
didn't
guy
fall in
chasing
love. Now
after
she
her,
becomes
and her
empowered.
falling
Yeah,
in love
she-
with some random
Yeah.
stalker.
It's kind of.
She belongs to the streets.
I mean, there are unfortunately black people with vitiligo as well. They could have landed the role.
And these movies were actually quite metaphysical and philosophical, right? Like the seven chakras, just like Pinocchio, Pinocchio, like the pineal eye, or the becoming a real boy, a real person, through the trials and stuff. It's really symbolic from, becoming a real boy, for example, from Pinocchio is all related to a spiritual awakening in a way, or becoming a whole being or a full person.
Yeah, that's why the old
Pinocchio.
story is more graphic, and like I remember reading it when I was young, and I was like, "Oh, is this for children?"
Oh yeah, and when they go to Pleasure Island,
Yeah.
right? He's smoking cigars and doing all this crazy shit and lying and all that, and he realizes that that's wrong, and that's like the hero journey in a way, going to the
Yeah.
belly of the beast to rescue his father and all that stuff. It's pretty symbolic and great. It's like, let's say, The Matrix. It's like an amalgamation of a lot of metaphysical and spiritual knowledge and literature.
But wait. In the end, wasn't he using the lies for good?
I don't know, like to Pinocchio knows his girlfriend. I don't know. I don't remember.
No. Wasn't he
became a
using
real-
his lies for good to get his father out of the whale? He had to lie to start fire.
He would occasionally lie to help, like he would lie to extend his nose to reach out through bars and that kind of stuff. Yes.
Yeah,
But it
so
would be
I
white
think
lies and white lies, or lies that didn't hurt anyone but just helped people.
so. I think at the end overall message there would be saying that lies can be good. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like like you can be brutally honest with someone and hurt them, and in that process destroy any chance of like there being a good relationship there. Or you can do a little white lie and not be brutally honest, and try to help them realize it on their own. So there's different ways to get to the same end conclusion.
Bless you, Karma.
I don't know. I think it's more harm to them if you tickle their ears.
Well, imagine you lying is gonna save your mother's life. for some stupid lie. You're gonna
Yeah,
lie,
yeah,
right?
they always bring
So
up the fucking
there's new ones.
Jews in the attic thing, right? Oh, Nazis come to your
Yeah.
door. There's Jews in your attic. Do you freaking rat out the Jews?
What was that movie? There's a great scene, a great movie with all of that, with this actor that spoke 5 languages almost. What was the name? Not Inglourious Bastards, was it?
For what?
I'm
He
not
did
sure.
what, sorry? I'll tell you, because I've seen that film a lot. What
Oh
was
yeah,
this?
there's several.
What
Yeah.
did you say? What were you asking? If it was in there?
I think that's with the Jews in the attic or with the basement. Is the Inglorious is a scene? Oh, there's different movies with that depiction, but Inglorious Bastards.
Yep.
I'm not sure if
Yeah.
I can remember that. It was point.
Are you talking about like Pinky Blinders or something?
No, that wasn't.
No.
Yeah, you had it right.
It's with Brad Pitt and several other actors. Inglorious Bastards. I think it's from 2008. I'm not sure.
No, you had it right. You had it right. Hans Landa looking under the. Yep, he's drinking that milk. Yeah, you had it right.
Yeah, and there's a big scene there. I saw a video about, so the guy didn't smoke pipe, but he brought a pipe, which is like a comical depiction of a pipe, because he knew the other guy smoked pipe and he used it for dramatic effect. Like the whole scene, every scene there is really impressive and it goes deep into details and symbolism and stuff. When the Nazi hunter, well, he's the Jew hunter, and he says he's not a Jew hunter or whatever. Yeah.
Yep. That was a great movie. I don't know how we got on.
Yeah,
that.
if you watch it, just check out when the guys brings the pipe out, and he has his own pipe, and it's like this Sherlock Holmes huge pipe. And he doesn't really actually smoke pipe. He just brought it for whatever psychological.
It's just what do you call it? No, I was going to say a script. What do you call it in movies? A prop. That's what it's just a prop.
A prop. Yeah, it looks like a prop. Yeah, the pipe is just ridiculous.
And the gunfight after that lasted like 20 minutes. Or was that the pub scene? No? Okay.
The girl ended up escaping, and then they changed scenes afterwards. He tried to shoot her from
Okay.
a distance, but it didn't hit her. She was running. That was a classic, though. I love that movie. But damn, we're going full Glober up in here.
Is there actually any Globers in here? No. Tiki Bird, maybe.
Well, I mean, it's hard to call yourself fully flat earthed, can you? Being indoctrinated from early on, that early on?
Bro, I hated even the word. I wouldn't even call myself a flat earther until I'd been in this server, or the original server we had. When I'd been in for 2 or 3 months, maybe, I ended up feeling proud to say it, just because like the amount of work, the effort that the staff put in, what the process is of getting people in and giving them the info and sharing the stuff. So eventually I was like, yeah man, I'm going to take back that word. Kind of like the black people took back the N word. I was like, right, and I even called myself a flarefer. One of my alts, I called myself Big Flarefer. And just to fucking take it and handle it. Fucking right, man.
If somebody was, well, never mind, coercing you, to the idea of coming back to Globe Earth theory, then you would comply.
It's impossible, brother.
You would comply.
There's no way, man. Once you go flat, you never go back.
Impossible, bro. Like we've already, each one of us have went through the process and the journey of answering the questions and pulling holes in the stories and shit. But once you've done that, how can you unring the bell? It's like fucking
you cannot
impossible.
undo the soup, right?
And anybody, there's been a couple of flat earth or supposed ex-flat earthers like Ran A, that guy Seek Truth, Speak Truth, or some whatever, or Speak Truth, Seek Truth. These are 100% fakers, man. No doubt in my mind.
Dude, but the seeming lacking amount of evidence, and like people will be like, "Oh, we solved that when in the 1800s." It became widely accepted that the Earth was a quote unquote globe. So they'll always bring that up and then use that against you.
I mean, they could go back to saying, "Oh, the Greeks found out 2,000 years ago." Well, how?
Yeah.
Because they put some sticks in the ground.
But just because of that, I think that's like the most overwhelming thing, is that because it's so deep rooted in society, it's just hard, like just to outright say like you're FE, you know.
Mm. No, I don't give a fuck, bro. I shout it from the rooftops, literally, man. Almost.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, even if I'm standing in the shop in a queue, I'll turn around and I'll sort of size the person up and be like to myself, do I even start this conversation? Because it's not, even if they try and get away as quick as possible, I'm still going to be able to quickly bombard them with a lot of information in a short amount of time. Because a lot of people, man, or some people at least, they literally almost run away from you when I start the conversation. I need to go, mate, need to go, boom.
I'm gonna tattoo a flat Earth equidistant map on my forehead just to start conversations.
And then you'll find out the map's totally different.
Just get a t-shirt, man. That's
Imagine
Imagine
doing
the
all that
people who-
effort, and then there's overwhelming evidence. Like you could literally take a flight
Hey,
to space, and you prove
people
it wrong.
tattoo the name of their lover and they think it's forever, and a half a year later they still have the tattoo. I think there's worse things than that.
No, man, that would be the worst. The flat Earth, like if you were tatted up, like, and then you flew to space, found out it was a globe. That would be like the biggest.
Is this guy a
slap in the
glober?
face. No, I'm
I've
not a
seen pic-
glober, you ass. No,
I'm just
Bro,
gonna
I
smash
think-
my
bro,
forehead in
that's-
the ISS till that
Listen,
tattoo is no more.
I saw pictures of this. It was a guy who had NASA. I don't know if it was NASA or SpaceX, but he had a rocket on his leg, and it had a NASA like logo. I don't know if it had a SpaceX logo, but the meme was supposedly saying that he was then a flat earther. Like, I don't know if it was just somebody with a NASA tattoo that some flat earther decided to make a meme about it. But it did say on the meme that he was a flat earther,
You can
and he had all
you
these
can always cover it
tattoos
and make
his
the
leg.
rocket the penis, and that's it. You know.
When they go that far.
Oh my.
They've always made the rocket a penis. What do you mean?
That's
Of
what
course.
it is. It's a phallic symbol.
yeah, you can make anything out
Or
of a
if you-
balloon, basically.
If you're gonna have to penetrate any medium, you're gonna use the most adequate shape.
Oh, so what are you saying? Aerodynamics doesn't exist in FE either? Aerodynamics? You have to make it shaped like that. There are still things that we have to accept in the community that still exist. There's
bullet.
still laws of physics that still exist on this earth.
Bro, I'll tell you what, take a look in the side chat for here. I'm not wanting to post it in the live stream in case the algorithm picks it up, but this is the SpaceX phallic symbols, man. Wait till you see this. If you know how to get into the side chat, just drag it to the side like the politics. Well, wait till you see this, man. Fuck's sake, it's outrageous. There we go. There, I just posted it, man. It's got the rocket, and then it's got one of the, I don't know what they've got in the SpaceX hangar, but somebody put the two pictures together.
Yeah, they have to lube up the SpaceX rockets with Vaseline before liftoff. So
Supposedly NASA are the biggest. They hold the biggest amount of fucking, what do you call it? Helium as well as Vaseline, I suppose. Maybe they're fucking. That's why there's a shortage.
Yeah.
Not that I've been looking for Vaseline anytime soon.
Why would there be a shortage?
Well,
Of helium of all elements.
No, but
Because there's no satellites. They use helium.
They've supposedly got the biggest store of it. Like, they're the biggest users and the biggest holders of. I'm not sure what the amount was in the supposed fucking storage that I saw, that I read. I don't know what it was. It was some outrageous amount anyway.
Are they gonna keep those satellites orbiting if it's a fucking
Well, but
balloon?
beside the rabbit hole, he says that the actual, like, the old NASA fucking spaceships, fucking whatever you call them, Discovery and shit like that, all those ships, they say that that's helium that's in those big, huge tanks. That's what Durf says in his video, and it does kind of look like it bounces. You know, when it's ready to take off, you see it sort of raising up and dropping down a little, and it sort of bounces up and down. So it kind of looks a bit like that.
I have a
but
question. So if we were to make our own like industry grade air balloon and fly it up there with a GoPro attached and saw the curvature of the Earth, like, you know, we've seen in some YouTube videos, would that convince
Bro,
us?
you're a
Would that-
globe.
I'm not.
Dude, you're such a fucking globetard, man. Get the
I'm
hell out
not.
of here.
I'm just trying to.
Yeah, man. I can hear you smiling.
I'm
when you
just.
say
I'm not
you're
even trying to
bro.
poke holes in your
Bro,
theory.
I can hear you smiling when you're denying it.
Bro, you know what? You should go to you should get brainwashed by the Scientologists to tell me that they're not brainwashing people.
What's the
Please.
problem with my question, though?
I got you.
Nah, just know your bullshit, bro.
Even
Because I had a perfectly normal discussion with what was it?
Now you're going to talk about other people who never noticed that you're bullshitting.
No.
You had a great discussion with this guy, and he never accused you of anything. But panel
You're
came
gonna
in
have
and
to
we're
put
like, you're bullshit.
the camera upside down, see if there's it's concaving or correcting the fisheye lens from the GoPro. Where do you want to go with this? We can talk a few hours why that is bullshit. There's so many people that have done this, and you can see it flat if you do it with the
And
right
it's
camera.
not a hole either, bro. You're talking about things that have been done before, and it did not prove the Earth was a ball in any way, shape, or
1,000
form.
times.
But
And the
Tiki Bird,
times
if
it's
you
to the
want, you
GoPro.
should provide evidence for your fucking globe Earth, man. Because that's a glober fucking response. See, if you went up in a rocket and you saw the Earth was fucking round, would you believe it? That's how I know you're 100% a glober.
Yeah, fucking.
It's a high level,
Please don't
any
lie,
height.
brother. Please
Yeah,
don't lie.
it's a troll, man. Come on. Stop
I'm
trolling.
not a troll.
You're trolling, bruv. I don't want to meet you, brother, but
I
I
can
know
hear you
100%.
smiling while you're yeah.
I'd literally bet Nitro right now that you're lying.
I'm sorry if smiling's not a normal
I'm
reaction.
up for Tiki.
That's
I'll
no.
lawyer up for Tiki.
Because if it was me, if I was a flat earther and I was in a flat earth server and a flat earth mod was fucking accusing me of being a glober, I'd be fucking raging. I'd be like, nah, fuck you, fucking this and that. I'd be like, fucking making
No,
my
just
point.
You would laugh, bro.
You're just
Tiki
laughing
Bird,
about
just
it.
give us the 3 proofs.
Yeah,
that
so
the
give
Earth
us
is
even
flat.
one. Give us the first solid evidence. Articulate a solid
Or the Black
evidence of the
Swan.
flat earth.
I didn't even necessarily bring up that as proof, but it could be.
If you're bringing the fucking GoPro balloon bullshit
would-
here, you're just
Wait a
gonna
minute. Hold
this
that.
is bound to happen.
Right. Bro, hold it, right? Tiki Bird, please give us the evidence that slapped you in the face that made you start thinking or at least bring you onto the flat earth. What was the first, my God moment where you thought, holy fuck?
Hey, that's a very personal question. Number one. Number two, I actually do have a moment. It was just about the overall structure, right? So,
Give me some
if it was a
specifics, bro.
globe, then why?
You're full of shit, man.
No.
Wait a minute, bro. I'm asking you something very, very specific. What specifically in the flat earth argument, something in reality, something that you've thought of, something that you've seen, a contradiction glaring to the globe, something. Give me something specific, bro, please.
He just wants
And
to hear when it clicked for you because we know that you're a globetard and nothing clicked for you.
Bro.
All right, guys. As his lawyer, gotta let him answer.
Tiki Bird, go.
No. Actually, what? Why are you trying? You're trying to like prove that I'm a flat earther by calling me a globist.
Yo, listen. If anybody,
bro,
if
wait
anybody,
a minute. Hold it, bro. Tiki Bird, can you give us a solid evidence for the flat earth, please?
You guys gotta let him talk,
Okay.
though.
It's these guys are talking. I'm trying to fucking get them to answer, man. Right, Tiki
okay,
Bird, please.
there. It will be a matter of reflexes. If you're a
Boys,
flat
can you
earther,
please
you have them on the top of your head.
Boys, please, bro,
Big,
please
you're the
let
only
him
one talking right
answer.
now. Let him answer.
Me, I fucking keep trying. to
Number
tell him
one, the sun, and the
Earth,
Earth's
bro.
axial's
Earth.
rotation.
Earth, bro. We're asking you about Earth.
Yeah, it's axial
Yeah, man,
rotation.
so another
How can
time.
you explain
Right.
how fast it's going?
What? We're talking about what made you a flat earther, not.
Well, he's asking for either evidence or what do you mean? What made you a
No, we're not
flat
asking for
earther?
evidence. We're asking at what moment did it click that made you a
And
flat
what was
earther?
it? What was the
When did your
specific
epiphany
thing?
hit?
Look, I'm his lawyer right now, so you guys gotta at least give him 60 seconds to make
It's
his piece.
fucking MCB,
When
man.
did
I
you
keep
get
trying
your
to get him to
epiphany and
directly
how?
answer me.
Right now, it's big, so just let him talk.
What do you mean? I'm the one. Go and rewind, fucking you.
Dude, we did let him talk. He just
ahead,
started
Tiki.
saying
Go ahead,
nonsense.
Go ahead and say what you need.
No, all I mentioned was how can you call
Please.
yourself a flat or a fully flat earther if you've been indoctrinated from so early on? And then you started asking me all these questions and it started denying me or
No,
or
we're not
questioning
talking
my
about that.
flat earthness.
We're not talking
That's just
about
one question I'm asking you, bro.
We
What
heard
is?
you.
Give
We
me
heard
like,
you.
if you say you were coming to get the flat Earth rule. If you wanted the flat Earth rule, we'd ask you for 3 solid evidences to articulate them, to elaborate a bit about them. So can you at least even give us one? Just
You
one.
gotta give him a chance to answer
About
the
flat
question.
Earth, yes. About everything like dropping because of not gravity, but the inherent
Yeah, it's just
property of
troll.
that it's going downwards,
He's
for
just
example,
Bro,
he's just
you're
a
a fucking troll, man.
because
Hey,
of
He's just a
density.
troll.
hey,
He's just a
bro,
troll.
what?
Why are you calling me a troll?
Why are you all talking at
That's
the
a
same time?
genuine point, and that is a eureka. I mean, that
Yeah.
you could call that a eureka moment.
Tiki, bro. Right, so like we're talking about the shape and motion of the Earth. Like we all agree, things can go down, things can go up. We know this, and there might be a but
I'm
like
talking
think
about
seriously.
density. That's an FE
It's not.
philosophy.
No.
It's
Yes, it
not. It's
is.
just another argument, bro. Like, but we're asking you about the shape and motion of the Earth, not what makes things possibly go up and down. We don't know. None of us know.
Well, how about you come up with some examples then?
I
I'm
could give
sure.
you loads. I could literally. I was coming to this room because I thought nobody was here. I was coming to this room just to start talking about them and just to just waffle on until somebody joined. So that's why I noticed that you're obviously a globe earther, and you could admit it, bro. Like we're not going to take it personally. We understand people want to troll us. They want to like have a joke, and they think it is a joke. But like you don't have to be like that. We are human beings, bro, and we're civil and we're chill and we're fucking welcoming. I'm sure you've noticed that already, but don't
Yeah,
bullshit
but
us,
if
brother.
we can't agree upon anything like the globe earthers can, then how are we going to prove to the globe earthers or convince them?
As your lawyer, I must say, I must confer with my client. They actually don't agree on a lot of things. Some folks will say you can be curvature from a plane. Some folks say you can't. So that isn't necessarily true. But you know, as your representative, I'd like you to make a case. I'm gonna start a timer. All right, you got 60 seconds to say your piece, guys. Please don't interrupt him. He hasn't got a chance to at least get a minute of talking out. So, Tiki,
Bro,
if you want to say your piece, I'm starting
that's
the timer
you.
now.
You were the one that said that you're not trying to like convince
Yeah, he's not making
your
his case.
defendants.
He's just talking
Yeah,
about it.
I'm gonna mute you guys if you're just gonna interrupt him. So let him say his piece.
What am I even meant to be saying again?
Just present a single
Jesus.
solid evidence for the globe, my friend. For the flat
I'm
Earth, my friend.
50 more times if you don't just answer the question. So please, Tiki, whatever
I-
you're trying to prove, just say it, please.
At this point, it's been dragging on for so long. I can't even tell if it's a trick question because if we can't agree on anything, and I gave you multiple freaking examples.
Oh, you gave one relative density. No,
I've
it's
tried
not.
to. I've said about density, but apparently that's
We
not a
talked
theory.
about the sun, and we're talking about the earth beneath our feet and how it's not curved. And just to give us not 3, at least 1 proof evidence that
Okay,
maybe
there's
it's
another
flat
one.
Earth.
There's another one. The Pythagorean theorem.
You're
Yeah,
full of
you
fucking
can't
shit, man. Sorry, creation there, but like this guy, you're playing
you're going to
devil's
jail.
advocate here for no
What
reason.
is the problem with that either? That's also
You're going
very
to jail.
valid.
Theorem.
Bro, you're going to jail, Tiki, unless you can be either concede and say, look, boys, I was just taking a piss and I'm just having a laugh and it's all right and we can move on and have a discussion. Like, we're not going to fucking physically harm you.
All right, as your lawyer, I'll put you on the stand. So go ahead. What is the theorem, or what does that prove in your eyes?
You guys keep repeating the same thing. What is like? I have to add. Like, I already mentioned Pythagorean theorem. Relative density.
Elaborate on Pythagoras.
He's not even
An
able to
axial
talk.
rotation, Pythagorean theorem, and relative density has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Elaborate on Pythagoras,
You want me to
please,
just?
bro.
I have 10 on the top of my head.
Well, let him confuse
Well, they
himself
have
with
to because they're
Pythagoras.
arguments
Go for it,
for flat Earth.
Go for it with Pythagoras. All you've done is mentioned his name. Please elaborate, articulate this evidence that you think it is.
This guy
Please.
thinks buzzwords is gonna get him out of
Just
it.
let him,
Yeah,
bro. I've fucking
exactly,
just said that.
exactly.
No, let
And trig as
Buzzwords
well.
Buzzwords won't say.
Trigonometry. No, when you have right-angled triangles, you cannot use that on the curved Earth model. That is
They're okay, you globetard.
What the fuck? What? Can you stop using those like rude terms? Because at this point, like I don't even want to be FE anymore because you're the one using buzzwords, and
so you're
like what? That's not even an open discussion. Of course I can just cut in and say, oh, oh wow, you flat Earth charlatan, or you flat Earth fake. Wow, you're making up falsehoods to confuse people that already have an established scientific theory. Of course, I can do that to you as well, but I'm not. So stop doing it to me.
All right. So just to clarify for my client, whose team are you on? Are you flat facts, or are you Globe Gang? Iki,
What?
are you flat faction, or are you on the Globe side?
Dude, you can't choose either one. That's what that was my point from the very beginning.
Yes, you can. So just which one are you? Just pick. Because I'm on your team right now, but it seems like you're now you're.
No, man, I'm not even gonna pick at this point.
All right, well,
I'm exhausted. I can't make a decision.
All right,
CB's a Glober undercover.
That's brain cell.
Yeah. All right, boys, get him.
Fuck. I don't want to put you in cock this, bro, but that is one of the main things we really hate, and it's a rule break to lie at us, to tell us that you're a flat earther when you're not, bro.
Yeah, man, just be honest, man. Just be
Like,
honest.
we don't give a
no
fuck.
measurable curvature, no sextants, fucking
Don't
whatever,
give a
man.
You're converting me back to Globe Earth. You're making it worse.
That doesn't happen, dude.
It shouldn't, but you are making me.
Insult a flat earther as much as you want, and it will never change their mind. I know, because I'm a freaking flat earther. I get insulted by freaking.
I accepted many of the concepts. I was very open.
Yeah, which concept? Density? Buzzwords? Shut the hell up. We asked you which concept already. You couldn't name
Those
one.
are valid concepts.
Sun axial rotation. What the fuck?
How is
yo?
axial rotation a flat earth concept?
Right, Tiki Bird. Right, I've got your name and your ID already put in for ban. I don't want to put you in cog this, bro. Please just be honest. Somebody just unmuted you.
Dude, that is so unfair. You're going to censor me as well.
We're not
No, man, I'm just trying to get you.
You're having fun, obviously. You're laughing about this. I can hear you smiling. You want this. You want this.
Bacon
I feel it.
bro.
Bacon in
Yeah,
time. I've only
it's
got a
also
couple minutes before my
everyone
lunch
gets
break is
brought
over.
nothing to the table. What a waste
Everyone
of time.
gets muted just so that we can hear what's going
Sorry,
on.
Waf. Whatever.
I'm on my lunch break right now. I've only got a couple minutes. I just jumped in here. Tiki Bird, do you believe the Earth is flat, or do you believe it's round?
He's a ball.
That is so. You cannot put somebody on the spot like that. This is not Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. All right.
Okay, so you're on the fence. You think it might be flat or it might be round. You're just on the fence. You're not sure. Is that the idea?
Thank you. Now that is more helpful.
Why didn't you?
That is more helpful.
Then.
Why didn't you say that from the beginning?
Because you were putting me on the spot and you were asking me if it's this or this, and I said, how can you say it's this or this if you've been indoctrinated? You don't even know yourself. Subconsciously, you're all Globers.
No, of course we know.
What?
Man. We know what it's
Check this guy out.
I'm sorry. I said it. I'm sorry. You're all Globers.
We know,
Crazy, man.
brother. We know what the Earth is not. That's all we can say, Tiki Bird. We know what the Earth definitely isn't.
How can you say I'm
clown?
You can't say
you wish
Keybird, let me ask
we
you a
were
question.
Globers.
Keybird, let me ask you a question. Right now, are you standing on ground or are you floating in the water?
Relative to me being on Earth, probably in the water, I guess.
Probably. Oh, okay. So we're not sure yet. Don't know whether you're standing on the ground or you're swimming in a pool or the ocean. You're not sure if you're on land or in water.
Yeah.
So relative to the axial rotation of the sun, you're a fucking moron, man.
I'm done here, guys.
Personal insults, man.
You said that wasn't even a flat Earth concept, and you use it against me.
We're not talking about flat Earth concepts right now. We're
I'm
just
just
asking if you're
talking-
aware of what you're doing right now, and you're not. You don't even know if you're standing on ground or water, clown.
Listen, man, there's no need to devolve into personal insult. It's fucking childish as
sorry.
fuck, man. I just
I
fucking
just
said
felt really
really
pissed.
again. Fuck's
Listen,
sake,
I'm-
man. That
I'm-
just means, bro,
It's
see
not
if you do it, that means they think it's alright to do it to us. And then it just becomes a fucking shit show.
All right.
Yeah,
it
I'm
wasn't
sorry
that
if I use personal offenses. I just got really angry that he's trolling, man.
I mean, it's
Look,
not
look,
exactly highly offensive, bro, but it's just to save it fucking going
look,
to that level, bro.
If you want to protect trolls, you can protect trolls, okay? I just want to point them out for
Protecting
what they
trolls.
are, clowns.
I'm just
No,
telling you to
he's not
stop
being
fucking
subtle.
abusing people, man.
No one's abusing
No,
the guy.
no,
He's
he's
fine.
not
He's a
here
good
to
guy.
learn anything. He's not
I
here for
know.
anything.
It was
He's
fucking
here
me
to
that
fuck
pointed it
around.
out. It was me that pointed it out originally. I was the person saying, you're a fucking liar. I know this, but I'm not calling them fucking names.
Yeah, man.
It's fine. It's fine, guys. Just
Fuck's
relax.
sake, man.
Look, there's a time and a place for it.
Listen,
Stop
man.
making
It doesn't
excuses,
matter
Sal.
what you say, Dal. Fuck's sake, man. I have to fucking mute flat earthers, man. Jesus Christ. They're fucking...
You know, by us arguing amongst ourselves, he's getting exactly what he wants.
I'm not arguing, man. I'm fucking saying how it is, brother.
No, he's totally right about me insulting directly like that was not okay.
Nah, man, it's not
It
big. It's
wasn't
not
that
like a big fucking rule break, man. Fuck's sake. I'm just saying, like, please fucking chill out with it, man. We can destroy the arguments easily enough. We really don't need fucking childlike fucking insults.
Big spread his angel wings today.
Yeah,
No, the same over there as well when people start throwing retard about it. I mean, it's just a silly word. It's just a word at the end of the day. But then you do it, then they do it. Then nobody's really paying attention to the arguments. They're just trying to win by insultation and fucking, like, diverting.
I'm not trying to
I'm
win
here to tell you
anything
right
right now, bro.
We don't
What I'm
know.
telling
Who
you is
fucking
he's not
you?
here to learn. He's
I know
not
what
here
he's
to
fucking here
argue. He's
for.
not here to
Listen,
reason.
Listen, you don't have to tell me what my fucking job is, bro. That's like the third time, so you're on mute.
No,
Fuck's
Zal's
sake.
fine. He's fine. He's been
What
cool.
do you mean
He's
he's
been
fine? If he's gonna sit and question what I'm fucking doing, he's not.
That's me. So just chill out,
Man,
sir.
it's fucking. What
Okay,
do you mean
let's
chill
regroup.
out,
We were
bro?
having a good time, and then you popped in.
Fucking,
Chaos.
it's like a form of concern trolling, man. The opposite, like inverted concern trolling or something.
I'm the lawyer for Zal, so I got you, Zal. It's all good, homie.
Fuck the lawyers as well.
What do you mean?
What?
Like, that's all I'm saying is he's
Spake is
freaking
on one today, dude.
just a waste of
Holy.
time with this tiki bird.
Right, bro. We know. It
You
was me
do
that
know?
fucking
Then
said it.
why are you
Yous
trying
were
to
all
reason
talking
with
to
him?
him. What do you
No,
mean?
look.
Why are you fucking concern trolling in a manner?
I'm
Why are
not
you fucking?
concerned trolling, bro. I
It's
don't give
not.
a fucking shit about him.
okay, so
Botmixer had the right approach.
Hold on.
Botmixer had the right approach.
Hold on, Drace. Please go ahead.
Hold on.
Saul,
So stop talking.
Saul, we all understand that he is in a trolly mood. This is not the first time that we have dealt with trolls. Sometimes you can just talk to them and not insult them, not go down to their level, and just get them slowly but surely back onto the right track.
That's
It's
what I
about
was
them.
trying
It's
to
about compassion for your fellow
Thank
man.
Sure,
Thank you,
mate.
Drace.
They all deserve a chance, man. They all deserve to stop what they're doing and think and say, "Oh fuck, I'm sorry, I was taking a piss out you guys. Fuck's sake!" And then they don't have to then.
I'm gonna start my own flat Earth group now. Anybody who wants to join me,
Carry on.
All right,
hold on. No,
Carry on,
well,
bro.
JK, Brett. But
You'll have a bunch of Globers there.
there must be a
faking
bunch.
flat Earth.
There must be more.
Hold on, dog.
You think I don't get that you guys are trying to bring it back to the right track? I'm just telling you that you guys are doing it with the wrong person.
Listen, it doesn't matter what you say, man. We're fucking doing it as we do, Fuck's sake.
Something that I noticed here, just listening to the conversation, if we know that he's a troller and we can keep that conversation under control without making ourselves look like we're out of control, then that would provide for good content for the live stream. Anytime we can go ahead and present real evidence against BS, that's good for us. But if we can try to do it calmly, and you call him a name, then all of a sudden he's going to get upset and the voices are going to start getting up.
Then he's got the moral high ground.
Yeah,
so-
it's about the jury, not the opposing counsel. If the opposing counsel is acting a fool, we don't have to do the same.
There you go.
Go ahead.
All right, everybody,
Go.
take a deep breath. It's gonna be okay.
I'm gonna smoke a
Can I
cigarette.
also just point out something? Because the
Well,
same thing applies at work with kids. It's you want to set them up to win, not set them up to fail. And if you
Yes.
lose hope in someone or you get frustrated with someone, remove yourself from the situation and let somebody who still has patience deal with it. Otherwise, you're depriving that guy of a chance to maybe see the error in his own ways. Because we've had plenty of people who come in here to troll, and then meet reasonable people, see this for what it is, and
Well,
stop trolling and become flat earthers. So we should never deprive them of the chance.
Karma, look at California Nightmare, for instance. He came here to troll. He came in here bullshitting, and now he's a Gold Plus member.
Yeah,
But he came.
listen, the less we, sorry, Spake. Hi, good morning, everybody. The less we speak about the trolls, then they will just fade off into the corners, like Dre said, and we can concentrate more on the topic at hand instead of the trolls. Now, I've been guilty of the same thing, ad hominem and things like that. But it's about the conversation, and we've gotten to the point where that's kind of childish behavior if we're sitting there pointing out trolls. Who cares? We know they're there. You know they're there. They know they're here. So let's just stick to the points of interest and the things that they cannot prove for the spinning space monkey globe.
Sonny, I was just trying to do it civilly. I saw he had seemed sincere in his fucking roles, and I was like, nah, I need to test this guy. That's why I went in there and said, you're bullshitting. So I had to
Maybe
check.
he
Man.
doesn't
I'm a
deserve the
troll
same
catcher.
sincere role.
Bro, I'm like the guy that's in that we were just talking about Inglorious Bastards, the Jew hunter. I'm like the troll hunter, bro. I've been sniffing them out for years in here. I've caught like thousands, probably. It must be in the multiple thousands. The trolls that I've caught. It's fucking.
Yeah,
But
stop
I
the cap.
could assure you.
Stop the cap.
I could
If we
assure
didn't
you it's
have
over a
patience,
couple of thousand.
if we didn't have patience for the trolls, we wouldn't have Bambi today. Like,
Wait.
Oh, California Nightmare, bro.
Wait. Can you explain that? Well, no,
Bambi
Bro,
came in trolling, but she just started listening
Flat
over
smack.
time.
I came in just after Bambi, man.
Yeah, and so what got her to listen wasn't somebody pointing out, oh, what a troll she is. That it was more like, let's listen to the conversation and
That's what I was asking him.
Fake.
I was asking him for the first proof, bro.
Bro. Can you let Sonny finish and then you can
Grumpison.
Yeah, let's
I
see
didn't
the globe. Let's see the globe proof, and then we'll talk about other things as they come up. But let's speak about the globe proof. I mean,
Right.
this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's not the complain about trolls or Troll Central Discord. So we gotta stick.
Fake. You gotta let
I
people
wasn't, bro. Bro, I wasn't continuing to talk. I was just saying I wasn't. I wasn't. Was I complaining about trolls, bro? All I said was, you're not a flat earther. And then everybody was saying, no, he is not. Oh, just leave him alone and shit. And then it got into a fucking squabble and everybody started shouting at him that he wasn't exactly what I said, fuck's sake. And you're blaming me for rumpus in the room. And it's getting misrepresented.
I'm just saying, let people finish.
He was just talking about Sonny was speaking, and then you started like sounding like you were about to take over or start talking over him.
So
and then
you're doing it again.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I stopped, bro.
was
You're a
all.
liar. Because as soon
You're doing it as Drace is speaking. So I'm just saying, we're done with the last conversation. Just let people finish, brother. That's all I'm asking.
Maybe go back on the YouTube. Dre started speaking there, and when I realized he was still talking, I fucking stopped. Then you
don't start.
Talking about when I was speaking, and that's okay. I'm used to it. That's all right. I don't know what it is, but it's fine. Live and let live.
Bro,
He's
I always
going to
thought.
make some great content for a Glober's website channel.
Consider
Listen.
there's some latency sometimes. We talk over each
Bro.
other without wanting to do that.
No, he's just doing it on purpose.
No, Spake
What do you
talks
mean I'm
over
doing it on
people
purpose?
all
What are
the
you
time.
talking about?
It's
No,
normal.
that's a fucking lie. You're a liar.
No, it's not, bro. You always talk over people.
Sal notices. Everyone notices. Fake. You
Yeah,
just don't like
that,
criticism.
I wouldn't assume it. Don't attribute to malice, which can be attributed to latency. Like,
True.
You notice, like just now, he said, "Bro," but he didn't continue because he hears I'm speaking because he is respectful, but he really wants to speak.
We need the equivalent of the stick of the truth. For example, there was latency now. Spake heard me talking. He stopped. We just need a stick, like the stick, whatever, the pillow, talking pillow, and something like that.
Look, I don't try to speak to over anybody. If I realize someone's speaking, I'll fucking stop, mate. I don't fucking, mate, you're a fucking wanker. If you seem to think I'm fucking lying and I deliberately speak over people, fuck you, mate. You're
Check
fucking
it out.
not
Check
my
it out.
anything to do with
Check
my
it out.
mate. You're
Check it
nothing
out.
to do with me now. You can fucking
Check it
blow
out.
me if you want to fucking sit and accuse me of shit. That's a fucking lie, yeah. I fucking bust.
No, I think it is. I think it's mostly latency. Hey, hold on, be quiet. I think it's.
You
I
are
think it's
speaking
mostly.
over me. I'm
Wait a minute.
speaking
I
and
think
you're
it's
not
mostly.
talking.
Hold on, let
You know
me
what I
finish.
mean?
I
You're
think it's
fucking. You're
mostly.
sitting accusing me.
I think it's mostly latency. I really do. So, like it's probably if it's a second or two of latency, then that can
So
really
it's all
throw
right
it
for you
off.
to just keep talking.
I don't know. I thought I heard Sonny talking there. Sonny, you finished?
Yeah, I was finished. So there is a lot of latency, I'm sure, from here to where Spake is. So I realize that whenever somebody, yeah, anybody from London we're speaking to over in England, other places like that, there's quite a bit of latency, and that can definitely throw it off enough to where
Listen.
you're thinking things, you know. And so we got to give everybody a benefit of the doubt, even Spake. I'll keep.
Listen, bro, I was literally just replying there, and yous all started fucking talking. Then somebody fucking muted me, and yous all just spoke over me. While you're accusing me of fucking deliberately talking over you.
You're a Glober.
Now you're playing. Now you think you're
Tiki Bird.
fucking smart, TV. Fuck you, man.
Take
Hey,
it,
can I
man.
ask a question?
We should
You're
mute
not
you because
fucking.
you're a Glober.
Right then, whatever.
Spake, can I ask you a question?
How does it feel?
Aye, bro. Aye, if I
You're-
don't get spoke over, then aye, and then muted. Thanks
I
a
think we
fucking
should
bunch. I
let.
think that was you, Drace. On you go, bro.
I think we should
I'm
let
trying
Wave
to-
ask some questions to Tiki.
All right,
Just real
shoot.
quick.
He just asked me. He just says, "Can I ask you a
Shoot.
question?" Now you're gonna fucking go to somebody else.
All right.
So you want to ask the
Now-
question?
Oh,
Yes.
there's a pause. Can I ask Spake
Please
one
do.
question?
Please do, mate. Huh?
Spake, is the Earth flat or is it a ball?
Well, it's not a spinning ball for sure, and it's got
Okay, I
hills and
rest my
mountains. So it's
case.
definitely not flat.
Thank you,
It's
brother.
not
We're
flat,
on this.
flat.
We're on the same team here. Okay, let me ask one more question before I have to go back to lunch.
Doesn't seem like we're on the same team as some people in this room, bro.
Yeah, see,
you
he
know-
just talked over him when he was going to ask another question.
Yeah, fucking, what are you talking about? I never even heard them speaking.
He's
The
like, what
fuck
are you
talking about,
You
man?
know exactly what we're talking about, Spake. Just pass the mic back and forth. That's all.
BB, fuck you. You're not a mod in the fucking room anymore over in politics. Fuck you.
I don't care.
Fucking tosser, man.
You're not my dad. Like, calm down.
Man, I don't give a fuck. You're not accusing me of shit. That's a lie.
Sounds
I
like you
never try to deliberately speak over anybody. And if I do realise, I stop. Unless it's a Glober or somebody misrepresenting me. Like you playing the soundboard. Like you're going to play the soundboard while somebody's talking. That's you speaking over me.
Oh, let me get the violins back out. Hold on.
Now get the violins about what, mate? I don't care. You can try and mock people if you want.
stop.
You can mock fellow mods. What do you mean? Now you're just speaking over me. Now you're speaking over me while you're telling me I've done it. What do you mean? You're fucking speaking over me when I'm trying to say my...
I asked Tiki
Spake,
Bird
now,
one question
I had
before I
mute
have to
you
go back
there.
to lunch.
You know this is not how we operate here on the live stream. This is not supposed to be aired on the airwaves. If there's problems, you talk about them in the back chats. You know this.
Yeah, we were having a nice conversation, so let's just get back to our nice friend.
I were, mate, until I accused that guy. And you fucking started rumpusing me.
Oh, now I'm the rumpus. Yeah, that makes sense.
And then you accused me of it while you were doing it yourself and hitting the soundboard.
You done?
Can we bring it back to Flat Earth, maybe?
Please
Since
do.
this is the Flat Earth live stream?
Please do, though.
Yeah, somebody unmute Wav Mixer. He wanted to ask a question to Tiki Bird, and he has a little time.
Thank you.
You're muted.
Thank you. Tiki Bird, what is your belief? Do you believe the Earth is round or do you believe it's flat?
Dude, can we stop with the condescending music?
Okay,
If you're
I've
gonna
only
ask me
got a minute. I've
seriously,
only got a minute here.
if you're gonna ask me
Just
seriously, you wouldn't have phrased the question like that either. You would have asked, what do you believe is the best model for what the Earth looks like? That would have been a better question. I don't like the question, so I'm not going to answer it.
Okay. Well, I didn't like your answer, so I'm not going to pay attention. My lunch break is over, and I'll let you go ahead and carry on with the rest of the panel here. I'm sure that you're enjoying your time with them. Thank you very much for answering.
Have a good one, man.
Here, guys. I'm here
See you,
listening
love.
between calls.
Enjoy,
Spake,
bruv.
Spake, it's always good to hear you.
Hey,
Ace,
man.
Creation Bear, Karma, Flatsy's out there, Old Hoss, Born, isn't it Orion? I've talked to you. All the people that I've talked before, it's a pleasure talking to you again, but I got to get back to work because I got to pay for the electricity that's keeping this computer running. So take care, everybody.
Well, have a good day, Wabcon.
Have a nice one.
So, Tiki, what would be an optimal model to describe the plane we live in? I mean the surroundings we inhabit.
A tube. It would be a tube.
We live in a tube.
Yeah.
Maybe you live in a tube.
No. Well, it would be obviously. Well,
No, it's not obvious.
yeah, it would obviously be flat. It would obviously be flat, but it would also have. I believe that it could like have multiple flats like attached to each other.
Oh, you mean like an old hard drive with like disks on top of each other, or?
No, but that's an interesting concept that you bring up. And before you
flat like an apartment in London.
No, like phyllo dough, like lasagna, like a flat Earth lasagna. No, but before you knock it, people actually think that there are pillars that are holding up the Earth. So
people think a whole bunch of weird stuff. What proof do we have about the environment we inhabit? What does the evidence point to?
Evidence? You're referring to what? Just
proof.
The mainstream evidence?
No. Just proof. Just facts.
Proof that proves the Earth is globe. Is a globe?
Any model, any geometry.
Hold on. I think you're asking the wrong question. Like, because models are not.
Yeah, sorry, I used the buzzword.
Do you believe that models are real?
What geometry?
Well, no, it's not a buzzword. It's just. Yeah, but I mean, let's ask him this. I mean, it's a fair question.
President,
do you believe that models?
15 minutes ago,
let's ask him. He brought it up. Let's ask him this. Do you believe that models are reality? Yes or no?
They can be. I believe so. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I believe
so. Care to elaborate on that? They can be. Models can be reality, literally. That doesn't make any sense to me. Care to elaborate on that?
They're more real than not having a model, and they're more real than having a BS model. I mean, that BS model is whatever you want to choose it to be. If I was a globe earther and I brought all this evidence and I actually convinced somebody the Earth was a globe, then that would be far better than not having any sort of model to describe it.
Well,
you know what I mean? I would rather have that than.
Hold on. You're misunderstanding the question. Let me rephrase the question. So let's say I have a Lamborghini in real life, and I have a model Lamborghini. Now let's say I sell the real Lamborghini, but I still have the model Lamborghini that looks just like the other Lamborghini, but it's 1/100th the size. All right. Now, if I have a model Lamborghini, is that a Lamborghini? Yes or no?
Well, if it still had all the components, then yes, it is. But if it's just
no,
just
it's a model. It's a model.
I think we're misinterpreting it though. That's misinterpreting the question.
Lamborghini.
Because models could be more. They could be more valuable than actually having a Lamborghini. And a model in the sense that it shows you something.
Okay, dude, you're not answering the. Let me ask you the question again. So just to clarify, is a model Lamborghini a Lamborghini? Yes or no?
No. The purpose of the term is that a model is a representation of something else, but it's useful, and it's more useful to have, and it would be especially useful to prove FE as well.
No, it wouldn't.
That's why, why not? I'm saying that models would be super.
I don't see how it would be. Tell me how it would be.
If we had a model,
I don't need a model. Hold on. I'll tell you how I don't need a model. I'll tell you how I don't need a model. I can walk outside, observe the Earth is flat. I don't need a model to do that.
But
there a model involved there?
Because
Exactly.
we use
outside.
models to help other globers interpret that the
Okay.
Earth is flat, right?
Okay, great. I got a model for you. It's right outside your door, the Earth that is outside when you go experience it. That's the model we're talking about. So we don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
We're
that
talking
model,
about the
that's a
Earth.
visual model. That's a visual
No, it
model.
isn't. We're
That's
talking
Not a
about
your
the Earth
model. Don't even
outside.
say that. Like you're just gonna confuse him. He's not smart enough to understand you're being like,
No, that's
you
not
know.
true. That's not true.
But
Don't preempt it. No, don't
it's not even
preempt that. Come on, man. No, listen.
the
It's
difference.
the model. We don't need a model because all the we don't have the extremities are not defined. It's not defined as an object. Do you think Earth is some sort of object?
What? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
What proof do you have of its defined parameters of any object? What proof do you have of those defined
Okay.
extremities?
All right. There are none. However, there are examples, but they might or might not be real.
Oh,
But
so you
that
can't tell
has
if they're real. So that's not really an example of proof, is it? If you
no,
cannot
it's
prove
not.
it to be real.
But what
Okay,
I'm
so
saying is a model will still be helpful to prove FE. Why
okay, good.
it would only
What I'm going
help
to
to
do
prove FE.
I'm going to present the model to you today. It's right outside your door, the Earth that is outside. That is the model we are using. We don't care what you think we're using or what you think we should be using or what you, the Globers, are or are not using anything at all, don't have a model themselves. It doesn't matter. It's outside. That's where the Earth is we're talking
So
about.
first, you would convince a Glober of relative density, even though, according to some, I think Zal as well. I think he made some input earlier about that not being a theory or an existing theory in flat Earth. Then you say that doesn't exist. How?
No, you're strawmanning it again.
I'm
The,
no.
Yeah, you're definitely
the
strawmanning.
problem is we don't need to explain anything concerning gravity. Globers do. There have already been studies showing that Newtonian gravity would work with a flat Earth. There's already been videos and things showing that it would work with Einsteinian gravity. It all depends on just how you distribute the mass or how you bend and warp time and space.
That's so frustrating,
though. That's not a problem for us. They need that to hold people onto the globe, and it just doesn't work. That's why they're in a cosmological crisis right now, and they want to find all these other types of gravity that works with quantum mechanics.
So FE doesn't need models to explain itself. It just is what you're trying to say. I think that's very unhelpful.
FE is the experience you have in reality, which is verifiable by all. The globe is something that you get told to believe in because some other guy did something. And then when you go out and you test it, you find, oh wait, he actually didn't factor in this part of the belief system or that part of the belief system. And he's actually just affirming the consequent logical fallacy over here.
I didn't have
over there. Where is all this evidence that I was led to believe that mountains of evidence support this globe belief when all I find are fallacies and incoherent assumptions that contradict the other incoherent assumptions that they made in the first place. So it doesn't work logically. They don't have
when
a working
relative
model.
density was explained to me yesterday, I didn't even question it. I said, okay, that's a great replacement to the current gravity theory.
It's not a replacement. It's already incorporated into everything. It's the foundation. It's the thing that was before.
I meant that's the perfect argument.
Assumed the cause of it.
I said that was the perfect argument against gravity.
It's not.
Or
it's a part of the gravity. It's a part of the gravity too, and it doesn't matter. He asked you for the evidence of the spinning globe. Is there any?
No.
There you go.
There you have it, folks. There you have it, folks. You heard it here first.
Tiki Bird, you sound like a smart dude, but it's like your brain is spaghetti-o, man. They ask you a straightforward question, and you start I don't know what OG Kush you have in your neighborhood or something, but just be more specific and straightforward, because you'll get eventually to it. But it's like, oh well, a model is useful. Well, a miniature car, if it had all its parts, what do you mean? If we had a fucking shrinking ray, the miniature car could be as useful as the real car. Don't go into so abstract thought. Just be concrete, man. That I just wanted to get it off my chest.
No, man, because if you don't question even the current flat Earth theory, then you're just as bad as the Globers.
Yeah, man, but what questions do you have if you don't even have the basics of the three proofs or black swans? You just go with solar axial rotation, Pythagorean theorem, and some other bullshit, which is no proof of flat Earth at all. I think you just yesterday found a guy that told you about flat Earth and you thought it was cool, but you didn't do the research, yo.
Yeah, and Tiki, it's not that it's a theory, it's just evidence that proves the religious belief system that you call a theory wrong.
Yeah, that's my favorite. They always think we have a model or a theory, and many of them, and whatever they say it is at the time. But well said. I was hoping somebody would come in and say that and correct them.
All right. We were talking about this 25 minutes ago about the model thing. Creation Bear was here. We were talking about the problem with models and how most people that go into flat Earth, like, we want something to grasp on and we have to learn the hard way. We don't really know, and we don't have a concrete model. We just know it's measurably flat. Sextants, whatever proofs you want to bring to the table.
If flat Earth, number one.
Bears, that's the only thing we have concrete, and that's the best part. But
If
yeah,
flat Earth,
good job.
if flat Earth doesn't have any belief systems, theories, or any I'm not even going to go into evidence at this point, but what is flat Earth then? Like, you can even
flat Earth is a fact.
Yeah, it's the empirical evidence. The belief systems that people have outside of that have nothing to do with our arguments. Our arguments are just, look at the evidence. It doesn't match what the globe says. Then they come with ad hoc excuses and say, well, something like this could be happening. And then we go and test that. And we show that that doesn't actually happen like they say. And so they're just stuck. They have nothing.
Tiki, if I slap you in the face, it hurts. That's a fact. Most people are gonna get hurt. The motions and the theorems and the forces, universal forces applied for me to slap you, these are all just stuff we are interested in, but don't explain the fact that I just slapped you in the face. Is that a good analogy? I don't think it's a good analogy, but whatever.
They could provide.
I'm gonna run with it.
They could provide helpful insight,
Sure. Yeah, but that's how we went in the bullshit we are right now. Just useful speculation and theories and fucking diagrams, but they distract you from the fact it's measurably flat.
If somebody slapped you across the face, you wouldn't be thinking, "Oh, that person just slapped me across the face," and I'm just gonna accept it. You would be wanting to do the classical model theory. You would go the globe theory. You'd go the globe way, and you'd be like, "Oh, this person is X, Y, and Z, and he slapped me on this particular day because he got bit by or whatever. He was in an angry mood or whatever."
Well, it's like we're gonna speculate. How did God creating something out of nothing will be here forever? We just know it's here. You understand what I'm saying? Because I can theorize, oh, the dude's angry. He has anger issues. His daddy beat him when he was a kid. He's from a broken family or whatever. I don't fucking know. I just know my face is red. I got slapped in the face. And I can choose get angry and fucking kill him, or go by my day and try to forget about it. Or at least, the fact is I got slapped in the face.
Hey, I got a question for this guy. So do you know what a demonstration is and what an explanation is, and what the difference is between the two and how it relates to what we're talking about?
They're similar, but one's more theoretical, one's more practical.
Well, yeah, one is definitely more practical in regards to the subject we're talking about. So I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. So someone may say they see a ship go out into the ocean as they're standing on the beach, and they observe it appear, keyword is appear, to disappear from the bottom up. It appears to disappear from the bottom up. And they may say that this is caused by the curvature of the Earth. All right. Now, this is an explanation. It's not a demonstration. The only thing it demonstrates is that the boat appears to disappear from the bottom up, but it doesn't actually demonstrate that it's doing so due to the curvature of the Earth. It's just an explanation. It's not a demonstration. Now, a demonstration would be if you want to demonstrate the curvature of the Earth, and if there was curvature of the Earth to be demonstrated, they would take a straight edge and build it on the surface of the Earth and detect curvature down the line from the straight edge.
Yes, so you would. Yes, you would. Yeah.
So you see how there's a really big difference between the two. One involves mere blind belief, and the other involves knowledge. They're completely different.
Excellent explanation. Excellent demonstration of an explanation.
I think I can give a better example.
What is gravity?
We have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know. Nobody in the entire
When you go
world
outside,
knows why that falls. So what is pushing this? Here.
I'll just wait for the
Why does
stopper
that
to
fall?
be done.
Newton didn't
I
know.
just mentioned in
We
the chat,
described
mic
it
dropping.
accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why. So what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why. So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
Go ahead.
Was that like a flip?
Yeah. Classic. A true classic. From our
But
friend
yeah,
Andy
one of the
Kennedy.
reasons why most of the time we don't really need to explain ourselves is because it's apparent, right? When you go outside, do you feel any motion of the earth moving? No, right? But if someone were to say, but everything is moving right now, where do you think the burden of proof is? On the apparent thing that it's not moving, or on the guy making the claim that the world is spinning, that there is movement? One side is apparent and the other is you actually have to have proof of it because you're making a claim. Saying the earth is flat is not a claim. It's an apparent thing. If you're gonna contradict it, then you need proof. But then you people go right around and say, no, you have to prove that it's not moving. Apparently it's not moving. It doesn't work that way.
Apparently, it's not moving because you don't sense it. Apparently, but
So why can't we take the stance that it's not moving?
you can.
Okay, so you're saying we can take the stance that it's not moving, but then you say it is moving, so which one of us has the burden of proof?
Well, it depends what side you're on, but I would say
No, it doesn't
the
depend on
flatter,
what side you're on.
probably FE probably has the burden of proof more
No,
immediate.
no,
We're
you're
not
the one
making
that's
any. We're not making any extraordinary claims at all. We're not making any claims. So there,
There are no
so
claims
the
on our
burden of proof relies. The burden of proof lies on the one who makes a positive claim. So the positive claim is going against all our experiences that the Earth is in motion. Nobody experiences that. Your vestibular system knows better because its nerves are sitting in a puddle of liquid balanced at sea level. It's calibrated.
up, Sonny? Good to see you.
Hey, Sydney. Good to see you as well. So your vestibular system can sense equilibrium, or in other words, inertia, the complete inertia, no motion at all. This is what the inner ear does establish. You know when you're sitting completely still because you could feel every single little vibration on your freaking eyelid. Like you could feel a small breeze blowing your left earlobe. I mean, every little hair on your head, you can sense that. And
Yeah,
since
but
it's tied with your, I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, but that's just your sensory system. Like, it doesn't even matter if you're FE or GE. That stuff would still be there. Obviously,
Yeah, but we're not talking about sensory system really. We're just talking about what's apparent. What's
Listen,
apparent.
because see, the Earth, the globe Earth is saying that we're in motion. That's the problem.
why is that such an issue? Like, obviously it sounds like contrived, but like it's still very plausible that you just don't experience it because of the mass difference.
Oh, really?
Like,
So how would anyone know that unless they proved it?
You can't. Like,
By
you cannot.
experiment.
But that's
How?
not the issue, though. Like, it shouldn't
How
be
did
an
they
issue.
make the claim?
So wait, no, you're just skipping through the graveyard now. So the problem is they never did prove it. There's no way to prove it. The only way to go through that is in your imagination, as if you were making a comic book script or a storyboard. That's the only way you can get to that conclusion, is by imagining it. It can never be tested in real life.
Sorry. If you're piloting a plane and all your equipment, all your instruments are specifically designed for you to fly a plane safely, and if somebody comes and says, "Hey, your instruments are wrong," what is the pilot gonna do?
Yeah, does he have to prove that he's right? Or does the guy have to prove that the instruments are wrong?
Exactly.
Well,
if you just
since
listen to the guy, go on. Sorry.
Since they're all using flat Earth instrumentation, such as radio direction finders and the such, I mean, all they have to do is go up to level flight as far as flying, if that's what you're talking about. To fly successfully over the plane, you fly in level flight. I don't know if that's off topic. Sorry if it is.
That was actually one of the main over to Flat Earth side and I was running away from accepting it for the longest time, for years, and then it was that of the flight manuals and blueprints and how they train their pilots, and reading that, understanding it's all on a flat stationary plane. Duh, that's what got me over to it. So yeah, thanks, Sonny.
Yeah, what about military? When they shoot a missile to bomb a nuke of place, they use flat equidistant maps, and the military uses those maps too.
Yeah, and now since the military uses such high-tech weaponry, they're shooting ballistics in a straight line, such as the railgun. There's other guns too. Some of them shoot like 1,000 rounds per minute or more.
Or, they have line of sight, which is a little more damning. But hey, I wanted to ask the guy, what reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Which reasons? My gosh, this was brought up earlier. Every single one of my reasons was quote unquote rebuked, even though I thought they were integral parts of FE.
No, he was talking the contrary.
Okay.
What
I was asking, what reason do you have, or do I have, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, give us your globe proofs. That's what he's saying. If you don't understand,
My globe proofs. Well, And they're not even going to be proofs. Are they proofs or reasons? At this point, holy crap.
At the moment, they're your proofs because they're your reasons for believing that the Earth is a ball.
And I hope it's just not a CGI image as the reason. That's annoying.
I wasn't going to bring those up. One reason to doubt flat Earth is because nobody's reached the edge of the globe wherever it's meant to quote unquote like end. That's one of the reasons. But what? And that's meant to be demonstrable proof.
Excuse me.
So,
but
did you
believe that the
misspeak there?
Earth is a flat disk and floating in space? Yes or no?
That would be cool if it was. And
well,
I
that's
reached
not
the
what we
bottom of
believe.
the ocean, but you know, there's an ocean.
Nobody's fallen off the edge of the Earth, but there's no proof of it.
In
There's
order
no
for
proof.
you to have an edge of the Earth, you're talking about it being floating in space, right?
We're gonna have to talk with you to talk about the Flat Earth Society. Did you research Flat Earth looking at the Flat Earth Society?
I've done a ton of research already.
It doesn't seem
So can you answer my
Maybe
question?
we should
though? Do
inform
believe
you,
that
like-
the flat Earth is about a disk floating in space. Yes or no?
Let's ask him directly. Hold on, guys. Let's ask him directly. Do you believe that we believe that the Earth is a disk floating in the vacuum of space?
Okay, if you did, then I wouldn't have an issue with it. If that's your philosophy, but also it could be like multiple like.
Did you,
like
well,
it has
hold on,
multiple
hold on.
models. It has multiple models, not necessarily in space, but because that's not even technically possible by your model.
Wait a second,
What's
Tiki
not-
Bird.
Okay, dude, I just
Why
needed
are
to
you
get
asking
no.
for an edge if you know
Wait
it's
for
not
our answer. Hold on, wait, Tiki Bird. Just wait for our answer because Orion's answering for us. Go ahead, Orion.
All right, so the answer is yes or no or whatever. But I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know directly right now. None of us in here believe that the Earth is a disk floating in the vacuum of space. None of us in here believe in the vacuum of space at all. In fact, so as far as we know, there's no vacuum of space for the Earth to be floating in.
and therefore there cannot be an edge. So one of your main reasons for not believing that the flat Earth is like, what was it, that the globe Earth is a true thing, is because there's no edge, right? That's one of your main reasons. Well, I'm sorry, that's not what.
Yeah, so that was based on let's just clear the air because that was all based on a red herring that was made up by some people that want to diffuse the conversation. So once you arrive here, you find out no edge because there is no vacuum of space.
There's meant to be no edge. Now you've changed the question because now we've assumed the Earth is infinite. Now we've just changed the question.
It's finite. It's finite because of square inches. You need pressure. You need a constant volume in order to achieve a constant pressure. We have constant pressure, 14.7 psi at sea level.
So it's finite, is what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Has to be.
So there is an edge?
No, there's no edge. There's a container. It's
And
contained.
so the word you're looking for, we should correct them. So the word you're looking for is not edge. The word you're looking for is end, which is not a cliff that you fall off of.
Containment, where the containment begins.
There
Okay,
is
if
an
it
edge,
does
the one
end-
you're pushing me towards.
If it does end, then we can't assume that it's infinite and that there's going to be a vacuum of space around it.
Nobody did.
No,
Nobody did. Nobody here assumes any of that bullshit.
Well, okay.
Everything like that you believe, you
unknown.
cannot abandon the concept of space.
We don't assume. Listen, we don't assume a vacuum of space. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Blunt question.
He probably does not understand that.
It's called air. It's called air, but yeah, it's meant to be
can you
contained by
have-
the quote-unquote atmosphere, which
Okay,
we'll
good.
dismiss
So
for now.
What's containing the air then?
Yeah, what's containing the atmosphere?
Yeah, what's containing it? Because there is no sphere. You would have to have measured a sphere, so you have no sphere unless you're going to make a container that's spherical shaped. So go ahead. What's containing the air?
When you phrase the question like that, then you just assume that like all the gases in the atmosphere shouldn't like merge and like make a functional atmosphere.
You don't have any proof of that being done.
So you're
anywhere in
telling me
nature.
gas is making the functional atmosphere?
Yeah, that's what the atmosphere is.
Okay, so
Alright,
you need
so
to
can
be
you
able to show a
demonstrate?
practical demonstration. You need
Yeah,
to
show
show
us a practical demonstration of gas containing gas in a container, please.
Exactly.
I will fly up into the atmosphere in a spaceship.
No,
If
you
the
don't have
government
you don't
allows.
have a spaceship. You can't fly. How about you show us a practical
No
example
one's
of
Okay.
a container being contained with just gas?
gas
Please.
containing
Hold on,
gas.
guys. Hold on. Wait, guys. Hold on. I think you need to reword that a little bit. So what we're asking for, so the claim on the table, what we were taught in school, what you were taught in school, what I was taught in school, is that the gas pressure that we're breathing right here and now on the surface of the Earth is caused due to gravity. They say that gravity is holding the gas to the surface of the Earth in the vacuum of space, and that gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth exists due to gravity. So the thing is, every actual real life demonstration we have of consistent X values of gas pressure, like take for instance a gas pressure inside the tire of your car around the rim, every example we have of consistent gas pressure involves two things. One, a container, and two, a fixed volume, a volume that's not growing or decreasing or whatever. And so what we're asking from you, or anybody that can demonstrate it, is if you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity, like 36 psi around the rim of your car, without the container, without the tire, due to gravity. See, if someone could ever demonstrate that in real life, then we would have a logical reason to assume that it's possible that the gas pressure we're breathing may exist due to gravity.
We already do. Well, technically,
President, we're not
technically do have
asking for gravity, okay? We're
Hold on,
asking
a
for
point.
without a container.
I can
Yeah,
answer. I actually do have an answer.
Meeting. Hold on, a point of meeting right here. Hold on, President Orion. I'm not trying to point you out or anything, but he actually said, see, he has a different concept than what you were talking about as far as gravity, and I understand exactly that point you're bringing up is a really valid point. But he said gases containing gases. Am I correct in that, Tiki Bird?
Gases containing gases? No, like
Isn't that what you were saying?
intermolecular intermolecular forces, like electromagnetic forces. That's meant to contain the atmosphere, and the way they interact is meant to contain the atmosphere, not just gravity. And gravity might have, or might have a profound effect. But if we remove that from the equation, gases interact with each other. They still exist.
Hold on. Stop right there because you talk really fast, and I appreciate what you said so far. Now, gases have some kind of what you guys would call mass or weight, right?
Yeah, density, mass.
So can you show this practical example? Because I want to get this out of the way, the electromagnet. Can you show electromagnetism causing a ball or a sphere of gas pressure being the cause for gas pressure sphere?
Can we show a spherical model, like a sphere?
No, in real life. We're not talking about fake life. Remember, the comparison is only globe versus outside.
Okay.
So think of it that way. So now, can you show a practical example in real life, in real time, of electromagnetism causing a ball of gas pressure?
Yeah, or another way of phrasing it, can you show that causing 36 psi around the rim of a car? That's what we mean by practical real life demonstration, actual physical demonstration.
You can, because you can show changes in gas pressure when there's a lightning storm. There are molecules of hydrogen.
Hold on, that's not a consistent. Hold on, buddy. That's not a consistent X value form. Remember, we're asking for a consistent X value form of gas pressure, not wind or whatever the hell nonsense.
Plus, that's not in contention because we're already contained. The air outside is already contained. We already established that.
All right. So you're like obviously referring to atmospheric pressure. Now
I'm asking you to provide proof of your claim of this, either gravity or you said a couple things, or electromagnetism, or gases themselves containing gases. So you see how you have three different categories now.
Yes, yeah. So I mentioned gas containing gases, right? Obviously the way they interact and their molecular forces.
Okay, hold on.
And electromagnetism.
Right there.
And electromagnetism.
Hold on, wait right there. Electromagnetic forces. So They're unbonded to each other. They don't go up and connect to each other. They bounce off each other and the walls of the container to achieve pressure that you can substantially
you're
measure.
saying there's no such thing as a true container, is what you're saying.
No, what they're saying is
that's interesting.
What? Only if you have gas pressure, the only way you can have gas pressure is with a container. These are known facts. They call them axioms because they can't violate those. These laws, the gas laws and the entropy and all of that, they can't be violated. They never have been. That's why they call them laws. Those are the only types of things. There's no law of gravity because it's never been proven unless you could show us an experiment with an independent variable that was controlled. And by the way, what you have going for you is that the thing's only a thought experiment.
Maybe he needs to have more of like a freaking theory crafting mind for him to understand this. Do you play games, Tiki Bird? Do you play World of Warcraft? Do you play League of Legends? Anything?
Wait, hold on. I just gotta correct Sonny for a second. Sonny, just so you know, for him to demonstrate such a thing, it technically wouldn't be science. So just so you know, it would just be a physical demonstration.
No.
It would fall into the category of a physical demonstration demonstrating the laws of physics.
Somebody demonstrated, took a really long piece of tape, and they were allowed to go and traverse the entire globe. Then that would be demonstrable proof.
You don't have to listen. You're at the outside edge on the circumference.
You still need proof. You still need proof that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you do have it. You navigate with right triangles across the oceans and can eye the thread of a needle, finding an island 8,000, 9,000 miles across open ocean.
Here's the problem I have with attributing like mathematical ideas like that, the right angle triangle, and using trigonometry. Those are like two very different things. One is an academic portion, and the other is whatever practical you use it for.
Practically, we use the horizon as 0 and get 3 circles of equal elevation. You cannot do this on the globe at all, let alone have a constant or static where these celestial bodies line up over GPs, over geographical positions.
What do you mean you can't? What do you mean you can't use right angles on the globe? Why? What do you mean you cannot use right angles on a curved surface? Because you can.
Okay, so show me how you get a circle of equal elevation on a globe then.
I'm sorry, what? But a circle of equal elevation?
3 circles of equal elevation on a curve. 3 circles. You have to have a zenith to 3 stars. The zenith is directly above you at any location. Those are actually printed in the nautical almanacs, by the way, and you carry them with you when you're at sea. But I digress. So you have 3 circles of equal elevation from the GP of the star or celestial body. Can you tell me how you can have 3 circles intersecting each other of equal elevation on a spherical surface? Go.
Okay, now you might be misrepresenting like the way the stars are aligned. And number one,
no,
you don't even need a meridian. You don't need a meridian.
Shut the fuck up. Hold on. Listen. Shut the fuck up for a second. Listen. They're printed in the nautical almanacs. You carry them with you. They're static. They're always at the same position.
Because they're a good representation.
To the freaking dissection of a second, bro. Listen. That's crickets. Like, you're not navigating on a spherical surface using a sextant. They've used them for thousands, at least a couple hundred years that we know of, if not longer. They used to use what's called a latitude hook. It's like a staff, and those advance to a cross staff. You can maintain your latitude by doing this, a stick at arm's length, and the end of it should reach up to Polaris. So these are elevation angles you're using. That's always been there. That doesn't match your spinning vortexes of a corkscrewing globe flying around the sun.
That's your rebuttal to not being able to use trigonometry on a curved Earth, right?
No, you can't achieve 3. No, the question was, Tell me how you achieve 3 circles of equal elevation to get the key point. Equal and elevation, those two, that means it can't be changing or differing in elevation in order for this to be done over open oceans. The purpose is navigating along the x-axis. The x-axis cannot be a side of the triangle that is curved. That's the one you're traveling on.
Okay, okay.
Navigating over the,
yes.
I don't know how you're navigating it across the ocean, but the way I did it was with right triangles, and we got to places that you couldn't even see.
No, man, the right triangle model.
It's not a model.
Like I feel bad for even saying the word model. It's a mathematical. No, right angle triangle. That's a mathematical. That's
bro. You're missing the point again. I have to stop him. Hold up. I have to stop him. Listen, I have to stop you because remember what I told you? If you're comparing the globe to a model, the model that we're using is right outside your door, the Earth outside. That's what you're using in celestial navigation also. You're using the actual world we live in right now outside. You could go do this today. Anyone could do this. And you cannot do it without all sides of the triangle being straight sides. They can't be curved, especially the x-axis that you're traveling along. You would have to have a curved chart. Nobody works with a curved navigational chart.
Yeah, and well, when somebody's writing on a piece of paper, their pen doesn't go off the side of the piece of paper, right? But that's not even meant to happen.
Listen, in navigation, you're using elevation angles that the freaking answers are given. It's an open book test. You have about 6 volumes that you carry with you while you're navigating, or else you don't have the elevation angles. If you lose those and don't know how to navigate with the stars without books and sextants like I could do and maintain my latitude with just my body.
This guy doesn't know what you're talking about right now.
I know he doesn't.
I know you're talking about sextants. I know what you're talking about.
No, he's not talking about sextants. He's talking about navigation, sir.
Yes, navigation.
Okay. Yes, navigating the sea. You can't do that without proper measurement and proper.
What does he need to do to navigate the sea?
Look, I'm not a fucking Navy
look,
sailor.
You're not paying attention. No, you don't need to be a Navy sailor. You're not paying attention.
No, but they would use.
He was telling you what he needed to do, and you're not paying attention.
Stupid. So, you navigate. You either find the place or you fucking hit the rocks, bro. Like, really, literally. That's how they found all these places. That's why they are printed in books for the last 500 years. The nautical almanacs, they don't change per year. The only thing, Polaris is there always, like, basically, for all intents and purpose. This doesn't, like, you have to have this flat surface to travel along or else you don't have navigation.
Basically, he's saying the water is not curving, because if the water curves, the almanacs and all the freaking data in the angles that they have recorded previously would not work.
So what if the water is curved? You could.
It wouldn't produce an accurate measurement.
What?
That's what the water would do.
This is my point. This is my best point. Hold on. Wait for it. Listen. So you just said the key term. What if the water was curved and you were navigating using a flat x-axis, but you were actually on a curved axis? Do you see how you would not be in the same location?
Yes, that makes sense. Yes.
Do you see how that would be off by magnitudes every nautical mile you traveled, or let's say tens of nautical miles, how far you would be off in that instance? You would never see Hawaii. You would have missed Hawaii. You'd miss the entire islands of Hawaii. That's how far off. So they corrected those several hundred years ago to what the correct elevation angles are to these stars to the minute over certain geographic locations. Those geographic locations for those celestial bodies don't change. They're in the books. They're printed. They got tired of hitting the fucking rocks, and they said, we are correcting this right now. The Galapagos are right here, which you could never find the Galapagos Island. Think about that, the Galapagos Islands. You would never, or some of these islands, Tahiti, you would never find them. So they only find them by accident. Then they corrected their nautical almanacs even way back then at the advent of a chronometer that you could carry on your ship that was still accurate.
I don't
So
think
you can tell
anybody
your
here knows what a chronometer
longitude.
All right.
is, Sonny.
Did they also find their way back by accident?
No, they found their way back because they just do the inverse of the elevation angles from the other side of the GP and make their elevation circles, their circles of equal elevation. They make them from the other side. It's just the opposite. It's just
So they did
other
the same
angle.
exact calculations, just the other way. As
Yeah,
they did.
that's
And they all
yeah.
documented it when they were out at sea.
And that's
Or
how they adjusted
wayfaring,
the
yeah.
almanacs. Listen, that's how they adjusted the almanacs through history to where now they know where those rocks are to the meter. Literally, because of these elevation angles are so precise as far as where they are over these geographic locations. That's the only way you can navigate across the oceans. They figured it out. That was top secret a long time ago, by the way. That was a kept secret. That was in the storehouses of the Vatican to keep that away from the general population, because that was in the world, the age of discovery, where they were conquesting and killing all these native people that lived here and other places everywhere. The part of the top secret part was, besides we're enslaving the rest of the world, is that the earth is actually flat. And that's how we navigate across
It's called controlling the meta. If you play any game and you have information on anything, you have power. The less people that have it, the more power you have. The less competition you will ever have. It's just how it is.
Yeah. So if anyone has any questions about you can pick my brain about what I know about navigation.
Sonny, like, you need to explain to him how you use the stars to navigate and why the water needs to be flat for the angles to work with the stars.
Right. For one, you're using a navigational chart, and this is whether you're using an aviation navigation chart or a ocean going navigational chart. Now, I'm talking about they're both flat. So when you're plotting your dead reckoning, you're going at a cardinal direction at a certain speed. You just plot it along with a compass where you put it on the legend. This is 20 miles or whatever your chart is, whatever magnification you're using for the chart, whether it's local charts for the coastline or if it's out at sea charts, which are huger areas, right? So wherever you're at, like you have things to go by that are constant, like the shipping lanes. Those are imaginary highways that those ships go on, and they go every single time. They have turns in them at specific locations. Those are all based on elevation angles of the celestial bodies above us, the ones that are printed in the almanacs. Any electronic version of these are just from the printed almanacs that they adjusted, like I said, by hitting the fucking rocks. So you're not going to, if you've never been out at sea, you don't know what I'm talking about. Rocks, there's pinnacles of rocks, even in places where it's very, very deep, thousands of meters deep. So you better know where those rocks are, those little outcroppings, and where reefs are. Those are all plotted from the celestial bodies also. So your dead reckoning, where your actual position is on the water, you're plotting that along on a flat chart, and you're just using the legend and the compass rose on the chart to plot your thing. And then your boat, in actuality, you're following a compass heading the best you can, and you have a lot to contend with: wave direction, wind direction, and varying things like that, tides, currents, all kinds of things out in the ocean. So
speed of the boat.
So you have to use the speed of the boat and time, and then you just plot it along. Now, what you make the correction is when you do the celestial observations, and you set your sextant for 0 at the horizon, and you get an elevation angle between your eye on the deck or above the deck, right, to that celestial body. You get an angle. And then that's where the work starts. You get your worksheet out, you get your nautical almanac out, and you go, where is the GP? And you find out what your x-axis distance is to the GP. And you update your dead reckoning. Then you update your dead reckoning. Oh, and then you figure out once you do that the currents took you 5 miles to south. Yeah,
Can I pause
go
you
ahead.
real fast?
Yeah, go.
GPs, dead reckoning. We don't know any of these terms.
Okay, so the dead reckoning would be.
The words that are coming out of my mouth.
I didn't realize that to that extent. But okay, so your dead reckoning is where you're actually you're on a chart and you're using a pencil and certain tools to plot out where you exactly are on this chart to the best of your ability, right?
All right. So how do you find out where you are on the chart?
Yeah. So that's why that process of doing this is your dead reckoning position. You're finding your dead reckoning by your speed and your cardinal direction that you're traveling through on the compass itself on the board, right?
Okay, so you get your speed and you get your direction.
Right.
Next.
So let's say you're going 6 knots and you traveled for 20 hours.
Okay.
So that's 120. That's 100. 6 knots. That's 120 miles in 20 hours. So you're doing things like that, and you're plodding along. Every hour you're checking, kind of like, and you sometimes along the coast you have lights and buoys and things and shipping lanes that you can go by to find out where you are exactly by triangulating. And now, like when I was sailing, I was in my 20s. They didn't have anything but short bit sideband radio, and the most richest sailors could afford Loran. But before that, when I was sailing in 1980, there was no GPS, there was no cell phones, there was no PCs, there was none of that. So this is how it's done without any of those technologies. You did have something called a radio direction finder, which only works in straight line of sight with beacons or buoys on places on jetties that have a beacon, a radio beacon. It shoots out in a certain direction. If you're lined up with that direction, you get the signal and it causes an alarm on your device. Tells you which direction exactly that radio beacon is in. You draw a line on your chart from that beacon to where you are. Then you can do another one. So that's a way of triangulating your way along a coast using triangles. As you can see, all 3 sides of that triangle have to be completely straight in order to do this. And you can do this in the fog and find your way in a tiny little jetty and make it all the way into the harbor in thick fog. I've had to do this myself with my family.
I'm just saying,
Coming
Sonny,
into harbor
I was hoping you would get into more of stars' positions and
Right.
finding your position with just stars, no other technology.
Yeah.
Triangulating your position with the flat baseline and the position of the stars. That's all you
Yeah,
need.
it's simply using the advanced projector. That's all it is. It's a projector. It's an elevation angle measuring device, the sextant, and you're just setting 0. You have only a correction that takes your eye down to the floor. That's called a dip correction. And there's several other things that are all in the almanacs and tell you like at different times of year and things like that, how the stars
Where the star's
differ.
position is at that time of year, correct?
Yes.
Exactly.
Like it tells you that stuff. So then you go and you start doing your charting and you go, where you are dead reckoning. And then, so obviously you're at that position you think you are until you measure the elevation angle of, let's say we did a noon shot every single day. We probably did it 12 or 14 times. Like we did like you didn't just do one, you do a whole bunch of them and have redundancy with like which chronometer you're using, which clock is most accurate.
Is navigation meant to be easier with that method?
Yeah, it's
With the
really
almanac?
pretty simple, but there's things to contend with like storms for days that take you way far off your course than you think they did, and in different directions because
But it seems like it would be a lot easier than the traditional method of star alignment.
No, the traditional method is the method I'm discussing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're
Think
using
th-
you're
think of
using
it
your
this.
sextant to find a star or the moon or the sun. And of course, the moon's harder because it's moving faster. So when you do the stars, like you could do it to Polaris and find your latitude very accurately. Or like that's one simple way, but you definitely have these constellations that are coming by at that time of year, and their elevation angles are well known and well plotted out, and that's how you find your way across the ocean. That's really all it is, just measuring that elevation angle. You have the surface you're traveling along, which is represented by your chart down on your chart table, and you're doing the elevation angle. You're doing your calculations on worksheets with the use of the nautical almanacs to find where the GP is of that particular celestial body, and you have corrections and so forth to do just that. And by your speed and your dead reckoning position, you correct with the celestial elevation angle, because they're the most static as far as, like I said, those things rotate above us like a clock in
Yeah. They
synchronized
have
manner. Yeah.
they have their position at specific times, and
Yep.
they don't change. That's the thing. Okay.
Yep.
And
That's why
Your
none of
position
this.
changes, they don't change.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. That's why it can be. That's why the almanac basically has all the information on it. Think of the
So
almanac as like data mined stuff from a video game, for example. Like if you play a video game and you want to know how a freaking stat works, right? You look into it, you data mine the shit out of it, find out the equations for it, and then once you have that, you could make a new meta build with it, do whatever theory crafting you want, min max, whatever.
but I think you're starting to get it, Tiki Bird. Now, I think maybe you might start understanding like where I'm coming from, being a sailor and a navigator. So,
But I could give Tiki one of those proof videos where it explains how navigation works. It's actually really simple to understand.
I have one too, actually. Hold on. Let me. I have a link here.
And
It's
at the end
something.
of the day, it always needs a flat water baseline. The Earth cannot be curved for it to work because the mathematical equations will not be accurate.
Here's a
Any
sailing by starlight. Now, a lot of them you have to dodge the hijack, because when you're actually doing this, it's basically explaining how when you do it, that there's no way for it to remain static like that. Like I said, with Polaris, you can make a stick and hold it out so your arm is to the horizon and the top of it is at Polaris, and you can maintain your latitude no matter where you go as you're traveling around the plane. Now we know
Where are you posting these?
72% on the live stream voice text. I'm just slow. So this one's from Southern Fried Science, but it's a pretty good article and explains what I talked about having a stick. And that's how they developed the sextant, was actually by these sticks and staffs with cross staffs on them at different angles, and they could pretty precisely travel across land or sea. This is before they developed the clocks, though. So this is how you could navigate without.
Yeah, delay was the first one.
You could do this without even having a calculator, as long as you know how to do the basic math. Like literally, you could travel across the oceans using basic knowledge, and it's basic geometry. So that's therein the geometry is where the globe Earth cannot. Like we already discussed, your location would be thrown off by magnitudes the further you went. Think about 10,000.
That's why modern navigation needs like GPS systems. And right?
Yeah. But what about when all the electricity goes out? What is the captain
Yeah,
gonna
exactly. What are you gonna use?
No, I was just saying, like, it's just not convincing that we need this extra system to be able to just navigate just off of a basis on just star alignment.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing for 500 years. That's how navigation has been done. It was only until the last 100 years or whatever that they started using any kind of like
GPS
machines that could.
Hold on, guys. Let me interject. I think he's missing the point here. So the point they're trying to make to you is that celestial navigation, doesn't function on a spherical surface. We're not making the point that there's this or that kind of way to navigate. We're making the point that celestial navigation does not work on a spherical surface. Celestial navigation works, therefore the Earth is not a spherical surface.
I'll just post I'll just post the old Link video. You should watch this.
Okay.
It'll really explain it. Just watch that. It shows how navigation works.
I'll watch this, but man, like when you just accept the old, like the globe model, then it sounds plausible, like that it would still celestial tracking would still be a plausible way of navigating.
No,
just because you can observe the stars still, like with a telescope, and you're able to just being able to see them, right? Even though that you're not using flat Earth, for example.
Yeah, but how do you calculate it on a freaking curved baseline? Can't.
Are you talking about astronomy? Because that's a geocentric view.
Well, yeah.
We're not. No, he's not talking about astronomy. He's talking about just navigation in general right now.
Yeah, I was talking about navigation. Yeah.
And we're telling you that it doesn't work without a flat baseline.
It can't be done with a curved adjacent side.
Man, that is a really hard thing to repeal, because you're meant to be able to, right? Just based off of your observable surroundings. You're meant to be able to.
But I'll tell you this: you can find your way. You can find your way, like by you. Here's a lot of Globers have this in contention with us, as far as they say the existence of GPS. Well, listen, they took all those celestial objects and they put them down on the surface at ground level. They just took the celestial sphere, which we know exists over us, only over us though, and they put it down onto a sphere, so those locations are still correct. You hear what I'm saying to you?
So you're saying that in actuality, the sphere that exists, the celestial sphere, is lower down, and they are trying to represent it as something else, like a model, like a sphere that supports the globe.
No, what the globe did is they took the celestial sphere and they took all those locations and they put them down onto a sphere when they actually began with a flat plane, because that's the only way you can get elevation angles in the first place to put up those relationships of the celestial bodies into almanacs.
Bro, you're confusing me too, bro. I'm just saying.
No, check it. I don't see how.
You were saying that yes, there is a celestial spheres, right? But now how he's taking it is that so the Earth is a ball.
No. Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying that the globe model just basically wants you to sort of believe that it's obviously these individual stars instead of a celestial spherical body that's surrounding the flat Earth, right?
Right.
That's what they want you to believe.
They just pretty much took the celestial sphere, the real thing that elevation angles from, and they took those and they put it down on the sphere and made it the terrestrial sphere. But the terrestrial sphere doesn't exist. We all know this because listen, there's pilots, jet fighter pilots.
Dude, why can't
jets known to exist traveling more than 1,000 miles an hour at 10 feet above the deck, 10 feet above the high sea, the wave mark, 10 feet at 1,000 miles an hour? They're not adjusting.
Dude, there's no problem for them to do that. Like, if that's the model they want everybody to believe and it works, then fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. You're pretty much right.
You know what I mean?
So, but the Earth is not a ball. So physically, we don't. do anything that's doing anything physical around or near the surface or below the surface as anything but a flat horizontal plane. That's the only way you can navigate. Period. That's the only way you can do it. That's the only way to hit. It has ever been done. So the fake thing about the GPS is they want to convince you that you have space out there. That's the whole thing that's tripping you up. I can tell. There is no
I don't have a
space
problem.
because
I don't have
we
an
have
issue believing that it's just radio waves. I don't. But it seems like a stretch to just call them radio waves when all that quote unquote advanced technology is out there.
They are just radio waves.
All right.
What do you mean by just radio waves? So
Well,
what
what else do you have to explain how it works? Because GPS quote unquote works, and you have to come up with an explanation for that as an FE.
I just explained it. Hold on, I just explained it. I'll do it again in about 45 seconds. So here's what they did. They took the known positions of celestial bodies up in the heavens above us, above the horizontal plane. They took those elevation angles and they wrapped it around a sphere and called it Earth. Not that they called it Earth. It was Earth, but they made Earth, turned it into a ball, and used these real locations. And that's what they programmed their technology for GPS with, the real locations. So of course you can find your way, but it's the underlying premise of the technology is that the Earth
didn't
is a
help
ball
at all.
radius
Of course,
3,959 miles.
That's great. That's a why
That's
question.
not
The how
proven.
question.
That is not true.
The how question. How do they send? How do they send information to the device that uses GPS? Then how? Well, then it's radio waves. That's what the how question
I have an
is,
answer.
not
I
the
have
why
an
question.
answer. Can I answer?
Because 99%. Because listen, 99% of all Earth communications are done through transoceanic cables.
Well, how to get to the GPS? Sonny, just tell Sonny. I know the answer. It's cell phone towers. Cell phone towers.
That's right. That's
what
right.
send the
Cell
signal to your GPS. Cell phone towers.
That's
radio waves.
Yeah,
right.
it's triangulation with direct line of sight, skipping across different places where these cell phone towers are. Yeah, it's geographic skipping along of the wave.
Yeah, but GPS is geographical position system, isn't it?
Yeah, there's
That's
GPS
what they called it.
That's what the question was. Was it because of satellites, or was it because of transatlantic cables, or underground
they have
cables,
blue-
or radio waves, or all? of the three?
Whatever it is using the Cartesian system in order to pinpoint something on the Cartesian system with lines of longitude and latitude. Yeah, so
Are you a
it's
Glober?
using a flat stationary plane to do so. Cartesian system, that is.
Are you a Glober? George.
No,
Glober,
he's
no.
He's a flat earther. So it's a flat level plane that we live on and travel on. Those are the things fly over, like all these corporations, along with all the alphabet agencies that are flying and doing shit like that. They're all flying over flat stationary. They're all assuming a flat stationary Earth. Now, why would they do that, flying thousands of miles an hour? Even the rocket ballistics are over a flat stationary plane to achieve their elevation angles of even those cartoons you see on TV, where they're first sending a rocket up to know where the position is. They're using the elevation angle from the horizontal. So even people that saying they're going to space, like NASA, are using horizontal for elevation angles to find out where the rockets are and shit, and balloons and whatever aircraft and all of it. It cannot be done without using a flat Earth, so that's why they can't use it for a globe. The globe is just a fairy tale invented to take the place of Santa Claus when you got
That's
a little bit
ignorant.
older.
That's extremely ignorant. That's an ignorant thing to say, that it won't work on a globe surface, because it still would.
It doesn't.
It
doesn't show. Then you have to show us how it's done that way.
You just have to show us. Show us your calculation.
I already explained this to you as your location being when you're calculating.
You're meant
with
to
a
be
straight-
open-minded as a flat earther.
Don't interrupt.
We are open-minded. We're telling you to show us.
Stop interrupting me. So listen, we navigate across the oceans with these triangles that cannot be. I already discussed with you how if you're using a right triangle to find elevation angles that are printed in these almanacs and find your location very, very minutely, precisely, and how far off you would be if the Earth was actually curved and you were using a right triangle, then that means your position would be off the surface, wouldn't it?
You're skipping a very important point here. North,
Not
south,
skipping
east, and west, those are horizontal vectors descriptive of a flat plane. Spheres, they don't have flat planes.
Exactly. That's what I've been explaining for the last hour to him about how we navigate. So
You did a great job.
He already conceded that you would be in a wrong location if you were calculating with a right triangle, doing celestial navigation, and if you were actually on a curved surface. Put it in your mind, a straight line and then a curved surface below it, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Go to the straight line.
Straight lines can still exist on flat surfaces. You have to look at it from a top-down dimension. Then it becomes a straight line. If you're looking at it from one point of view.
Nobody's in that orthographic view, though. You're on the surface.
So a straight line depends if you can see it or not. I mean, it's
You're
silly,
not in
man.
a profile view. Otherwise, you would have to be on the top or any one of the sides along the circumference, looking at it as it stands vertical like a coin on its edge. That's ridiculous. It's illogical. And
Literally
Mr. Spock would not approve.
Yeah. Try and show us fucking elevation angles that work on a globe, please. I dare you.
I already gave him the freaking proof video, man. All he needs to do is watch it and learn how navigation works. He's just making claims that it can work, and that's it.
He doesn't want to look at it. Right. I mean, I already talked to Tiki
I already looked
and
at it.
Femboy yesterday.
Oh yeah?
Didn't I show you?
Can you
the
tell me what's it
NASA
about?
document?
Can you tell me how you navigate? Please explain to me how
Well,
to
we've been
navigate.
discussing this,
Dude,
so
Sonny just explained it like for a fucking hour. What are you, retarded?
What?
Why would you want me to explain something that's been explained for an hour?
How we navigate the Earth? Yeah, we navigate horizontally. North, south, east, and west, and all the coordinates in the center. Yeah, they are descriptive of a horizontal plane because they are horizontal vectors. That's how we travel. That's how we maneuver: backwards, forwards, sideways.
Thing is, man, it's like it's either you don't want to look at it, you're not curious to know how it works, or you have no experience sailing or flying planes. That's it. Sailing boats or flying planes, you have no experience, so it's like I would want to learn from Sonny.
I've played my
You know,
fair
he-
share of Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Yeah, wow. You're way off into the weeds now.
Don't worry, Sonny. I'm gonna pick your brain later. I didn't know you were a sailor. It's awesome. You don't curse like one.
I'm
though.
sure it's emulated.
All right. I'm pretty sure, Tiki, didn't I show you the NASA documents? Didn't I show you all of those NASA documents? Was that you? I'm not sure. You guys would have trust NASA, right? It's an
NASA?
authoritative source.
Seems like a
Yes.
pretty respectable organization.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. So check out the 50 plus documents that say that for these equations to work, like for example, the derivation of a linear aircraft model, that document, literally you can type that in right now on Google. I'm on the move, so I can't really do much. Go to the introduction, right? Paragraph 2, read that first sentence out loud and tell me what you think. Honestly, it's fucking...
Where is it?
It's wild. Just type in derivation of
Where?
a linear...
On YouTube?
No, on Google.
Okay, derivation.
of a linear aircraft model, NASA. It's the first thing that pops up. It's like from 1988, I think. I'm going from the top of my head. I can't really remember exactly, but introduction paragraph, or introduction, second paragraph, read out loud that first sentence. It's what. Just tell me what you think, Ab.
On their website? On their website? Is it on their
It's
website?
PDF. Yeah. Just literally type that in on Google. It's the first result.
Derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model?
Just make sure you type in NASA after that.
Okay, I'm reading the second. Hold on.
Second paragraph of the introduction. Just read, no, not the whole paragraph. Just read the first sentence out loud.
Okay, this report details the development of the linear model of a rigid aircraft of a constant mass, flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Yes, and?
Gotcha, bitch! What do you mean?
What's that supposed to prove? This is obviously, okay, what is this? This report details the development of a linear model of rigid aircraft of constant mass. And
that's from NASA website, correct?
That document won me over to the flat Earth. Actually, that's the exact one.
This model consists of a state equation.
Yeah,
and observation.
basically they need equations that work on a flat, non-rotating Earth for any of their other calculations to work. Basically, if they want the airplane to work, they have to fucking abide by, the laws of nature, our reality, our observable, objectifiable fucking Earth. We all live in the same place, bro. Like that's the thing about the globe and flat Earth, right? It's like we're still in the same exact place. Like it's this, nothing changes in terms of your worldview except how you think about it, bro. You had to be told this worldview about the globe. It's basically what, I don't know who said that earlier. I was listening. I think it was Zhao who said it's about control, man.
So you're
Because
telling
that
me
way
you don't have any more fragments of GE still there that you're trying to get rid of?
What?
Hell no!
You don't have any fragments from being indoctrinated by GE that you still have yet to get rid of?
Dude, I've been diving into this subject since 2020, and just recently I found this server, and every day I've been in the server, I've learned something. So
no, we're not conflicted.
It's not an overnight process
Personally,
to get
I'm
rid
not,
of the cognitive dissonance. It
some
took
other
me
people
3
might.
months. Sorry, so
No, you're right. So I talked over you.
I'm just passionate. I apologize.
Yeah,
No,
enough
there's no conflict.
cartoons and models to represent the reality that we don't live on.
You think that it's all those models are a sham as well?
We don't live on a model, do we?
Only if they don't match what's outside your door and on the Earth we're talking about. So it's outside. That's my response. That's like to the model question. You just go outside. There's your model. You don't need to present a model. No one said we knew the extents of it, knew the entirety of it. We don't have to. We don't care to do that. And listen, you talked about trying to convince or replace different ideas with new different ideas. No, we don't want to do that. What we're trying to do is get you to think for yourself, not to convince or to replace an idea.
If NASA wants to push the idea of a GE, then do they actually have their own? Now, just bear with me for just a sec. Their own model of linear or planar Earth, flat Earth.
Do they actually know about flat
Do
Earth?
they have a model of flat Earth that they don't release? And
You never seen the United Nations symbol flag?
Yeah, I'd seen
No,
that.
hold on, guys.
I'd seen that.
The direct answer is unknown or unverified.
Yeah, they do use a flat Earth model. They do.
Yeah, and that's
It's
what I was
absolutely known.
mentioning that yesterday as well, last night. And I could have sworn that there was the very
Here's the
own.
thing. Why do they need to put that in there?
That's why I mentioned
Nathan
pillars as
Oakley.
well.
Nathan Oakley
So
did a
does
review on a NASA video a few days ago about the model that they use, the flat Earth model they use. They put it out there. It is known.
Yeah.
They like to hide in plain sight, bro. They're comfortable
Basically,
in.
every single manufacturer of aviation, like of aircraft themselves, they all have this thing about their linear flight model, and it's always flat stationary. It's just that's the way they're built.
And honestly, Sonny made a great point, man. It's not about convincing you and switching your belief system for another belief system. That's not what this is. Any quote unquote flat earther that says that they have a flat earth model to show you and that they can say that they know the entirety of the earth and its contents, they're lying to you.
Well, it would
The
be
honest answer is
it would be
don't
very
know.
helpful if they had like an unequivocal flat Earth Bible, like for
I think it would
example,
help.
attacking people from all vectors based off of their lack of knowledge about FE. It might be more efficient.
I think you missed the point. I think you
It
missed the
might be
point.
more efficient.
These flat earth representations are not from the flat earthers, are from these organizations. We're just pointing out what they are putting out on our faces and what they are
Still.
quoting, and the images they're presenting, and the physicality of things.
Well, if I was trying to
To
convince
believe,
you something, I would
that you live on a
you.
spinning water ball in a vacuum of space is to deny physics, man.
Like, you know,
Tiki Bird, aren't you familiar with a hostile witness?
No.
Are you familiar with that term? No? So check it out. A hostile witness is we're taking somebody from the globe side, many, many statements, as a matter of fact, going all the way back to the beginning. But we'll just stick with current. We're using them as a witness against what the current globe theme is in the lore of this this spinning ball in a vacuum that can't exist in reality. So we're just
Like a
pointing it out.
cross-examination
Using
in a courtroom.
Yeah. It's like something you do in a court of law. You say a hostile witness, you bring someone across that is in a certain field, and that's the field that other people are saying he's a witness to some event, and the person isn't even in the field. If you know what I mean.
Okay. It's like a Neo moment. Right.
Explain
Understood.
that. So a hostile witness in a court of law is when you put a witness on the stand that would be logically assumed, or at least or known, or whatever, either one, known to be an ally of the person on the other side, whether you're talking about the plaintiff or
Are
defendant.
you
either
calling
one.
me a hostile witness? Are you calling me a hostile witness in a way?
No. We're calling NASA a hostile witness. See,
Okay.
NASA is on the globe side, and we're using NASA as a witness to demonstrate that the Earth is flat. We're using their words to demonstrate that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you're more like a friendly witness. You're actually witnessing the same kind of things that we're pointing out and outlining as far as showing how there's no evidence ever been produced, and still to this day, no one seems to be able to produce any kind of evidence at all for the spinning globe Earth. Like, so in a way, you're a witness to it as well. Either wittingly or unwittingly, it doesn't really matter. We were all in that position at some point, though. So you said it right. We're all basically ex-globers. Like, the thing with the X part is that once you discover that water is what it is and that you see too far, couple those two together with gas pressure needing containment, and that ties it all up in a nice little ribbon. There's nowhere else to go.
Okay, so gas. So when you mentioned gas within containment, what's your best idea about what actually contains it?
It's not an idea. It has to be a structure that has enough, let's say, physicality. It has to be able to contain the pressure of the gases at that.
So is it
volume.
glass?
We don't know.
Is it
We don't know.
plastic?
No one knows what it is.
We don't know, bro.
No,
Is it a membrane? I think it's been referred to as a membrane.
I would say it's something. Here's what I would say in speculation, because it only can be speculation. But what I would say for myself is that it says, it's written that a bubble was made over the face of the water that separated the waters from the waters first.
Why can't we
So
just?
that means there's water above and water below, and that there's some kind of bubble that was created for this flat plane to exist for us, with water being at the bottom.
Or you could just accept, like, maybe the gas theory. There's just a. I mean, obviously, without having the globe context, you could just say it's literally just a gas layer as well, right?
Yeah, but it's
Or can you not?
motionless. It's motionless, so that means it's on some sort of foundation. That's also been written.
So there's no possibility of it being gas at all.
Well, we do have
Not
gas
in layers,
pressure.
no.
Now the outside layer, we know we have one. Now we know we have one boundary. That would be the bottom layer, or where the Earth is, that contains the shorelines that all contain all the waters. So then you have to have sides of the container, and the top of it has to be completely sealed up. It can't have any leaks in it in this situation, because if you can imagine how much gas pressure is created at the surface and goes outward in all directions, this has to have a constant volume. That means it cannot be changing in volume. It can't be expanding out or leaking out or bulging out in one area. It has to be constant. It has to be a solid structure. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it could not possibly contain billions and billions of tons of gases.
So
trying to escape.
stars are meant to have the same structure as what we would have or expect on Earth, right?
What the hell does that mean?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I have a question. So stars, like the ones that we see in the sky, are meant to have the same structural, or same structure as Earth would, right?
What is
No,
No.
because
What I'm pointing at is, so do you believe, like, so like when you see the stars in the sky, you believe that they're facing towards you, like with a disc shape, like a disc shaped
Don't know
model,
what
and
they are.
all you have the ability to see is with you. You're not able to see an orb at distance. You can't resolve anything like that. They're going. Those people
but you
like
can
when
with a
look out at
telescope,
the
and you
stars,
can see the moon.
Have you used a telescope yourself?
all they are is lights in the sky to us. That's
Okay.
all we can tell about
Alright.
them. That's it.
Tiki,
That's
have
just
you
lights
looked
in
through
the
a
sky.
telescope yourself, bro?
Yes, I have through.
No,
amateur
not you,
telescope.
Sonny. No, I know you have. I'm saying Tiki.
Okay.
Have you looked
Yes,
through a telescope?
yes, of course.
Okay, what do you see? What do
You
you see
can,
when
if
you
you
look
have
at a star?
if you have a very good telescope, you can see the craters on the moon.
Uh-huh.
But when you look at a star, it's just a star.
It's just
You
a light.
obviously- Yeah, you can't make it out, obviously.
Exactly. Right. And we can't go out there to verify its properties, right?
So you don't know, or you just can't say for a fact, because obviously without demonstrable proof,
Right.
you can't tell if it's facing towards you. So it's just not convincing. So it's not facing towards you.
Don't know what it is to even say
Well,
that it can
just to quote
face a
Chicago,
certain
one of the
direction.
experts on these lights in the sky,
Right.
he says that no one in his field uses the so-called scientific method. It's guesswork. It's by the seat of your pants. So all of these things is guesswork on his own words.
Right.
None of this is reality. This is all fiction. It's a mathematical description of light's movements in the sky, based on flat Earth measurements to them.
All right. It's about as valid as Orion being an actual being in the sky. You know what I mean? It's like it's just conceptualized stories or theories or concepts about what it could possibly be based off of our limited access to those said stars, right? We're all observing the same things in the sky. Like if I look up at night and you look up at night, we're seeing the same thing, bro. Maybe not. Okay, you get what I mean. Like it depends on the location, obviously. But what I'm saying is that's all we can do when it comes to stars, bro. So when it comes to figuring out what we're on the Earth, right? Like what we live on. Why would looking up at the sky or at the stars or at the sun or the moon help us determine what we are living on?
Twinkle,
Well,
twinkle, little star.
number one, it's potential like for finding other civilizations.
That's a myth.
But
That's a
obviously
theory.
it is a big obviously. But
you have to trust the fact that what you're looking at is planets, and then that those exoplanets, like, wait, let me finish real quick,
it's
bro.
hopeless because of humans, like if they're the only species on Earth.
No, but see, that's what they want you to think, bro. But hear me out. We had an astronomer or whatever, some guy that had access to a certain like he was getting his master's in studying the stars in a specific field. I can't remember exactly, but astrophysics. And it was like a specialized part of it, but whatever. I digress. What he was explaining, what they use to determine exoplanets, right? If there's exoplanets around a star, right? You know how many pixels that they had to basically come to any type of speculation or theory? Do you know how many pixels that were rendered on the screen to see those exoplanets? Like,
Yeah,
you
it
gotta
would be a
guess.
lot. It'll be
How about
trillions.
9? How about 9
Well-
fucking pixels, bro? I'm not even kidding. That's what they work with to come up with these theories. It's ridiculous. Think about 9 pixels on your screen right now, bro.
No.
I swear to
You know the
God,
pictures
bro.
that they show you? You know the pictures they show you on TV or in the books, or go online and look up the Hubble telescope images, James Webb images, all that. That's not what they get back. That is
That's
artists'
really not.
renditions, interpretation of the data. Right, so they hire people to say, we want you to represent our data in a certain way, and then the artist depicts it that certain way, and that's what you see, and you immediately get the impression that that's what they actually see, and it's not.
Exactly. And that's why they keep it under lock and key. Like, that's why only certain people with certain accreditation can go use those telescopes, those really, really high-powered, fancy telescopes, right? Oh, there you go. Acid got it. Dude, check out the live stream voice. I'm not even kidding. I never even seen that picture. I was just going by what this astrophysicist, what this guy was telling me, face value. But he actually found the picture. That's what they use, bro, to determine if there's an exoplanet. Like, what? Is that wild?
those are giant space lemons.
It's peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time.
I can do that. I can do that with planes. The only difference is that NASA applies a NASA sticker on them. That's the only difference.
Isn't that wild, Tiki? And I know what you're doing. You're probably like, there's no fucking way this is real. But it is, dude. I have to laugh at it, bro.
Well, it's not very convincing evidence, but
Of
in the
what?
context of finding other exoplanets, it is, because that's what
Oh, you're
the
saying
goal is
that
for.
that's perfectly reasonable to make any type of determination of what the fuck you're looking at right now?
It's blind faith, but yes,
Is that a banana?
it looks like
Oh,
a
that's mine.
Is that
torch
a
from
lemon?
Minecraft. It's like a torch from Minecraft.
Minesweeper.
Yeah. I think Minesweeper has more pixels than that, actually. Like, do you understand how ridiculous that is? Like, honestly.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does seem a bit ridiculous.
I'm talking about master's level people, like master's degree, PhD level people.
Yeah.
Use that.
Don't question how they got that data.
Tiki, that's not just a bit ridiculous. It's the biggest type of ridiculous that can be.
It's like insulting to, to our intelligence, bro. Like, it's really funny though, because like
This is the data.
Yeah, like at first you think they're keeping everything under lock and key because they actually know the secrets, right? And then you actually look at what they're working with, and they're just like, oh no, they're keeping it under lock and key because this is fucking ridiculous, bro. This is why they're gatekeeping their quote unquote, fancy ass telescopes and shit. Like,
It's like the Wizard of Oz, but with the Atari.
Exactly, exactly, bro.
What do you have against planetariums? When
That's
you
a
visited
random
a
ass question.
when you visited a planetarium for the first time, weren't you amazed?
Yeah, I was a kid.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is fucking cool, man. I like this shit.
Stars moving over a stationary platform.
Oh yeah, and it kind of looks like a flat Earth model.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It basically is. Yeah, that's
up,
basically what they use too. It's called the celestial sphere model.
Hey, Sonny, real quick.
sorry.
Sorry, Beach.
No, you're good. You're good.
I just wanted to commend you for what you said on Sunday regarding what I believe in. As my grandfather was his father too. They were one of the earliest photographers in the military. In fact, kind of doing for both sides. It's hard to explain, but anyway, one of the earliest photographers in like the 30s and 40s. And so, what you said about the sun, the triangle, the black one, I completely agree. And it made me think about that in a way that I actually understand based on him teaching me a lot regarding photography as a kid. So I wasn't able to speak on Sunday, but I wanted to commend you for that because that made perfect sense to me in everything. It fits right into what I was already kind of putting together. So well done.
Wow. Like I don't often remember all of those things, but they usually come. They usually come upon me at the moment. So a lot of times I don't really have a lot of time to like put it together. It just kind of comes out as a stream of consciousness, if you will.
Absolutely. I feel that, Sonny.
It went right into my open receptors that were already primed for it, and I really appreciate that. So things are making more sense now.
Yeah.
You playing the guitar, Sonny? Nice.
Yeah. A little bit here and there.
Oh, what's up, Max? Max is in here. Woo!
He's giving it to music.
I love it. But I'm glad you're back, Tiki.
Oh yeah.
Honestly.
Last night I actually joined, but there was a disconnect, so I unfortunately had to cut it short. But yeah, it got quite rambunctious actually earlier. Yeah, actually, a lot of people were muted, including myself, and I got called a Globee multiple times.
Well, listen, Tiki Bird, I'm glad you decided to stay, and I'm glad that you've calmed down.
What are you talking about, dude? It never got calm until now. Like I swear, it was like this up until now.
I'm just
for a straight 2 hours. It could have been longer.
Tiki, you got to realize something though, bro. You got to understand from our point of view, right?
What?
If we're telling the truth, think about how painful it is for us, right? To see people that we love, that we care about, anybody, right? Being completely blinded by this lie.
But they live in bliss. They
No, they don't, bro.
Yes.
Nah, bro.
Maybe
It's depressing,
they're being
man.
dragged along. Like
Think about what you said
But-
earlier about like they need to find exoplanets because
yeah,
right?
well,
But because we're destroying our planet. It's like, what if we just take the energy to actually focus on the place we live on? You know what I mean? And fix it. And like
people are being prodded along with fear of all kinds of things that are made up, just like the globe.
well, they might live in ecstasy. Okay, to some extent.
hedonistic pleasure only goes so far, my friend.
No, bliss is right. Ignorance is bliss.
I feel like if somebody were to forcefully put blinders back on me, that would be a fate worse than death, and I would choose death. Like I would never, ever want those on again, ever.
I agree with that
Okay,
wholeheartedly.
While it's true, it's a big cross to bear. Sometimes when you know topics like this and you see yourself talking to a wall most of the time, or even losing close friends or feeling an outsider, it's still a good price to pay to know the truth of the place of existence we're at.
Exactly.
God
It
gives
is
us
sad. It is scary. Yeah, sorry. That's it.
help others be free. So it's a very noble thing that's effortless as long as we see it that way. And yeah, exactly. There's no going back, and I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, I've had the most fun I've
No, me
had
neither.
in the last month than I've had in 3 years. No bullshit. Serious.
She says she doesn't want to go back in the Matrix. I keep thinking about the guy who wanted to stay.
Yeah, Cypher.
Not only that, but like
Cypher.
maybe because I'm a failure in other things in life, but this is my greatest achievement, realizing the truth about this topic. Honestly.
Damn,
I'd concur.
that
I'd
hit,
concur.
bro.
I'd concur with that myself.
Yeah,
Sonny,
man.
how's your health, dude? You're okay now?
Yeah, man. I just turned my bike over 4,800 miles.
Yo.
4,800 miles in less than 3 years.
Damn. You
Nice.
good though?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Yeah, hanging in there.
Hell yeah.
Doing pretty well.
Well,
Comfortable right
your
now.
situation, the way you sounded a month and a half ago, 2 months, was pretty dire. So I'm happy things turned around for you. You sounded really in pain, so I'm
Yeah,
happy to hear you here.
early in the year, I was having like some extreme difficulties.
Yeah, I remember hearing your voice and the topic, so I'm glad you're better, man. Really.
Yeah,
Also,
about to
'cause-
go out I'm about to go out for my bike ride right now. As a matter of fact, got a charged bike. I'm ready to go.
Nice, man.
What's up, Enzyme? Though I haven't seen you in a minute.
Hey, man. Yeah, it's good, Beasticles. You changed your name with weird letters, and now your name is not in the top. How do you feel about that?
Well, Ether helped me out.
I'm
What's
good.
that?
I've been.
Oh, did I cut out?
A little bit.
Oh yeah, Ether
helped you out
helped
for what?
Yeah.
For the letters?
Yeah, to make it the pronunciation Biasticles.
Biasticles. Oh man, that's amazing. Biasticles.
Yeah.
Son of.
I'm actually a
Zeus.
prominent Greek philosopher from around Aristophanes' time. You know what I mean? Might as well be.
Aristophanes. Yeah. Oh, well, maybe you're similar to him because there's no historical evidence for his existence.
Yeah, so you could go along. You could go along the same line. You could go along the same lines and create some another pseudo observation. Make some other story up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I could. I really could.
You
Like
can
Earth is a Smurf ball. I don't know.
No, you can put a couple of balls.
Doesn't that sound like an actual fucking Greek guy? Oh, the famous Biasticles.
Biasticles with the Earth. The Earth is a Smurf ball.
Man.
No.
Oh, you know what's weird though? I did find something. I was trying to look up the etymology of Biasticles, just in case, like if there was something. And me and Lunatic found Beatitudes. I'm sure if there's any Christians in here, or they know what those are, and I had no idea. I'd never even heard of them before.
Yeah,
It's
that's
crazy.
Beatitudes.
Hey, can you spell it? Because I write down weird words I don't know to use them in my raps and stuff. What did you say?
Beatitudes, basically. That's how you spell it.
With a B?
B-E-A-T. Yeah, Beatitudes. Beatitudes.
Beatitudes.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Just like attitude with a BE on the front.
So Beatitudes are sayings of Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Had no idea, bro, till last night. Tripped me out.
Oh,
a bit.
in Spanish, it's nice. It's bienaventuranza. Sounds like Italian, but it could be pronounced in Spanish.
I'm not afraid to say it. My name's Peter, too, as well. So I've always had like a kind of like a, let's say, impersonal connection with Peter. And it's kind of ironic, like whether it was conscious or unconscious, it did take me 3 times to find Jesus, to go back to Christianity. So it's pretty funny.
So in astrology, your planet would be Jupiter.
No, get out of here! Don't tell me that, bro.
Oh, what do you know? Jupiter, man.
Bro,
Hey,
I'm half Jewish, bro. I'm a Jupiter. Look at that.
you're a Jupiter.
I love
Very
that shit.
funny.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord solving family problems.
All the answers are written in the sky.
My name
Family tree.
because I was told as a kid, and I had a plaque in my room of the parents always told me it was the Hebrew translation of my name, and it means unselfish spirit. All I know is the French my grandfather gave me because his native tongue is French, and that was like large tranquil island or some sort, amongst the ocean. But I would like somebody to help with that because I'm not even sure that the plaque my parents gave me was accurate, and I just kind of want to know because it's hard to find any other language with my name to go on. So I'm just kind of curious.
What?
Do you think it
Is
has
your
something
name
to do with
Sydney or
Australia?
Hensley? What's the issue? What's the name?
Huh?
What did you say the name that you're talking about? The meaning of the name? I didn't get it.
French that my grandfather gave me. He's from Brussels, and his native tongue is. He gave me wide eye.
Well, you're
And
kind of
Yeah,
cutting
you're
out a
cutting
bit.
out a lot, Sydney.
No, 1 second.
Took-
Is this better?
Yes.
I don't know. You need to talk more than a few seconds.
Yeah. So
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries.
So it called you wide-eyed. That's
No,
interesting.
no, wide island or unselfish
Oh,
spirit.
wide-eyed.
Yeah.
But my
Wide-eyed.
name in my native language is totally the opposite because Nikolai. Well, there's several interpretations. Nikolai means winner of multitudes, so it's like I'm not humble. My name is not really humble.
What's a
It's from the
multitude,
ancient
I guess?
Tsars. What?
What's a multitude?
Well, winner of people, like I like King's
Oh,
name, you know,
multitudes of people. Gotcha.
multitudes of people. Yes.
Convincer.
Maybe it's multitudes of trauma. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Maybe you're supposed to be a rapper, like you were always intended to be, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm mastering, remastering some old tracks and redoing some stuff. Hopefully, before the end of the year, I'm gonna release stuff properly.
Hopefully, do it.
I'm working on it. Yeah, I'm really working on it.
You
I
got
changed
it.
my whole room. I
Dude, are
painted
you on
and made
Spotify?
lighting.
Are you on Spotify?
Not. I have no official stuff yet,
Oh,
so
I thought you were on
I
Spotify.
don't have. No, there is an enzyme on Spotify with a Z.
Yeah.
But the guy is just a joke. He's not a good rapper.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Hello, guys.
What's
Привет, Prigozhin.
I'm not Russian. I'm Polish, but
Oh, sorry, man. Well, it's in Cyrillic.
no, it's a
so
Russian name.
Yeah, okay. I'm Bulgarian, so I could read it, and I was like, yeah, I can use my Bulgarian skills.
My guy, my guy. I knew you were Bulgarian. I knew it. I have a couple friends.
I'm an Aryan bull.
You should see the trolls in the other Discord and politics, dude. How many trolls there are? It's ridiculous.
Oh, maybe I should join
Not
them.
surprising. Not surprising.
I could probably join them. I'd probably fit right in.
All right, so you're a troll?
No, but that's what I was being called earlier.
Well,
where I live, there's like a really nice bridge. You would fit right at home.
See, I honestly don't think you're a troll, but you're coming at this with an incorrigible mentality. I had to use that for you, Max. How to use that word? If you know what incorrigible means.
Word of the day.
Well, as a flat earther, you have to have that mentality yourself.
No, not really.
Okay.
What? Scrutiny is
say
different than being
incorrigible?
hard-headed, bro. Incorrigible,
say
yeah.
Like able to be encouraged or suggestible?
No, the hard-headed one. Incorrigible, right?
Incorrigible.
Max,
Stubborn,
I hope you told me
maybe?
the right. I hope you told me the
Stubborn might
right
be a
definition.
synonym?
Yeah,
with an
stubborn.
I, right? Incorrigible. Okay.
Stubborn.
Yeah, I can't speak, bro. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Stubborn, right? And enzyme.
Well, I don't think you're stubborn. I think you need to just consolidate some of the information you have scattered around your brain and make your own choice. Just hop the fence. I don't know. You seem like a nice dude.
Yeah. Welcome back.
We all been
Again.
there.
Incorrectable
How
is the
old are
word
you?
you're looking for.
What is it?
Incorrectable.
Incorrectable.
No,
No, not incorrectable.
Creation Bear.
Every-
Creation Bear's got a good clip for it, actually. Dug in.
Hell yeah.
And I'll never change.
Tiki, how old are you, man?
At 25.
There's hope for you, man.
What are you talking about,
34.
bro? What do you mean there's
I'm
hope for you?
34.
It probably doesn't matter in the end if you believe in FE or GE, but it's just
I'm not saying
good
I'm
to
not
know.
saying I'm not saying you're gonna fucking
Relax, bro.
ascend, man. I'm saying that there's time for like your brain just now is supposedly fully developed, although there's debate. Some people think it's 35 and not 25. I'm just saying that
You think
we all
that
suffer
there's a threshold
from.
like where people just accept FE?
No, man, no.
Relax,
I mean,
bro. Take a
no, I'm
chill
not
pill.
attacking you, Tiki. The hope I said was not really about something wrong with you, but just that there is time for you to better yourself. I struggle with the sensation I'm already late to do anything properly, and when I hear you're 25, I kind of, I'm saying, good man, you have time ahead of you. That's it.
Yeah. I felt that. Felt that, bro.
You have sensations.
Tiki, bro. Listen. At the end of the day, bro, you're a human. I'm a human. We're all people here. We're just people. Trying to figure out the truth. And the only way to really take that head on, right, is to look at everything with a scrutinous eye. Like, you have to. You can't just take everything at face value.
No, UFOs are
without
real.
trust.
UFOs are real.
UFOs are real. Okay. Ignore what I just said. That's totally fine.
UFOs are real. No one says they're not real.
Energy doesn't exist. 9/11 didn't happen.
So I
I
think
would
you
just-
are trolling right now. I get it. All right, but like I meant that sincerely. Like I choose to come here. You know what I mean? You chose to
No,
come here.
I'm just gonna throw at you a really heavy object with an ominous shape so you can't identify it.
It was an unidentified flying object. Actually, they changed the UFO nomenclature.
Yeah, that
because-
was different.
Yeah, UAP, because they want to legitimize it because UFOs were already like
There was a taint, specific taint to them.
Yeah. They weaponized that term, right? UFO, to make people look crazy and to see, listen, I'm not denying anybody's own personal experience with any kind of weird shit, because there's a lot of weird shit in this world that we really don't know. Like
Beasticles, do you know about this lightning balls? Like the balls of lightning? The special type of lightning that just stays static?
Yeah,
moves around?
it's
You showed
called
me
ball
this last
lightning.
time.
It's called ball lightning.
No, you showed
Yeah.
me this last time. I think it was the
No, that's the sprites. That's the sprites. I'm talking about
Oh.
like a fucking floating on level to the earth, or just floating around like balls of lightning.
It's
And
static
actually,
electricity, bro. Come on.
it's not static because it's moving. Tiki.
All right, bro. Whatever, bro.
Okay, all right.
Just
all right, hold on.
whatever a
Show-
condensed
I
charge.
haven't seen that. I'll definitely look at it. For
Pretty-
sure.
Pretty cool. Supposedly, there's stories about people having one in their home, and if you make a loud noise, it fucking explodes or just dissipates.
Bro, what part of YouTube are you going on?
Oh man, all the rabbit holes. I jump in all of them. You know how it is.
Well, I mean, yes, I 100% know what that is. I am the rabbit hole guy, but you got to come out of it too.
Yeah, I just come out for air and then go back again for
Right.
some fucking reason. I'm just a masochist.
Nah, bro, you're just infinitely curious, like most of us in here.
Yeah, and curiosity got the cat, man.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's very strange about this whole UFO disclosure BS.
Yeah.
I think there might be some validity to it in terms of like. No, okay, sorry.
Come
That's the wrong word.
on.
That's the wrong word. Sorry. There could be something there, right? Because it's in the
Sure.
NDAA now. In terms of like anybody that's. Here, let me just post it.
Well,
so I can
I think most of us here know that there might be some other advanced whatever they come from. They just don't come from
just don't come from
exoplanets or other
space.
planets. Exactly.
Yeah,
Are there
exactly.
interdimensional beings? Are they just
Maybe.
coming from Hollow
The
Earth or from the
extraterrestrial
whatever?
guys, yeah,
Extraterrestrial, right? Outer
from the extra
space.
land.
Right.
No, from the extra land.
No, I'm just saying outer space, right? Is not up. You know what I
Outer
mean?
space is towards the extra land, isn't it?
Yeah. The outer space. Yep.
America was the extra land at the point.
Oh,
Australia
George,
was also called the extra land.
are you bringing up Richard E. Byrd? Are we going down that?
No,
No, we
extraterrestrials are people from extra land, no?
You guys sound so smart when you reference things I don't know about. Who's that guy?
You know Richard E. Byrd. Don't
Is that
don't
from
play.
Tartaria shit? I don't know. I don't know by name.
You actually don't know? Oh, bro. Here, let me show you Richard E. Byrd. I'm gonna give you this little
I can
interview.
always count on you linking me up, man. You're like a
Admiral.
pro.
Admiral.
That's
don't
Admiral
forget.
Byrd.
Yes. By the way, a helpful hint for anybody. If you're on the archive, archive.org, let me do a couple screenshots here. When you're on the main
Hey,
page,
that's how I found you. You guys are great there.
archive?
Yes, sir. Thanks to the Black Lion icon, Alex.
I don't know what that is, but awesome. Check this out. So if you're doing a search, and this is helpful for anybody trying to find any information, do not use these search bars, not the one in the middle or the top. What you want to do is type in anything to get this page. Check this out. And what happens is in the top right corner, the real search bar appears.
What the
And
fuck?
that's where you want to search.
Why is it so convoluted?
It's just a filter. I mean, listen, man, it's the Wayback Machine. It's been around for a long time. Their goal was to literally digitize everything possible since like 1995, right? After the purge and YouTube and all that stuff, they started making they made a lot of hoops and ladders to go through. But
Think about
now
all the NASA BS that we can see from 2006. That would be a dream.
Yeah.
So
Here.
what you're saying is that the Wayback Machine goes way back?
But like that's the real search you're supposed to get, right there. Check this out. Let's say I did that same search and I didn't know about this trick. Watch what appears. Hang tight.
Somebody should make a rap on this.
On what? On
Proper
the Wayback?
proper searching for proper info, son.
Now this is what
Yeah.
pops up if you don't do that trick.
Oh, there's no images.
Well, it's just loading, but it's not the same order, rank order at all.
Also, no pretty pictures.
But like the thing is, why this is so important? Because look at the very first top result right there. In the real way you're supposed to search it, that's how you get that interview. I'm still scrolling trying to find the interview in the other, like in the main way.
I see. So yeah, that's great. Wayback Machine. I don't use it at all. Yeah, I never used it on my research at all ever.
Bro, you need to. But like, if you are going to use it, this is how you actually use it.
Yo, that's great info. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else who's listening on the live stream too, you're welcome.
So you just search whatever.
Hey, thanks for the information, man.
Honestly, you should like hold like an hour block at some point randomly when there's not like a lot of people wanting to get in here just to host an event because you helped fix my entire PC issue. Some magic happened, and that's why I can talk now. Like whatever it was, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yo,
Windows 10 is my
Bisticles
bitch, honestly.
You're a savant. You're a savant on fucking research as well, man. You're fucking. You have a lot of skills.
I
Do
guess
you
you would say skills. They're just habits, bro. You know, trying
Well,
to find the truth.
Well,
Like
fucking
Raimi?
habits.
I can't count toothpicks. I can count paper clips though, for sure.
Bisticles,
kidding.
since Windows 10 is your bitch, do you know what Tron is?
The movie?
No. Tron is a script for PowerShell to unbloat your computer. It's like an unbloater. There's scripts to unbloat your computer.
Dude. I
but
know
Tron,
about debloater, all that shit. None of that works anymore.
No, man, you have to use Tron. You can take away any
Bro.
virus.
Bro. I got you. Check it out. This is the real shit right here. Well, first I'm posting the Richard E. Byrd interview because that, if you really never seen that, like you actually never heard.
No. Listen, I never knew his first name. I just know him by Admiral Byrd. Of course I know.
Right.
Of course I know that interview where he's talking about there's more land and more resources than whatever and all that stuff.
Let's check this out right here from Microsoft themselves, right? And what you want is this. So, Windows restricted traffic limited functionality baseline. In layman terms, basically the ability to customize your entire ISO, your image, so basically your build of Windows 10 to the point where all of the tracking, I want to be careful in the live stream, but like all that shit is gone and it's at your disposal.
Telemetry. Okay. Yeah.
Everything, bro.
If you're really into that, just go into GitHub and check out what Tron is. It has in a script like all of the
I know. I heard about it. I don't trust it.
I used it with great success. But what you're saying is basically doing something similar without the antivirus, anti-spyware thing, and just take away all the telemetry stuff and the things you normally can.
Like literally Windows 10 as it's supposed to be. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I got that right now. It runs really smooth because when you don't do that, you open your taskbar, and my processor is almost 10 years old, and it's always something in the background like telemetry. Once you unbloat it, you got like 15-20% more CPU at to use it as you want. Yeah.
Check this out right here, right? This is the weirdest one, the weirdest setting. I'm gonna screenshot it. Personalized experiences. Read that bottom note.
You had to do it 15 minutes after? Not before. Why?
And this is what's saving the computer right here, man.
Honestly, though,
Sydney, telemetry.
You have to do this specific part right here, like to really be, cool.
If you're still around when I'm done working in a couple hours, I'll DM you.
Okay. But like, think about how weird that is, right? This must be done within 15 minutes after Windows 10 or Windows 11 is installed. Now, I don't know about you guys, but that piques that part of my brain where I'm just like, why?
What does it download after the original install? What does it do?
Check it out. So, it's basically cloud optimized content, which means it's a cloud-based sync that you can't turn off after the first 15 minutes of your Windows install. The reason why this is important to have is because this is what Microsoft gives businesses that want to set up their own deployments, like their own.
Yeah. I used to have a ISO, an image that was for Dell computers that was quite optimized way back. I remember downloading a really good version for Windows 8, and it was exclusively for Dell computers. Maybe something similar to this, to what you're talking about.
And like I'm just be real with you guys. Like the only reason why I know this to this extent is because my IT degree was basically non and void because I went to ITT Tech, and before I got my associates, they were investigated for predatory loan fraud, and all of them were shut down. So I had all the knowledge, right? But none of the accreditation. So I had like 28 textbooks for like I had all the knowledge, all the skills, but nothing to show on paper. So it kind of forced my hand to go into the underbelly, if you will. So I was just making money that way, trying to do whatever I could. You know, $20 an hour, I'll fix whatever you want. In a sense.
Yo, that's a cool origin story, bro.
So I mean, I'm just telling, like, I didn't learn this from anybody. This was just how I had to survive, in a sense. You know what I mean?
Well, and you know, this is what we're gonna have to do is what you just shared, because I had a malware, of course, unknown government something in my sleep right on my brand new laptop that I got. That was Windows 10, like a year and a half ago, right? Without explanation, it just wouldn't turn on, wouldn't let me log in. None of that. I had to go through hoops and get my IT manager at my temp job to like spend 5 hours at Starbucks until after they closed just to get a way to re-download on a drive another Windows 10 from scratch, and it still isn't working fully right because we didn't do this. So I'm totally cool with just wiping it and then redoing it, because then it'll be like perfection there.
Computer?
It's a IdeaPad 3, and it's still only two.
I'm saying, is it a work computer? Like, did work give it to you?
No, that's even more thing.
Oh, you're breaking up, Sydney. I couldn't hear you.
That was on monitor, even though it was like not even related. They did that whole what is it called? CESA? No, CESA. What is it called?
CISA. But
yeah,
I couldn't hear your. I couldn't hear if you said it was a work computer or not. That you cut out pretty bad.
It's not, but my work computer like hacked it because of this malware thing that government and military use, that they had to install on my work PCs just for me and like a few other agents, so they said. And even though I denied the access to work remotely, it was attached to the same Google Fiber in my apartment. Yeah, the whole thing got messed up again. So
We'll definitely talk about it later. I got you.
word. All right, now back to work. Sorry.
Later. Someone say something. Ali, was that you? Ali the Arabian?
Hey.
He has interesting role.
Yeah, sorry man, sorry, I thought I had push to talk.
Oh, no, you're good. Welcome.
I'm a flat earther, guys.
Cool. How'd you find the server, man?
I found it like 3 months ago. I got banned, by the way. I just got it again.
Oh, what'd you do?
Some conflict with the American guy.
Always the Americans' fault. I get it. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the insecure, man. Paranoid.
Nah, but welcome back. So what
You
brings
sound
you back?
very xenophobic, bro.
Who?
Nothing, Ali.
What is it, man? Sorry?
Nothing. You just... Yeah, you were just accusing that guy of being very rude.
Who? Me?
See, we don't even know what you're talking
American.
The American are rude people, you said?
No, that's what you said, right?
Let's knock it off.
I didn't say that. I said...
Don't worry about it,
I
Ali.
talked about...
You're good.
Ali, how did you come to be a flat earther? What was your aha moment?
Thank you, Enzyme. Yep.
Yeah, it's the same question they asked me before I got banned, by the way.
Yeah, but we just don't know. Like,
We don't ban people for responding that question. Maybe your response or
Suddenly.
doesn't matter. Huh?
Is it just blind faith?
Suddenly. Blind? What do you mean blind?
Well, blind faith means like you believe in something like despite the evidence like indicating otherwise not being true.
Tiki, bro.
Tiki, chillax for a second.
Yeah, just chill for a second.
Just listen.
Yeah. You said you're a flat earther, Ali? Yeah,
Yes,
what was
yes.
your light bulb moment, if you will? Just curious.
So a conclusion that I had that
Yeah, like that's you know what I mean, that kind of moment.
yeah. No one have ever existed the Earth, by the way. Like how the fuck they reach the space so they can telling us that it's a pole. It's not a pole.
Okay.
Even themselves, the NASA, they say that we don't have the exact picture that from the space, but I'm sorry, but what they've said, like
Did
it's
you
a
know?
prediction.
Did you know that poles also exist in
Hey,
FE?
Tiki, please. So, Ollie, what do you mean by that? Like you said, basically because of NASA.
I think the word he was trying to find is composite images, because they tell us they're composite images, right?
Compose.
Okay, that's
yeah.
And also, the fake science, man, they've taught us since decades gravity. Anyone of you guys believe in gravity?
Nope.
Not really, not here.
Tiki
not the
might.
ones that are regular.
Think it does? What you said?
Well, it's been a core belief system for a very long time.
He's just a little bit dense on the subject.
I don't know. Gravity is very grounded. It's taught a lot.
No, that's okay though.
And many reasons, and also, guys, many reasons, guys, to become to tell people that the Earth is flat. There is many. There is limitless reasons.
A preponderance of evidence towards, the globe being a complete fake. Yeah, I feel you. Why don't you and Tiki talk about gravity though? So,
No, man, I'm not a science.
huh?
I'm not a science. Don't expect me to explain everything about gravity. I just
No, not explain. It's just I'm curious about like Tiki's viewpoint on the so-called gravity.
What's her?
Why do you think gravity is legitimate?
Well, because actually it provides at least an explanation as to why things fall instead of it goes down because the floor
Did we
is
go through this
down.
yesterday, bro?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
We're not clear on density and buoyancy.
And no, it's just a plausible explanation. Gravity exists because it's an explanation instead of just believing that things go down because the floor is
It's not a
down.
belief, bro. There's certain things that go down in certain mediums and certain things that go up in certain mediums. Period. That's it. No need for gravity.
It's not a belief. It's just an observation.
Right.
I think I can prove mass attracting mass with a cave and a dish.
What?
You don't know the Cavendish?
Man, you are a rapper, bro. Your wordplay. Do you know the Cavendish
Let me ask-
experiment? Well,
Let
actually,
me ask, why is there a dichotomy presented that we must either believe or disbelieve something? Why can't we just observe things happening and we can wonder about them? Sure, all right. And if possible, we could attempt to do an experiment to validate a cause, right? But if there isn't a way, no conceivable way at this present time, why must we choose to believe one thing or another, or not? Like, why can't it just be that we just accept that things at this present time are just the way they are, and that's the way we observe them?
Well, I on a lot of things I'm at that point. The problem I have is I have this infinite thirst for objective reality and truth, and I need to have at least one tiny bit little thing that I can stand on, because if not, everything else is like relative. It doesn't matter. So that's my stance on the subject, on the topic. But you're right. Yeah, we don't have to be choosing a team per se,
Right.
but I really have a thirst for knowledge, but as well, more than knowledge, objective truth and reality. Because if not, everything is just whatever. It could be anything or nothing.
Yeah.
And also to navigate the world so that you don't hurt yourself doing things, right? So it's important to have knowledge on how things work, you know, so that you don't accidentally mix chemicals that shouldn't be mixed or other accidents that could possibly happen. So the more informed you are about the world you exist in, the better you can navigate it.
Yeah. For
Exactly.
example.
Which is why NASA wants control and gatekeeping, right? Because I don't know, I think it was Zal or someone like that, but he made a great point earlier about the reason why they lie, right? We don't know the real reason, but we can speculate on why, right? And less competition. It kind of struck a nerve with me because those who gatekeep and know the truth, right? They want as little people as possible to also know the truth. That way there's less competition.
Have you Beasticles? Wait.
Biasticles.
Biasticles.
No, you're good.
Biasticles. I forgot how to pronounce it. Like I'm a big, you know, I used to play World of Warcraft, a lot of video games. When you're in a collective game, and you know the mechanics
meta.
of the game, right? You know the meta. And I used to like be a gem. It was like OG vanilla. Well, cracked
2006,
servers,
bro. Using no
Yeah, I used
first add-ons, bro. What?
Yeah, I used to organize raids and stuff. Anyways, you can be top G just by knowing a little bit more than the noobs, right? And you can be like, I started to organize raids, and I was just like not a lot better than the newbies, but I knew certain dynamics of the game, certain laws, certain
You created
things
your
that
own
made me-
hierarchy.
Yeah, and I made even a guild.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact, guys. World of Warcraft was a reason of being a flat Earth, just to let you know.
What?
What?
No.
Yeah. I'm not even kidding, guys.
No way.
Have you ever
Explain.
been to the Outland?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You think that's what it is?
Yo,
Are you serious?
I
Wait a
never
second.
thought
No,
about. No, Tiki,
do
shut up,
not
bro.
interrupt me. Do not interrupt me, please.
No. I'm asking because that's crazy. I mean, that's.
Yeah. You've been to the Outland?
But you think that's a quote unquote representation?
Not
of how it is?
representation. A hint, bro. It's a hint.
Or a
Just think
hint.
of it like that. Yeah.
That's also quite interesting.
Whoever-
It's also interesting how they keep expanding, like the universes. Obviously, you have an island, or you had two islands initially, and then it expanded outwards.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot post the thing that I cannot post anything in this server, man. Actually,
That's okay.
like,
You can send it to me, bro. I'll post it for you.
like the question is why you didn't allow me to post. That's
Because you were banned.
Yeah,
Because you
you're
were
banned.
banned.
Yeah.
You were
I
banned
was
for a
banned.
reason. Yeah, right. You were banned for a reason, and none of us here know that reason. And so I'm not really sure. So you don't have perms. You don't get perms until you get verified again.
Yeah. But don't worry. Just send it to me. I'll post it if it's, whatever it is. Send it to me, Ali.
Man, the thing is that you always got each other backs. Like you always defending each other. You know what? You will never defend.
Ali, don't feel attacked, my brother. We are just
Man,
this server has
I will
rules.
feel
On your team, bro.
Bro, if someone came into your house and was just like, yo, why can't I go in your fridge? You know what I mean?
man, you shouldn't even have that. Like, you shouldn't, like, if they're doing that, and they're hungry.
Tiki, it's not your house, bro.
I notice few new people, they got rules. It's okay, man. But for
You
me,
understand
it took
why,
too
though,
long.
right, Ali? It's not even about you being banned in general. It's just like you gotta have a verification system because that's how you protect the live stream. That's how you protect the server from trolls, from people that want to do harm. It's nothing personal.
Yes.
If you want to post something, just send it to me or Enzyme so we can just take a look at what you want to post before we post it. You know what I mean? Simple. It's the same thing.
Yes.
Because this is live, my friend, on YouTube, and we want to keep it that way. It's been live for many years. So if we post or do something sketchy or out of the guidelines, we can get in trouble. It's not because it's you or something personal. That's it.
Yeah.
Understandable, guys.
Yeah, I'm waiting. No worries.
I remember the Badlands. I used to like mine. What was it? They had these really interesting names for meadows you had to mine, right? And I met this really nice Turkish girl. We became really good friends, and we actually had each other's Facebook and everything. It was pretty cool. Like we bonded through the game. I bonded with a lot of people in the chat and everything.
Yeah. OG vanilla was pretty good, but what up, AI? Did you just come from politics?
No, I just felt a disturbance in the force that someone was bitching about how they're treated in the server. I just came to cuddle them.
We're okay at the moment, but
At the moment.
your presence is always appreciated. Hi, AI.
Agreed.
Did you say you came to cuddle them?
Wait, hey, High Inquisitor.
Hey, High Inquisitor, have you come to rid the server of trolls?
No, I told you I came to give out the cuddles.
Nice.
Tiki,
how do you hug an AI?
Lay down, listen, lay down and get cuddled. Whether you like it or not.
All right.
I'm the big spoon.
What? Too far?
AI,
Sorry.
is there like a
Next
bad symbol, like a bad floodlight or something? They shine on the clouds and you appear, or how does that work?
Nah, he's probably just listening. But yeah, Ali, I'm still waiting for you to send me what you wanted to post, bro.
I'm trying to search it on Google, man, but Google.
Okay. I thought you
And I
said you
don't
had
have the
something
game.
ready though.
What?
I thought you said you couldn't post anything, so I figured you already had it ready to go.
No, not yet, man. But I'm gonna send it for you.
Okay, no worries. Tiki, by the way, careful, bro. I wouldn't poke AI. You know, he's a cuddle bear.
What are you talking about?
He'll cuddle the shit out of you.
That makes me uncomfortable.
You're gonna have to explain on a doll where you got.
Stop. All I know is Max's big spoon. I'm out of here, bro. I'm using a fork. Screw it.
Because there is no spoon. Just use chopsticks, beasticles.
So let's say, guys, you are a level 1 human. You wanted to level up and explore more lands, yeah? Like you want to explore, you want to start going right there, killing that, loot this. Not killing by killing people, not people, man. So you got it.
What are you saying?
I'm saying like you are playing World of Warcraft, man. Did you play this before?
Yeah. Yeah, but
when you explore the new...
Are you making a analogous reference to World of Warcraft, Outlands, Badlands, those maps in the game as hints in real life? Well, sure, but I'm not gonna go around quote unquote leveling up and killing animals and spawns and things like in the game. Yeah, I don't know.
But it could be a real thing. It could be a real thing. Like you discover lands, you discover more lands, you explore.
But
well, it's not good evidence because that's just like the computational limitations of the time.
Well, first of all, you got to realize too, they wanted DLCs, all right, downloadable content, right? Because after a certain point, it gets boring, so you got to release new content, right? So, it could be as simple as that, and they're just using names as hints. I'm with you there, like, hey, that could be a hint. It's interesting. But that's it, though.
I think he was going somewhere else. but we
I
interrupted
didn't
him.
want him to go
Maybe.
there, just in case.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know where, but
Wait,
Ali,
should we let him go there? Maybe we should just Ali. I mean, go ahead.
no Tiki, no, bro.
No, man. Forget it.
No, man. I actually kind of want to know now.
No. Well, you guys can DM each other. That's fine.
He's right, man. You know what? He's right. Like we cannot.
Actually, if you were going somewhere with the theory,
Tiki, stop, please.
Like if you are a human being, you have a map with you. Let's say this map is right. You will not. You will not. You will not
question it.
You will not question it. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing that we're having now.
Well,
like, why would I go discover?
Well, yeah.
Other than
The
that.
thing is, you will question it. I mean, a map is just your representation of what the world looks like to you, but like, it's just what you have.
Yeah.
They're not 100% reliable, is what I'm saying. So you will question it.
No map is, but you know what
I
all
would not-
maps are?
So what?
All maps are flat.
So, why are you just trying to like? Are you saying like maps like in WoW are 2D?
What?
We don't have any accurate map. They are giving us. They are telling us. The thing is that, man.
We don't know
You
how
will
big
never,
the Earth is,
you
right?
will never know. We will never know. Yeah.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons why I'm a flat earther. And that's it. Any questions, guys?
So you're saying the reason you're come to Jesus moment, so to speak, about why you're a flat earther is the fact that we can't independently explore outside of certain parameters that are bureaucratic parameters set up by like these nations, these governments.
UN, the UN symbol. You saw it?
Yeah, I get you.
It's a thing, by the way. You cannot deny it.
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
So Ali, hold on, Biasticles. Ali, I just would like to know when you say flat Earth, what do you mean?
What's your point, man? What do you want from me?
Yeah. What's the extent of? So when you say
Tiki, he's not talking to you.
Okay.
Can you repeat?
My point is I'd like to know what brought you to flat Earth. You said a video game, and I'm wondering if you've done any investigation or educating yourself on what you believe the flat Earth to be.
It's a huge land, man. Very, very mass lands.
That's a start. That's actually quite. That's a start.
Like they are telling us it's only water and ice. Yeah. I say no.
You know how
It's
your
not only water and ice. There is
you know how
something
your
else. I'm pretty
ancestors
sure.
used to navigate across the seas?
What did you say anything to me?
I said, do you know how your ancestors used to navigate across the seas?
Yeah, by sailing.
How did they have an idea of where they were and where they were going?
I don't know, man. I wasn't with them.
Used rudimentary tools to, to measure angles of stars.
Yeah,
above
they
the
used
plane that they were sailing.
some materials. They
Yeah,
used
like ropes with knots in them and things like that. And they had basic, what do they call them?
Sextants?
Yeah, astrolabes.
Is that where you were going with that?
As a sextant. Yeah, so they're measuring angles to stars based on the flat surface, that they were sailing across the horizontal plane.
Right.
Water.
The x-axis.
The Arabians were quite, they were pretty good sailors, and they went far across seas. They knew a huge portion of their world through sailing and navigating.
They were also great mathematicians.
Yeah, what was that that device that they found? That I can't remember. It was like a Greek device that kind of looked like a